Chapter 1. Flames surge between the cities, the iron hooves of the enemy steadily devouring the empire. The time of annihilation has arrived. The moment of reckoning is upon us. The abyss has come, and the empire has perished. An elderly man, frail and weary, gazed upon the trampled cities and the distant warriors who vowed to resist unto death, bowing his head in sorrow. Despair began to spread, and regret festered, yet they knew not to whom they should confess their sins. The banner of the burning empire was being eroded by a faint light, disintegrating before their eyes. Above the cries, beyond the reach of mortals, in the celestial dome unattainable by human hands, great wills were watching the legendary downfall unfold. Even the gods were astonished, bewildered, and incredulous at the might of this empire. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the city, within the burning hall forged of rubies and magical gold, several sacred figures bowed their noble forms in reverence. Within the hall, golden flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the space with divine light, casting no shadows, so sanctified it seemed beyond reality. The magical patterns, akin to exquisite art, flickered in and out of visibility as if infused with life within the resplendent hall. The figures, filled with utmost respect, worshipped their one true king. Amidst the countless hopeful gazes, the undefeated burning king shook his head. The atmosphere in the hall plunged to a freezing point, even surrounded by the golden divine flames. Their hearts felt no warmth. Yet, the king slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs as clear as gemstones, and spoke words that rekindled the spirits of his loyal followers. Then, the burning king gradually rose from his throne. However, his physical form remained seated upon it. The others followed suit, shedding their corporeal forms to walk behind their sovereign. Leaving the sacred hall, the burning king glanced past the gaze of the gods and toward the city. Simultaneously, a melody flowed throughout the city, resonating in the hearts of all the subjects of the burning empire. Holy flames consume. Iron hooves tread upon the stars. The burning legion annihilates the invaders. The banner of flames unfurls in the heavens. The denizens of the burning legion felt their hearts, ablaze with fervor, beating powerfully in time with the song. They ceased their weeping, following their one true king. Glory of yesteryears, eternally sung. The oath of iron and blood, forged in the crucible of flame. The will of the burning legion, as radiant as the stars. In the glory of battle and fire, everlasting and indomitable. Waves of heroic spirits emerged slowly from the shadows, standing united behind the burning king alongside the countless scions of flame. Their forms grew ever more ethereal, yet their presence became increasingly formidable. Then, the eternal fire within the city began to wane. The burning empire seemed to be consuming itself, as the enemy shattered the void and approached the burning hall. In the end, all fell into silence. They transformed into eternity within the sea of time and space. This is the tale of the burning empire and the song of flame. Merely a legend. What relevance does it hold for us? It is said that whoever inherits the legacy of the burning empire can transcend the material world and become one among the myriad stars. Two esteemed mages jested, invoking the elusive history in their words before letting it fade away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, a most extraordinary dragon broke free from its shell, opening its gem-like eyes. A gentle reminder. This book is merely a pseudo-D&D. The original D&D lore is overly complex, and all settings are based on this narrative, which may bear some resemblance. In the height of summer, the bright moon illuminated the mighty river. The attacking side has emerged victorious. Huai Jianza stared drowsily at the screen before him, his lips trembling as if to utter something. Recalling the opposing team's sharpshooter Reina, the aggressive maneuvers of the neon vehicle sliding through the middle gate, and the combo techniques executed by Vis, alongside the incapacitated Omen, Huai Jianza clenched his fists tightly. He thought of the fireman who only dodged his teammates, the 8-headshot play by Shangbol at the match point, and the healer who blocked the retreat of Jiefeng with an ice wall, while he himself had scored 37 kills as Moody his clenched fists then relaxed once more. He glanced again at the enormous failure displayed on the screen, and his inner fury could no longer be contained. In a fit of rage, He swung his mouse and invited the repeat offenders of their failed match into his room, subsequently activating the team microphone. Have you lot's brains been scrambled by a sow? The defense in Sunset City turned out like this. My mom, Hui Jinza, unleashed a torrent of expletives, unfazed by the four faces on the other side of the screens. His increasingly agitated voice roused his roommates from their slumber. Just as the atmosphere grew more intense, Hui Jinza suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart, and then he collapsed onto the keyboard, losing consciousness. In his panic, Hui Jinza realized he might be on the brink of a heart attack. I must be saved. Before losing consciousness, Hui Jinza shouted inwardly. In the year 360 of the Jeranim continent. Gurgle, gurgle. Hui Jianz's awareness gradually awakened, yet his vision remained shrouded in darkness, and his thoughts sluggish. What is happening? Am I not revived? For an extended period, Hui Jianza pondered slowly. Or have I become a vegetable? Surely staying up late couldn't lead to this. As he lamented, a torrent of information flooded into his mind, accompanied by an unending name that seemed to stretch for hundreds of characters, descending upon him without warning. A deluge of information surged into his mind like a tsunami. Hui Jianza could only endure for a second before he completely fainted, while his brain continued to mechanically absorb the information. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, Hui Jianza silently screamed, "So much data will break my brain." Time passed, and Hui Jianza, or rather, a newly born red dragon, gradually regained consciousness. As his awareness returned, the unborn little red dragon opened its mouth and emitted a voiceless cry once more. He felt a mix of frustration, anger, and relief. Frustration because he had merely stayed up late and had now died, and been reborn anger that none of his roommates had come to his aid relief in possessing the ability to live again, and as a dragon, no less. These fools, they just had a safety course yesterday, and they were taught first aid, yet they must have all forgotten. Though he said this, perhaps he had not remembered it himself either. Sigh. Countless thoughts coalesced into a single sigh. Very well, becoming a red dragon doesn't seem like such a bad fate. I shall embrace this new identity, as Isai. Hui Jianzino, Isai thought to himself. He had spent most of his time in that world alone, and now, having found a group of lively roommates in college, this unfortunate incident was beyond his control. The information he had received was none other than the legendary Dragon Heritage, an encyclopedia co-authored by the Dragon God, various demigods, and a myriad of powerful red dragons. In simple terms, this world was saturated with magic and extraordinary beings, its brutality evident. However, fortune favored Isai, for he was not an oppressed being, but rather one standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, a dragon. Speaking of dragons, their vast classifications could be discussed at length, often leading to tales of world destruction. Commonly, dragons are divided into three major categories: chromatic dragons, metallic dragons, and gem dragons, with the latter being the rarest in activity. Isai naturally belonged to the mightiest of the chromatic dragons, the red dragon, renowned for its immense power and ferocious temperament. From Isaiah's dragon heritage, insights could be gleaned. For instance, as red dragons, the sole purpose of existence is to please us, otherwise it leads to certain death. However, at present, Isai was yet to be born, his cognitive abilities limited, rendering deep thought challenging, and soon his mind grew drowsy once more. The unborn hatchling could not sustain prolonged contemplation, and Isai gradually drifted back into slumber. Thus, time continued to pass. When Isaiah's consciousness awoke again, an overwhelming sensation of confinement emerged. The previous comfort swept away, replaced by the realization of being trapped in a confined space. Isai understood that the day of his birth had arrived, and the small egg could no longer contain him. With anticipation for the future and joy at his new life, Isai broke through the eggshell, wiping the egg fluid from his eyes to behold the world for the very first time. What a world of mud! Wait, why is there a wall blocking my way? Looking up, the little hatchling was nearly frightened out of its wits. A monstrous head, many times larger than Isai, gazed down upon him with a dispassionate expression. Four terrifying horns crowned its head, its scales resembling heated iron, exuding a strange heat that wafted lazily from the imposing beast. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable red dragon, and also Isaiah's mother. Startled by the sudden fright and needing to tilt his head upwards to gaze at his mother, the dragon, Isaiah's entire body leaned backward. With the oversized head of the hatchling, he inadvertently tumbled over, landing in a rather undignified manner, his remaining egg fluid now smeared with dust. Isai let out a series of plaintive cries, his limbs and tail flailing about in a state of confusion. Observing her offspring's somewhat comical display, a flicker of amusement rose within his mother, yet it quickly dissipated. No matter how entertaining the sight was, had this little dragon been a draconic abomination, she would have unhesitatingly cast it aside. A draconic abomination refers to those dragons who have failed to inherit the legacy of their kind, losing both wisdom and magical affinity, and are regarded as a disgrace by true dragons. Such beings are typically expelled from their nests, and the more extreme red dragons may even resort to slaying them. As Isai regained his footing, he caught sight of his mother's gaze, realizing she was waiting for him to utter his true name to prove his identity as a genuine dragon. The thought of the dismal fate that befell draconic abominations sent a shudder through him, prompting him to open his mouth. Talvas aord regamaldus gamillion Isai. In a single breath, he enunciated hundreds of syllables, inhaling the air infused with sulfur and flames. How delightful! Upon hearing Isaiah's true name, the glimmer of coldness in his mother's eyes vanished, and she resumed her slumber. After taking a deep breath, a wave of hunger washed over Isai, and he suddenly recalled that a hatchling's first meal typically consists of its own eggshell. Let me see. Muttering to himself, Isai crawled over to his eggshell and tapped it with his tiny hooked claws. Remarkably sturdy. I can break through such a hard shell so easily. I must be quite impressive. With that, he proudly raised a portion of his tail. After inspecting the crimson shell, Isai pried off a piece and began to chew on it. The taste is rather pleasant, reminiscent of crunchy bones. It would be perfect with a bit of spice. He mumbled indistinctly as he savored the shell. Before long, Isai had consumed the entire eggshell, leaving no remnants of the egg fluid behind. With his hunger momentarily satiated, Isai soon realized that such a small portion could hardly fill his dragon-sized appetite. He felt he could easily devour an entire cow. With a growling stomach, Isai approached his mother once more. Gazing up at her colossal form, he felt a moment of trepidation, yet summoned the courage to reach out and touch her. The still-awake red dragon blinked her drowsy eyes open, discovering the sight of her dusty little dragon before her. "Mother, I'm hungry. Mother, I'm hungry." Isai cautiously addressed his biological mother, his stomach voicing its own mild protest in agreement. However, upon hearing Isaiah's plea, the dragoness made no immediate move. Instead, she extended her massive forelimb, gently lifting Isai with her hooked claws before casting him aside. "Do not disturb me while I sleep." Isai landed in a heap, becoming covered in dust once again. Undeterred by his previous dismissal, Isai approached his mother once more. "Mother." Before he could finish, the red dragoness suddenly opened her eyes wide, fixing a fierce stare upon him. "Why are you still awake, little wretch? What are you shouting about?" Her voice, tinged with irritation, emanated from her throat, sending waves of force that knocked Isai off his feet, sending plumes of dust swirling around him. "Huh?" The red dragoness observed Isai, her attention piqued by something. After such a fright, Isaiah's heart raced, fear surging within him. Just as he steadied himself, he noticed a dragon claw, larger than he, reaching toward him, causing Isai to instinctively cover his head with his own claws. Refusing to comply, yet there was no need for anger. The terrifying claws did not grasp Isai, but instead, with a hooked toe, lifted him once more before the red dragon mother. Before Isai could utter a word, she opened her great maw and extended her tongue to lick him. Awash with a lingering sense of human shame, Isai, upon regaining his composure, felt his dragon face flush crimson. Instinctively, he curled into a tight ball, using his still young wings to envelop himself, resembling a dragon egg. As a red dragon, feeling shy was rather inadequate. "Unfurl your body and let me behold you," the red dragon mother commanded in a voice like rolling thunder. Isai, uncertain of his mother's intentions but feeling the pressure, reluctantly opened himself up. In truth, a typical red dragon hatchling would feel little from such a lick, but Isai's reaction stemmed purely from his residual humanity. As time passed, he would increasingly resemble a true dragon, and his former identity would inevitably fade away. Do not overstep. Your son is still young, Isai thought anxiously. At least for now, remnants of his humanity lingered. After carefully observing Isai, the red dragon mother gently set him down. Isai was bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. In fact, his mother, Scarlina, was not only the undisputed ruler of this territory, but also possessed a penchant for aesthetics. When Isai was born, he had covered himself in ash, preventing Scarlina from discerning his true form upon awakening. It was only after she had cleaned him that his genuine appearance caught her eye. Isai's scales were unlike those of ordinary red dragons. They were not only of vivid crimson, but also shimmered with a lustrous sheen, resembling rubies interspersed with hints of gold. Viewed from a distance, the overall hue of Isai even hinted at an orange tint. Under the illumination, his scales glimmered brilliantly. The interplay of red and gold resembled a riot of flames, both dazzling and imbued with boundless power. In the shifting light, they radiated a unique brilliance from various angles, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky. Isai's eyes were distinct, transcending the norms of typical red dragons. His violet gold irises were punctuated by obsidian-like vertical pupils, deep and enigmatic. Although his 4 dragon horns were still small, they undoubtedly enhanced his beauty. It was clear that Isai had undergone some form of mutation, though evidently a benign one, bestowing him with an appearance reminiscent of a gem dragon. Scarlina gazed at her son, adorned with gem-like scales, and recalled his previously endearing demeanor, finding him increasingly adorable. Given his distinct temperament, so unlike typical red dragons, her earlier irritation upon being awakened dissipated entirely. Mother, Isai finally broke the silence, unable to contain himself any longer. Since Scarlina had placed him on the ground, her molten eyes fixated on him, unwavering and motionless. The intimidating visage of a red dragon inherently instilled a sense of dread, and Isai, akin to a misbehaving child, sat on his forepaws, awaiting his mother's judgment. After what felt like an eternity of silence, an unspoken pressure began to mount upon Isai, leading his thoughts astray. Surely, my mother would not slay me? Was it merely for an extra morsel? Is there truly a need for such severity? Please, I implore you, speak. Such were Isai's internal musings. At times, silence can wield a formidable power. Upon hearing Isai's voice, Scarlina snapped back to reality and observed his pitiful expression, momentarily perplexed. Is this little one truly so famished? Well, considering his unusual stature, it is only natural for him to require more sustenance. Just then, as she contemplated sending her subordinates to fetch food, she remembered that she had barred them from entering the dragon's lair, her trusted aides still engaged in their respective endeavors. Thus, Scarlina had no choice but to depart in search of prey herself. When the red dragon mother took flight without warning, Isai nearly turned to stone. Has she abandoned me? He stared blankly at her retreating figure, his mind devoid, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. After a few minutes of dazed contemplation, Scarlina returned, tossing a lifeless giant horned cow at Isai's feet, further intensifying his confusion. Little one, are you refusing this? Scarlina regarded the stunned Isai with displeasure. To decline such a gift is a grave offense among dragons. Thank you, mother. Overcoming his bewilderment, Isai wasted no time pondering why. Leaping upon the carcass and tearing away a chunk of meat, swallowing it whole. Wow, the flavor was unexpectedly delightful. The dragonkind's palate allowed Isai to consume anything, introducing him to an entirely new sensory experience. The metallic tang of blood tantalized his taste buds, and the meat, infused with the essence of life, proved to be an exquisite delicacy. After swallowing the first bite, Isai eagerly licked his lips and, revealing his sharp teeth, tore off another piece of the sanguine flesh. Chewing on the succulent beef, the blood transformed into a sweet nectar in Isai's mouth. The raw meat turned tender, and his body urged him to consume more. After an extravagant feast, Isai devoured more than thrice his body weight in food, all substantial cuts of red meat. The voracity of dragons was formidable, evident even from the hatchling stage. A massive horned cow, weighing several tons, was reduced to nothing but bones, which Isai did not even spare. After finishing his meal, he glanced at Scarlina, who lay with her eyes closed, sensing she was still awake. Isai realized that her earlier scrutiny had softened. It seemed that the dust from his birth had obscured his true beauty, leading to her initial distaste. As Isai pondered whether he would appear appealing in the eyes of other dragons, the legacy of dragons awakened within him, granting him a definitive answer. This was the profound strength of dragon heritage. When encountering certain documented elements, knowledge would spontaneously manifest. Of course, only fundamental information had a passive nature. The majority required personal exploration. Isai admired his resplendent scales, recalling the clumsy form of hatchlings, wondering if he might appear endearingly cute in his mother's eyes. Unfortunately, the passive triggers did not activate, and Isai was too apathetic to examine his heritage further. Regardless, what matters is that mother still loves me. Isa no longer concerned himself with the matters of the dragon's legacy, approaching Scarolina. The latter sensed the presence of her youngling and slightly opened her eyes. For the first time, Isa beheld the visage of his mother, a slender form, powerful muscles, and gracefully elegant horns that reached toward the heavens. In terms of dragon aesthetics, Isa's mother was undeniably a strikingly beautiful dragoness. A beautiful mother begets a handsome son, Isa mused, despite his recent birth. Subsequently, Isa drew near to Scarolina, nuzzling her face affectionately. Thank you, mother. Upon hearing Isa's words of gratitude, a smile graced Scarolina's lips, clearly appreciating such sentiments. She then glanced at Isa's large head and feet, playfully patting him a few times with her claw. Little Isa, you are quite the dragon, she remarked, gently flicking him with her talon before closing her eyes and slipping into a deep slumber. Isa realized that his affectionate antics had borne fruit, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. However, fatigue soon overcame him, and he nestled against his mother's colossal face, drifting into a profound sleep. Dragons tend to be rather slothful, a trait that is even more pronounced during their hatchling phase. For 3 consecutive days, Isa indulged in a life of eating and sleeping, occasionally amused by his mother's playful antics. On the morning of the 3rd day, the dragon eggs nestled with Isa began to stir. Scarolina watched the trembling eggs with patience, while Isa obediently sat beside her claw. The first egg gradually cracked open, and a small dragon cautiously emerged, shaking its head. Pisidastar Stachiterist. Tarvis declared his true dragon name before glancing at their mother, and then eagerly began to nibble on the eggshell. Observing Tarvis devouring the shell, Isa felt a sudden pang of hunger and stealthily approached his brother, mischievously swiping a piece of the eggshell. To his surprise, it tasted like chocolate. Did each eggshell have a distinct flavor? Isa popped the shell into his mouth, the familiar taste causing his tail to wag with excitement. Satisfied with one piece, he noticed that Tarvis remained oblivious, and with a wicked grin, he reached for a larger shard, just as Tarvis's paw swiped at him. Stop it! Isa swiftly turned to evade the strike, but due to his larger head, he was still tagged on the horn. Not painful, he chuckled, his demeanor teasing. Tarvis, clearly a fiery-tempered red dragon, felt his anger rise upon seeing Isa's provoking smile. Regardless of Isa's larger size, he charged forward. The two brothers engaged in a physical tussle. Although Tarvis had just hatched, his ferocity was evident, and his frenzied attacks momentarily caught Isa off guard. Nevertheless, the disparity in their sizes was significant, even at birth. Isa was considerably larger than Tarvis. Within half a minute, after delivering a powerful tail whip that sent Tarvis reeling, Isa pinned his brother down. Oh, foolish little brother. What possessed you to challenge me? Isa teased, wrapping his tail around the eggshell and munching on it in front of Tarvis. Humph. Is it just because you hatched a few days earlier? Before Tarvis could retort, another paw came crashing down on his face. Tarvis, a loss is a loss. Do not seek excuses, for that will only earn my disdain. You should remain silent and do as I command, Isa imparted, his tone stern yet playful. Tarvis fell silent, begrudgingly acknowledging his defeat, though he remained vexed. Scarolina observed the entire exchange, eagerly anticipating her youngling skirmishes. She had expected Isa to triumph, yet she was surprised by the ease of his victory, which rendered her somewhat dismissive of Tarvis, who had failed to endure even half a minute. Dragon mothers typically do not intervene in their offspring's battles and often encourage them to fight, as it not only brings amusement, but also hones the fierce temperament of red dragons. The strong must humiliate the weak. Noticing Tarvis's silence, Isa's mind flickered with a thought. Now, Tarvis, as punishment for daring to strike your esteemed brother, I command you to bow in submission and address me as Brother Isa. At Isa's words, Tarvis cast a pleading glance at their mother. Should the disparity in strength between hatchlings be too vast, a mother dragon would intervene. However, Scarolina clearly favored the stronger and more aesthetically pleasing Isa, ignoring Tarvis's plight. Mother, this is unfair. Isa hatched before me. Scarolina raised an eyebrow at Tarvis's desperate gaze. Tarvis, there is no fairness in this world. Isa is merely 3 days your senior. Besides, he has yet to unleash his breath, which is quite equitable, considering you could not withstand even a minute in battle. Isa was right. Only the weak seek excuses for their failures. Tarvis, chastised, felt a mix of anger and humiliation. Yet, gazing at Isa who stood over him, he ultimately bowed his head. I concede. Observing his stubborn brother admit defeat, Isa felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Such an insincere concession is unacceptable. Let us do this. I am not a monster. Apologize to me while calling me your elder brother, and confess your errors, and I shall forgive you. Tarvis regarded Isa's vexatious expression, then glanced at their mother who favored Isa, and sighed once more. Under the roof of their mother, one must bow their head. Brother Isa, I was wrong. I should not have foolishly challenged your authority, Tarvis admitted, humiliated. Very well. I accept your apology and generously forgive you. It is evident that Isai has been profoundly influenced by the mindset of the red dragon, and this may intensify in the future. Ecstatic, Isai lifted his claws off Talvis, who lay beneath him, and broke off 2 pieces of eggshell before moving aside. Although some competition among hatchlings is permitted, Scarolina would still intervene if things became excessive, such as leaving no eggshell behind. Subsequently, Talvis cast a fierce glare at Isai, mentally noting the incident before venting his frustration on the eggshells, devouring them voraciously. Observing this, Isai felt no inclination to further provoke Talvis' sensitive nerves. He perceived his younger brother as somewhat lacking in intelligence, and found little amusement in teasing a fool. In truth, Talvis, with his bull-like stature, was among the strongest of the red dragon hatchlings, his deep crimson scales and form exuding the quintessential aura of a formidable dragon, though his oversized head and feet rendered him adorably clumsy. In other dragon nests, Talvis would undoubtedly be the favored offspring of the dragon matriarch, yet alas, he was in the same nest as Isai, who stood nearly 2 meters tall. Were it not for his endearing clumsiness, many would mistake Isai for a juvenile red dragon. The thought of a juvenile white dragon hatchling standing before him brought a smile to Isai's face as he considered their height disparity. Afterward, Isai returned to sit obediently beside Scarolina, who, having shifted her focus from Talvis, directed her gaze towards him. Enchanted by Isai's ruby-like scales and the 4 majestic horns that mirrored her own, Scarolina found herself increasingly fond of him. Indeed, as my offspring, he embodies the aesthetic values esteemed by dragonkind, where the texture and sheen of scales are of paramount importance. Isai's gem-like scales not only appeared pleasing to the eye but felt delightful to the touch, with the intricately layered golden-red scales ranking among the most beautiful in the dragon realm. Furthermore, the horns held significant importance. Their number, length, thickness, and curvature were all subjects of meticulous scrutiny. The serpentine horns of white dragons and the downward-curving horns of black dragons were often deemed less favorable, while green dragons bore spiky crowns, and blue dragons were characterized by a singular horn. Thus, the fearsome appearance of red dragons is largely attributed to the dual horns atop their heads. Unlike ordinary red dragons, Scarolina possessed 4 exquisite yet powerful horns, a trait evidently inherited by Isai. In contrast, Talvis, with his mere 2 horns, was understandably less favored by their mother. The 4 young horns atop Isai's head had begun to emerge physically, though still in their formative stage and lacking sharpness, rendering him somewhat endearing. Yet, they hinted at the majestic figure Isai would one day become. Thus, despite the challenges of associating his multiple horns and splendid scales with an imposing presence due to his age, in Scarolina's eyes, he was already a rare and adorable creature, evoking her affection. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months flew by in an instant. Under the blazing sun, rays of light filtered through the verdant leaves, illuminating the fresh green grass, where dewdrops glimmered as if suspended in midair. Suddenly, a dragon's paw descended from the sky, pressing down on the grass and embedding it into the soil. Isai inhaled deeply. Though the scent of earth and grass could not rival the sulphurous aroma of the dragon's lair, it was nonetheless invigorating to the spirit of a dragon. He then leapt onto a sturdy branch of a large tree, testing its strength before firmly gripping it with his claws, folding his wings, and allowing his tail to dangle restlessly. After 3 months of development, Isai had officially surpassed 2 meters in length. The once endearing clumsiness of his oversized head and feet had faded, his form becoming increasingly agile, with his proportions approaching the norm. His resplendent scales had not undergone significant changes, and his amethyst gold dragon eyes exuded an air of nobility. Moreover, due to the transformation of his physique and his inherent advantages in appearance, Isai finally began to exude a sense of power. Yet, as he remained a hatchling, his head still seemed disproportionately large, lending him a charmingly Na'vi demeanor. Emboldened by his mother's favoritism, Isai had indulged in a period of mischief within their expansive territory, having encountered everything from venomous serpents in the west to adolescent green dragons in the south. At this moment, Isai perched on a branch not far from the lair, his gaze fixed intently on a shadow in the distance. Rustling sounds emerged from the nearby underbrush, followed by the emergence of a massive brown-skinned wild boar, rooting through the earth. This colossal creature measured a full 3 meters, roughly the size of a vehicle, and was significantly larger than Isai. Such brown-skinned wild boars are prevalent across the continent, renowned for their rapid growth, hearty appetites, and indiscriminate eating habits. After being domesticated in various countries, they serve as a primary source of meat for most people. However, due to their typically fierce nature, most nations opt to breed them over generations to temper their temperament, ultimately resulting in their castration and a transformation in their appearance to that of plump, white pigs. While both types of pigs belong to the same family, their flavors differ markedly, with the white pigs being more suited to human palates. In this instance, the enormous brown-skinned wild boar, fierce and formidable, would require at least 10 humans to subdue it within areas of human activity. Yet, compared to Isai, this ordinary beast posed little threat. Under Isai's watchful gaze, The wild boar halted its rooting and pricked its ears, attentively scanning for potential dangers in its surroundings. Remaining motionless on the branch, Isai exerted all his effort to restrain his draconic aura. The draconic aura, often referred to as a fierce presence, is a tangible force inherent to all dragons, capable of overwhelming any target within its vicinity, rendering them immobile. However, like many draconic abilities, its efficacy is limited during infancy. Juvenile dragons struggle to suppress their aura, which, when inadvertently revealed, lacks the oppressive power to intimidate. The moment prey senses the presence of a young dragon's aura, they instinctively flee. Nevertheless, through Isai's diligent efforts, his draconic aura was ultimately contained. After a cautious survey of the area, the brown-skinned wild boar resumed its rooting, blissfully consuming the tender roots of plants. The next moment, the treetops trembled as a crimson figure soared from the canopy, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The rooting wild boar sensed the encroaching darkness and instinctively bolted to the side. In the air, Isai's striking red form streaked past, his dazzling scales sparkling under the sun's rays, while his amethyst gold eyes remained fixated on the boar below. With a powerful flap of his 3-meter wingspan, Isai steadied himself before diving toward the fleeing wild boar. The draconic silhouette eclipsed the creature, its edges becoming increasingly distinct as a faint sulphurous scent wafted into the boar's nostrils. "You are already doomed." As Isai proclaimed the wild boar's fate in pure draconic tongue, he plummeted swiftly, intent on delivering a decisive blow to the creature's head. Unexpectedly, the boar executed a sudden halt, turning to face Isai with an imposing presence. Did it recognize that escape was futile and choose to fight instead? Isaac regarded the tawny wild boar with keen interest, his claws continuing their relentless motion. With newfound courage, the boar charged forward, undeterred by the thicket and scattered debris in its path. While a typical lion or tiger might have been left crippled or worse by such a powerful collision, alas, it was Isaac, an apex dragon of the food chain, who stood before it. The inevitable outcome ensued as Isaac, upon landing, faced the boar, which was significantly larger than himself. He extended his dragon claw, allowing the boar to strike against it, effortlessly deflecting the blow before seizing the creature with a fierce grip. The sound of bone cracking echoed as Isaac's claws, far more resilient than iron, pierced through the boar's skull as if it were mere tofu. The creature, devoid of its cerebral control, swiftly succumbed to death. Courageous yet foolish, Isaac mused as he prepared to feast. However, a thundering commotion approached, growing ever closer. With a resigned flick of his foreclaw, Isaac shifted the boar's carcass, only to witness several robust creatures resembling a cross between cattle and horses sprint past. These were not ordinary beasts. They were renowned for their remarkable speed and size, often tamed in some regions to serve as steeds for colossal monsters. Yet, their flesh was also sought after by dragons, though they proved elusive to catch. As the creatures dashed away, Isaac savored the delectable wild boar meat, while Talvas, having lagged far behind, leisurely made his way over, evidently having abandoned the pursuit. "Isaac, my insufferable brother, had you merely unleashed your draconic might, those swift creatures would have fled in terror. I even lured them here for you. Yet you are so utterly foolish," Talvas remarked with malicious amusement. After 3 months of growth, Talvas had also grown significantly larger. Although he had not caught up to Isaac, he was among the strongest of his brood. Isaac cast a sidelong glance at Talvas. "My dim-witted sibling, do not presume I am unaware of your inability to control your draconic presence. Pursuing such swift creatures, armed only with brute strength, is a fool's errand. Now you seek to shift the blame? How about this? If you worship me, I shall grant you a succulent leg of boar. What say you?" Isaac ruthlessly exposed Talvas's shortcomings. In truth, Isaac had contemplated capturing those meaty beasts himself. His speed would have allowed him to catch up to them. However, he soon realized that tawny wild boars were far easier prey and abandoned the thought of pursuing the cattle-horse hybrids. The taunt regarding Talvas's inability to control his draconic aura was not entirely unjustified, as most young dragons at this stage could not yet harness their powers, often limited to gliding until they matured enough to integrate their innate flying abilities with their wings. Isaac, being merely 3 months old and capable of both soaring freely and perfectly managing his draconic presence, was indeed a prodigy. Talvas's face flushed with indignation, the red scales barely concealing his embarrassment. Isaac could see that his words had struck a nerve, and the vocabulary of young dragons was regrettably limited. After all, while the legacy of dragons was vast, it certainly did not encompass the art of insult. Perhaps the green dragons possess such vocabulary, Isaac mused. "Do not mimic my speech," Talvas retorted. "You exude an aura that repulses dragons. Your repugnant visage is unworthy of a red dragon." "Repulsive? I believe Mother rather likes me," Isaac scoffed. "Furthermore, if you find me intolerable, you are more than welcome to resolve it in the manner of our kind." By the manner of our kind, Isaac meant a brawl. Yet the size disparity between the two dragons made Talvas hesitant to engage. By the great dragon, Talvas, in a fit of anger, charged at Isaac, leading to a fray. The playful tussles between red dragons typically lacked severity, yet Talvas, in his rage, utilized every part of his body as a weapon against Isaac. Taken by surprise, Isaac soon found himself embroiled in the struggle. He blocked Talvas's onslaught, retreating a few steps, when suddenly, a surge of heat coursed through him, and a brilliant white energy began to emanate from within. His amethyst eyes glinted with lethal intent. In the next moment, a searing white breath erupted from Isaac's mouth, striking Talvas directly. Talvas, initially intent on continuing their scuffle, sensed a fatal threat within the blast and instinctively dodged, though a portion of his body was still caught in its wake. Unlike typical breaths, this enraged outpouring of energy was instinctive, and upon making contact with Talvas, it unleashed a violent reaction, first penetrating scales, then flesh, and ultimately eroding even the sturdy bones beneath. Isaac hastily ceased his breath, having intended only to teach Talvas a lesson, not to inflict true harm. However, the damage was already done. Half of Talvas's body lay in ruin, one arm reduced to mere bone. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Talvas succumbed to a protective instinct, slipping into unconsciousness. For a red dragon, the severity of Talvas's injuries was nearly fatal, but fortunately he had evaded a direct strike to the heart. Without a moment's delay, Isaac abandoned the boar and soared towards Scarlina's dwelling, carrying Talvas. Minutes later, were you truly merely playing? Scarlina inquired, frowning as she assessed Talvas's injuries. Isaac recognized that he had indeed crossed a line. Regardless of the species, wanton violence against another true dragon was unacceptable. I apologize, mother. Isaac knelt, acknowledging his fault, and Scarlina sighed before focusing her attention on Talvas. Greater healing, she intoned softly in the draconic tongue, summoning a golden magical circle in her palm. As she infused it with her power, Talvas's body began to mend at a visible pace, returning to its original state within moments. There, all is well, Scarlina declared, retracting her magic and turning to Isaac. Now, Isaac, explain yourself. Isaac, understanding that deception was futile, recounted the entire sequence of events. After hearing the account, Scarlina raised an eyebrow. Now, demonstrate your breath upon me, not your fiery breath, but the special breath that harmed Talvas. Realizing this was a test, Isaac set aside the peculiar notion of unleashing his breath upon his mother and gathered his energy. A searing white energy slowly rose from his chest, and after a brief moment of concentration, he unleashed a breath imbued with immense destructive power upon Scarlina. As a legendary figure, she emerged unscathed. However, she was still astonished by the power of Isai's breath. This breath not only possessed immense penetrating strength, but also wielded a destructive force akin to that of a disintegration line, capable of dismantling biological structures. How intriguing, Isai. Your ability to astonish me is truly relentless. Yet, at this moment, it was evident that Isai was not in optimal condition. The duration of her breath was brief, indicating that such a devastating attack placed considerable strain on the young dragon. Not a drop remained. Exhausted, Isai collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Scarlina. Moments later, Talvas slowly regained consciousness, looking at Scarlina, who was so close, and touched his injured side, realizing that Scarlina had saved him. Thank you, mother. With lingering trepidation, Talvas glanced at Isai before expressing his gratitude to Scarlina. Though the greater healing spell had restored his injuries, certain areas that had suffered significant loss of flesh would require his own efforts to recover. Isai. Scarlina observed Talvas' newly formed limbs and called Isai over. I am here, mother. Isai approached Scarlina, having recovered some stamina. Talvas' new limbs were uncoordinated and required magical energy to replenish their deficiencies. For the next 10 days, you shall provide Talvas with sustenance. As Scarlina spoke, Talvas' eyes brightened, already imagining ways to torment Isai thereafter. However, being powerful is not your fault. If Talvas disobeys, you may still discipline him, understood? Yet, in the end, Scarlina did not grant Talvas the opportunity for revenge. Yes, thank you, mother. Isai discerned Scarlina's true meaning. For a red dragon, caring for others is a gift bestowed upon them. Regardless of the specifics of this gift, in other words, even if Isai made Talvas eat dirt, the latter would still express gratitude. Such is the nature of red dragons. Thus, what Talvas would eat over the next 10 days would depend on Isai's conscience. In the ensuing days, Isai focused intently on honing her new skill, the scorching white breath. Besides this, Isai also possessed the typical fiery breath of a red dragon, albeit with greater potency. However, despite searching through the draconic legacy for a similar breath to the scorching white breath, Isai found nothing comparable. Different dragon types wield distinct breaths. The blue dragon's lightning breath, the green dragon's toxic mist breath, the black dragon's acid breath, and the white dragon's freezing breath. Isai even perused the breaths of metallic and gem dragons, ultimately reaching the exotic dragons in her lineage without finding anything akin. Finally, she had no choice but to inquire of Scarlina, who informed her that her scorching white breath was similar to a disintegration line, a form of advanced magic capable of dismantling biological structures and reducing them to ash. With its upgraded version, the the great disintegration ray, serving as a formidable weapon. Isai's scorching white breath also bore the ability to destroy biological structures. Through various tests with animal volunteers, Isai discovered that upon striking an enemy, the scorching white breath would induce a unique reaction, converting the opponent's internal energy to obliterate their body. When unleashed with full force, it could achieve an effect similar to that of the disintegration ray, reducing foes to mere dust. It bore some resemblance to white phosphorus munitions, perhaps explaining the breath's high penetrating power. Furthermore, during testing, Isai found she could control the concentration of her breath to enhance its penetrating ability and destructive force. However, this would sacrifice the effect of reducing opponents to dust, resulting instead in a more violent explosion. This led Isai to reminisce about the magical energy weapons within the human empire, which could adjust their power to achieve either annihilation or pure destruction. Thus, Isai named her obliterating breath the magical energy breath, a title chosen primarily for its flair, with little connection to magical energy. She also dubbed her breath, which possessed intense destructive capabilities, the convergent breath. In these few days, Isai did not allow Talvas to remain idle, commanding him to assist her in hunting. After all, Scarlina had instructed that she provide Talvas with food, a directive she intended to honor. Interestingly, perhaps due to the near brush with death at Isai's hands, Talvas now fully submitted, no longer daring to retort against Isai, instead turning his bullying towards Galio. Isai found herself unconcerned. At the very least, this fellow showed her respect, which sufficed. In the lush forest, a few forest deer were leisurely drinking water, their ears occasionally flicking. A few leaves spiraled down, gently landing on the surface of the water. While the deer appeared tranquil, they were anything but, as their focused eyes and perked ears testified to their vigilance. Sure enough, after a brief respite, a red dragon's silhouette emerged, launching itself towards them from the pool. The startled herd immediately retreated in panic, while the dragon, seemingly unsteady on its legs, dashed for a moment before halting. Before the deer could react, an overwhelming aura engulfed them. The leading deer stumbled over a stone, tumbling in a most unfortunate manner, inadvertently dragging down several others in its wake. As they desperately attempted to flee, their frantic movements only exacerbated the chaos, resulting in a tragic stampede. Meanwhile, another red dragon, adorned in resplendent scales, appeared, delivering a claw strike to each of the 4 deer, ending their fearful existence. Talvas, come here. Isai beckoned Talvas, for this was her strategy to ensure Talvas did not slack off, allowing him to initiate the hunt before she would intercept midway. Though she could easily accomplish it alone, Talvas ran over to Isai's side. Well done. Isai praised Talvas, preparing to feast. But upon seeing the deer lying in a pool of blood, she withdrew her mouth. It was not that Isai suddenly wished to mourn. Rather, it was due to the fact that her recent meals had all been bloodied fare. As a true fire dragon, it was only reasonable for her to prepare some cooked food to enhance her palate. However, such tasks were not for Isai, the leader, to undertake. Talvas, prepare a couple of dishes for me. Hearing Isai's request while gnawing on a blood-soaked deer leg, Talvas glanced at her, his expression revealing a mix of confusion, displeasure, curiosity, and irritation. Cook a deer for me. I've had enough of blood food. Let us change it up. Facing Talvas's bewildered gaze, Isai opted for a patient explanation. Oh, Talvas responded, exhaling a weak dragon breath, with deep red flames carrying intense heat, landing upon the forest deer. Utilizing dragon breath for roasting meat requires significant skill, and it was evident that Talvas fell short, as evidenced by the carbonized deer before them. You fool. Isai gazed at the completely carbonized deer, raising his claw to impart a lesson to Talvas, only to find the latter immediately cowering down, his forepaws shielding his head as he trembled in fear. Witnessing the once irritable Talvas reduced to this state by his own training, Isai had no intention of striking him. He chose not to lower himself to the level of a child. Instead of delivering a blow, he merely patted Talvas on the head and affectionately stroked his horn. Sighing, he decided to let the creature consume the remains, unwilling to waste food. With that, Isai pushed the carbonized deer towards Talvas. For the true dragon's diet encompasses all of creation, even the earth itself. Thus, a mere burnt meal was of little consequence. Talvas remained silent, crunching away contentedly, the sounds indicating his enjoyment. Isai bit into a piece of the meat, tinged with blood, his brow furrowing. It was a pity to see such fine meat reduced to charcoal. With a hint of disdain, he glanced at Talvas. As a superior legendary red dragon, Scarlina was undoubtedly one of the apex beings on this continent. Unlike her counterparts, Scarlina achieved legendary status in her prime and rapidly ascended, skipping 2 age stages to become an ancient dragon. The age stages for dragons are as follows: hatchling, 0 to 5 years, whelp, 6 to 15, juvenile, 16 to 25, adolescent, 26 to 50, young, 51 to 100, adult, 101 to 200, mature, 201 to 400, old, 401 to 600, venerable, 601 to 800, ancient, 801-1000, Elder 1001 to 1200, and Primeval 1200. However, these are merely guidelines, as ancient dragons typically transition from age stages to stages of existence. Some venerable dragons may fail to evolve into ancient dragons and will enter senescence after several centuries. Thus, considering senescence, even the weakest true dragon can survive for approximately 1,500 years. Nevertheless, the lifespans of different dragons vary. Most dragons that do not ascend to ancient status after reaching venerable age have limited time left. Importantly, becoming an ancient dragon is not solely a matter of longevity. One must possess formidable strength and a pure lineage. A superior legendary dragon has a significant probability of becoming an ancient dragon, gaining an existence that defies the constraints of time. In essence, lineage and strength dictate the potential for becoming an ancient dragon. Longevity is secondary. A venerable dragon that has lived for a millennium cannot attain the status of an ancient dragon. Scarlena exemplifies the latter. Having retained her reproductive capabilities even after her transformation into an ancient dragon, and thus she began to bear offspring, with ISE being the third brood. Scarlena's lair was constructed within a volcanic landscape, a location that, a century prior, had been transformed by her casting an elemental gem, attracting a multitude of fire elements and ultimately leading to the formation of a volcano after drawing in underground magma. However, due to the high temperatures within the volcano, which could easily melt precious gold, Scarlena commissioned an elderly green dragon to design a grand palace primarily made of obsidian, intended to house her treasures and showcase her might. The rationale behind not sending ISE and his siblings to the palace was partly due to concerns that the younglings might covet and pilfer treasures, despite the low likelihood of escaping her keen gaze. More importantly, nearly all dragon eggs require specific conditions for hatching. For example, white dragon eggs necessitate a cave filled with solid ice, black dragon eggs require swamps, and red dragon eggs naturally need a high-temperature area akin to a volcano for incubation. Some dragon eggs possess protective mechanisms, allowing them to remain viable for extended periods, which accounts for the survival of eggs laid hundreds or even thousands of years ago. In summary, Scarlena's lair predominantly served as a nursery. Only after the hatchlings matured would Scarlena bring the promising offspring to her palace. As the apex of the chromatic dragons, Scarlena's palace was naturally built at the highest point, seamlessly integrating with the mountaintop. The slopes and base of the mountain were home to Scarlena's core followers and trusted aides. Aside from the two-legged wyvern leader Caesar, numerous fire drakes, lava earth dragons, lion-tiger beasts, and chimeras inhabited the area, while further afield, creatures such as gnolls, war lizard folk, and trolls roamed. Near the edge of her territory, drawn by the allure of the Ashen Empress's name, were young dragons, 3 juvenile black dragons stationed to the west, a young red dragon to the north, and 2 adolescent green dragons positioned to the south and east. The placement of these 6 dragons at such a distance was primarily to prevent them from coveting her treasures, although these creatures lacked the audacity to do so. All these factors illustrate the remarkable success of Scarlena as a red dragon. Who would have imagined that such a reviled creature would possess a metallic dragon lineage and exhibit tenderness towards ISE? ISE himself inherited Scarlena's exceptional bloodline. After undergoing a mutation, not only did he grow at an accelerated rate compared to other hatchlings, but he also awakened a form of magical ability that animated his breath weapon, allowing his fiery breath to temporarily manifest a fire element. Most importantly for Scarlena, ISE inherited her 4 majestic horns. Among her 3 broods, only ISE possessed these striking features, which endeared him to her. 3 years after ISE's birth, a cold wave swept across the Geranim continent, prompting the red dragons, who inherently despised frigid weather, to sleep for an entire year to endure the prolonged winter. As the 4th year dawned, following the long farewell of winter, nature welcomed its season of revival. Gentle sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the thawing earth. With each ray seemingly recounting the return of life, rivers broke free from the shackles of ice, their waters shimmering with the remnants of winter while gaining the vigor of spring. Tender green buds timidly peeked from tree branches, declaring the resilience and continuity of life. One evening, after winter's end, within the warm confines of the dragon's lair, a pair of eyes, akin to the finest amethyst, slowly opened. A hatchling, adorned with scales that sparkled like the purest rubies, stretched languidly before rising. After 2 years of deep slumber, the little dragon sighed contentedly. As he spoke, ISE extended his long claws to grasp the ground, lowering his upper body while raising his hindquarters, his restless tail standing tall. He twisted his back, the satisfying crackling sounds echoing in the air. His 4 horns had begun to take form, and the brilliant scales could not conceal the powerful muscles beneath. His long, ruby-like scales glimmered, and when fully unfurled, his formidable wings exceeded 10 meters. At this moment, he resembled not a mere hatchling, but rather a well-developed juvenile dragon. However, from the sizable head of Isai, the still-closed dragon horns reveal that he is merely a fledgling dragon. After casting a glance at his two brothers, who were still in slumber, Isai stepped out of the dragon's lair. Eagerly, he approached the entrance of the nest, inhaled deeply, and opened his golden-purple dragon eyes. With a powerful leap, he unfurled his expansive wings and soared high into the sky. The greater wingspan provided him with a formidable lift, allowing him to fly faster and revel in the exhilaration. Lost in thought, Isai continually accelerated. The world before him became a blur, mountains, rivers, and forests flickering past like flowing paintings. After releasing his pent-up energy, he felt invigorated, yet he chose not to continue flying and turned back toward the nest. Moments later, Isai perched at the edge of the volcano, his violet gold eyes reflecting the myriad stars above. A long-awaited tranquility enveloped him, granting him a rare moment of stillness. He extended his now sharp and sturdy claws toward the starry sky, grasping at the cosmos. One day, I shall possess the strength to seize the stars and contend with the divine. No sooner had he contemplated this than his stomach began to protest. Alas, my stomach always seems to hinder me. Rubbing his belly, Isai was preparing for a late-night snack when a colossal shadow loomed over him. Turning, he discovered Scalina seated beside him at the expansive volcano's edge. With a size of approximately 33 meters, Scalina was not massive enough to crush a mountain. Well said. If your stomach doesn't contradict you, then it's quite a fine speech, Scalina quipped, extending her massive claw to gently pat Isai's head, lingering a moment longer on his horns. Though the stars above are inscrutable, as my progeny, it is indeed correct to aspire to grander goals, she praised, her demeanor gentle, far removed from that of a typical red dragon. Thank you, mother, yet my current ambition remains to become a powerful, superior legendary red dragon like you. Isai replied, his wings raised, sparks of fire flickering from his mouth. I do not need you to become me. Simply be yourself, Scalina imparted, recalling words she had heard during her own youth on Metallic Dragon Island and passing them on to Isai. Isai tilted his head, pondering such profound sentiment. Did you truly conceive that on a whim, mother? Reflecting on Scalina's birth on Metallic Dragon Island, he mused that she must have been influenced by some cultural nuances, habits that might prove difficult to shed. Scalina observed the newly transformed fledgling dragon. At that moment, Isai's resplendent scales shimmered in the night, akin to flickering flames, harmonizing beautifully with the luminous moonlight. His four horns, sharp and erect, already exuded an air of regality, despite still being in the early stages of development. Scalina sensed within Isai elements she had once lacked, memories flooding her mind, and after a moment of silence, she hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Mother, is there something you wish to share with me? Isai inquired, noticing Scalina's expression as he moved closer. Isai, my dear son, Scalina began, stroking his chin with her claw and then gently running it over his head. I wish to tell you something. You mustn't be too startled. As Isai listened to Scalina's words, a myriad of strange possibilities surged through his mind. It's fine, mother, I'm prepared. Please, go ahead, he encouraged. Scalina gazed at her expectant son, scratching her head. Your father is not, in fact, a red dragon. Huh, he is a gold dragon. Really? Isai's eyes widened with surprise. Scalina nodded. Mother, could you elaborate on how you two met? Isai asked, curious as he rubbed his claws together. Seeing that Isai did not react with the astonishment she had anticipated, Scalina paused momentarily, but eventually recounted the tale. The narrative transported them back to the time when Scalina was educated on Metallic Dragon Island. Just as there are peculiarities among the chromatic dragons, the metallic dragons also possess their share of unusual personalities. Among them was a remarkably gifted gold dragon named Celavis, whose temperament was notably aggressive, hidden beneath her true nature. Scalina found uncanny similarities with the young gold dragon. As they grew closer, they began to play together. The elder dragons of Metallic Dragon Island gradually relaxed their oversight of Scalina upon witnessing her camaraderie with Celavis. Even when Scalina later proposed leaving the island, it was Celavis's tenacious character that vouched for her. However, the events that transpired after Scalina's departure from the island undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to Celavis's pride. During Scalina's tumultuous days, many dragons were sent from Metallic Dragon Island to converse with her, yet all returned battered and defeated. It was not until Celavis's arrival that Scalina finally agreed to engage in dialogue. However, by then, Celavis had shed much of his childhood fervor and aggression, significantly diminishing Scalina's impression of him. A century ago, before Scalina ascended to legendary status, the surrounding human kingdoms had launched an unprecedented assault against her due to her past atrocities. Over 30 legendary beings were summoned to participate in the siege. No matter how powerful Scalina was, she could not fend off such a multitude. Just as she was about to be executed, Celavis intervened, saving her life but demanding that she refrain from committing further acts of barbarity. In a bid for survival, Scalina acquiesced, swearing by Tiamat's name not to initiate hostilities against human realms, while ensuring that they would not encroach upon her territory. Owing Celavis a significant debt of gratitude, Scalina agreed to return to Metallic Dragon Island for a time. During that period, Her wrath was considerably tempered, and as an adult who had yet to establish a family, she found herself in a time of heightened desires. Though Celavis was a gold dragon, he was a childhood companion and had aided her on numerous occasions, leaving Scalina with little to occupy her time due to her oath. Thus, the couple of the golden and crimson dragons made their appearance on the continent of Gerenim. Subsequently, they agreed that the offspring of the golden dragon would be entrusted to Celavis for nurturing, while Scalina would rear the crimson dragon herself, with Celavis requiring her consent to see their progeny. Given that Isai had not met his father since birth, Scalina had no intention of allowing Celavis to meet her. This also elucidates why Isai's scales bore a subtle golden hue, along with an array of unique abilities, and why his temperament was not as tempestuous as that of Talvas, the particularly pure crimson dragon. The advantages of being a hybrid were evident, and Isai silently expressed his gratitude to the unseen golden dragon father. Returning to the present, while listening to his mother recount her love story, Isai lamented the absence of a snack in his hands, resorting instead to nibbling on his claws for comfort. Such was the situation. After finishing her lengthy narrative, Scalina observed Isai, who appeared contemplative. "Thank you, mother, for sharing this tale. However, I have a question. Why do you not allow father to see me?" Isai inquired, genuinely curious about the nature of his parents' relationship. I only agreed to marry Celavis because he saved me. It would suffice to give him a child of the metallic dragon lineage. Isai, when you grow up, I hope you do not follow in my footsteps. The strict regulations of Metallic Dragon Island would surely drive you to madness, Scalina replied, turning her head slightly, her long tail flicking restlessly. Isai gazed at his mother, somewhat surprised. "Have you ever visited Metallic Dragon Island to meet your golden dragon offspring?" At Isai's question, Scalina bared her teeth. "Of course not. I have no desire to see those two little brats. They are living quite comfortably there," she said, turning away. Isai opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking, knowing that voicing his thoughts could lead to trouble. "I never expected mother to be so tsundere," Isai mused internally. "You are growing rapidly, Isai. Perhaps by the time you reach the juvenile dragon stage, you will no longer require my protection," Scalina remarked lightly, observing Isai. Isai paused, for it was customary for crimson dragons to expel their young upon their entrance into adolescence. Some even disdainfully cast out their younglings during their juvenile phase. Of course, that applied to ordinary crimson dragons. Isai was anything but ordinary. At the hatchling stage, he already possessed the size of a juvenile dragon. And as he transitioned into that stage, he would likely surpass even some adolescent dragons in size. "Yes, mother, I will take you as my model," Isai declared, flapping his wings. Scalina nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Isai was fortunate to have such a commendable dragon mother, flourishing under her guardianship. Grr. Isai's stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Having slumbered for 2 years without sustenance, he chuckled awkwardly while patting his emaciated belly. "Go down and keep your two brothers company. I will prepare something special for you," Scalina said, spreading her vast wings and soaring away from the volcano's peak. As Isai watched his mother's retreating figure, a sense of yearning washed over him. Without lingering too long on his emotions, he spread his wings and flew back into the dragon's lair. His two sleepy brothers had yet to awaken. Isai observed Talvas and Gario, taking stock of their appearances. Over the 4 years, with 2 spent in slumber, Talvas had grown remarkably, reaching a height of 4 meters, despite being merely a hatchling. Gario, too, was notable. Standing over 3 meters, he maintained a typical hatchling size. Yet his scales exhibited a delicate golden tint, intermingled with red, a clear indication of his hybrid heritage. Moreover, Gario's demeanor was exceptionally gentle, unlike what one would expect from a crimson dragon. Isai speculated that Gario's lineage bore a significant portion of golden dragon blood, while his own golden and crimson bloodlines were evenly matched, with a hint of an unknown ancestry. In contrast, Talvas was a paragon of pure crimson dragon lineage, embodying the essence of a crimson dragon even more so than Scalina. After approximately 10 minutes, commotion arose outside the lair, followed by Scalina returning with a magnificent beast in tow, depositing it within the lair. Isai recognized the creature's species, the Comrade giant bear, an extraordinary magical beast. Such high-tier life forms were rich in energy and magical essence, making for excellent nourishment. Some nurturing dragons would occasionally hunt magical beasts for their younglings. Isai had previously been fed magical beasts by Scalina, but those had all been mid-tier creatures like lava lizards. This was his first encounter with an extraordinary beast. "Thank you, mother," Isai nudged against her in gratitude. "Ha, go eat. This will be beneficial for you," Scalina encouraged, and after Isai expressed his gratitude repeatedly, he settled atop the massive Comrade giant bear, tearing into its flesh where his mother had opened a wound. The moment the flesh of the extraordinary beast entered his mouth, the terrifying energy and magical essence surged within him like a warm tide, allowing Isai to tangibly feel his strength augmenting. The meat was also delectable, undoubtedly the finest he had ever tasted. After consuming the most energy-rich parts of the Comrade giant bear, Talvas and Gario awakened, drawn by the scent of blood, and, after thanking Scarlina, joined in the feast. The flesh of magical beasts was on an entirely different level from that of ordinary creatures. While Isai could easily devour the equivalent of 3 cows, after consuming 2 paws and the heart of the comrade giant bear, he found himself satiated, contentedly sitting aside with a satisfied burp. This was quite normal, considering Isai remained a hatchling, and his capacity for energy intake was limited. The flesh of an extraordinary beast was a substantial supplement for him. Isai, Talvas, Gario, Scarlina called, summoning the 3 dragons. "Mother, what is it?" Isai asked, as Scarlina's gaze settled upon him. "I have a task for you, one that I usually undertake myself. However, I need to ascertain whether you possess the capability to help me guard the western border of our territory." Talvas nodded, while Gario appeared to sense something amiss. "Mother, aren't there 3 black dragons in the west?" Isai queried. "The black-scaled ones who cannot even defend their own territory do not deserve to linger in my domain." Scarlina replied coldly. It turned out that just days prior, a reckless adventuring party had intruded upon the territory of the Ashen Queen, and the 3 black dragons stationed at the western edge had failed to notice the humans slipping in. Ultimately, it was Caesar who apprehended the group at the foot of the volcano and turned them to ashes. Upon learning of this incident, Scarlina promptly decided to expel the 3 black dragons. However, due to the impending end of their slumber, Scarlina granted the 3 black dragons a few more days. If they were to come forward and admit their mistakes within this time frame, Scarlina would offer them another chance. Yet, perhaps owing to their poor reputation, not a single individual approached them to convey this matter, and Scarlina's patience was wearing thin. Just then, Isai had recently awakened, brimming with energy, yet with no outlet for it. After informing the 3 dragons of their precise location, Isai soared westward with his 2 companions. Isai had estimated that the juvenile black dragons measured approximately 6 to 7 meters in length, and he could easily handle one in a one-on-one confrontation. However, the trio usually operated as a cohesive unit, which likely explained why Scarlina insisted that Isai bring Talvas and Galio along. Speaking of black dragons, they rank second to last among the chromatic dragons. Typically, a red dragon of the same age could easily overpower 3 black dragons. It would take at least 5 black dragons to pose any real challenge to a red dragon. This disparity is immense, as red dragons surpass black dragons in both size and breath weapon potency. Among the chromatic dragons, red dragons hold a slight regard for blue dragons, as the latter possess commendable physicality and devastating lightning breath. However, this regard is minimal. In actual combat, red dragons prevail far more often. Isai himself was stronger than red dragons of his age, augmented by his magical breath and the ability to concentrate it. Thus, even in a 3-on-1 scenario, the outcome remained uncertain. Furthermore, with his 2 companions by his side, who, although appearing weaker, still contributed to their collective strength, it was clear that the advantage lay with him. After a considerable flight, the 3 dragons arrived near the black dragon's lair. Due to the innate corrosive aura of the black dragons, prolonged presence in any location would alter the surrounding environment, gradually transforming it into a fetid swamp. Other dragon breeds possess similar domain effects, such as the red dragon's burning domain, the white dragon's freezing domain, the green dragon's toxic domain, and the blue dragon's lightning domain. "It stinks," exclaimed Talvas, pinching his nose in distaste before they even approached. The usual juvenile black dragons did not exude such a potent aroma. The combined presence of the 3 was sufficient to produce this effect, confirming that the trio had indeed found the right location. Isai frowned at the odor. Beginning to understand why red dragons were inclined to thrash black dragons, he too felt a similar urge. "Will we get covered in muck if we engage them?" Galio inquired. Well. Thus, in close proximity to the black dragon's lair, the 3 dragons deliberated their strategy. Ultimately, they unanimously resolved to lure the black dragons out of their den, proclaiming their intentions and hoping to compel these creatures to vacate. Although this plan was rather poor, it was preferable to fight in a cleaner area since combat was inevitable. Accordingly, the 3 dragons gradually approached the foul-smelling lair of the black dragons. Subsequently, the unique draconic majesty of the red dragons was unleashed in unison, heralding Isai's arrival. "Black Scales, come forth. The great Ashen Queen has matters to announce." Isai inhaled deeply, nearly choking, then composed himself to call out in a somewhat juvenile voice. Minutes later, 3 black dragons, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, emerged and landed before Isai. With downturned horns, sunken eye sockets, and wrinkled skin, these black dragons appeared remarkably unrefined. "Ah, I recognize this aura. You previously harassed the Ashen Queen's followers nearby. You are the son of the Ashen Queen, Chimerian Isai. I shall refer to you as Chimerian." The largest black dragon addressed Isai while scrutinizing his gleaming scales. Isai detected the characteristic sour scent emanating from this black dragon and took a step back, his brow furrowed. "Indeed, that is I. But I have little interest in how you choose to address me. In any case, the Ashen Queen commands you to leave, and I advise you to pack your belongings and depart swiftly," Isai retorted, his purple-gold eyes filled with disdain for the black dragons. "Ha! Absurd. We have held our ground in the west since we were whelps, now for a full decade. We have lived alongside mountains and rivers, loyalty as our armor. The Ashen Queen is well aware of this. I warn you, young dragon, even if you are the offspring of the Ashen Queen, you cannot speak to an elder in such a tone." The leading black dragon adopted the tone of a seasoned veteran stationed in the west, earnestly admonishing Isai. Isai felt only revulsion. How laughable. You have sought the Ashen Queen's protection for a decade, living off her grace. Yet you remain oblivious to the passage of a human adventuring party through your territory. Black dragon, your ignorance and narrow-mindedness amuse me. Isai's expression conveyed a mix of mockery, derision, and a casual smile as he pointed an accusatory claw at the trio. Impossible. If there were an adventuring party, I would have known. The other two smaller black dragons chimed in, their gazes toward Isai growing increasingly menacing. Fools. If you had known, we would not be here now, Isai scoffed, his muscles tensing in preparation for combat. Before the two smaller black dragons could finish their retort, the strongest among them lunged at Isai. Its obsidian claws aimed directly at his eyes. Well aware of the black dragon's penchant for ambush, Isai was prepared and deftly intercepted the attack with his foreclaw. You fool. Following this, in the astonished gaze of the juvenile black dragon, Isai let out a youthful roar and charged forward. In that instant, Talvas and Galio also sprang into action, and the 6 dragons became entangled in a chaotic melee. You imbecile. Isai roared, his resplendent claws, enveloped in shimmering scales, arcing through the air before striking the black dragon's face with tremendous force. The black dragon, whose attack had been deflected, felt a sudden dizziness, followed by a sharp pain. Under the assault of Isai's razor-sharp claws, the black dragon's facial scales shattered as if they were mere paper, exposing bloody flesh beneath. Roar. The black dragon, stung by pain, had its ferocity ignited, baring its fangs in an attempt to bite Isai's neck. However, the intent of its attack was too apparent. Isai deftly evaded the bite and crashed against the black dragon's chest. Without granting the black dragon a moment to react, Isai rose up, engaging in a contest of strength. The juvenile black dragon gradually succumbed to the might of the hatchling red dragon. After forcing the black dragon back, Isai delivered a powerful tail swipe to its vulnerable abdomen, the scene resembling a child lifting and tossing a somewhat emaciated adult. The impact of Isai's tail strike nearly sent the black dragon tumbling down. The dragon's tail is inherently one of the most powerful parts of its body. Isai's strike nearly dislodged the internal organs of the black dragon. Swiftly, Isai brought the black dragon down, standing atop it, with waves of searing heat and sparks emanating from his mouth, signaling the imminent release of dragon fire, a clear threat. The entire battle unfolded in a mere minute, without even a breath being unleashed, yet delivering satisfying blows. Regrettably, the black dragon was far too fragile, succumbing swiftly to the onslaught. Meanwhile, Talvas and Galio were still entangled in combat with the black dragon, albeit gaining the upper hand. The primary battleground for the black dragon was in the water, and their strength was being crushed by the red dragon. This outcome was entirely expected. Injuring my kin, the Ashen Queen shall not let you go unpunished. The black dragon threatened vehemently from beneath Isai's claw. A wretched cur dares to bark? Silence. Isai retorted, delivering another fierce strike, causing dragon blood to flow profusely. Shortly thereafter, Talvas and Galio claimed victory as well. Just as Isai began contemplating how to deal with the remaining black dragons, the voice of Scarlina resonated through magic. Buster, you have greatly disappointed me. Take those 2 imbeciles and leave. Buster, pinned under Isai's claw, inferred the situation upon hearing Scarlina's deep voice laced with anger. Acknowledging his failure, he departed with the remaining black dragons, dejected, once Isai lifted his claw. Throughout the battle, Talvas and Galio had exchanged blows, initially struggling due to inexperience, but ultimately mastering the rhythm of attack to secure victory. In stark contrast, Isai displayed sheer dominance. Against an ordinary juvenile red dragon, victory would have been a formidable challenge. Yet, with the combined bloodlines of gold and red dragons coursing through him, Isai faced the young black dragon without the slightest pressure. Before Isai could even marvel at his prowess, Talvas and Galio hurriedly made their way to the black dragon's lair, undoubtedly to scavenge for treasures. Isai found this amusing. The black dragon, fond of collecting coins, would have long since absconded with such easily transportable trinkets, leaving not a single copper behind. Moreover, even if there were any coins left, Isai had no desire to seek them out. He was unwilling to tarnish his resplendent scales with the foul muck, especially when it bore the distinct scent of the black dragon, an acrid odor they favored to mask by dwelling in the swamps. Indeed, several hours later, 2 dragons, caked in repugnant muck, returned to Isai's side. Now I understand why you didn't go, Galio remarked, knocking his head in frustration at the sight of the filth and unbearable stench. Can this stuff be cleaned? Talvas sniffed his own odor, nearly wrinkling his brow in disgust. I have no idea, so keep your distance, Isai replied, stepping back. And you both better not fly. This area is home to the venomous serpent folk. Given your current state, flinging mud at them will certainly lead to complaints. The Ashen Queen is particularly sensitive to this race. The venomous serpent folk, an all-female intelligent creature race favored by Scarlena, had been granted a forest of their own. Thus, the two muddy dragons slowly made their way towards the river, leaving behind a trail of muddy paw prints. Isai, however, took to the skies, preparing to return to the dragon's lair when the voice of his mother echoed in his mind. Little Isai, come to the mountaintop palace to find me. Isai paused momentarily, then gazed at the magnificent obsidian castle atop the distant peak, eagerly soaring towards it. Soon, filled with anticipation, Isai alighted at the grand palace's entrance. Until now, he had only observed it from afar. Now, witnessing the grandeur of the palace up close left him utterly entranced. The palace, constructed from obsidian, presented a dignified and mysterious facade, adorned with rubies that sparkled like stars. Golden embellishments added an air of infinite nobility and splendor. From an exterior view alone, Isai could discern no flaws. Upon entering the palace, the two draconic sentinels did not impede his passage. Inside, genuine astonishment awaited him. The interior of the palace was resplendent, each corner exuding luxury and craftsmanship, a dreamlike realm where the profundity of obsidian, the passion of rubies, and the nobility of gold blended seamlessly, irresistibly captivating to any dragon. By Tiamat, Isai exclaimed, marveling as he walked. Meanwhile, far in the depths of the abyss, Tiamat sensed a promising young dragon invoking her true name. Her crimson head opened its eyes, reflecting Isai's curious visage. Another ungrateful wretch, Tiamat thought, accustomed to such encounters, and closed her eyes, dismissing it. The tradition of muttering Tiamat's name during grumbling sessions had become commonplace among the chromatic dragons, and even the metallic dragons followed suit. Back with Isai, he remained astounded by the palace's interior. The obsidian walls exuded depth and solemnity, punctuated by radiant rubies. Golden adornments graced chandeliers, carpets, and thrones, all gleaming with extraordinary opulence. Ascending tiered steps, numerous sharp spires carved from rubies hung with crystal skulls behind a massive throne. Sitting upon the obsidian throne inlaid with rubies was Isai's mother, Scarlena. She gestured for Isai to join her at her side, and he promptly flew to the vacant spot beside her. Little Isai, how do you feel? Scarlena inquired. Gazing at her obedient offspring, Isai examined the walls adorned with sculptures of Scarlena's dragon head and the red dragon motifs on the floor. It's absolutely magnificent. Although Scarlena was unfamiliar with the term magnificent, she discerned its meaning from Isai's astonished tone. However, this chair is rather uncomfortable, she remarked, observing Isai's excitement. The green dragon who designed this was unable to accommodate my form due to certain matters, so it wasn't tailored to my physique. Hence, I do not usually sit upon this throne. In response to Isai's confusion, Scarlena shifted in her seat. Could it be that you endure this discomfort merely to set an example as a paragon of malice for me? Isai inquired. I am not so sadistic. It is merely to welcome a familiar dragon, Scarlena replied. Who? Your father. My father? Upon hearing that he was to meet the father he had never known, Isai straightened up, glancing at the sun beginning to rise. Humph, it seems the wretched metallic dragon blood within you is still too potent. We are evil dragons. Familial bonds need not be so intense. Daenerys observed the palpable excitement of Isai regarding the imminent arrival of the golden dragon, feeling a twinge of displeasure. With a huff, she declared, red dragons never engage in disingenuous maneuvering. They openly acknowledge their own malevolence. You think I'm a scoundrel? Alas, it seems that I truly am. Isai chuckled, nuzzling against Scarlena while playfully pouting. This is my respect for the strong. A father, naturally, cannot compare to my magnificent mother. Hearing Isai's words, Scarlena's demeanor softened. After all, she had merely been jesting moments prior. Speaking of which, mother, did you not prohibit Father Celavis from coming? Isai inquired, his small eyes brimming with curiosity. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Scarlena replied, her irritation evident. In the past, my offspring were predominantly red or gold dragons, with no notable hybrids. Yet that fellow, employing some unknown method, learned of the distinctly hybrid red dragon in my lair and insisted on visiting me, arguing that you share his bloodline. Listening to his mother's grievances, Isai discreetly shook his head. It was evident that the other dragon missed her, and considering how metal dragons value their progeny, it was rather unfortunate. Isai wisely chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Otherwise, he would surely face punishment, and with his father arriving, that would be quite the embarrassment. Before long, a tempestuous aura of draconic power enveloped the palace. It was as if a tangible force, akin to a cataclysmic eruption, swept over the entire structure. Isai felt the overwhelming presence, his body stiffening as his scales bristled in trepidation. Do not be alarmed, Scarlena reassured him lazily. Isai soon realized that this formidable power bore no malice, it was merely a greeting. His exaggerated response was primarily due to his youth and inexperience. Outside the palace, As the sun ascended, a golden dragon emerged from the clouds, its scales shimmering with radiant light, harmonizing beautifully with the dawn. Soon, under the sun's luminous embrace, the magnificent dragon landed at the entrance of the obsidian palace, moving with grace amidst the respectful gazes of the bipedal dragons. Within moments, as the golden dragon approached, Isai could discern its imposing form through the wide-open doors. The dragon possessed a pair of robust, majestic horns, wings that could obscure the sky, and a colossal frame that spoke volumes of its terrifying strength. Each glimmering scale of gold crafted an intricate pattern of authority upon its body, while its explosive musculature remained visible beneath the protective armor of scales. Beneath its commanding visage, flowing golden whiskers danced in the breeze, conjuring the image of a venerable and sagacious elder. This was the golden dragon, the favored offspring of Bahamut, the platinum dragon god, the apex of the metallic dragons, and the archrival of the red dragons. It is worth noting that despite their rivalry, red dragons typically find it challenging to triumph over golden dragons of the same age. This is not merely due to the latter's ability to summon allies, but also because, in terms of sheer strength, red dragons cannot match their golden counterparts. In truth, if one disregards the exceptional dragon breeds, golden dragons represent the most formidable class of true dragons. Moreover, due to the protective nature of metallic dragons towards their offspring, engaging in conflict with a juvenile dragon could escalate to an encounter with the platinum dragon god himself. "Oh my!" Isai exclaimed, nearly uttering the name of his ancestor upon witnessing the regal golden dragon. Only when the golden dragon stood before Scarolina did Isai fully grasp its size, nearly 50 meters long. Should its wings spread fully, it would indeed eclipse the sky. Considering that Scarolina, a high-ranking legend, measures just over 30 meters, it was evident that this dragon possessed the might of a demigod. While the continent may boast numerous legends, only 10 demigods exist, and it was clear that the magnificent golden dragon before him was one of them. Isai swallowed hard. Although the distinction between a demigod and a high-ranking legend is merely a single tier, the gap between demigods and true gods is vast. The difference in standing between a high-ranking legend and a demigod is akin to that between a demigod and a true god, an insurmountable chasm. Elation surged through him. With a demigod father, announcing his lineage before battle could potentially induce immediate surrender from adversaries. Yet, as he pondered this, Isai shook his head. While his father was formidable, he did not wish to live his life under the shadow of another's protection. Upon reaching Scarolina, Salavis, the demigod golden dragon, felt a twinge of awkwardness. "Scarolina, it has been quite a while." "I have no desire to see you," Scarolina retorted, her displeasure unmistakable. "Well," Salavis replied nonchalantly, glancing at Isai. "Hello, my child." Isai felt uneasy under the gaze of his demigod father, as if he were being scrutinized. Mustering courage, he managed a greeting. "Indeed, I am well. You must be the little Isai that Scarolina frequently mentions." "Huh, truly, you are a splendid little dragon, just like the son of my holy radiance king." Salavis boomed with pride, admiring Isai's exquisite appearance and his 4 horns. "Stop prattling," Scarolina snapped, giving Salavis a playful swat. "You've seen the child, now be gone." Salavis feigned hurt, covering his unblemished snout, his tail and ears drooping in a pitiful display. "Scarolina, we are still a couple. This child has never seen me since birth. I should at least be allowed to express my affection for him. Besides, I have yet to meet the rest of my kin." Scarolina, who preferred gentle persuasion over force, was not genuinely eager to banish Salavis. "I have no interest in seeing you. If you wish to converse with little Isai, go ahead. I have taught him well. He cannot possibly be swayed by your foolish metallic dragon teachings." With that, Scarolina cast Isai a glance and then eyed Salavis. "I truly wonder where your once fiery and aggressive demeanor has vanished to. Youthful exuberance, I suppose, you understand. Your character has improved since the siege." Isai observed their banter, reminiscent of an old married couple, before leaping down from Scarolina's throne to stand beside Salavis. "If you dare take him away, I shall strip your scales," came Scarolina's fierce voice from behind. "It's merely a layer of scales. They will regrow," Salavis jested. Soon, Isai followed Salavis outside the palace doors. "I recall that Scarolina has 3 offspring. Isai, where are your 2 brothers?" Isai contemplated for a moment before recounting the recent expulsion of the black dragon. "You defeated a juvenile dragon. Well done, Isai. Since they have yet to return, let us converse for a while," Salavis said, gazing fondly at Isai's gleaming scales. Isai was at a loss for words. "I am aware of your extraordinary abilities. However, beyond the bloodlines of the red dragon and the golden dragon, there lies within your being a rare and powerful lineage." The golden dragon paused, observing Isai's eager expression. "What powerful lineage are you referring to? Can a riddle be unraveled?" Coughing awkwardly, Salavis continued. "Apologies, I've been mingling with a human friend lately, and I've picked up some of his mannerisms. Let us not beat around the bush. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I meticulously examined you and found that you possess numerous exceptional bloodlines. Aside from being a hybrid, You have also experienced a regression, a rare occurrence of dual bloodline regression. Isai shivered at his father's words, realizing the sensation of being seen through was indeed genuine. The regression itself is not surprising. Both of Isai's parents are ancient dragons, making the impurity of his dragon blood unusual. Moreover, there exists within you a trace of the long-extinct star dragon's bloodline, as well as another bloodline of which I am unaware. Saravis looked at Isai, his dragon visage contemplative. However, the plethora of complex terms left Isai bewildered. Am I not a hybrid? When did I regress? What is this star dragon bloodline, along with the other unknown bloodline? Shaking his head, Isai attempted to clarify his thoughts. The dual bloodline regression is easily comprehensible. Both the red and golden dragon bloodlines within him have regressed simultaneously. As for the star dragon bloodline, Isai suddenly recalled that Saravis had described it as having fallen from existence. Indeed, Saravis noted, recognizing Isai's expression and preemptively answering his unspoken question. Star dragons are exceedingly rare. There are only a few dozen in the entire multiverse. They were among the first dragons created by the nine-faced dragon god, Eo, prior to the Age of Thunder. However, the star dragons emerged towards the end of the Golden Age, shortly before the nine-faced dragon god confronted the Lord of Terror in a cataclysmic battle. In that decisive dawn war, not only was the nine-faced dragon god slain, but so too was a star dragon. Saravis spoke with a detached tone. The nine-faced dragon god Eo, the eternal wheel, the devourer of shadows, is the progenitor of all dragons today. During the Dawn War, deities clashed with primordial beings, Eo included, whose formidable strength once posed significant challenges to the primordial entities. Yet, the cunning dark god Ezekiel harbored jealousy towards Eo's ability to create dragons, as he could only spawn inferior serpent folk and reptiles. Thus, he betrayed the nine-faced dragon god, leaving him to face the Lord of Terror alone. However, unbeknownst to the world, Eo was not alone in facing the Lord of Terror. He had created several new dragon species. Unfortunately, these potent dragons, brimming with potential, were also slain alongside Eo's fall. Yet, the fate of the Lord of Terror was not far removed from tragedy. From the split remains of Eo, Tiamat and Bahamut were born, two new dragon deities who united to vanquish the Lord of Terror. This is why serpent folk have not become dragoness kin on the continent of Jeranim. Interestingly, despite Tiamat and her five-colored dragon's disdain for serpent folk, Bahamut has spread disinformation in some remote realms, obfuscating the true events of the Dawn War. Indeed, Bahamut's fabrications are well known. It is said he even concocted wild tales about the goddess of magic, Mystra, which were so absurd that I shan't elaborate further here. Listening to Saravis's calm discourse, Isai scratched his head. So what exactly is this star dragon? How should I know? However, dear Isai, the dragon potential created by the great Eo is indeed formidable. You need only to know that it is a fortuitous circumstance. Saravis replied gently, revealing that he too had only recently learned of the star dragon lineage. The specifics may well be known solely to the nine-faced dragon god, lost in the sands of time. That's all right, father. I have long been curious about the breath I have inadvertently wielded. Thank you for the clarification. Though Isai felt a tinge of regret, he dismissed it and instead reveled in his own impressive self-praise. Not far off, Talvas and Garlio, summoned by Scarolina, arrived at the Obsidian Palace. Wow. At first sight of Saravis, Garlio's dragon eyes sparkled with yearning, and his tail swished with excitement. Though Talvas recognized his father, he still felt a twinge of fear. Tucking his tail between his legs. Fear not, for you are my bloodline, and I shall not harm you, Saravis reassured. Glancing at the trembling Talvas as he produced several shards of energy, offering them to him. Talvas received the energy fragments, expressing gratitude to Saravis while munching on them. The experience was reminiscent of entertaining a child. Isai observed Talvas's tail regaining its vigor and shook his head, too easily appeased. In the ensuing hours, Saravis entertained the young dragons before retreating into the palace, the nature of his conversation with Scarolina remaining a mystery. Isai could only hear the roars emanating from within, suggesting a lively discussion between the two dragons. As Isai waited, boredom began to settle in when the grand doors swung open, revealing Saravis, adorned with a few harmless scratches. Isai, I must take my leave. However, before I go, my bloodlines, these three gifts are for your future growth. As Saravis spoke, three beams of golden light appeared, drifting toward the three young dragons. Talvas received the golden light, which dissipated to reveal a flame dragon crystal brimming with energy nestled within his claws. With this, Talvas's affinity for flames would soar, accelerating his growth. Garlio received a radiant golden scale imbued with a resurrection spell and instant teleportation magic. With anticipation, Isai accepted his gift, which revealed an ancient tome and a small box resting quietly in his claws. What is this? Isai queried, opening the book. The title, The Fire Sovereign, was inscribed in the dragon script. This is a unique profession, derived from a powerful red dragon from another plane, improved from the profession of Flamebinder. It is exceedingly suitable for you, Isai. A special profession, distinct from common careers, possesses uniqueness and inherent powers. Each special profession boasts strengths that are unparalleled by others. Furthermore, the profession of the Fire Sovereign is an enhancement of another unique profession, implying even greater potential. Isai rejoiced, realizing that the materials required for the profession were contained within the accompanying box. This gift from his golden dragon father was indeed precious. I am immensely grateful, father, Isai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Haha, I accept your gratitude. Remember, you are the bloodline of the radiant sovereign. Spread your wings and soar. Furthermore, should you desire, you are welcome to visit me in the Metal Dragon City in the future. Saravis, with a hearty laugh, graciously accepted the gratitude of the three young dragons before unfurling his vast, shadow-casting wings and soaring away from the Obsidian Palace. Scarolina, farewell, he called out, though the latter did not respond. The Star Dragon is not part of the author's design. It is simply a name I conjured, and to my surprise, it actually exists in DD, so I shall set it aside for now. After all, this is a pseudo-DD world, and everything revolves around this narrative. After the Golden Dragon father departed from the territory of the Red Dragon mother, the young dragon squad led by Isai returned to their normal lives. However, a question lingered in Isai's mind. Ever since he acquired the occupational tome of the Fire King, he pondered why such a formidable and unique profession was not embraced by the Golden Dragon father himself. Upon opening the book, Isai's curiosity was swiftly addressed. Greetings, young Red Dragon. How do I know you are a Red Dragon? As the prodigious Red Dragon Gusagarlter Prometheus, I have long since refined this lackluster profession. Only the mightiest of red dragons may aspire to the title of Fire King. By the way, I harbor a disdain for drow, thus, unnamed Red Dragon. Should you feel grateful, slay more drow elves. Only red dragons can hold this position, and considering the Golden Dragon father's semi-divine prowess, it is only logical that he possesses other unique professions, rendering this one unnecessary for him. The first entry within the tome was not about the steps and materials for the occupation, but rather a proud message from a certain red dragon. Indeed, this is quintessentially Red Dragon, Isai remarked. In the days that followed, Isai immersed himself in the study of the Fire King profession. Though he could not yet assume the title, it did not hinder his imagination of what it would be like to attain it. The Fire King requires at least a level of the extraordinary to claim the title, with the fundamental abilities being a vast resistance to fire and mastery over fire elements. Elemental mastery significantly differs from elemental affinity. The former positions the user as the leader of fire elements, allowing for swifter casting times and greater power when unleashing fire-based spells. Moreover, the Fire King possesses two foundational abilities, summoning fire elements to form an elemental armor that enhances defense while infusing physical attacks with fire damage. Furthermore, while in this state, the potency of fire magic is amplified. The second ability is even more formidable. It allows the user to become entirely elemental, rendering them immune to nearly all physical attacks and enabling them to summon fire elements for healing purposes. Additionally, due to their fire elemental form, the user can manifest various fire elemental weapons at will and open portals to the realm of fire elements, commanding legions of elemental beings. These are merely basic skills. As the user's power escalates, even more terrifying abilities will emerge. Although Isai was envious, his current strength was still at a low tier. While some mid-tier beings may struggle against him, the leap to the extraordinary remains substantial. Once I reach adolescence, I shall surely attain the extraordinary, coupled with my ancestral bloodline. Perhaps I will steadily break through to legendary status before adulthood, Isai mused. In truth, the ancestral giants typically achieve legendary status upon maturity. And Isai also carries traces of star dragon blood. Yet, despite Isai's grand aspirations, he remained a fledgling dragon, with limited actions at his disposal. In the days that followed, Isai indulged in a lifestyle of eating and sleeping, occasionally teasing Talvas and Gario, or being amused by Scarolina, while filling his idle hours with mischief in Scarolina's domain. As for the task of guarding the southern edge of Scarolina's territory, Isai delegated it to the nearby forest serpent demon. After all, he was not guarding his own territory and received no compensation, so he would not toil for such a greedy employer. Scarolina said nothing, as her affection for Isai was well known. Thus, 5 or 6 years passed, and Isai reached the age of 10, entering the juvenile dragon stage. His size grew exponentially, transforming him into a fearsome creature measuring a total of 10 meters from head to tail. Not only that, but Isai's life tier had also ascended to mid-tier. However, despite this, he was nearly invincible among his peers. Even upper-tier warriors would likely struggle against him. As his physique expanded, certain aspects of Isai's form began to change. Most notably, his 4 dragon horns, which had remained small and close together during his fledgling stage, now grew long and robust, exhibiting a graceful curvature. Additionally, Isai's scales underwent a transformation, deepening in hue as strands of gold fully integrated with the red, becoming increasingly radiant. When his dragon wings were fully spread, they approached 20 meters in length, Such wingspan was not merely unprecedented, but could be considered a rare treasure. After all, the aesthetics of true dragons are intrinsically linked to their wings, size, and horns. Isai's violet gold eyes began to deepen in their intensity. In summary, Isai had changed. Yet he remained fundamentally the same. One morning, Isai uprooted a tree and savored the fruits hanging from its branches. After all, a balanced diet is key to longevity. Though primarily, Isai sought a change in flavor. While he luxuriated among the blossoms, indulging in his feast, the voice of Kaiser echoed from the foot of the volcano. Your Highness, child of ashes, the master calls for you. You are to head to the dragon's nest. The black-red, bipedal dragon addressed Isai, who, upon hearing Kaiser's voice, contemplated his own considerable size and surmised Scaralina's intentions. Very well, I shall be there shortly, Isai replied, swiftly consuming the remaining fruits, chewing them briefly before swallowing them whole. He then unfurled his nearly 20-meter-long wings and soared towards the dragon's nest. Upon entering the familiar lair, Isai reminisced about the days following his birth when he treated the nest like a playground, only to disturb Scaralina's slumber and earn himself a scolding. Indeed, time has flown, Isai remarked as Scaralina's massive form rose from the magma pool, a waft of sulfur permeating the air. Good day, mother, Isai greeted, folding his limbs and sitting upright, his tail curling elegantly before his forepaws. Isai, you are now 10 years old. You have reached mid-juvenile stage. However, your size far surpasses that of many young red dragons, Scaralina observed, gazing at Isai's 10-meter frame. All thanks to your excellent guidance, mother, coupled with my remarkable bloodline. Isai praised, slightly unfurling his wings and raising his gaze. Haha, well said. However, given your size and strength, you no longer require my protection. You may venture forth into the world to carve out your own domain, Scaralina chuckled, though her mirth quickly faded as she spoke earnestly. Very well, mother. I am grateful for your nurturing over the past decade. I shall surely make my mark and establish a realm of wicked dragons. Upon hearing Scarlena's words, Isai was not overly surprised. He spread his nascent dragon wings and declared his ambitions to her. I look forward to hearing your name, but you still lack a goal. Scarlena nodded at the sight of her son's expansive wings. Defeat all the metal dragons. I shall, Isai replied with a wicked smile. Given his current rate of growth, no dragon of his age, save for the legendary breeds, could possibly defeat him. By the way, mother, do you have any recommended places? Isai suddenly recalled his ignorance of the surrounding environment. The continent was vast. If he inadvertently trespassed into the territory of another dragon, he might find himself captured and forced into servitude. A recommended place, you say? Let me think. To the east, the southern region is bustling with human activity and home to an empire. The west is too distant, dominated by the ocean. You might consider the Emerald Mountains to the north. It's quite a distance, about a 6-day flight from here. The area is filled with towering peaks and lush forests, closely adjacent to a plain where only a few human principalities exist, making it relatively safe for you. Listening to Scarlena's words, Isai nodded. A 6-day flight was indeed quite a distance, but he was well aware of his speed. Do not worry about dangers along the way. There are no formidable monsters on your route. Furthermore, I trust my son possesses the wisdom to avoid confrontation. Isai nodded, confident in his intelligence. So, mother, if I miss you, can I return for a visit? Scarlena paused for a moment, then a smile spread across her face. Of course you can come back to see me, but I hope it is not out of despair. Rest assured, I am your offspring, Isai declared, patting his chest confidently. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly remembered Talvas and the others. Aren't Talvas and Galliath coming along? They have not grown as rapidly as you. I will not allow them to leave until they reach their youth stages, Scarlena replied, gazing at Isai. Very well, mother. I am ready now. Farewell. When I return, you shall be proud of me, Isai exclaimed, turning to depart. After casting a final glance at Scarlena in the dragon's lair, he took to the skies. Goodbye, mother. Tonight, I embark on my journey. Soaring high, Isai flew over massive volcanoes, past Scarlena's magnificent obsidian palace, and glided over vast swathes of creatures, ascending ever higher. A wave of inexplicable loneliness washed over him. Despite his premonition, he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave behind these carefree days. Nevertheless, as a red dragon, he was inherently drawn to battle and the unknown. Regardless, he looked forward to the adventures that awaited him. A myriad of complex emotions surged within him as Isai furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply at high altitude, and then released a powerful dragon roar that reverberated through the heavens. Scarlena, listening to the distant roar filled with anticipation, nodded in approval. After his mighty cry, Isai felt a significant lightness in his heart, and as the tumult of emotions subsided, he realized he had never felt such exhilaration before. My future will undoubtedly be resplendent. A drop of water fell onto the tranquil surface of a lake, creating ripples. In the dense forest, 2 robust tigers bared their teeth at one another, clearly preparing to clash over this bountiful territory. Roar. A resonant tiger roar echoed, met with a defiant response from the other tiger. Roar. But before the second tiger could complete its roar, its voice caught in its throat. Behind them, a magnificent red dragon observed, its golden-purple eyes filled with amusement. "What's the matter? Continue fighting." The red dragon's supposed gentle words sounded like a threatening growl to the tigers, who swiftly fled with their tails between their legs. "Boring," Isai muttered, the scales of his jewel-like red body glinting as he soared towards the Emerald Mountains. Due to the long journey, he had taken a brief respite. Upon awakening, he stumbled upon the two tigers hissing at each other and decided to watch with the amusement of a spectator. Yet, even with his dragon might concealed, his 10-meter frame was still overwhelmingly intimidating, causing the tigers to flee in fear. Rising from his resting place, Isai spread his nearly 20-meter-wide wings and continued towards his destination. From dawn until dusk, Isai completed the remaining distance in one continuous flight. As the full moon ascended high in the sky, he finally arrived at the Emerald Mountains. Isai gazed down from the heights. The moonlight bathed the undulating peaks in a silvery glow, draping them in a soft and mysterious veil. Although it was night, true dragons possessed natural dark vision. Any light was sufficient for clarity. The ridges of the Emerald Mountains wound like a dragoness spine, traversing through the mist and clouds. At the base, sparse lights flickered amid the dense forest. These lights were not of human origin. Isai's keen eyesight discerned that a group of creatures huddled around a bonfire, feasting on the remains of an unknown creature. "Let me take a closer look," Isai said as he descended to investigate these beings. At 1 foot of the Emerald Mountains, nearly 100 wolf-like humanoid creatures sat around the fire, gnawing on charred meat. These were not werewolves. They were larger and more robust, resembling the traditional notion of strong werewolves, with denser fur and more pronounced manes. Their crimson eyes made them resemble anthropomorphic dire wolves. However, they were known as terror wolves, a species native to the Geronian continent, and although they worshipped the same Dark Lord, Yenigu, they were generally stronger and more intelligent than the werewolves. Looking down upon those they considered their kin, a pack of over 100 terror wolves constituted a significant force in this region. As these creatures laughed and conversed, the moonlight was suddenly eclipsed by a colossal figure. A red dragon descended, its scales shimmering like precious gems, reflecting the radiant moonlight. "Greetings, you reptiles." "Oh, pardon me. It seems I have crushed your abode." Isai now measures 10 meters in length, standing about 4 meters tall on all fours, while the height of the werewolves is approximately 2 meters. Descending from the heavens, Isai gazed upon these werewolves, minuscule in his sight, and derided them. The werewolves, engrossed in their hot pot and singing, were utterly bewildered by Isai's sudden arrival. Although they possessed greater intelligence than ordinary wolves, their thought processes remained primal, rendering them ill-equipped to handle such unforeseen circumstances. "Why the silence? Is my entrance flawed?" Isai pondered, observing the paralyzed werewolves with growing displeasure, unleashing his draconic might. The formidable aura rolled over the werewolves like a tidal wave, prompting them to finally react and kneel before him. "O great true dragon, your form shines more brilliantly than the sun. Please accept our worship." The werewolf leader, evidently more astute, surmised from Isai's size that he was a newly emerged red dragon, come to claim his first vassals. Consequently, the leader promptly prostrated himself in homage. Satisfied by the sight of so many werewolves bowing before him, Isai nodded, his desire for dominance receiving a modicum of gratification. This was a natural order. For various malevolent races, the chromatic dragons were akin to overlords ruling over vast territories. They were both objects of reverence and the robust allies they yearned to align with. "I accept your reverence," Isai spoke in the common tongue, a language the werewolves did not comprehend, not even a single word of Draconic. However, after uttering this declaration, Isai made no further moves. The atmosphere thickened. With time trickling by, Isai would not deign to request the submission of these creatures. For these wild dogs, serving a true dragon was an honor, one they must earn through their own merit and the grace of not being slain. Isai held a disdain for those dragons who meticulously cultivated their subordinates, as he believed the true essence of a dragon lay in its own power, not in the number of vassals, who merely served to assist the true dragon. While he could understand how some dragons built vast empires through their followers, he neither acknowledged nor endorsed such methods. Ultimately, he was the focal point. Nurturing the weak only acknowledged one's own frailty. It was the lesser dragons that relied on a multitude of subordinates to achieve victory. What Isai desired was for all beings to flock to him, rather than for him to seek them out. The werewolf leader quickly adjusted his demeanor, lowering himself further. "O great true dragon, the humble evil wolf tribe recognizes its insignificance. Yet we implore your mercy and hope you will accept our fealty." The werewolf leader's voice trembled, the weight of the dragon's presence pressing heavily upon him, and cold sweat had already soaked the mane around his neck. "The wild wolf tribe? Your pitiful demeanor resembles that of mere wild dogs," Isai mocked, grinning broadly and revealing his fearsome teeth at the sight of the werewolves nearly burying their heads in the ground. "However, your attitude pleases me. Very well. I shall accept your allegiance." As Isai spoke, he did not permit the werewolves to rise. A red dragon inherently regarded all beings outside its kind as mere insects. considering it a benevolence to have them as subordinates. The werewolf leader fully understood the nature of red dragons. Although Isai accepted their submission, he offered no further reassurances, and the leader dared not make any additional movements. Isai allowed the werewolves to remain prostrate for a full 10 minutes before permitting them to rise, their faces smeared with dirt, rendering them a sight of disarray. "You are the leader of these wild dogs, are you not?" Isai inquired, fixing his gaze upon the werewolf who appeared notably more robust than his companions. "Yes, my lord." The werewolf leader, now keenly aware of his role, altered his address, no longer calling Isai by derogatory terms, signifying their successful transition into the red dragon's servitude. "Very well, my servant, what is your name?" Isai asked. "My lord, I am called Hale." The werewolf named Hale replied, his mane billowing in the wind. "From this day forth, you shall be the first of my vassals. Now, Hale, tell me of the other monsters in the vicinity." As Isai spoke, ambition began to swell within him. A mere cohort of ordinary werewolves was insufficient for his aspirations. Yet, using them as a foundation to expand outward was not an unwelcome prospect. Under Hale's explanation, Isai learned of the multitude of monsters that roamed nearby. Not far from the werewolves, there existed a large horde of goblins, numbering over 300, approximately 3 times the size of the werewolves. However, the werewolves, standing 2 meters tall, would find it akin to child's play to deal with the goblins. A bit farther away dwelled a band of ogres, formidable creatures standing 3 meters tall, fully matured, and possessing terrifying strength. Though their numbers were not overwhelming, they commanded a host of several hundred wolves and goblins, marking them as one of the stronger entities in the area. "Hale, while you are now my vassals, in my eyes, you are merely expendable wild dogs. Therefore, I grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves." Isai regarded Hale from his lofty vantage. "I shall fulfill any task assigned by my master," Hale vowed, kneeling once more before Isai. "Excellent. Now, lead your kin and bring me that group of goblins nearby. Should you fail to accomplish this, I have no reason to retain a pack of useless creatures. Rest assured, my lord, for us werewolves, aside from those ogres, we have no rivals in this vicinity. The feeble goblins have long been our targets for plunder," Hale declared, baring his fangs. "Very well, off you go. I shall temporarily reside on the mountain behind me. Do not seek me unless necessary. Also, refrain from spreading my name abroad. I wish for you to prove your worth through your own might, rather than through my title." Isai instructed, then took flight towards the mountain. Though the gusts generated by Isai's ascent nearly toppled Hale, he remained steadfast, resisting the urge to be swept away. Hale had previously led the werewolves in a life of lethargy not due to a lack of ambition, but rather because of the overwhelming strength of the nearby ogres. They lacked the power to expand aggressively without attracting the ogres' attention, only to be defeated and enslaved in return. However, now they had become vassals of a true dragon. Should any ogres foolishly intrude, the true dragon would undoubtedly accept such a gift of vassalage. The foolish ogres might even find themselves slain for provoking a true dragon. Hale mused as he rummaged through the remnants of a dilapidated dwelling crushed beneath Isai's might, retrieving some equipment to distribute among a few elite members of the tribe. Armed with a blood-stained wolf-tooth club, he rallied all able-bodied warriors and set forth towards the goblin tribe. Hale sought Isai's recognition and aimed to undergo transformation through the dragon's power, aspiring to ascend the hierarchy of life. Yet, he also discerned that Isai was unlike ordinary red dragons. Should his capabilities fail to garner Isai's acknowledgement, his ambitions would be extinguished before they could even ignite. To earn Isai's recognition, merely completing the task of subduing the goblins was far from sufficient. Reclining on the hillside, Isai gazed at the twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. He was not concerned about Harley seizing the opportunity to escape in a single night. These creatures could not venture far, and even if they could fly, he would easily track them down. Moreover, the lead werewolf was not foolish. He understood that fleeing would incur dire consequences. Even if they attempted to escape, Isai would not mind engaging in a game of cat and mouse. At that moment, a protest emanated from Isai's stomach. Alas, he had miscalculated. He should have instructed those creatures to fetch food. He tapped his head in frustration. Never mind. He would make one last effort. With a resigned thought, Isai rose and began his hunt under the moonlight. Dragons had a tenuous grasp of time. A single night slipped away in the blink of an eye. Before long, dawn arrived, and Isai was chewing on the last antelope he had caught, awaiting Harley's report on the battle. After a lengthy wait, just as Isai's patience began to wane, Harley arrived respectfully at his side. "My lord, we have subdued the goblins, and as per your instructions, they are completely unaware of whom they serve." Hearing Harley's words, Isai scoffed. "Is that all?" "Not only that, but we have also urged the goblins to hasten their efforts in excavating your dragon lair. These creatures are natural miners. They completed the excavation in just half a night." Harley knelt before Isai, delivering his report. "Oh," Isai expressed a hint of surprise. He had not requested a lair to be excavated for him. In his original plan, he intended for the werewolves to capture the goblins first, then have them dig a lair after securing a dwelling. subsequently dealing with the ogres while gradually expanding and gathering intelligence to avoid attracting overly powerful entities. However, it seemed that this werewolf possessed considerable insight. Not only did he understand the typical temperament of red dragons, but he also seemed adept at interpreting Isai's expressions to gauge his character. Perhaps there would be no need for extensive reconnaissance after all. Isai silently instructed Harley to lead the way. Upon hearing Isai's command, Harley breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, his earlier assumptions about Isai being different from ordinary red dragons had always been conjecture, and they pertained to his very survival. Should he have misjudged, and Isai turned out to be a typical red dragon, he would likely meet his demise due to his unilateral decision regarding the lair's construction. Never underestimate the chaotic evil's potential. It truly embodies chaos and malevolence. Minutes later, Isai crested the hill, his resplendent crimson scales shimmering in the sunlight. The goblins resting below nearly gawked in awe, ready to rush forth in worship, only to be firmly restrained by the werewolves. Observing the restrained goblins, Isai turned his gaze to Harley. "You must not wish for these filthy goblins to be too close to you," Harley said respectfully. Indeed, this was the case. Had it not been for the goblins' mining capabilities, Isai would have had no interest in these creatures with brains the size of walnuts. While they bore the name goblins, they resembled lizards, possessing a trace of draconic lineage and taking pride in it. Their aim was to attach themselves to powerful true dragons, making them one of the first choices for the young dragon's followers. However, Isai held these dragon-speaking fools in contempt, even if there were rare exceptional specimens among them. He could not be bothered to select them one by one. He would not expend time and effort searching for remarkable individuals. The worthy would come seeking him. "You have done well." Isai walked past the throngs of goblins and approached the dragon lair. The reason for his praise was simple. This creature understood that Isai would continually grow, and the lair excavated would be significantly larger than what Isai currently required, at least sufficient for him to reside until his adolescence. Upon entering the lair, Isai surveyed his surroundings. Although somewhat rudimentary, considering it had been hastily constructed in half a night, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Harley had arranged for a massive slab of marble to serve as his bed. True dragons, enveloped in layers of scales, had a less sensitive sense of touch. Thus, they preferred to sleep atop heaps of gold to experience the delightful clinking of scales against coins. In a similar vein, marble could serve a comparable purpose, making it an excellent choice for a dragon yet to acquire treasures. This Harley seemed rather remarkable. He understood the habits of dragons and must possess some knowledge. Isai mused that he needed individuals with a modicum of intelligence, as they would be easier to manage and cultivate. "Harley, I see all that you have done." Isai surveyed the somewhat ordinary lair and spoke. "Thank you for your recognition, my lord." Harley readily knelt before Isai. "Now, tell me everything you know about the Emerald Mountain Range." Harley nodded, silently praising his own cleverness. "My lord, it is as follows." As Isai listened to Harley's explanation, he gained a general understanding of the distribution of monsters within the Emerald Mountain Range. First and foremost, the Emerald Mountain Range was a continuous expanse, with vast forests capable of sustaining a multitude of monsters and several magical beasts. Intelligent races were not scarce either. Aside from ogres, there was a tribe of several thousand goblins governed by a goblin infused with draconic blood. Additionally, there were formidable creatures such as war lizardmen, minotaurs, trolls, and higher-ranking wargs scattered throughout. However, most of the Emerald Mountain Range was a chaotic amalgamation. Aside from various magical beasts, there was little to threaten Isai. In contrast, the plains on the other side presented a different scenario. According to Harley, he had fled from the plains to the Emerald Mountain Range, eventually arriving in this area. During his time on the plains, Harley had been the chief of a large tribe commanding thousands of werewolves, and he himself was a high-ranking warrior. They even engaged in mutual trade with human principalities. Thousands of werewolves constituted a formidable force, even on the expansive plains. Yet, within the plains roamed a mutated warg, commanding nearly 10,000 various monsters, known as the King of the Plains. The primary reason this warg could command such a multitude of creatures was that he had transcended the limits of his kind, becoming a rare legendary warg. Harley's former tribe had been annihilated by the legions dispatched by this legendary warg, and he himself had been defeated by a high-ranking ogre, fleeing to the Emerald Mountain Range with his remaining forces. How intriguing. A legendary warg indeed. This was the kind of creature that should exist in the realm of abyssal lords. Isaac listened intently to Hallie's account of the legendary wargens, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Any creature possesses the potential for mutation. It may be beneficial or detrimental, and true dragons are no exception. Isaac himself exemplifies a positive mutation, as the bloodline of the stellar dragon may have arisen from such a phenomenon. Ultimately, malignant mutations can lead to a myriad of bizarre issues, while beneficial mutations can significantly enhance one's strength. Throughout the history of the Jeranim continent, formidable mutated beings have emerged, some of which are even mentioned in the dragon's legacy. The legacy of the red dragon refers to these mutated creatures dismissively as somewhat powerful insects. It is not easy for them to concede any measure of strength, given their inherent pride and arrogance. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Isaac set aside his scattered musings, for Hallie awaited his orders eagerly. "I understand, Hallie. You've done well," Isaac praised as he regarded his subordinate. He recognized Hallie's quick wit and some managerial ability. Moreover, Isaac could see that the wolf was aging. Its mane had begun to shed, and its claws had dulled. The injury that had caused Hallie to fall from a high-ranking warrior to a mid-tier warrior was unlikely to heal. However, if Hallie were to receive Isaac's dragon blood for a transformation of the dragon lineage, he could be reborn anew. The transformation of the dragon lineage is a special covenant forged with blood as ink and scales as parchment, granted by a dragon to a trusted subordinate. The signatory would gain a fragment of the dragon's bloodline, undergoing a metamorphosis in their essence, evolving into a near-immortal being. Yet, the cost is substantial. While the signatory may receive numerous benefits, there will gradually align with that of the dragon who bestowed the covenant, leading to increasing loyalty over time. With their mind exposed to scrutiny. In simpler terms, the transformation of the dragon lineage is an agreement steeped in severe exploitation and inequality. Despite this, countless beings yearn to accept such an inequitable covenant, as it represents one of the best pathways for ordinary creatures to ascend to the extraordinary. What? Life is precious, but freedom is even more so? Such romantic notions of resistance do not apply to creatures that struggle for their next meal. Most beings adhere to the principle of inequality in existence, including Hallie, who may have once entertained such thoughts. However, this idea dissipated with his fall from grace, leading him to greatly value the opportunity before him. As a true dragon, Isaac could easily perceive Hallie's thoughts. The transformation of the dragon lineage was a boon for such a lowly creature. Therefore, Hallie must demonstrate sufficient worth before Isaac would bestow it upon him, serving as a means of reward and punishment. Withdraw, Hallie. Remember to deliver provisions regularly. In my absence, you will command all creatures. Furthermore, I don't care what methods you employ, expand our territory. Understand? Hallie glanced at Isaac, his throat vibrating, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. Yes, master. Hallie knew he could never proactively request the transformation of the dragon lineage from this colossal dragon. True dragons possess such peculiar temperaments. The more one desires, the less they are inclined to grant it. Thus, Hallie calmed himself, pondering how to prove his value. After Hallie departed, only Isaac remained in the lair, lost in contemplation. His knowledge of the Emerald Mountains was limited to Hallie's verbal accounts. Although Isaac trusted that Hallie had conveyed all he knew, the perspective of a mid-tier warrior was still quite narrow. The vastness of the Emerald Mountains could conceal hidden dangers that Hallie might not have detected. Half a month later, emboldened by the presence of a true dragon as their backing, the Wurgens displayed their fangs once more. Previously deterred by the ogres, their bloodlust and desire for slaughter surged with the assurance of a dragon. They had never regarded the ogres as a threat. Under Hallie's leadership, the Wurgen tribe grew increasingly ruthless. The month of bloodshed and conquest gradually strengthened the malevolent wolf clan. Although many Wurgens perished, the losses paled in comparison to their gains. Hallie was astute. While the ogre tribe was formidable, their brutish nature rendered them somewhat dull-witted. As long as Hallie provided them with regular food, they would not interfere. With the troublesome ogres out of the way, Hallie, utilizing his mid-tier warrior prowess alongside a band of fearless wolves, assimilated all nearby monster tribes, regardless of size. The results were impressive. After defeating a Wurgen tribe of over 300, Hallie discovered a pack of blocker wolves lurking nearby. The blocker wolves were not indigenous to the Gernim continent. These large wolves were magical beings with abilities such as blinding spells, typically operating alone. However, throughout the lengthy history of the Gernim continent, they had evolved to form packs of 6 or 7, thereby decreasing in size, yet still maintaining a 3-meter stature, classifying them as giant wolves. Such formidable creatures made excellent mounts. Thus, without hesitation, Hallie encircled the pack of blocker wolves with the newly acquired Wurgen tribe. And with the strength of a single wolf, he subdued a nearly 4-meter-long blocker wolf, ultimately incorporating the entire pack into his ranks and training them as rare blocker wolf cavalry. Consequently, a small yet remarkably powerful cavalry of wolves was born. It is noteworthy that Hallie's former tribe had not been entirely annihilated. Many had fled to the Emerald Mountains, a fact Hallie had long been aware of. However, he refrained from reclaiming them for a simple reason. The remaining 100 or so Wurgens lacked the strength to reclaim other tribes, which typically numbered 200 to 300, and they risked being overrun in the process. Now, however, the situation had changed. The presence of Wurgens, goblinoids, battle lizards, and tamed fearsome wolves created an overwhelming pressure that compelled these Wurgens to willingly return under Hallie's command. The bloody conquests over the past month yielded a coalition of over 1,000 monsters from various tribes, achieved through both intimidation and persuasion. In essence, Hallie fully executed the task assigned by Isaac, employing any means necessary. At this moment, Hallie, transformed in demeanor, sat astride the fierce blocker wolf, gazing toward the distant flickering lights of the ogre tribe. Clad in heavy plate armor that glimmered with a chilling radiance, he displayed bulging muscles and extraordinary strength. His eyes gleamed like cold stars, marred by a gruesome scar that nearly blinded one eye, a remnant from his battles with the blocker wolves. Master, your humble servant shall undoubtedly become your sharpest claw. Ogres, as their name suggests, are not particularly benevolent creatures. However, they do not often indulge in cannibalism. It is not that they lack a taste for it, but rather that with the advancement of humanity on the continent of Gerenum, towns have largely been amalgamated under kingdoms or principalities, which have eradicated any potential threats posed by monsters. Naturally, ogres are high on the list for extermination. Consequently, most ogres today dwell far from human settlements, leading a primitive existence. These 3-meter-tall, several hundred-kilogram behemoths dominate weaker monsters through sheer brute force, extorting meat in exchange for their lives. Such primal and robust beings are also regarded by many dragons as their kin, despite their appearance being less than appealing. True dragons are known to possess a discerning eye for beauty. Thus, every race holds a unique charm in the eyes of a dragon, even the mud monsters. Provided they are not hopelessly ugly, true dragons are indifferent to appearances. Utility is what truly matters. Hence, a timeless adage emerged: when a dragon deems you irredeemably ugly, then you are indeed beyond hope. Returning to the matter at hand, while ogres possess considerable strength, their notable drawback lies in their low intelligence. In an ogre tribe, merely one who can read can claim to be the wise one, and only a select few of the larger ogre tribes may produce a shaman, a creature of higher intellect. However, the current group of ogres, numbering over 300 and enslaving numerous lesser monsters, clearly lacks a shaman. Otherwise, they would not allow Hallie to develop his own power unchecked. Hallie, those foolish ogres could never fathom that we would launch a surprise attack. Huh. They are still sleeping as we approach. A werewolf reported to Hallie, who remained unfazed. These ogres are hardly a concern, as long as we defeat them. Our master can firmly seize control of this territory. Nevertheless, these ogres do possess a size advantage. It is best to execute a swift ambush, striking down a significant number before forcing the rest to surrender, as these fools are of use to our master. Hallie spoke with disdain, and his mount, the brachial wolf, sensed the impending carnage and grew excited. Prepare yourselves. Let the wolf cavalry charge first to breach their defenses. Then let those wretched creatures divert the ogre's attention while the valiant werewolves handle the final harvest. A swift plan was devised, and soon dozens of wolf riders advanced. 6 brachial wolf riders led the remaining ordinary wolf cavalry to encircle the ogre tribe. At the sound of a horn, the wolf riders, accompanied by a horde of monsters, surged towards the ogre encampment. The horn's blare roused a few ogres, who were about to investigate when they were overwhelmed by the oncoming cavalry and monsters, barely managing to lift their arms before letting out a scream. These brutes, accustomed to their reign of terror and lacking in intellect, were caught completely off guard by the unexpected assault. However, as the sounds of slaughter and screams grew more pronounced, the ogres began to comprehend that monsters were indeed rising against them. True to their brutal nature, they disregarded all else, rushing from their caves and stone houses, wielding massive wooden clubs to join the fray. The monsters enslaved by the ogres fared the worst, with their bloodlust ignited. The ogres recognized only their kin as allies and viewed all other creatures as enemies, often striking down their own in the chaos. Under Hallie's leadership, the monsters recognized their comrades, and they were decisive in their slaughter of the ogre subordinates. Amidst the melee, one ogre stood out, a towering figure over 4 meters tall, a rare 2-headed ogre. Unlike his kin, he was both more intelligent and stronger. This 2-headed ogre was also the chieftain of the tribe, his high intelligence earning him the title of genius among the other ogres, with a subtle inclination towards becoming a shaman. The 2-headed ogre, keenly observant, spotted the distinctive Hallie and recognized the imposing werewolf leader. Gripping a stone club wrapped in iron, he strode forward with purpose. Wild dog, who dares to attack Ghana? Hallie, caught in the throes of battle, heard a thunderous voice just as a club the size of a barrel swung toward him. With the instincts of a seasoned warrior, Hallie evaded the blow atop his brachial wolf, fixing his blood-red gaze intently on the 2-headed ogre. Damn it, this ogre tribe possesses a 2-headed ogre. Though it is a mid-tier monster, its immense strength could likely overwhelm me even at my peak. I have miscalculated. However, capturing a 2-headed ogre will surely enhance my value. Hallie recalibrated his mindset, contemplating how to contend with the 2-headed ogre. I never expected a semblance of intelligence to emerge from this band of simpletons. Huh, you 2-headed fool. Kneel before your betters, and you might avoid a thorough beating. As Hallie taunted, he scrutinized the 2-headed ogre. I am no simpleton. You shall address me as Ghana. The 2-headed ogre bellowed in 2 distinctly different voices, charging forward with his stone club raised. You seek death. Hallie's brachial wolf deftly sidestepped the attack, and Hallie, wielding a rusted machete, swung fiercely at the 2-headed ogre's arm. Ugh! The 2-headed ogre cried out in pain. The enhancement provided by the brachial wolf and the werewolf leader was not merely additive, and the deep wound inflicted prompted the 2-headed ogre to take Hallie more seriously. Gripping the hefty stone club with both hands, the 2-headed ogre twisted his massive waist, adjusting his stance before unleashing a powerful blow toward Hallie. This strike was formidable enough to shatter the ribs of a young white dragon. Even without Hallie's prompting, the brachial wolf swiftly maneuvered to evade the devastating attack. The strike, however, did not miss entirely. It collided with a stone house constructed by the other monsters, collapsing it in an instant. Cursed wild dog, I shall skin you and use your hide as a mat. Enraged, the two-headed ogre roared as he charged once more, displaying an unexpected speed for his size, raising his club high to deliver a crushing blow. Yet, Hallie's formidable combat instincts allowed him to evade another lethal strike, and the two-headed ogre's club found its mark instead upon another ogre's skull. The impact of the two-headed ogre's furious blow shattered the unfortunate creature's head, blood and brains spilling across the ground. Damn it, Hallie exclaimed, observing the fallen ogre. In his eyes, these were future subordinates of the red dragon, perishing beneath the incompetence of this fool's club. Are you truly that dim-witted? Hallie scolded, but the two-headed ogre merely rubbed one of his heads, revealing a dent caused by the stone's impact. Indeed, the deep, rumbling voice of the two-headed ogre resonated, prompting Harley to press his hand against his forehead. The epithet fool had yet to escape his lips when a fierce gust of wind swept toward him. With no time to evade, Harley summoned all his strength, and the rusted blade seemed to be rejuvenated, striking forcefully to block the ogre's stone club. What? One of the ogre's heads glimmered with a cunning light, emitting a mocking laugh before exerting force once more, intent on crushing Harley. Foolish werewolves, you cannot fathom the wisdom of Can. The two-headed ogre increased his might again. Harley strained to resist, while the wolf beneath him, known as Black, bared its teeth and exerted its strength. This two-headed ogre named Kin was far from the dim-wittedness of his kin. Rather, he was astute. At least one of his heads was. He understood how to exploit the stereotype of ogre's foolishness to deceive ordinary creatures. Furthermore, to ensure his advantage, Kin deliberately showcased the injuries of his other head, leading his foes to underestimate his intellect, ultimately allowing him to launch a surprise attack. A simple but effective strategy. Kin taunted, a derisive glint in his eye, while continuously applying pressure on Harley. What's the matter, brave werewolf? Wasn't it you who demanded my submission? Come on. Amidst his taunts, the two-headed ogre intensified the pressure, nearly forcing Black down, who trembled on all fours in resistance. Harley's visage mirrored shock. This two-headed ogre had targeted him from the very start. All the feigned foolishness was merely a ruse, designed to eliminate him in the final moment. I underestimated you, Can. Harley muttered through clenched teeth. But you too. As the words fell, Black's blood-red eyes emitted a dazzling crimson light that illuminated Kin's head. Although Black's blinding ability was not particularly powerful, the ogre's low magical resistance, combined with the element of surprise, rendered Kin directly vulnerable to the attack. Instantly, darkness enveloped Kin's vision, and the oppressive force weakened, allowing Harley to escape. What is this? Are you a mage? Werewolf? Impossible. I'm blind. Both of Kin's heads shouted in unison as Harley's counterattack commenced. Riding on Black, Harley swiftly swept past, delivering a series of cuts to Can-like joints, forcing him to kneel. Then, with the blade infused with energy poised at his throat, Harley warned, death or submission. Regaining his sight, Can noticed the blade poised between his two necks. Sensing the potent warrior energy within, he realized Harley possessed the capability to end his life. Yet, due to his prior miscalculations, he felt immense resentment. Despicable, shameless werewolf. You can only resort to such pathetic tricks. Can shall twist your head off to use as a chamber pot. Listening to the tirade of the two-headed ogre, Harley was tempted to slice his throat. However, he needed this creature to submit, for a two-headed ogre would be invaluable to the red dragon. Meanwhile, the battle raged on elsewhere. As Harley had previously instructed that unless absolutely necessary, the ogres should not be killed, for they belonged to the true dragon. The monsters struggled for victory. The only time the relentless ogres ceased their assault was upon death. As the battle reached a stalemate, a wave of oppressive force swept across the battlefield. Then, a red figure streaked across the skyline. The magnificent red dragon stood upon a nearby cliff, its resplendent golden-red scales reflecting sunlight in countless facets, exuding an aura of dreamlike majesty and authority. The dragon, adorned with shimmering scales akin to precious gems, basked against the blazing sun, as if proclaiming its unparalleled nobility and power to the world. As the red dragon slowly unfurled its magnificent wings, the once brilliant sun was obscured in the eyes of the monsters, leaving only the formidable red dragon standing tall. The combatants halted, gazing at the sovereign red dragon, its four horns resembling swords atop mountains, piercing the sky, each shimmering with a cold brilliance. The violet dragon eyes scanned the battlefield, deep and mysterious, as if capable of penetrating the mists of time to discern the essence of all things. Kneel, the resonant, commanding voice of the dragon echoed. Even though most of the creatures present could not comprehend the dragon tongue, they still bowed in reverence. This was the true dragon, a powerful being standing at the apex of the multiverse, where none failed to worship, none failed to recognize. releasing his hold on the two-headed ogre. Harley dismounted from Black and bowed before his soul master. As for Can, upon witnessing Isai, he, possessing considerable intelligence, understood the dragon's language. He bowed his two heads in submission to the undeniable command. Great true dragon, your presence surpasses even the divine. Please accept the allegiance of the Shattered Bone tribe. The voice of the two-headed ogre reached Isai's ears, and soon all the ogres, along with the creatures they enslaved, knelt in unison. In truth, had Isai made his appearance earlier or permitted Harley to declare his existence, subduing the ogre tribe would have been far simpler. However, he chose not to do so. It was simple. Isai sought capable vassals. If Harley could not achieve this himself, succumbing to the ogres, requiring rescue from another, it would only signify his weakness, thereby rendering him unworthy of Isai's attention and naturally incapable of receiving the transformation of dragon blood. Days later, upon the discovery of gold mines within the ogre's cave by the goblins, Isai relocated with all the monsters. Due to the increased numbers, nearly 1,000 goblins collaborated to construct a vast and exquisite dragon lair for Isai, using the mined gold to forge rough coins, which adorned the marble bed. Moreover, Isai commanded the monsters to build an open-air dragon nest atop the cliff for his sunbathing pleasure. One evening, Harley received Isai's command to ascend to the peak dragon lair. After half an hour of climbing to the edge of Isai's nest, Harley bowed at the rim. Master, your humble servant is here. Isai reclined within the lair, gazing at the starry sky, his elongated tail swaying unconsciously. Harley, you have performed admirably. The praise from Isai resonated in Harley's ears, uplifting his spirits. It is my honor to fight for my master, Harley replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is it time? Is it time? What is your desire? Isai glanced at the visibly exhilarated Hallie with a languid demeanor and inquired. When a dragon asks you what you desire and intends to grant you something, it is prudent to accept. Otherwise, they may perceive it as a slight against their dignity and become irate. This wisdom applies universally across all realms, with the exception of aberrant dragons. Hallie had once encountered this phrase in a fragmented manuscript from the Jernim Dragon Studies report, and it had remained etched in his memory. Thus, when Isai inquired about his desires, it was not merely a question but a declaration of dragon lineage transformation, leaving Hallie with no alternative. Master, my sole purpose of existence is to serve you. Therefore, your servant Hallie humbly requests the blessing of dragon lineage transformation to better assist you. Hallie exclaimed, kneeling once again behind Isai. I despise beating around the bush, yet since you have demonstrated your capability and resolve, Isai gradually rose, a naturally shed dragon scale materializing in his claw. Threads of dragon blood emerged, coalescing upon the scale, which Isai then pressed against Hallie's forehead. Now, I shall not permit your demise, he stated nonchalantly. The transformation process is excruciating for most beings, with some weaker creatures perishing during the ordeal. However, Hallie was evidently not among them. Despite experiencing pain akin to being torn apart by countless fire ants, he gritted his teeth in silence, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Minutes later, the dragon lineage transformation concluded, and the reborn Hallie knelt once more before Isai. Observing Hallie, now transformed, Isai raised an eyebrow. The once fading mane had regrown, and due to Isai's red dragon lineage, it had taken on a blood-red and lustrous quality. Hallie's previously dull pupils now solidified, displaying the menacing vertical slits characteristic of dragons. Furthermore, his already robust physique, post-transformation, exceeded 3 meters, rivaling that of an ogre. His once blunt claws regained their sharpness, and delicate scales began to emerge upon his form. The dragon lineage transformation significantly extended his lifespan, and the permanent losses Hallie had suffered from his prior descent in rank were restored by the potency of the red dragon's bloodline, elevating his potential. More importantly, this was merely the beginning. As Isai matured, so too would Hallie, with the possibility of attaining higher levels of dragon tooth transformation. Though the restrictions would be greater, the strength and potential would also be enhanced. Indeed, this is the appearance befitting my vassal. Now depart. The dragon's visage reflected a faint glimmer under the moonlight as Isai commended Hallie. Thank you, master, for granting me a second life, Hallie expressed before departing from the summit's dragon lair. Meanwhile, Isai felt a slight discomfort from the first dragon lineage transformation. This ability could only be wielded by juvenile dragons. However, due to Isai's uniqueness, he had acquired this power prematurely as a mere whelp. Following Hallie's transformation into his dragon lineage werewolf, Isai discovered he could faintly perceive Hallie's thoughts and remotely convey vague commands. Dragon lineage transformation, how intriguing. The future dragon tooth transformation will build upon this foundation. At that point, I shall be able to fully access their minds and even briefly inhabit their consciousness. Isai examined the descriptions of dragon lineage transformation within this legacy of dragons, feeling a surge of excitement. Indeed, Isai had contemplated directly bestowing a dragon lineage transformation upon the two-headed ogre. However, he reasoned that such an ability should be sought after by his vassals. serving as a mechanism to discern the strong from the weak. As for the ogres, Aesai did not hold them in high regard, as the disparity in intellect and strength rendered them less appealing. They were, however, far superior to creatures such as gnolls and kobolds. In the preceding fortnight, Aesai had not merely been slumbering in his lair, but had engaged in a preliminary exploration of the Emerald Mountains. This exploration was rather cursory, as he did not venture too far, mindful that the other side of the mountains connected to a newly established duchy. Reckless flying could easily lead to exposure. Nevertheless, Aesai was unconcerned about the duchy discovering his presence. Separated by layers of mountains, only a mad duchy would expend such effort in investigation. Within his mountainous domain, Aesai encountered various tribes of miscellaneous monsters and clusters of magical beasts. Compared to these tribes, the congregated magical beasts posed a more significant threat. He even discovered a blue-scaled giant crocodile in a moonlit lake. This beast possessed water-related magical abilities and was an extraordinary creature. Aesai was now but a step away from ascending to a higher being. At present, most higher beings would struggle against him. Upon advancing to a higher being, Aesai would have the capability to contend with the blue-scaled giant crocodile, and with his magical breath and his vassals, subduing it would be a trivial matter. Aesai's primary interest lay in the territory claimed by the blue-scaled giant crocodile. True dragons typically possess a keen magical sensitivity, and Aesai was no exception. He sensed the presence of a rare magical material in that lake, alongside a hint of elemental gemstones. Most crucially, he discovered a sunken ship within that body of water. What did this signify? A sunken ship implies the presence of humans, and with humans, there exists gold. Currently, Aesai's lair only contained a meager collection of poorly crafted coins made by kobolds, hardly befitting a dragon's hoard. Furthermore, Aesai's draconic senses confirmed the presence of precious metals in that lake, ensuring that a visit would yield fruitful rewards. However, these matters would have to wait. What Aesai required now was time to grow. Contemplating his grand ambitions, he returned to his lair below, toying with the rough coins. Subsequently, he gazed outside his lair and, with a swift motion, lifted the floor, revealing a narrow space beneath. Aesai's choice to relocate was not solely due to the presence of gold mines. More importantly, he sensed geothermal activity in the vicinity. The heat from geothermal sources typically originates from deep underground magma, which was excellent news for Aesai. As both red and gold dragons belong to the fire element category, residing long-term in a searing magma lake, rich in fire elements, would be inherently advantageous. Hence, Aesai instructed the kobolds to continue digging downward in his absence until they reached the lava and excavated a larger chamber. While the kobolds were not particularly efficient, their sheer numbers ensured that Aesai's request was soon fulfilled. Upon entering the underground space, Aesai inhaled deeply, feeling the waves of heat emanating from the magma. The high-temperature gases, capable of incinerating the lungs of monsters, were inhaled by Aesai as if they were mere smoke, leaving him feeling invigorated after exhaling. Ah, this familiar sensation, Aesai remarked, glancing at the steaming magma lake before leaping into its depths. With a splash, a small eruption of magma occurred, quickly settling thereafter. Aesai twisted his body and descended. The density of the magma approached that of a solid. Thus, descending was not an easy endeavor. However, Aesai had no intention of plunging in headfirst. Instead, he cautiously explored the periphery of the magma lake, searching for something of significance. The magma lake that Aesai had discovered was vast, and he had merely breached a small opening. The interior, filled with magma, was roughly estimated to encompass several thousand square meters, while the surrounding area excavated by the dog-headed creatures was minimal. After all, these beings could hardly withstand the extreme temperatures, and most of the space was dug by Aesai himself. In addition, Aesai had constructed a small dragon's nest just a step away from the magma lake, where he placed some precious metals. These treasures were unearthed thanks to the formidable treasure-hunting instincts of the true dragon, which led Aesai to discover these metals imbued with fire elements in the lake. After several hours, Aesai emerged from the magma lake, and upon reaching his nest, he expelled 2 radiant gemstones. Fortune smiled upon him. Aesai gazed at the 2 gems, feeling an unprecedented sense of elation. Lately, he had taken to leisurely wandering around the magma lake, his nest filled with the fruits of his labor. Yet, Aesai did not devote all his time to treasure hunting. Now, seated beside the magma lake, he closed his eyes slightly, and the visible fire elements flowed into his body, nourishing every cell within him. The growth of a true dragon demands energy. While consuming food is a viable method of energy acquisition, it is inefficient, and high-quality sustenance is not easily found. Those magical beasts could hardly be caught by his vassals. Therefore, Aesai resorted to absorbing the rich fire elements near the magma. His energy reserves were evidently much greater than those of an ordinary red dragon. As the abundant fire elements became nourishment for his growth, a hint of drowsiness began to surface within him. This rapid maturation led to an earlier onset of slumber. At this pace, Aesai would ascend to the status of a higher dragon and gain some spellcasting abilities after this sleep. Generally, dragons acquire spellcasting abilities during their youth. or they may gain such powers earlier as their strength increases. Some exceptionally gifted dragons can even learn and utilize simple cantrips during their hatchling phase. Isai was undeniably gifted, as he could already wield basic spells like the fire-starting charm. Rare as a phoenix feather, he mused, I am the rarest of dragons. Hours passed, and Isai left his nest, noticing that the sun had begun to peek over the distant horizon. Feeling playful, he spread his grand wings and soared beyond the confines of his tribe, surveying the territory under his dominion. From the heights, the magnificent Emerald Mountains sprawled before him, while the land he claimed was merely a small hillock. His ambitions extended far beyond this. He envisioned a day when he would become a legendary figure revered by all. He did not mind if that day arrived sooner than expected. The Emerald Mountains were merely the starting point. The nearby Cyrilla Plains and the distant looming straits were what he truly desired. As he spoke to himself, suspended in midair, the dawn's gentle light illuminated his splendid scales, casting a silver sheen. Upon landing, Isai's attention was drawn to an iron tree, and just as he prepared to investigate, a faint sound emerged from several dozen meters away. Who goes there? Isai roared, sensing the presence of a voyeur, turning his gaze towards the nearby stone. His dragon might surged forth like a tsunami. Ugh! A green wargen, hidden behind the stone, was overwhelmed by Isai's presence, losing control of itself and fleeing in terror. Isai's icy gaze followed, his wings unfurling as he vanished from sight. A tempest arose, and Isai's imposing figure appeared before the frightened green wargen, his purple-gold dragon eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The wargen, faced with Isai's sudden appearance, was paralyzed by fear, collapsing to its knees. Isai detected a familiar scent emanating from the trembling creature. Drawing closer, the oppressive aura of his dragon form enveloped the wargen. A subtle trace of draconic essence wafted into Isai's nostrils. Interesting, Isai mused in draconic tongue. Due to the rapid rise of the wargen he had sheltered, a malevolent entity had taken notice of the tribe and dispatched scouts. From the lingering scent on the wargen, Isai identified its kind, a green dragon. While he could not ascertain its exact age, the cunning and toxic aroma assured Isai that it was at least a juvenile. This was not surprising. The Emerald Mountains spanned 3 regions, and powerful beings were few and far between. For humanoids, this might be a forbidden zone. But for a wandering green dragon, it was the perfect place to establish power. Thus, the presence of a green dragon here was not unexpected. As for why Isai did not consider the possibility of an adult dragon, there were several reasons. First, adult green dragons typically engaged in trade with human kingdoms and had already established a reputation. Had there been an adult green dragon in the Emerald Mountains, Isai would have never chosen to reside here. Ancient dragons were even less likely. The few existing ancient dragons were renowned, like Isai's mother, Scarlina, whose moniker as the Ashen Queen was known across the continent. Furthermore, ancient dragons were extremely rare and held in high esteem, occupying vast territories that far surpassed the Emerald Mountains. Thus, it could only be a wandering green dragon, aged from juvenile to younger. Among the chromatic dragons, green dragons ranked third, stronger than black and white dragons, but easily outmatched by blue dragons, with a significant disparity in power. Not to mention the might of the red dragons. Isai estimated that even a juvenile green dragon would be easily subdued, and only a young dragon would pose a challenge, albeit still unlikely to defeat him. Reptile, tell me about the green dragon behind you, Isai commanded, fixating on the quaking wargen. Ugh, Isai furrowed his brow slightly. Quite loyal. Indeed, let us take this loyalty to the realm of the wargen king, Yenagu. As he spoke, flames surged from Isai's mouth, and waves of heat mingled with sparks engulfed the wargen. The wargen, regaining composure, knelt before Isai. The mighty red dragon. The green dragon that enslaved me and thousands of my kin. Isai listened intently to the wargen's trembling words, his breath halting. Minutes later, he learned of his adversary, a green dragon named Gilliant, who called herself the Deep Green Sovereign. She was a young dragon commanding thousands of wargens, nearly 10,000 dog-headed creatures, ogres, trolls, nagas, and countless other monsters. The good news was that Gilliant resided far from Isai, on another peak of the Emerald Mountains. Listening to the information about the green dragon, Isai nodded with interest. A young green dragon, if within her territory, would likely pose a significant challenge for him. After all, there exists a significant age gap between myself and the green dragon. Should the encounter take place in its domain, the likelihood of my defeat is exceedingly high. However, this assessment is based on the current configuration of Isai. Once I ascend to the level of a juvenile dragon, or rather, to the tier of higher beings, there exists no possibility for that green dragon to triumph over Isai, even in its own territory. For now, I shall spare it. As Isai contemplated, he noticed the trembling werewolf awaiting his judgment. Thank you for your intelligence. Farewell. With that, Isai unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, reducing the emerald werewolf to ashes, achieving a state of physical obliteration. The night descended, shrouding the sky with heavy clouds that obscured the once radiant moon, plunging the surroundings into profound shadows. The outlines of the formerly verdant forest became indistinct, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and foliage. A flicker of flame arose, casting a glimmer of light into the inky darkness, illuminating the nearby area. Dozens of grotesque, humanoid faces were revealed by this flickering glow. A two-headed ogre brandished a burning stick, thrusting it into the prepared kindling, as flames gradually ascended. The fire's glow danced upon their twisted faces, accentuating their exposed fangs and wounds, rendering the ogre's appearances even more fearsome. Some were chewing on dried meat with their gaping maws, storing energy for the impending feast. Others were sharpening crude stone tools, preparing for hunting or defense, while yet others emitted low, gravelly growls, seemingly exchanging thoughts with their companions. As flames ignited elsewhere, the darkness was dispelled, revealing the menacing visages of monstrous beings. A colossal werewolf, adorned with blood-red fur, approached with a massive cauldron, placing it atop the roaring fire before adding water and precious gathered spices. Various cuts of processed beast meat were soon tossed in. Before long, steam billowed from the cauldron, with fruits and chunks of meat bobbing upon the surface. These primitive creatures had never tasted such spices. The rich aroma penetrated their nostrils, inciting a restless stir among them. Keep your hands to yourselves. This food belongs to the master. If you dare touch it with your filthy hands, I will tear off your limbs and feed you to the dire wolves. A heavy footfall heralded the approach of a 4-meter-tall two-headed ogre, brandishing a stone club, gesturing at the restless creatures around. These fools make me want to smash a few. The two-headed ogre plopped down beside the blood-red werewolf, speaking in a deep, rumbling voice. Their worthless lives belong to the master. You have no right to take them away. However, if they seek their own demise, that is another matter. The weather is foul today. The master foresees rain approaching. Remind the gnolls to dig more burrows for shelter. The blood-red werewolf nodded, twitching its nose. What? Can you be clearer? The two-headed ogre, unable to comprehend, shook the blood-red werewolf. Do not disturb me. I sense a scent I have not encountered in ages. Not since being banished to the Emerald Mountains. What could it be? The blood-red werewolf pondered, tapping its head as its mane fluttered in the wind. Ah, yes. It abruptly turned, its crimson eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Humans. With the blood-red werewolf's roar, countless creatures with glimmering eyes turned in unison toward the direction it indicated. In an instant, several agile figures darted past, followed by a tumultuous swarm of monsters surging into the forest from all directions. Isai awoke beside a lava lake, rising slowly. Shaking his head, he arched his back. A common stretch among young dragons, allowing for a full extension of the body. Typically performed after waking from slumber, some dragons develop a habit of doing so upon awakening. Isai was no exception, being merely a young dragon with a rather rapid growth rate. I am famished. Feeling the emptiness in his belly, Isai took a leisurely swim in the lava pool before emerging, the warm air flooding his lungs, refreshing his spirits. Hale and Kana must have prepared my meal by now. If they haven't, I might have to consider the taste of the dire wolves. As for ogres, they are simply repulsive. As he spoke, a savory aroma wafted toward him. Spices have been added. That clever fellow has put in some effort. Glancing at the pitch-black sky, he raised an eyebrow. No moon tonight, Isai mused, yet darkness posed no challenge to true dragons, all of whom possessed innate night vision. In the depths of obscurity, a dragon's eyes glimmered like lights, sufficient to discern the surroundings. Master, your meal is ready. Hale approached promptly, kneeling beside Isai. Well done. Isai acknowledged casually before striding toward the iron pot to sample the food. Master, there is another matter. Hale halted Isai. Speak. While preparing your meal, we discovered a group of humans attempting to steal your food. Initially disinterested, Isai paused at the mention of humans, hesitating before lifting the iron pot. Humans? Where are they? Isai inquired, aware that primitive monsters often possessed an appetite for intelligent races, especially considering the ogres in his domain. He wondered if those brutish creatures had resorted to stewing humans. Master, they are currently held by Kana. Why Kana? Other monsters would be unable to resist feasting upon humans. Isai expressed mild exasperation, pausing briefly. Bring those humans here. Yes. Hale promptly vanished from Isai's sight. While waiting, Isai extended a claw into the boiling pot, snagging a handful of semi-cooked meat chunks and tossing them into his mouth. Beef. I did not expect these winter-dwelling creatures to have such variety. Isaac discerned the identity of the meat's owner and offered his assessment. Half a minute later, he lifted the iron pot, its base glowing red from the flames, and poured the broth and meat into his mouth. After savoring the rich soup, Isaac felt a lingering desire for more. This meal barely met his standards. With this thought, he seized the nearby corpse of a wild boar and took a few bites. Moments later, a group of 6 humans, marked by various wounds, was brought before him by Gala. It was evident that Hale had observed Isaac dining and had deliberately waited until he finished before presenting them. Having a servant who understood him was quite pleasant, Isaac mused as he regarded the humans. Master, these humans attempted to pilfer your food, Hale stated, removing the stones that had been stuffed into their mouths. Cough, cough. We were merely drawn by the light of the fire. We never intended. One of the humans protested. But upon seeing Isaac, his voice trailed off. The others felt a tightening in their chests. Adventuring humans often encounter various perils, including encounters with chromatic dragons, which typically leave one or two survivors to spread the tale. Nonetheless, when confronted with a red dragon, the most ferocious of the chromatic dragons, most would instinctively exclaim, "A red dragon. Run." Humans, Isaac thought, gazing down at the flustered group. His violet eyes glimmered with contemplation. It had been over a decade since he transformed into a dragon, and his thoughts had increasingly aligned with those of his kind, arrogant, haughty, tyrannical, and dismissive of lesser beings. Over time, he had even forgotten the appearance of humans. With this reflection, Isaac scrutinized the 6 individuals before him. All were warriors, yet he was surprised to see a female among them, her features unremarkable. It was said that red dragons particularly favored consuming female humans or elves, yet Isaac felt no inclination towards this, perhaps due to the influence of his golden dragon bloodline. The 6 captives, now thoroughly terrified, were not a legitimate adventuring party. Their mission to the Emerald Mountains was merely to locate a traitor from a duchy, and they had never anticipated an encounter with a dragon. Most common humans possessed only a rudimentary understanding of dragons, often mistaking lesser draconic beings for true dragons due to a lack of comprehensive education. This group was no exception. Their knowledge of dragons was merely hearsay. Isaac's gemstone-like scales sparkled even in this weather, complemented by his 4 robust, majestic horns and his imposing 10-meter frame, sufficient to instill dread in the hearts of these humans. After all, aside from stereotypes, the red dragon was known to be the most fearsome among the chromatic dragons, and their first impression was certainly not one of benevolence. Although Isaac had yet to utter a word, the humans began to envision their grisly fates at the jaws of the malevolent dragon. For it is human nature to indulge in dire imaginings when faced with uncertainty. Subsequently, all 6 individuals knelt before Isaac in unison. Isaac snapped back to reality. Observing their pitiful state, a thought surged within him. I was once such a feeble creature. Overcome with emotion, Isaac let out a resounding roar. The powerful dragon's roar shattered the nerves of the group, causing 2 to faint on the spot, while the remaining 4 turned ashen. Isaac surveyed these humans, whose mental fortitude was clearly lacking. Reptiles, to which kingdom do you belong, and what is your purpose? He inquired in the common tongue, fixing his gaze upon them. Hearing the dragon's inquiry, the 4 appeared to grasp at a glimmer of hope, chattering nervously in response, their cacophony displeasing Isaac. A surge of terrifying energy welled in his throat, and he unleashed a torrent of incandescent energy, instantly reducing 1 human to ash. The clamor ceased abruptly. One at a time, Isaac instructed, pointing at the individual on the far left. Honorable dragon, we are mercenaries from the Duchy of Ripe. We came merely to... Before he could finish, another blast of energy erupted from Isaac, incinerating him to cinders. You are not from the Duchy of Ripe. True dragons are acutely attuned to deceit, and these individuals were evidently unaware. A spark of impatience flickered within Isaac as embers escaped his nostrils. This is your final opportunity. Where are you from, and what is your intent? Trembling, 2 of the humans swallowed hard, and 1 female warrior spoke up quickly. We are soldiers from the Duchy of Harmo. We have come to capture several traitors. Through their exchanges, the 2 humans began to grasp Isaac's demeanor, cautious not to utter more than necessary. Aside from yourselves, are there any other humans? Isaac observed the female warrior's expression, confirming her honesty before continuing his inquiry. The items stolen by the traitors are of great significance. Therefore, the duchy dispatched hundreds of lower-tier warriors, as well as 2 groups of 20 mages, led by a transcendent warrior. The female warrior spoke while appraising Isaac's demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Isaac pondered. Human realms are categorized into empires, kingdoms, and duchies, with duchies being the smallest in scale. Typically, a transcendent warrior or mage represents the pinnacle of a duchy's power, while a select few formidable duchies may possess a legend. A kingdom, on the other hand, usually boasts at least 2 legends, and empires, vast in scale, encompass populations of at least 100 million, often with demigods presiding over them. This is due to the Geronimus continent being an exceptionally large plane, capable of sustaining such a multitude of life. The size of a plane is also related to its internal life capacity, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. For a duchy to dispatch a transcendent warrior indeed signifies the importance of the stolen items. After all, every realm has adversaries, and the absence of high-tier forces may invite scrutiny from foes. Isaac's curiosity was piqued. Do elaborate. What did the traitors steal? The female warrior paused momentarily before responding. I apologize, but we lack the clearance to access such information. We are merely lower-tier warriors, though I have heard that the stolen items are related to the divine. Isaac listened intently to the words of the female warrior, his pupils narrowing. Anything related to the divine is inherently complex. However, if it were something truly invaluable, the Emerald Mountains would have long been leveled. This object, connected to the divine, is likely not a genuine treasure. perhaps merely a fragment of a map leading to something of real worth. Of course, it cannot be dismissed that this item might have dubious origins, and the Duchy of Harmon would not dare allow it to be exposed. The knowledge these humans possessed was quite limited. Very well, disclose the location of your camp, ISE said expressionlessly, his draconic visage reflecting a profound indifference to life. Although he bore the bloodline of a golden dragon, it did not imply that ISE would harbor any mercy for humans. The main camp lies to the south of the Emerald Mountains, not too far from here. It is situated along a distinct boundary marked by a prominent chasm, the female warrior replied, believing ISE intended to assault their camp, yet compelled to divulge the location for the sake of survival. After all, she was merely a low-ranking warrior, with little allegiance to the duchy. Oh, how swiftly you betray your own kind, ISE scoffed disdainfully. Nevertheless, the female warrior had guessed correctly. ISE indeed harbored intentions of attacking the camp. These humans, in their quest for treasures, would inevitably find their way here, and ISE preferred not to be the passive recipient of their assaults. He aimed to strike before they could breach his domain, aligning with his draconic worldview. Subsequently, ISE found himself devoid of further inquiries. However, he had no intention of allowing these humans to leave alive. His secrets must remain concealed, at least for now. Ghana, withdraw, ISE commanded in the tongue of dragons. He wished to avoid inadvertently harming the rare two-headed ogre with his expansive magical breath. The female warrior, witnessing the ogre's retreat, mistakenly assumed that ISE would spare them. Yet, without warning, ISE opened his maw, unleashing an evident ripple in the fabric of space. A blinding torrent of magical breath swept through, leaving not even a trace of dust in its wake. As ISE prepared to venture out for some respite, he noticed the creatures surrounding him gazing with rapt attention. What are you staring at? Attend to your own tasks. ISE gestured with a flap of his wings, causing the creatures to avert their gazes. Ghana scratched his head, perplexed as to why ISE chose not to consume these humans, knowing well that red dragons had a penchant for devouring them, particularly young maidens. Whatever. The two-headed ogre finally resolved, choosing to abandon his futile pondering. Although he was more astute than the average ogre, he only exerted his mental faculties for matters of significance. In the heart of the Emerald Mountains, within ISE's lair, his objectives became increasingly clear. The green dragon looming nearby could potentially pose a significant threat, and ISE was unlikely to emerge victorious in a confrontation. Thus, his immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Over the course of several months, ISE devoted much of his time to the magma lake, absorbing the rich energies of fire elements while scavenging for treasures. His efforts bore fruit, as after a fortnight of slumber, his size increased by yet another meter. The scene shifts to the present. ISE reclined beside the magma pool within his lair, fixated upon the magical gemstones he had collected. Among them, one gemstone formed in the magma pool stood out as one of his most prized possessions. Infused with powerful magic and fire elements, undoubtedly a core material for high-level magical weapons in the outside world. However, in his lair, this gem brimming with magical energy appeared to ISE no more than a delectable morsel. The internal magic and energy were beneficial for a growing dragon, and it was a well-known fact that dragons could consume inorganic matter. Yet, most dragons preferred to hoard their treasures rather than indulge in them. ISE was clearly not one of the majority. While he relished the allure of glistening gold coins, he craved tangible power even more. Thus, after a prolonged contemplation, he unhesitatingly placed the human-sized gemstone into his mouth, chewing it as one would a jelly bean before swallowing it whole. A delightful treat. ISE reveled in the warm currents surging within him, succumbing to a languorous state in his lair. Regrettably, it was too small. He found it insufficient. With this thought, he smacked his lips. Just as ISE was on the verge of slumber, an elongated incantation resonated within his mind. O benevolent and great summoner, save the last of a bloodline. Startled by the unexpected voice, ISE sprang upright, his front claws pressed to the ground while his hind legs braced for an attack. Who goes there? No, the voice emanates from within my mind. ISE realized this and focused intently on the increasingly distinct call. It seems someone is summoning me? He pondered, surprised by the clarity of the voice within his mind. Summoning magic is not considered high-level sorcery. Even novice mages with talent can summon creatures to aid them in battle. However, it is a rarity for true dragons to be summoned. Typically, the simplest method to summon a dragon is to know part of its true name. Yet, exceptions exist, as eccentric archmages often devise spells for amusement. Consequently, the summoning of true dragons was invented, akin to summoning demons, nagas, and other formidable species. ISE could certainly choose to refuse. However, this summoning spell was evidently of a superior caliber, allowing him to glimpse scenes from the summoner's perspective to weigh the pros and cons. ISE widened his eyes and beheld a disheveled, bloodied human wielding a long sword, fear etched upon his face, muttering incantations behind a door. Yet the individual did not glance in ISE's direction, whether by choice or inability remained unclear. Observing the summoning spell with keen interest, ISE fell into contemplation. This summoning was merely a covenant summoning. the summoned could not harm the summoner, and the stronger party could actively terminate the summoning without further limitations. Indeed, summoning spells have various classifications, and here I shall refrain from elaborating. After much deliberation, ISE resolved to respond to the summoning to ascertain the situation. After all, this was likely a summoning from another plane, and he could return at any time. It was worth exploring. Having made his decision, ISE silently intoned in the dragon tongue. I accept your summons. With that, ISE's form and presence vanished, traversing a dreamlike spatial tunnel, arriving in another realm. Soon, after traversing an indeterminate distance, ISE felt the presence of air and realized he had reached the summoner's location. As he prepared to straighten, his dragon horns pierced through the ceiling. How does one summon a large creature indoors? ISE furrowed his brow, opening his dragon eyes to find himself in a church-like place, evidently abandoned for a long time. There, he spotted a bewildered human clad in purple robes, staring at ISE in astonishment. So, you are the one who summoned me. Quite untidy, aren't you? Confronted with the unabashed mockery of Isai, the summoner responded with tears. Isai raised an eyebrow, bemused by the summoner's frail mental fortitude. Just as Isai was about to seize the summoner for an interrogation, the doors of the church were violently burst open, and a throng of armed individuals rushed in, only to freeze upon seeing Isai's imposing form. What are you staring at? Isai, feeling somewhat bored, expressed a tinge of irritation, releasing a subtle aura of draconic might. The intruders, overwhelmed, dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Humph. With a dismissive snort, Isai extended a claw and grasped the summoner firmly. Crawling worm, enlighten me about this place and your reasons for summoning me. Isai stated impatiently, shaking the summoner as he spoke. Mr. Red Dragon, please, refrain from shaking me. The summoner, dizzy from the motion, hastily implored. I thought you were mute. Speak quickly. A few minutes later, Isai gleaned the circumstances surrounding his summoning from the tremulous lips of the summoner. As anticipated, this realm was a different plane of existence. A world akin to a myriad of bubbles suspended in the vast expanse of the astral sea. Some planes were colossal, housing entire star systems, while others consisted of mere fragments of land. The majority of these planes were classified into 6 categories: subplanes, small planes, medium planes, large planes, and ultra-large planes, with the most unique being the planetary planes. Collectively, they were known as the material plane, their numbers beyond comprehension. Even the gods had yet to discern their boundaries. The plane from which Isai hailed was an ultra-large one, rich in magical energy, where the web of the goddess of magic was stable and enduring, fostering the birth of formidable beings. Conversely, the Summoner-S plane was a small one, a particularly impoverished variant, characterized by its feeble magical essence. Even with the goddess's magical web enveloping it, the arcane arts were scarcely practiced, and the presence of magical creatures, such as dragons, was ill-suited. This world relied predominantly on physical strength, with magic wielded by only a select few. Thus, it was illogical for such a low magic realm to produce a spell capable of summoning a true dragon. According to the summoner, this world had not always been so desolate. A catastrophic magical incident had occurred, resulting in a massive leakage of magical energy, rendering the realm weak and leading to its current state. Following this disaster, magical beings like dragons had departed from this unfortunate world, and even the mainstream deities had turned their gaze away. The spell used to summon Isai had been crafted prior to this calamity. The summoner, clad in purple robes, was once no ordinary individual. His name was Edel, a former member of the royal family and the designated heir to the throne. However, the fate of this long-standing kingdom was dire. Amidst a rebellion, the royal family was overthrown, and Edel's loved ones fell victim to the insurgents. After sacrificing the lives of his entire guard, he escaped with the last remnants of royal hope. Yet, his whereabouts were soon revealed, and as the rebels closed in, Edel sought refuge in a church housing a magical crystal. There, he attempted to summon a lawful good gold dragon for aid using an ancient scroll, only to inadvertently call forth a legendary, city-destroying red dragon instead. Stripped of all hope, Edel contemplated ending his own life. After listening to the entire tale, Isai felt little emotional upheaval, merely a sense of absurdity. The question arose, how could Isai, a red dragon, hear the incantation meant for summoning a gold dragon? The answer was apparent. Despite possessing a trace of gold dragon blood, it was remarkably pure, granting Isai a fragment of the gold dragon's legacy. Furthermore, the scroll was no high-tier artifact. Its continued functionality after so long was a stroke of fortune, and a mistake in the summoning was not uncommon. How dreadfully dull. What a waste of my appearance, Isai muttered, preparing to depart, when Edel, as if resolved to a significant decision, called out to him. Great dragon, please stay. Stay? No. Isai's ruthless dismissal left Edel momentarily stunned, before he knelt before Isai and declared loudly, I understand your reluctance to involve yourself in troublesome matters, but believe me, a mere small favor could grant you untold riches in gold and gems. Upon hearing of the potential wealth, Isai halted his retreat. Worm, speak, I am listening. Turning back, Isai regarded the kneeling Edel with curiosity. Though the rebels have seized the kingdom, the true core treasury within the castle remains untouched. With your might, you could easily sweep aside those mere mortals and claim the entirety of the kingdom's accumulated wealth, Edel stated, lowering his head to the floor. Intriguing, worm. Reveal to me the location of this treasury. Isai's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of a kingdom's hoard. Great dragon. I do know the treasury's location and can divulge it to you. However, I request a small favor during your sweep of the obstacles, Edel proposed, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Yet, this was not the response Isai sought to hear. A surge of draconic might enveloped Edel, suffocating him with an unnameable pressure. Worm, you are unworthy to negotiate terms with me. Even if I refuse, you shall reveal the treasury's location. Isai's voice brooked no argument. Though he could not slay the summoner, inflicting torment was well within his capabilities. I apologize, great dragon. Please allow me to amend my words. I merely wish for the death of a rebel leader who possesses a significant amount of treasures looted from around the world, including rare magical artifacts. As a noble dragon, surely the more treasures, the better for you. Edel, evidently well-versed in the tendencies of wicked dragons, hastily altered his approach, hoping to entice Isai into aiding him in his quest for vengeance. Isai narrowed his eyes, retracting his draconic aura. If what this fellow claimed was true, and there were indeed magical items involved, it could prove advantageous to eliminate a rebel leader while securing some loot. Albeit the magical artifacts in this low-magic world were likely to be of little worth. Worm, I must commend your cleverness in appealing to my tastes while indirectly assisting yourself. How audacious. However, I shall extend my mercy this once. Now, tell me the location of the rebel leader. As Isai spoke, his gaze swept over the disheveled royal member before him. This individual was merely flesh and blood, with a slight increase in the potency of his draconic aura. Isai could easily crush him. Yet, even under such pressure, the agility of his thoughts was impressive. If this fellow were in Gelenim, he would certainly be considered a remarkable heir to the kingdom. Alas, he was born in the wrong place. Observing Eider as he unfurled the map, Isai silently assessed the situation. Great dragon, the magical energy of this world may seem feeble to you. Yet the magical crystals used for summoning contain sufficient power to sustain your existence for 3 days. We currently stand to the north of the kingdom of Kalthot, approximately several dozen kilometers from the rebel forces launching their assault from the heart of the kingdom. Their headquarters is likely situated nearby, and the royal treasury is ensconced in magical concealment, which the rebel wizards will take at least a month to decipher. We have ample time. Furthermore, the rebel leader, Khan, is a brutal executioner who metes out severe punishment to any who defy him. Thus, the northern region, with the highest death toll, must surely be his encampment. Eider gestured animatedly at the map. Great dragon, forgive my ignorance, but might I inquire about your speed? Eider asked cautiously, looking up at Isai. Merely a few dozen kilometers. I shall arrive in 10 minutes. Isai replied, casting a sidelong glance at Eider. His speed, even on the continent of Gelenim, was considered swift. The distance of several dozen kilometers could be traversed in 10 minutes at full acceleration. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Isai scrutinized the map. This so-called kingdom was roughly the size of a slightly larger principality on Gelenim, and the eventual spoils may not be as plentiful as Isai had hoped. Never mind. After all, it is but a minor plain. By the way, great dragon, I suggest you eliminate the fleeing rebels. Although this world is small and dilapidated, magical communication is still feasible. Should the rebel leader learn of your presence, he might hasten to locate the treasury or flee at any cost. Just as Isai pondered this, Eider's voice brought him back to reality. Listening to Eider, Isai scoffed. He was well aware that Eider merely wished for him to act swiftly. In a low-magic world, it was likely that most inhabitants, if not all, were ignorant of dragons. Had they not observed the kingdom's heir, they would only possess a rudimentary understanding of dragonkind. Yet, considering that the rebel leader might possess magical artifacts, it was plausible that he could indeed hide out of concern. Thus, Isai resolved to depart immediately. Hold on tight, Isai commanded, grasping his guide in this world, and then shattered the makeshift church before him, soaring high into the sky. Amidst the astonished and curious gazes of the humans below, a magnificent dragon flew toward the heart of the kingdom at an unfathomable speed. The true dragon's memory was renowned for its clarity, and Isai was no exception. After glancing at the location marked on Eider's map, he confirmed the kingdom's dimensions and his destination. However, as he sped forward, Isai remained vigilant. After all, Eider's fragile form was akin to glass, prompting Isai to conjure a magical shield to prevent Eider from perishing en route. As Isai flew at full speed, most humans merely noted a fleeting shadow in the sky. Their lower life forms unable to discern its nature, and thus they paid no heed. As they neared their destination, the war-torn kingdom came into view. It was now evening, the sun sinking on the horizon. Yet, the golden twilight brought no comfort, as the city below was engulfed in flames. Clearly, this kingdom known as Kalthot had succumbed to the rebels. Isai halted in midair, coldly observing the chaos below. Rebel banners waved triumphantly atop the city walls, proclaiming their conquest over the kingdom. The streets, once bustling with life, were now a tableau of disorder and destruction. Flames soared skyward, illuminating the avaricious and merciless faces of the rebel soldiers as they plundered and trampled every inch of land that once belonged to the royal family. Each structure steeped in history and faith. No, no, no. I should have anticipated this. Khan would not spare this place. These are merely civilians. Eider, held tightly in Isay's claws, witnessed the hellish scene below, tears brimming in his eyes as he cursed helplessly. Isay snorted disdainfully, remaining silent. It was evident that Eider had struck a deal with the rebel leader named Khan. Yet neither party harbored genuine intentions of sparing the other. Eider summoned Isay in a bid to retaliate, while Khan dispatched men to hunt down and raze the city. Great Dragon. Eider's gaze hardened as he observed the last batch of civilians being methodically executed. Call me Isay. Having surmised Eider's intentions, Isay smirked and revealed a fragment of his true name. Lord Isay, I have heard that great dragons revel in destruction. I beseech you to grant them annihilation. Upon hearing Eider's request, Isay chuckled. I would be more than willing. He had long shed any reservations regarding destruction and slaughter. Indeed, the blood of the red dragon within him yearned ravenously for widespread carnage. In other words, Isay had always aspired to unleash a massacre. With that, the resplendent red dragon soaring through the air took a deep breath, waves of heat emanating around him. Meanwhile, some of the plundering rebels on the ground noticed the dragon circling above. However, these individuals, clearly only familiar with dragons through legend, were taken aback by Isay's presence, their initial response being an impulse to slay the dragon. Seconds later, a torrent of searing dragon fire, infused with the essence of destruction, erupted from Isay's maw, descending from the sky like the sword of Damocles, bringing the brilliance of death to the world below. As Isay ceased his fiery breath, he gazed contentedly at the struggling rebels engulfed in flames. What exhilaration! No wonder red dragons took pleasure in assaulting villages, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. This desire for destruction was indeed etched into their very bloodline. Isay shook his head and continued onward, not far from the rebel leader's encampment. Soon, Isay spotted the flickering flames of the camp through the trees, as well as a castle. My lord, I recall this place. Khan resides within that castle. Isay listened to Eider's words, his gaze fixated on the stone fortress. Meanwhile, Khan stood atop the castle, surveying the distant royal capital, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction and cold ambition. This victory was merely the beginning. Greater challenges and aspirations awaited his conquest. Khan, an aged voice called from behind him. Wizard Jack, what brings you here? Khan inquired, turning to the familiar voice. A black-robed mage, his face etched with wrinkles and his breath labored, stood before him. I sense a tremendous surge of magical energy approaching us. It seems your adversary has returned. Khan listened intently to the words of the Wizard Jack, a cruel smile creeping across his fierce visage. Let them come. My warriors have long been thirsting for battle. Moreover, if the enemy possesses a wizard, it is all the more advantageous, for they can replenish your waning magical reserves, great wizard. As for the artifact you seek, I have already dispatched someone to retrieve it. It should not be long before they eliminate the former prince and deliver it to you. Khan glanced at the Wizard Jack, who had lived for an extensive period. It was said that Jack's mentor had learned from the great sorcerers of the magical era, far surpassing the abilities of ordinary wizards. In the contemporary world, possessing such a mage was tantamount to holding power itself. However, Jack's countenance gradually darkened, giving way to an overwhelming sense of astonishment and excitement. His hands trembled, not from the frailty of age, but from an uncontrollable inner exhilaration. His fingers intertwined instinctively, as if to grasp this sudden joy tightly, unwilling to let it slip away. What is the matter? Khan inquired, noticing the wizard's peculiar demeanor. The legendary deity is finally arriving, Jack exclaimed, disregarding Khan as he swiftly pushed him aside, descending the stairs with a speed befitting one far younger. Khan followed suit, and upon reaching the square outside, Jack's aged figure appeared beyond its confines. What are you doing? Is there something here? The somewhat irritable leader of the rebels chastised, his temper flaring to the point where he would have slain anyone else for such insolence. Shoo, be quiet. He is coming, Jack replied, and with his words, a figure emerged from the horizon, silhouetted against the setting sun. A colossal dragon, adorned in fiery crimson scales, descended slowly from the sky, resembling a deity of flames traversing from the ancient past. Isaac cast aside Eider and regarded the human mage kneeling before him. An archmage. The mage's rank elicited a measure of surprise from Isaac. Becoming an archmage in such a place of feeble magic was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, this individual, teetering on the brink of the grave, appeared to be an exception. Wretch, tell me where Khan is, Isaac demanded, causing the mage behind him to freeze momentarily. Great true dragon, after thousands of years, you have finally returned to this land where my kin have awaited for far too long. Jack spoke in pure dragon tongue, tears of excitement streaming down his face. As Isaac prepared to summon Eider, He found himself captivated by Jack's fluent ancient draconic speech. The current dragon tongue and the ancient variant differed significantly. The latter was more cryptic, and the magic it wielded was far more potent. Most contemporary dragons spoke a simplified version, while mastering the ancient tongue required either diligent study or the lineage of ancient dragons. However, Isaac, born with superior bloodline, possessed the ancient tongue from birth, which was one reason he had quickly grasped the art of spellcasting. For humans, mastering the ancient tongue was exceedingly difficult, especially in such a locale. "Who are you?" Isaac inquired, utilizing the long-unused ancient dragon tongue to engage in dialogue. "Great true dragon. Your ancestor Sherald entrusted this artifact to me, instructing me to deliver it to the true dragon," Jack explained, producing a platinum dragon scale. "Sherald?" Isaac pondered internally, swiftly perusing the dragon's lineage. At the moment the platinum scale was revealed, the dormant golden dragon bloodline within Isaac resonated deeply. He quickly located information about Sherald within the golden dragon's heritage. Sherald, progenitor of the golden dragons, eternal radiance, piercer of evil's eye, and Bahamut's chosen. The chosen, as the name implies, are the people selected by the divine. They possess powers bestowed by the deity, their lifespans entwined with the divine, and they are known more commonly as the gods elect. These individuals are regarded as special by the deities, chosen for various reasons, thereby receiving divine protection, strength, or unique abilities. Each chosen one is of immense significance in the eyes of their patron deity. For instance, this Sherald wholly revered the platinum dragon god, embodying the will of this benevolent deity, opposing evil, safeguarding righteousness, showing compassion and assistance, and valuing wisdom and knowledge. The platinum dragon god Bahamut is one of the rare, truly benevolent deities, holding boundless sympathy for the oppressed, the exiled, and the helpless. Thus, even though few dragons genuinely worship Bahamut, he still commands a dedicated following. Sherald was among them, serving as one of the 7 ancient golden dragons in Bahamut's retinue. As Isaac contemplated, the platinum dragon scale in Jack's hand began to quiver slightly. Subsequently, it soared directly toward Isaac, and in his astonished gaze, the scale emitted a fierce yet not blinding radiance, merging seamlessly with his being. As the light gradually faded, a hint of platinum hue emerged among the crimson scales on Isaac's chest, standing out remarkably. At that moment, as the platinum dragon scale glowed, far away in the 7 heavens, Bahamut paused momentarily, and Isaac's figure flickered into his vision. "What an intriguing little dragon," he mused. Meanwhile, Isaac remained oblivious to the gaze of the platinum dragon god, only realizing that the scale had fused with him as he regained his senses. In astonishment, he touched the platinum scale on his chest, pondering whether Bahamut might be watching him. Isaac forced himself to regain composure, then glanced at Jack, whose expression suggested that matters had reached a conclusion, the shock in his eyes beyond description. "Human, tell me the origins of this dragon scale and of Sherald." Jack nodded, beginning to recount the buried history. Thousands of years ago, this world was rich in magic, a realm brimming with possibilities. However, malevolent forces from beyond the world cast their eyes upon this vibrant little plane, gradually consuming its life essence. As the magical energy and the core of the plane were siphoned away, elemental conduits began to close. Even as the native races fought valiantly, they could not secure a single victory. Just as the plane was on the brink of destruction, the ancient golden dragon Sherald arrived. With singular determination, he reclaimed the core of the realm. However, the siphoned magical energy could not be restored, and once the elemental passage was sealed, it could not be reopened. Seared thus, had no choice but to resort to a compromise, sealing the realm and utilizing the power bestowed upon him by the platinum dragon god to forge a dragon scale that would serve as an anchor, stabilizing the state of the realm while gradually drawing energy from the astral plane to mend the core. Nonetheless, this endeavor would require an eternity. Consequently, burdened with other pressing matters, Seared selected a human he deemed worthy to safeguard the scale, intending to pass it on to the golden dragon once the realm achieved stability. However, as time passed, the world, nearly devoid of magical essence, could no longer sustain the existence of true dragons. All the great dragons departed from this diminutive realm, never to return. Over the course of millennia, the core of the realm was finally restored, magic began to re-emerge, and the platinum dragon scale was no longer necessary to maintain stability. The time for return had arrived. Yet the human who had once been entrusted with the scale had long since perished, and the task of returning it had been passed down through generations. Now, the initial promise had faded into the annals of history, with former comrades either deceased or having relinquished their commitments. Only Jack remained steadfast, now the last of his lineage, aged and weary, with but a few fledgling apprentices and no true heir. Desperate, Jack sought various means to prolong his life and to discover a way to reach the golden dragon. At 4 centuries old, he found himself at a threshold difficult to transcend, as typically only those of extraordinary caliber could attain immortality. Jack had thus far survived through an array of arcane arts and esoteric techniques. Isai observed the seemingly centuries-old, frail wizard before him, a surge of respect rising within him. After all, regardless of race, few could persist in a singular pursuit for a millennium. Even the chromatic dragons, known for their arrogance, would afford due respect to those worthy of it. Clearly, Jack had earned Isai's esteem. "Jack, do you have any wishes?" Isai inquired, having comprehensively grasped the circumstances. "O great true dragon, my sole desire in this life is to return the world anchor, the platinum dragon scale. I harbor no regrets now. I merely wish for death. After 400 years, my apprentices, my kin, have all departed before me. I am weary. If it were possible, I would wish for my remains to meld into this world," Jack replied calmly, his breath growing ever fainter. Isai watched him in silence, unleashing his draconic might to envelop all present, save for Jack, rendering them immobile. Once Jack's breath had entirely faded, Isai lowered his head slightly and retracted his aura. In that moment, he sensed that his draconic legacy had been enriched, and some transformation had occurred within him. But that was a matter for another time. Isai was determined to conclude the task at hand. "Eider, who is Khan?" Isai asked, casting his gaze upon the nearby human, having nearly deduced the answer. "That would be him," Eider declared with palpable animosity, pointing at the retreating Khan. In an instant, Isai's immense form vanished, only to reappear, severing Khan's head from his body. With Khan's demise, a pure white crystal fell from his lifeless form. A spatial crystal? A fine treasure, Isai mused, collecting the softly glowing crystal and stowing it beneath his dragon tongue, a customary method employed by true dragons to store smaller treasures. "Lord Isai," Eider's voice called from behind. "Yes, I implore you to grant me a brief respite. I must seek my kin. I know their whereabouts. Just 10 minutes. I beseech you," Eider pleaded, kneeling once more before Isai. "Then make haste," Isai replied, his mood tranquil, as he too required a moment's pause. "Yes," Eider exclaimed joyfully, retreating. Isai gazed upon Jack's lifeless form, exhaling a gentle breath. Under Isai's breath, Jack's body disintegrated into fine dust, which then merged with the earth under Isai's command. Afterward, pondering briefly, Isai utilized a spell to transmute mud into stone, erecting a gravestone imbued with magical protective properties. The inscription read, "Millennial Vigil." Upon completing these tasks, Isai recalled the moment the platinum dragon scale fused with his being. At that time, the ancient golden dragon bloodline within him resonated with the scale, acknowledging its origin, and the scale regarded Isai as a golden dragon, adhering to him. Yes, it was merely an adherence. Isai could remove it at will. However, a new legacy of draconic heritage began to unfold in Isai's mind. From its contents, it was evident that these were the ancient golden dragon's legacies. Thus, it could be surmised that upon the scale's attachment, Isai absorbed a portion of its power, further purifying and strengthening his golden dragon bloodline. Moreover, this transformation bore no adverse effects, thanks to the might and noble intent of the platinum dragon god, who abhorred the distortion of others' wills. Isai's own intent remained utterly unaffected. His golden dragon lineage had merely been enhanced. The legacy of the ancient golden dragon was indeed profound, encompassing a wealth of powerful spells cast in the ancient dragon tongue and an expansive repository of knowledge that broadened Isai's horizons. After perusing the contents, Eider's figure reappeared in the distance. "Great dragon, I have completed my tasks. The royal city lies ahead. Remnants of the rebels should still linger there." Isai, taking note of Eider's satisfactory condition, unfurled his dragon wings, seizing him in his grasp and soaring towards the location of the royal city. Soon, Isai hovered above the royal city, casting his gaze downward. The sky had fully darkened, and the royal city, fortified and resilient, remained unfallen, though it teetered on the brink of collapse, as most rebels were preoccupied with devising methods to unlock the treasury. "My lord, the royal treasury is located over there," Eider indicated, gesturing to a ravaged castle nearby. Following Eider's direction, Isai's draconic senses confirmed the presence of vast quantities of precious metals and numerous magical artifacts in that vicinity. "My lord, you may release me now. I have other matters to attend to." Isai, acknowledging Eider's request, casually deposited him in a convenient location, refocusing his attention on the royal treasury. As Isai descended, the battling rebels within the city froze in place, all raising their gazes in awe at the resplendent dragon. Without affording them a moment's respite, the crimson dragon unleashed a torrent of flames capable of incinerating all, engulfing the assembled rebels surrounding the castle in a devastating inferno. No. Standing atop the distant city walls, a rebellious officer watched the unfolding chaos with eyes ablaze, ready to command the archers around him to launch an attack. Yet, boulders rained down from the heavens, crushing a multitude of insurgents beneath their weight. "What now?" he exclaimed as he noticed several sorcerers not far off, wielding their staffs, manipulating enormous stones to strike the walls, now largely overtaken by the rebels. "Forget about that monster. Everyone, prepare for battle." But before he could finish his command, a sharp sword slashed through the air towards him, prompting the officer to swiftly draw his own blade. "Juan, You have lost, Eider declared coldly, his sword aimed at the rebellious officer. Damn it. As long as I can eliminate you here, I still have hope, Zhuan retorted, engaging Eider in combat. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Isai, who, having dispatched the insignificant rebels, began to excavate the city wall, coming upon a distinctly different surface. An alchemical wall, intriguing. Let's see what treasures you conceal, Isai remarked, caressing the smooth surface before clawing at it fiercely, leaving a gash through which he slipped inside. The vault beyond was shrouded in darkness, but this posed no challenge for Isai. However, the presence of a certain creature within startled him. Before the vault's entrance lay a 20-meter-long azure crocodile, fixated intently on Isai. An alchemical giant crocodile. It appears this kingdom has invested considerable effort, Isai mused, gazing at the imposing beast before him. This creature was no ordinary animal. It had transcended to become a magical beast, classified as a mid-tier entity. Its alchemical form granting it formidable defenses, likely surpassing that of other mid-tier beasts. Merely a beast, Isai declared, flames swirling within his maw as he released a mighty dragon's might, charging towards the giant crocodile. Roar! The alchemical beast was momentarily taken aback by Isai's intimidating presence. However, its lack of intelligence compelled it to guard the vault. Thus, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Isai. Scales shattered and blood spilled forth. A fleeting pain coursing through Isai, yet he remained unfazed. Once the foolish creature was toppled, it would have no further chances to attack. Despite the size disadvantage, the crocodile's actual weight was less than Isai's, rendering its defeat virtually inevitable. Subsequently, Isai wriggled free from the crocodile's jaws, opening his own gaping maw to bite down on the relatively vulnerable neck of the alchemical giant, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Hiss! The pain elicited a deafening roar from the giant crocodile, which only served to irritate Isai further. What are you yelling for? He scolded, swiping his tail across the beast's face, sending it sprawling, before unleashing a torrent of dragon breath that seared the crocodile's brain, ensuring its demise. As Isai surveyed the lifeless form of the alchemical giant, he noted that he had sustained merely superficial injuries. However, the ability to create such a creature indicated that this small plane was indeed beginning to recover. Speaking to himself, he stepped over the crocodile's carcass and approached the vault's entrance. More magical runes. They've truly put in the effort. Observing the arcane patterns adorning the vault, Isai extended a claw, channeling a surge of magical energy before striking the runes, which immediately dimmed and ceased to function. Pushing open the grand doors, Isai lowered his head to enter the vault. Contrary to his expectations of a sea of gold coins, he found only a few exquisitely crafted chests lying silently. He was not disheartened. He relished the thrill of uncovering treasures. Time to unveil the contents, he declared, removing the lock from one chest and peering inside. A hefty crystal lay within. As Isai delved into it with his mental energy, he was nearly blinded by a dazzling array of golden sprites, filling the chest to the brim with coins, gold and silver, leaving not an ounce of space wasted. Woohoo! Isai exclaimed joyfully, his tail wagging with excitement at the unimaginable quantity of coins contained within the crystal. He yearned to spill them out and dive in for a restful slumber. Calm down. Calm down. There are still many chests to explore. I must save the best for last, he reminded himself, struggling to temper his exhilaration. After all, it had been ages since he had seen such finely crafted coins since leaving Mother Dragon, making it a challenge for Isai to maintain his composure. 12 more chests. Let us see what they hold, he said, continuing to open chests. However, fortune was not on his side, as the next 2 chests yielded only ordinary silver coins, lacking the enchantment of the spatial crystals. Stay calm. Luck is a constant, Isai reassured himself, closing his eyes as he reached for another golden chest. You look like a treasure chest. This must be the big one, he proclaimed excitedly as he opened it. To his dismay, a pink tongue shot out, and the chest sprouted sharp teeth, snapping at him. If asked to name his least favorite creature, Isai might have had different answers in the past, but today, he had found his answer. The struggling mimic was forcefully thrown to the ground, spewing blood, only to be crushed beneath a massive dragon claw. Who on earth invented these mimic treasure chests? Isai bellowed, his roar echoing throughout the castle grounds. What a disgrace. In a royal vault, there exists a mimic? Has the mind of the architect been muddled by goblins? Isai fumed, infuriated that the sole golden chest had been a deceptive mimic. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze to the remaining 9 chests. It's not necessarily my fault. Let us continue, he insisted, picking up another chest. By Tiamat. A crimson tongue shot forth, only to be firmly grasped by Isai's claw. By Bahamut's blessing. Another tongue lashed out. Isai, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes. Asterina, Estella, Ochronophus, Farazul, may the dragon gods bless me, he shouted, invoking the names of all the dragon deities he could recall in hopes of securing something worthwhile from the next chest. Whether divine intervention was at play or not, when the chest opened, no repulsive mimic tongue emerged. Isai cracked one eye open, his draconic gaze brimming with anticipation. A small chest of magical gemstones. Hooray! Isaiah let out a loud shout, rolling around on the ground with a small treasure chest in his arms. Once he calmed his excitement, he continued to open the remaining 6 chests with a cheerful demeanor. The first contained a magical longsword. Ah, a fine decoration for my lair, he thought, putting it away. The second held an ancient staff, which could be sold for a pretty penny, stored away safely. The third revealed a spell scroll capable of summoning a rain of fire instantaneously, an invaluable combat tool. He carefully tucked it away. The fourth chest held a royal insignia, a worthless trinket. Isaiah hastily discarded the useless emblem, shaking his head. Habitual thinking can be detrimental. The fifth chest contained a chest mimic, utterly useless. Observing the pathetic creature, he scoffed, "Gather your breath, you wretch." The last chest, opened cautiously, revealed a vivid red object, a crystal. Isaiah pondered its utility, infusing it with a trace of magical energy. It was another spatial crystal, though regrettably devoid of occupants. The space within was quite ample, he remarked as he gathered all the valuable items. Next, Isaiah soared out of the treasure vault and cast a final glance at the diminutive plane before preparing to depart. At the pinnacle of the castle, Ader waved at Isaiah. This fellow, having successfully mounted a counteroffensive, was likely contemplating how to stabilize his newfound authority, hoping to bask in the glow of my achievements. Isaiah smirked, ready to dismiss him, but then recalled the treasures he had acquired. Very well, I am in a good mood today. I shall grant you a reprieve. With that, Isaiah landed beside Ader. Thank you, mighty dragon. Your grace shall be eternally remembered, Ader stated, kneeling on one knee. Understanding Ader's intentions, Isaiah found no need to confront him. I merely assisted you this once due to my good spirits, reptile. Isaiah replied coolly before activating the portal and departing from the minor dimension. Nearby his exclusive lake of lava, Isaiah finally returned, exhaling with relief as he emerged from the portal, promptly reclining in his dragon's lair. He extended his neck and submerged his head in the molten lava. Bubbles rose to the surface, releasing a familiar aroma he adored. After rinsing his mouth with the magma, he inhaled deeply the magically rich air of the Gerenim continent, restoring himself to peak condition. At last, it was time for the much-anticipated tally of his gains. Isaiah remarked as he paced within his lair, opening the spatial crystal. Gleaming coins of gold and silver cascaded from the air, landing upon his scales before smoothly flowing into his lair. The clink of metal against scale produced a delightful, melodious resonance. Soon, the joyous moment concluded, and beneath Isaiah lay a vast ocean of gold and silver coins. Perhaps calling it an ocean is a slight exaggeration, but it was sufficient to envelop Isaiah, leaving only his head exposed. This sensation of being cocooned in wealth invigorated him, refreshing his spirit. However, Isaiah's bounty did not end there. He retrieved the spatial crystal from the rebel leader, dispelling its original owner's awareness, and extracted all the coins and valuables contained within, pouring them onto the modest mound of gold. The remaining ordinary weapons, paper currency, and worn garments were discarded into the lava as refuse. Finally, Isaiah placed a small box of magical gems prominently atop the gold mound, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved nap. Yet, an untrustworthy little hand snuck toward the pile of magical gems. Oh well, a taste should pose no issue. After much contemplation, Isaiah succumbed to the allure of the magical gem's flavor, tossing a verdant gem into his mouth. Insufficient magical essence, not as delectable as the last, he mused. If anyone were to witness Isaiah's reckless consumption of magical gems, they might faint from shock. For these gems serve not only as sources of energy, but also as long-lasting reservoirs of magical potency. In other words, the longer a magical gem exists, the more concentrated its magic becomes. In human warfare, a high-quality magical gem can sustain the entirety of an extraordinary spell's energy expenditure, especially when paired with spell scrolls. Imagine rows of warriors itching for battle, suddenly confronted by an array of spell scrolls, proclaiming their superiority over swords, as they expend a multitude of magical gems as energy sources, unleashing devastating spells that turn enemies to ash like a torrential downpour. This is no jest. Such events have genuinely transpired on the continent, where two kingdoms engaged in territorial disputes, one investing considerable time and resources into acquiring magical gems, subsequently enhancing their spell scrolls for immediate release upon sufficient magical infusion. Despite the astronomical costs, when the two armies clashed, one side's warriors brandished spell scrolls, unleashing a deluge of various offensive spells upon their foes, rivaling legendary magic in intensity. To withstand such an onslaught without faltering would denote an exceptional army. Thus, magical gems acquired a new purpose, to facilitate the instantaneous casting of spells below legendary tier. Yet, Isaiah remained indifferent to these matters. His sole concern was when these magical gems would absorb enough magical essence to be enjoyed as sweets, concurrently accelerating his growth. Gathering his emotions, waves of drowsiness washed over him, and Isaiah succumbed to a brief slumber. His impending sleep had long been foretold, but due to its mildness, He paid it little heed. After traversing the low magic world, the urge to sleep became irresistible, and he lay down atop the mound of gold, drifting into a deep rest. Meanwhile, the platinum dragon scale embedded in his chest pulsed rhythmically with a radiant glow. Days passed, and within the Emerald Mountains, rumors circulated of a newly emerged tribe, the Wolf Tribe. Its leader, a colossal crimson lycanthrope, had subdued a promising two-headed ogre. This fearsome wolf harbored grand ambitions, commanding his subordinates to undergo systematic training, honing their skills with the aim of dominating the entire Emerald Mountain range. However, unbeknownst to most monsters, the true source of these commands lay beneath the surface. Deep beneath the earth, a red dragon reclined beside the molten lake atop the gold mound, its rhythmic breathing causing the shimmering scales to flicker like a breathing lamp. At its brightest, the red dragon's scales shone like a beacon in the darkness, while at their dimmest, they absorbed all surrounding light. If a human scholar were to observe with specialized instruments, they would be astounded to discover that the fire element within the magma pool surged in response to the dragon's breath, flooding into the lake in grand waves. Moreover, the surrounding magic seemed to be actively drawn into the body of the red dragon, augmenting its physical prowess. This phenomenon had never been observed in any dragon species before. Furthermore, an invisible and intangible source of unknown energy surged from the depths of the earth, flowing into the organ within the red dragon that stored magical breath, dispersing throughout its body. After a considerable time, the colossal creature, measuring 14 meters in length, gradually awakened from its slumber. Shaking its head, Isai emerged from his sleep, letting out a snort. This slumber differed from previous ones. Isai could distinctly sense the changes within himself. First was his size. Over the course of 2.5 months, he had grown by 3 meters, a rather astonishing rate for a dragon. However, the price for such growth was the pile of magical gems beside him, which could now only be referred to as ordinary stones, their internal magic completely absorbed by Isai. Nevertheless, size was secondary. Isai could feel that something within him, neither belonging to the red dragon nor the gold dragon, had undergone significant alteration. This entity, belonging to the bloodline of the starry dragon, stirred within him. "Let me try," Isai remarked as he extended his claw, a surge of mysterious power coalescing within it. Focusing his mind on a stone in the magma lake, he felt it tremble and then lift into the air at his command. Telekinesis? Isai mused to himself. Yet, despite his contemplations, he did not cease his actions. With a surge of will, the stone was compressed into a sharp stone cone. Due to its remarkable density, it held substantial power under Isai's control. The stone cone struck the wall at supersonic speed, boring a nearly 100-meter deep hole with its high density. Interesting, Isai observed the damage he had caused, pondering thoughtfully. The harm wrought by this seemingly ordinary stone cone rivaled that of lower-tier magic. Isai did not consider this mere telekinesis. His ability had a far higher potential. However, being but a young dragon, he could not yet fully wield this power. For now, this will suffice, he concluded, retracting his mental energy. This force required a portion of his consciousness, revealing its greatest advantage only during ambushes. In addition to the newly emerging abilities of his starry dragon lineage, both the ancient red and gold dragon bloodlines within Isai also displayed their might. Yet, since the breath of the gold dragon was similar to that of the red dragon, Isai's fiery breath, although significantly more powerful than that of his peers, had not undergone a transformation. Nonetheless, as his most frequently employed attack, the fiery breath was remarkably versatile, allowing him to unleash it indiscriminately against most foes. Furthermore, Isai's life tier had ascended to that of a superior being, finally granting him the capability to seek trouble in the territory of the blue-scaled giant crocodile. Moreover, with the conclusion of his slumber, Isai's ability had not remained specialized. He had also made progress with certain innate skills typical of true dragons. With his eyes gently closed, Isai sensed the presence of his solitary dragon bloodline subordinate. Simultaneously, Hallie, who was supervising the training of the fearsome werewolves, suddenly halted. "Prepare food. Come down to find me," Isai commanded within Hallie's mind. This was the voice of his master. Hallie quickly comprehended that this was the power of dragon bloodline transformation, allowing Isai to convey simple commands. Previously, such commands had been vague intentions, nearly impossible to communicate. However, now Isai's will had transformed into a distinctly clear voice. This hinted at a possibility. His master had grown stronger. Hallie felt a surge of excitement. For him, the greater Isai's power, the more his own status would rise. After all, even within their territory, the two-headed ogre, Nar, who was already stronger than him, still served as his subordinate. Upon receiving Isai's command, Hallie did not hesitate, immediately instructing the monsters to cease their actions. Preparing food for Isai and awaiting the return of the true dragon, he himself made his way toward Isai's lava pool. Minutes later, Hallie arrived at a cave in front of the lava pool area and knelt before Isai, who was radiating waves of heat. "Master, your servant has come at your summons." Isai regarded Hallie, observing how, after receiving the transformation of his dragon bloodline, Hallie's strength had swiftly returned. He had now regained the status of a superior warrior. Though lacking a suitable weapon made it difficult to combat the two-headed ogre. Hallie, I entrust you with a task. Master, Hallie will spare no effort to accomplish this mission. Hallie responded, his red fur becoming even more vibrant. Have the monsters prepare. We are to hunt down that blue-scaled giant crocodile. At the mention of the blue-scaled giant crocodile, a flicker of hesitation crossed Hallie's gaze, but he voiced his concerns nonetheless. Master, Hallie does not doubt your strength. But that blue-scaled giant crocodile is an extraordinary beast with numerous magical abilities. I previously observed it manipulating storms. I fear those wretched monsters may not be of true assistance to you. After Hallie finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and awaited a response, anticipating the wrath and dragon might he had envisioned. However, what he received instead was Isai's cold, piercing gaze. The silent tension seemed to constrict Hallie's throat, causing him to struggle for breath. He wished to speak and beg for forgiveness, yet his body remained immobile. Now, I possess a power beyond your imagination. This is the final warning. Isai observed Hallie, whose consciousness was fading, before releasing his hold over the dragon bloodline subordinate. This control over Hallie's body was a power Isai had acquired during his slumber, enabling him to manipulate his subordinate's body in combat. The next level of this ability was the possession of consciousness, which unlocked as dragons matured. Among the chromatic dragons, the red dragon had the fastest unlocking progress, followed by the blue dragon, and so forth. Very well, the white dragon has once more reaped the rewards of its endeavors. Unlike ordinary body control, Isai could induce transformations in the bodies of his dragon bloodline subordinates, such as constricting muscles to induce suffocation or halting the heartbeat, feats unattainable by other true dragons. Once Hallie regained his awareness, he dared not breathe deeply, merely nodding fervently. The plan remains unchanged, I grant you one day. By this time tomorrow, be prepared with the monsters to venture into the territory of the blue-scaled giant crocodile. Isai's commanding voice echoed in Hallie's ears. Yes, master. Now go, I am hungry. Having just awoken from a prolonged slumber, Isai's stomach was ravenous, urgently requiring sustenance to appease his hunger. After indulging in a substantial feast, Isai smacked his lips. The time had come. Having ascended to the status of a superior dragon, he possessed a deeper understanding of his own power. Simultaneously, Isai yearned to test the extent of his own strength, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with the blue-scaled crocodile. It is often said that the divide between the upper tier and the extraordinary is vast, akin to the chasm that separates legend from the extraordinary. However, I find myself exempt from such conventions, Isai mused, feeling the abundant energy coursing through him. Should anyone dare to accuse Isai of arrogance rather than confidence, he would unabashedly own his pride. The Emerald Mountains, under the cloak of night, exuded an even more enchanting beauty than during the day, bathed in moonlight and twinkling starlight. The mountains and trees revealed their profound and enigmatic silhouettes, while the babbling brooks sparkled like silver, reflecting the myriad stars above. Yet, beneath this alluring and mysterious landscape, countless perilous beasts lurked in the shadows. They prowled quietly in the dark, either lurking in the depths of the dense forest or wandering among the hills, their keen eyes and acute senses searching for potential prey. Nevertheless, these typically lower-tier beasts posed no significant threat, for within a tranquil, mirror-like lake resided a far more formidable extraordinary beast. The blue-scaled crocodile, a creature born of magic, possesses the strength of upper-tier beings upon reaching maturity and awakens abilities akin to high-pressure water flows and freezing spells. A select few of these crocodiles can transcend their life stages, evolving into the rare legendary beasts that dominate their realms. However, the blue-scaled crocodile in this lake was evidently far from legendary. Its extraordinary prowess, nonetheless, was sufficient to deter most creatures from encroaching upon its territory. Yet, as with all things, exceptions abound. In the stillness of night, a formidable assembly of fully armed monsters began to close in, gradually encircling their target. Hallie, we have arrived. Getting any closer will draw attention, said Ghana, wielding a newly crafted giant hammer, as the eyes of monsters flickered in the surrounding forest. Prepare the ranged sorcerers for attack, and let those with throwing spears aim before striking, creating the conditions for our master's battle. Hallie nodded, sensing the presence of the blue-scaled crocodile in the distance. Monster sorcerers, born from those with innate magical aptitude who strive to harness their talents, utilize basic spells, albeit at a slow learning pace due to a lack of guidance. Dozens of lower-tier monster sorcerers raised various staffs, chanting incantations, and soon released a barrage of magical projectiles into the lake, creating ripples upon impact. With a series of muffled roars, the disturbed blue-scaled crocodile surfaced from the water, its amber eyes locking onto the attacking monster sorcerers. The sorcerers, suddenly aware of the intense pressure bearing down upon them, found their movements hindered, making it impossible to concentrate on their chants. Sensing the fear emanating from the monster sorcerers, the blue-scaled crocodile slowly emerged in its entirety from the lake. Its massive body, adorned with shimmering azure scales, sparkled under the moonlight and the rippling water. as if concealing the mysteries of the deep sea. These blue scales also served as a vital material for exceptional magical armor. Although heavy, their formidable defensive capabilities were undeniable. A typical adult blue-scaled crocodile measures over 10 meters in length, with exceptional individuals reaching up to 20 meters. However, the creature before them was an outstanding specimen, exceeding 30 meters in length. Additionally, this gigantic crocodile's speed was impressive, thanks to its well-developed and elongated limbs, complemented by a powerful, spiny tail that served as a devastating weapon. With a thunderous roar, the blue-scaled crocodile unleashed a powerful tail swipe against the forest. Countless trees were uprooted by the sheer force of the strike, yet the monster sorcerers, shielded by the brachial wolves, managed to evade the attack just in time. Meanwhile, a multitude of monsters emerged from the distance, some armed with bows, others with spears, all aiming for the crocodile's eyes and nostrils. Annoyed by these incessant, mosquito-like assaults, the blue-scaled crocodile crawled out of the lake, intent on teaching these creatures a lesson. This extraordinary beast possessed intelligence. Its previous attacks were merely intended to drive the assailants away, for it deemed them insignificant. However, after enduring continuous harassment, its ferocity was ignited. With an earth-shattering roar, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Subsequently, a multitude of water-based spikes erupted from the blue-scaled crocodile's maw, aiming to eliminate the monsters in one fell swoop. However, a 4-meter-tall two-headed ogre suddenly charged forth, wielding a massive hammer hewn from solid stone, and roared as he slammed it down onto the ground. The two-headed ogre, having developed remarkable growth potential, had ascended to the rank of upper-tier ogre after awakening certain skills as a warrior, with the tremor he created being one of them. Visible waves of energy radiated from Ghana, causing the ground to crack beneath his feet. The shockwave rippled past the blue-scaled crocodile's legs, inflicting a stinging pain that only fueled its rage. The temperature of the air plummeted as the blue-scaled crocodile gathered icy elements in its mouth, exuding an aura of coldness. "Hallie, act quickly," Ghana shouted, swinging his hammer in preparation to attack. Nearby, on a small cliff, a 4-meter-long black wolf bore a blood-red werewolf upon its back. Howling fiercely before leaping high into the air, its crimson eyes filled with a thirst for blood. The blue-scaled crocodile, poised to strike, sensed a hint of threat. Nevertheless, it chose to eliminate the ogre first before seeking out the wolf rider. Hallie, overlooked in the chaos, felt a surge of murderous intent. Brandishing a magical longsword, he raised it high, crimson energy coalescing within the blade. Bloody blade. A piercing, metallic sound echoed as the once silver sword became imbued with a gruesome power, slashing down towards the blue-scaled crocodile's eyes. Yet, the blue-scaled crocodile, possessing considerable intelligence, recognized the threat posed by Hallie even as it prioritized the two-headed ogre. With a swift motion, it twisted its body, evading Hallie's strike, which instead hit its remarkably resilient back. Clang! The attack was completely deflected as Hallie, mounted on the brachial wolf, prepared to retreat. Suddenly, an enormous tail swept towards him. Not good. In a moment of urgency, Hallie raised his arm to shield himself. The magical longsword was not his to wield, thus he had no choice. Hallie was sent flying nearly 100 meters by the force of the blue-scaled crocodile's tail swipe, the vast disparity in power nearly rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Ghana seized the opportunity while the blue-scaled crocodile adjusted its position, channeling his strength to deliver a powerful blow to its leg with his hammer. Roar! The intense pain further enraged the blue-scaled crocodile, which lifted its forepaw, ready to strike down upon Ghana. Bear strength, Ghana bellowed, his already massive muscles swelling further, his entire form appearing more formidable. With both hands gripping the hammer, he prepared to clash head-on with the blue-scaled crocodile. Boom! A muffled thud resounded as Ghana held steadfast, the might of the azure-scaled behemoth surpassing his expectations. Empowered by the strength of the bear, he could only barely withstand the onslaught. Yet, he was not alone in this struggle. Not far off, Hallie re-entered the fray, choosing to embrace his beastly form for a swift recovery. The progenitors of the fearsome werewolves, the extraordinary night terror wolves, had evolved over countless ages into their current form. However, the primal strength lay dormant within the werewolf's being, and some of the more powerful among them could revert to their original night terror state. Hallie was evidently one of these formidable beings. A 5-meter-long blood-red werewolf sprinted forth, covering 100 meters in an instant, its bloodied claws striking fiercely, leaving a gruesome gash across the azure-scaled giant's eye. With a piercing roar of pain, the azure-scaled behemoth recoiled, forcing the ogre's limbs aside. The latter leapt high, wielding a colossal hammer to strike the giant's chin. Both combatants retreated momentarily. However, the azure-scaled behemoth, having sustained such damage, ceased its reckless assault and began to fight earnestly. In the next heartbeat, the behemoth swiftly maneuvered to Hallie's side, unleashing a powerful tail swipe. Concurrently, 6 sharp spears of water shot forth towards Hallie. Ghana, realizing Hallie's current state was merely a facade of strength, rushed to his side, wielding his hammer to counter the behemoth's tail. Alas, the outcome was grim. Kanna's new hammer shattered upon impact, sending him flying hundreds of meters, bone shattered. Meanwhile, Hallie narrowly evaded the strike as the Blockry wolf approached him, its wolfish eyes fixed intently on the azure-scaled giant. Just as the behemoth prepared to replicate its previous attack on Hallie, an instinct honed through countless battles surged within it, compelling it to flee without a second thought. Yet, lacking the buoyancy of water, its speed diminished. A searing energy grazed its forepaw, and with agonizing pain, it was swiftly eroded, vanishing as the residual energy devoured its limbs like a creeping plague. A thunderous roar erupted as the azure-scaled giant's forepaw was struck by Isai's arcane breath, the residual energy consuming its entire limb and spreading to half of its chest before being quelled by the magic within. Large raindrops began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Tumultuous dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and a fierce, unnatural storm descended upon the Emerald Mountains. High above, a crimson figure observed the azure-scaled giant, which had now recognized its foe, glaring into the shadowy sky. With a deafening clap of thunder, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the horizon, carving a boundary between heaven and earth. In that momentary brilliance, Isai's glistening scales reflected a dazzling white light, only to return to silence as the lightning faded. More violent bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, revealing Isai's form intermittently, his noble purple-gold dragon eyes shimmering in the darkness. Despite its injuries, the azure-scaled behemoth remained ferocious, its amber eyes now blood-red, emitting a thunderous roar. The dragon in the sky regarded it with disdain, remaining silent. Feeling belittled, the azure-scaled giant erupted in fury, unleashing a freezing breath that carried the chill of winter towards Isai. The behemoth's attack was slow, easily evaded by Isai, who no longer needed to conceal his prowess. Flames surged within him, and a cone of intensely high-temperature fire breath surged forth to meet the icy blast. The roaring flames vaporized the raindrops, colliding with the frozen breath, creating a tempestuous cloud of white steam that enveloped the battlefield. Within that cloud, the fiery breath surged forth, overpowering the icy torrent and striking the azure-scaled giantess back, the force and heat instantly charring its scales to cinders. The aggressive flames, granted a fleeting life, surged into the behemoth, wreaking havoc within. Isai ceased his breath, gazing through the layers of steam at the azure-scaled giant, which was now in disarray from Isai's revitalizing breath. Even the most resilient of extraordinary beasts was gravely wounded. With a roar, the azure-scaled giant expelled the flames within it, while the surrounding water elements surged, summoning a terrifying spear of water nearly 100 meters long from the vast lake. Simultaneously, the rain lightened, and the dark clouds above revealed hundreds of water spears, poised to strike down upon Isai. With a furious roar, the azure-scaled giant launched the 100-meter spear skyward, followed by countless smaller water projectiles hurtling towards Isai. Yet, Isai remained unperturbed, a glimmer of amusement in his dragon gaze. "I see," he proclaimed, uttering his first words of battle. Then, a bright white light emanated from his chest, as though a miniature sun was slowly forming, the radiant energy rising and illuminating the area before it was released. A surge of destructive energy, filled with brutal potency, coalesced to its zenith, emanating a chilling aura as the most formidable breath of destruction erupted from Isai, fanning out in a wide arc, until it transformed into a terrifying beam of light measuring 10 meters in diameter. An unprecedented confluence of breath erupted from Isai's mouth, ascending and expanding into a colossal draconic breath that directly toppled a 100-meter-long lance, sweeping across the horizon, shattering dark clouds, and soaring skyward. In an instant, raindrops ceased to fall, the howling winds hushed, and the lightning abruptly halted. The previously tense battlefield fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the sound of Isai flapping his dragon wings in the air. As the confluence of breath subsided, Isai hovered in midair, refraining from any further action, casting a disdainful gaze upon the blue-scaled giant crocodile. The dark clouds did not disperse. Instead, a 10-meter-wide void appeared amidst the layers of blackness, allowing specks of silvery moonlight to illuminate Isai's back, as if he were draped in a silver robe. The remaining moonlight reflected upon the puddles dotting the ground, the clear water mirroring Isai's form, casting a dragon's shadow upon the earth. The exhausted blue-scaled giant crocodile, having witnessed Isai's unwavering composure throughout their encounter, was left with nothing but profound fear in its eyes. Isai slowly descended, placing his front claws on the ground, his hind feet landing steadily. Upon touching down, Isai did not approach the blue-scaled giant crocodile, but instead sat back on his haunches, his wings fully unfurled. With his golden-purple dragon eyes fixed upon the blue-scaled giant crocodile, he regarded it with a frigid detachment, as though gazing upon a lifeless corpse. With a lowly demeanor, the blue-scaled giant crocodile approached Isai, lowering its head submissively. Subsequently, the prostrating creature presented a 3-meter-long magical gem, shimmering with a white glow, upon Isai's single front claw as an offering. Isai accepted the crocodile's tribute, handling the moon-like gem with care. The moon's tear, renowned for its transient ability to manipulate the weather, could indeed elevate this blue-scaled giant crocodile to the status of a legendary beast if it were to continue squandering such a treasure. Through the legacy of dragons, Isai recognized the radiant gem before him and remarked softly, "The moon's tear, a name quite romantic, with effects so explosive. This gem is intrinsically linked to the tempestuous weather of the material realm, imbued with immense magical energy, water elements, and thunder elements. It is said that the demigod known as the Storm Titan, the Lord of Tempests, wields a weapon adorned with a top-tier moon's tear, enabling him to command the seas and storms to fight on his behalf, hence his title." The quality of the gem in Isai's possession was somewhat ordinary, yet even so, it remained a premier magical material and a highly valuable collectible. Contemplating this, Isai turned his gaze toward the nearby lake, which presented a flawless circular form, vast in scale, reflecting the moonlight like a mirror in the night. "Thus, I shall claim the moonlit lake." With the name settled, Isai felt a sense of satisfaction with his creation. Before glancing back at the blue-scaled giant crocodile, squeezing out a few drops of dragon blood, Isai produced a scale as well. The extraordinary blue-scaled giant crocodile served as a commendable subordinate, its true strength perhaps slightly diminished from its earlier confrontation with Isai, yet still formidable. Soon, the transformation of the dragon's lineage was complete, and the blue scales, previously scorched by Isai's breath, began to regrow, their edges turning a deep crimson. What might a water-based creature manifest with a touch of fire? To be honest, Isai felt a sense of anticipation. Days later, one morning, with Isai incorporating the moonlit lake into his domain, the blue-scaled giant crocodile required a water source for its daily existence. Consequently, Hallie had to delegate the management of the opposite side of the moonlit lake to Ghana, ensuring constant communication with his own side. Notably, due to Ghana's performance in battle, Isai also facilitated a transformation of the dragon's lineage for the two-headed ogre. The lineage of dragons is inherently potent. Ghana, being a more formidable two-headed ogre, withstood the transformation despite being gravely injured, with hundreds of bones fractured. After enduring the transformation, Ghana not only experienced rapid recovery from his injuries, but also underwent a secondary development due to Isai's pure, red-gold dragon blood, growing to nearly 5 meters in size, to the point where he could be mistaken for a giant from a distance. Moreover, owing to the high potential of two-headed ogres, Ghana acquired the power of flames. Delicate red scales sprouting beneath his skin, enveloping muscles imbued with explosive strength. It could be said that within the entire tribe, should Ghana grow normally, he would likely become a legendary two-headed ogre of dragon lineage. As for the blue-scaled giant crocodile, its injuries were not severe. Its submission to Isai stemmed more from awe of his might than from any significant harm. After all, the blue-scaled giant crocodile was, in essence, a reptile. Thus, the current situation within Isai's territory involved Hallie and Isai, alongside werewolves and numerous goblins, positioned near a mountainous region resembling a sharp stone. While Ghana led a contingent of ogres, battle lizards, and various other creatures near the moonlit lake, situated a considerable distance away. Although Isai could communicate with Ghana over a distance, he saw no reason to act as a dragon-shaped telephone. Hence, the task of maintaining contact fell to the idle wolf cavalry, who were swift runners. It was merely 2 weeks after Isai had subdued the blue-scaled giant crocodile that an unexpected group of visitors arrived in his territory. "Master, I have matters to report," Hallie said, kneeling outside Isai's underground lair, his magical sword hanging at his waist, exuding a respectful demeanor. "Speak," Isai replied, absent-mindedly toying with the moon's tear, occasionally absorbing some of its magical energy. "A sizable band of goblins has come to the moonlit lake, seeking your protection. Hallie, I granted you that magical sword out of appreciation for your valor. Do not let your foolishness compel me to retract it," Isai interrupted impatiently. "A bunch of goblins coming to report to me. How utterly foolish. What use is their presence, bringing nothing of value? Yet, master, their leader is different. He is remarkably intelligent, exhibiting signs of ancestral traits, and is a high-ranking mage." Harley, under the pressure exerted by Isai, completed his statement before closing his mouth, awaiting his fate. Isai's attention was once again drawn back. Goblins, the most primitive and chaotic of creatures, were inherently suited to be the slaves of other monsters. However, the earliest goblins were not as they are now. They possessed remarkable intelligence and creative talents, even surpassing those of ancient gremlins. In fact, during that epoch, goblins established a formidable empire. Yet, due to certain irresistible forces, goblins gradually devolved, losing their intellect and retaining only their chaotic and savage nature. Nevertheless, the Jeranim continent has seen a resurgence of ancestral goblins, who outright deny any kinship with the diminutive, pointed-eared green creatures. These ancestral goblins, once matured, invariably exhibit formidable strength and intelligence on par with human politicians. Isai returned to his thoughts, stroking his chin as he felt the smooth scales and sharp protrusions above. "Very well, Let them come, he decided after a moment of contemplation, eager to witness the prowess of the so-called ancestral goblin mage. Master. That goblin insists on seeing you, but they refuse to come even when I summon them, Harley awkwardly reported. The leading goblin mage had instantaneously unleashed a high-level petrification spell, leaving Harley unable to react. He had attempted to forcibly bring the goblins over, but the leading mage's swift action had rendered him immobile, and he could only hurry to convey the news to Isai. Listening to Harley's account, Isai furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of Harley's current capabilities and knew he would not lie before him. If that goblin mage was indeed as formidable as claimed, it would certainly be worth Isai's attention. Go give him a good thrashing. How dare a mere goblin defy us? Isai thought, retracting the tear of the moon and rising. Take me to him. Isai's icy voice reached Harley's ears, who quickly responded by leading Isai away from the dragon's lair, his mind racing with thoughts of the unfortunate goblins. Moments later, Isai arrived on the surface, surrounded by a throng of dark monsters who immediately prostrated themselves upon seeing him. Save for the leader among the goblins. Isai scrutinized the goblin mage, clad in a tattered gray robe and wielding a gnarled wooden staff. What a pitiful sight, he mused. The standing goblin mage was momentarily taken aback by Isai's appearance. To discern that he was a red dragon was evident, yet the dazzling scales, robust horns, and the most striking violet gold eyes inflicted a profound visual shock upon the goblin mage. Honored Red, the goblin mage began, bowing deeply, but was interrupted mid-sentence. Silence. Filthy reptile. Repugnant goblin, merely laying eyes upon you offends my vision. You have 1 second to disclose your purpose, or for every second that passes, I shall slay 10 goblins, Harley. The thunderous voice echoed, prompting a quick response from Harley, who summoned several monsters to seize a number of goblins. Caught off guard by Isai's harsh ultimatum and the abrupt interruption of his prepared words, the goblin mage hesitated momentarily. In the next instant, Isai unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating over 20 goblins. No, stop! The goblin mage cried, witnessing his kin struggle in the dragon's breath, preparing to cast a spell to save them. However, Isai would not permit him such a luxury. With a mere thought, layers of rock erupted from the ground, ensnaring the goblin mage. While Harley stood ready to thwart any magical attempts, Isai grinned wickedly for a moment, noting that most ancestral goblins looked down upon their kin, often wandering alone. Those who remained with their kindred likely sought to cultivate others into their ancestral forms. Thus, for these ancestral goblins, the execution of numerous ordinary goblins they had raised was indeed a profound torment. I beseech you, great true dragon, I have come solely to offer my service to you. Please, cease this, and I shall accept any conditions. As another 30 goblins were reduced to smoldering remains, the goblin mage, observing Isai's growing impatience, feared he would annihilate the remainder of his goblins in one fell swoop, and knelt in supplication within the rocky prison. Upon hearing the goblin mage's plea, Isai produced a scale, dripping dragon blood, and forcibly initiated a transformation of the goblin mage's lineage. The goblin mage howled, overwhelmed by the agony of the transformation. But Isai swiftly silenced him. Call out, and you shall be the last of your green-skinned kin. The goblin mage gazed into Isai's cold, murderous eyes, and despite undergoing unimaginable suffering, dared not utter a sound. Minutes later, Isai released the exhausted lineage-altered goblin, regarding him with the disdainful gaze reserved for mere insects. Now, tell me, what manner of creature are you? My existence is solely to serve you, the weakened goblin mage murmured, gazing at the charred remains surrounding him. He fully submitted to Isai. This goblin mage, named Atten, had been more intelligent than his kin since birth and, like most ancestral goblins, found his fellow goblins to be remarkably foolish. This trait imbued Atten with a certain arrogance. Upon reaching adulthood, he naturally distanced himself from what he deemed a refuse-strewn goblin tribe. Utilizing his intellectual gifts and innate magical affinity, Atten became a rare goblin mage, wandering the northern territories. However, he was evidently oblivious to the concept of discretion, as his presence swiftly attracted the attention of human adventurers. An ancestral goblin mage was a treasure beyond valuation. Affluent mages coveted such goblins, viewing them as prime subjects for experimentation. Consequently, Atten was captured by a band of human adventurers and sold at a high price to a legendary mage within a kingdom. Upon being acquired by the legendary mage, Atten accompanied him to the Duchy of Harmo, nestled near the Emerald Mountains. The legendary mage was conducting a world-scale magical experiment and required a shrewd assistant, which allowed Atten to outshine the other humans and become the mage's sole and most valued aid. In this role, Atten absorbed a wealth of knowledge, including insights into the once glorious history of his goblin kin and the potential for ordinary goblins to revert to their ancestral forms. A seed of rebellion took root in Atten's heart during this time. After several years, the kingdom of the legendary mage faced an unprecedented crisis that necessitated his immediate return. Atten recognized this as his opportunity. He harbored no delusions of killing the legendary mage or stealing from him. Instead, He feigned forgetfulness regarding a crucial item and solicited permission to search for it, to which the legendary mage consented. Subsequently, Atten never encountered the legendary mage again. The reason for the mage's agreement was straightforward: to prevent Atten's escape. He imposed a magical contract that would shorten Atten's lifespan to 3 years, with the promise to lift the curse in the final year. Yet, Atten possessed remarkable magical talent. He devoted all his time to studying this magic and discovered a means to break the enchantment. Despite being forbidden from possessing any magical materials, he managed to escape, convinced that 3 years would suffice to gather the necessary components. After his escape, Atten took in a multitude of goblins, training them in hopes of facilitating their ancestral reversion. Ambition dwells in all things, and Atten's aspirations were deeply buried within him, yearning for the day he could once again establish a goblin empire. Although the ancestral reversion plan yielded some results, with a few goblins displaying newfound intelligence, much time was required for further training, time that Atten lacked. 2.5 years had elapsed from the 3-year span, leaving Atten with only 6 months to find the final ingredient, the energy of the moon's tear, guarded by the blue-scaled giant crocodile. Given Atten's status as a novice mage, defeating the crocodile was out of the question. Thus, upon witnessing the radiant pillar created by Isai's gathering breath, Atten sought out the dragon residing by the Silver Moon Lake and learned of Isai's existence. Ultimately, Atten resolved to first submit to Isai, hoping to negotiate a single opportunity to utilize the moon's tear based on his future worth. The grand ambition of ancestral goblins and an empire remained hidden in his heart as he patiently awaited the moment, confident that Isai, as a red dragon, harbored significant ambitions with a high probability of downfall. Atten had long mastered the art of extending his lifespan. He merely needed to conceal his ambitions until the day of Isai's conflict with humanity, when he could strike decisively. Initially, Atten intended to leverage his intelligence to negotiate favorable terms with Isai, but he was left bewildered by Isai's display of overwhelming power, compelling him to submit unconditionally. Thus, Atten revealed his past and abilities after being forcibly transformed into a dragon-blooded goblin by Isai. Upon hearing Atten's history, Isai privately resolved to use the moon's tear to lift Atten's curse. After all, a clever goblin who had learned world-altering magic at the side of a legendary mage held considerable value. He could compensate for the lack of mages in Isai's territory and serve as a strategic advisor in her absence. However, while Isai contemplated this, she would not express her thoughts openly. "Green-skinned reptile, your past amuses me," Isai remarked after Atten had finished recounting his history. "A servant to a legendary mage? That merely makes you a pet of humanity. Were you an ordinary goblin, I would scold that human for their foolishness. Yet, you are an ancestral goblin. I can only deem you worthless." As Isai paced leisurely around Atten, she added, "Honestly, I wish to incinerate you and your green-skinned brethren." Atten trembled at her words. But Isai continued, "Your despicable form has squandered my precious dragon blood transformation. Thus, I must begrudgingly accept your repulsive fealty. You owe me greatly, understand?" With a disdainful glare, Isai commanded, "Now, rise, gather your green-skinned wretches, and kneel." In response to Isai's order, Atten immediately rose and summoned all the goblins he had brought along, who then knelt before Isai. "My master, your humble servant Atten shall offer everything for you," he declared resignedly. "Everything you possess is now mine, reptile," Isai replied without glancing at Atten. "However, if your submission proves valuable to me, I shall grant you the chance to use the moon's tear." With a toothy grin, Isai expressed her amusement. Upon hearing that he might still touch the moon's tear, Atten's eyes sparkled with hope. "Thank you, my master. I shall surely demonstrate my worth. And from this moment forth, I will live my life for you," Atten exclaimed with great excitement, feeling immense gratitude towards Isai. In response, Isai revealed a sinister smile. With mere tactics, coupled with verbal threats and the coercive nature of a slave contract, as well as the allure of an ethereal promise, Isai transformed a once ambitious mage into a lifelong slave, devoid of both body and soul, who was compelled to express gratitude towards Isai. Isai referred to this as the art of persuasion. Even if Atten harbored ambitions deep within, once Isai matured, all secrets would be laid bare. Within the dragon's lair, atop a mountain of glistening gold and silver coins, a formidable beast shifted languidly. This slothful dragon was none other than Isai. After subduing the azure-scaled behemoth, Isai found himself devoid of immediate goals, following a slight deceleration in the daily affairs of his territory and external expansion. He began to contemplate preparations for his inevitable confrontation with a green dragon. Despite Isai's strength far surpassing that of ordinary dragons, he still sought to secure every possible advantage before engaging with another true dragon. This was only natural, as Isai had always held a disdain for all creatures outside of true dragons. Yet, he still regarded a juvenile green dragon with a modicum of respect. However, these were matters for another time, as Isai awaited a certain individual. "Master, everything is prepared," Atten's voice resonated from outside the lair. Isai lazily turned over amidst the gold and silver coins, causing a small golden sprite to tumble down. It wobbled precariously toward a lava pool, but Isai's elongated tail deftly ensnared it, returning it safely to the mountain of riches. Isai slowly rose and glanced at the magical gemstone, which was gradually regaining its arcane radiance, without a shred of regret. The gemstone possessed an innate ability to attract magical energy, ensuring that with these sparkling little beings, Isai's lair would be enriched with an abundance of magic. In moments of need, he could draw from these sources, explaining the significant absorption of magic during his brief periods of slumber. Having adjusted his posture, Isai exited the dragon's lair. After taking Aten under his wing, he had set him to work on endeavors he had long desired to pursue. Upon stepping outside, a rich aroma of meat wafted into Isai's nostrils. Indeed, something delightful awaited. What Isai eagerly anticipated was a brand new culinary experience. Previously, the culinary skills of the monsters under Harley's command had left much to be desired, without spices. The cooked dishes were more distasteful than raw fare, prompting Isai to express his disdain. Yet, this was unavoidable. For relying on the uncivilized wolfmen and kobolds to prepare delectable dishes was futile. It would be more entertaining to watch them engage in combat with one another. However, Aten's arrival ignited a flicker of hope within Isai. This individual had once served as a legendary mage's assistant and, at times, had been responsible for the mage's daily needs. Over time, he had honed his culinary skills and recognized various natural spices from the wild, such as a meter-long giant green onion and ample coriander. While his cooking may have seemed somewhat rudimentary among humans, it was far more acceptable among monsters. Observing the steaming, cut giant green onions, the unidentifiable white plant roots, and the milk-white broth simmered with extracted salt and other spices, Isai took a sip. This flavor was just right. He savored the distinctly different taste, reminiscent of a long-lost indulgence, almost wishing to hear a melody echoing faded. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the opposite end of the Emerald Mountains, where a vast encampment was stationed at the mountain's edge. The fluttering banners indicated that this encampment belonged to the Duchy of Harmo, and considering the duchy's overall strength, it was a significant deployment. The vicinity around the Emerald Mountains was sparsely populated by humans, with only the Duchy of Harmo and the Duchy of Rup standing out. These two duchies harbored mutual disdain for one another, each coveting the other's territory. The Duchy of Harmo, being the closest to the Emerald Mountains, boasted the only trade center within a vast area. Numerous emissaries from distant kingdoms ventured to trade, bringing an incalculable stream of tax revenue to the duchy, making it the duchy's most lucrative asset. Conversely, the Duchy of Rup, located further away and by the sea, was a coastal duchy with a formidable navy and the region's sole harbor, yielding substantial profits. Both duchies shared a commonality in their respective economic boons. Yet each ruler aspired to elevate their status from duchy to kingdom. The most effective means to achieve this was through the annexation of the other, thereby acquiring an additional economic hub to forge a legendary reputation and establish a kingdom, with the nearest rival kingdom being several dozen kilometers away, thus leaving room for a potential confrontation. However, both sides possessed comparable military strengths, and should a conflict arise, even if one side emerged victorious, they would likely suffer significant losses, rendering them incapable of achieving kingdom status. Moreover, a weakened duchy would appear as a tempting prize to other kingdoms, even at a distance. They would eagerly dispatch their armies to claim it. Thus, an uneasy balance persisted between the Duchy of Rup and the Duchy of Harmo for over a decade. Both sides naturally sought to escape this predicament, engaging in covert operations to undermine one another or bolster their own forces. The strategy of the Duchy of Harmo was evidently the latter. This nation held a vast religious authority, venerating the lawful light, the eternal sun guardian, and the sun god Amonata, and they had established a temple. The sun god Amonata, known as the shining god of gold and the eternal lord of radiance, served as the protector of law. He punished the wicked with stringent legal measures and avenged the wronged. His peculiar relationship with Roshander further distinguished him in the world. Although the high priests within the temple disapproved of aggressive actions, they felt compelled to partake in the Duchy of Harmo's schemes to spread Amonata's faith. However, the grand plans of the Duchy of Harmo ultimately revealed a glaring vulnerability. A crucial item had been stolen. Therefore, if the duchy sought to recover its losses, it must retrieve the stolen goods. Otherwise, the fruits of decades of planning would be whisked away, likely provoking the wrath of the duchy's king. The scene shifted to the center of the encampment, where a soldier clad in exquisite golden armor approached the dwelling at the heart of the camp. The second reconnaissance team has returned and requests to report, he stated. Inside the somewhat austere large tent, a middle-aged man dressed in noble attire polished his monocle while wearing a troubled expression before a table strewn with maps. Come in and report, the Duke of Emerald commanded. Retracting the map, the second team has completed 15 days of reconnaissance without discovering any trace of the target item, but there are other significant findings to report. The soldier straightened his posture and began his account. Speak plainly, do not leave your statements half-finished, the Duke of Emerald replied. visibly irritated by the military's rigid protocols that were driving him to the brink of madness. Understood. The second reconnaissance team has discovered and confirmed the presence of a green dragon approximately 2 kilometers from the main encampment. The Centurion paused, recalling that Duke Viridescent disliked unsolicited inquiries, and continued, according to the second squad's reconnaissance. The green dragon appears to be younger than an adult and hasn't resided in the Emerald Mountains for an extended period. Our fortifications should suffice. Furthermore, we've noted unusual precipitation and energy emanations on another peak within the Emerald Mountains. After a prolonged silence, Duke Viridescent dismissed the Centurion, then seated himself on the adjacent bed. A year prior, an artifact of divine significance was pilfered from the duchy by a traitor and spirited away to the Emerald Mountains, almost concurrently. As Duke Viridescent, he received the king's decree to lead the royal forces, eliminate the traitor, and retrieve the stolen object. However, despite the passage of time, progress remained virtually non-existent. Were it not for the mage's vague divinations confirming the traitor's continued presence within the Emerald Mountains, Duke Viridescent would have presumed the fugitive had absconded. The protracted delay had incensed the king, and without forthcoming news, Duke Viridescent feared his position would be jeopardized. The Emerald Mountains were never human territory, a fact well known to Duke Viridescent. Locating an individual within this domain, given their limited resources and influence, seemed an insurmountable task. It appeared that drastic measures were warranted. Duke Viridescent ruminated on the Centurion's report. Green dragons, unlike their red and blue counterparts, were not inherently bloodthirsty. Amicable relations, even a potential alliance, were conceivable. However, a maxim prevailed throughout the continent of Jerusalem. To parley with devils is to dance with daggers, and to treat with green dragons, one must first ensure one's own strength, lest it be a path of no return. Even a modicum of progress would grant me more time, he mused. I devoured the thick soup and its assortment of meats and vegetables in one fell swoop. True dragons possessed not only an omnivorous appetite, but also a unique gustatory system, enabling them to savor both raw flesh and cooked meals, even inorganic substances. Having been deprived of proper cooked food for some time, Isai clearly relished the meal, his tail swaying rhythmically. Had he not been observed by his underlings, he might have taken a bite out of the pot. The kobold's crude craftsmanship probably doesn't taste very good. However, the soup was merely an appetizer. Isai's true main course was a mid-tier magical beast, the earth boar, hunted by an ogre-led hunting party. Magical beasts differed significantly from ordinary animals, providing more energy, magic, and elemental power, thereby accelerating Isai's growth. In essence, magical beasts were a superior form of sustenance, capable of truly satiating Isai's hunger. The hunting squad, led by Ghana, specialized in tracking down these magical beasts, providing Isai with the energy he needed to thrive. However, magical beasts were finite and could not be mass-produced. Isai primarily relied on absorbing ambient magic and elemental energy, while consuming food was secondary. As Isai gnawed on the leg of the earth boar, his thoughts drifted afar, while Isai was lost in reverie. Harley's presence resonated within his mind. Harley is calling me. A draconic attribute, Harley could initiate contact with Isai, though currently, he could only convey vague information. Isai focused his senses. This fellow is in trouble. I should investigate. His dragonkin was quite resourceful, and if faced with an insurmountable foe, he would flee without hesitation. Only as a last resort would he consider fighting. Harley's plea for assistance indicated a dire predicament. Of course, if Harley were to act impulsively and summon Isai over a trivial matter, Isai would contemplate replacing him with Ghana. Isai glanced at Aten, unfurled his expansive dragon wings, and prepared for flight. Aten, maintain order in the territory during my absence. With these words, Isai soared into the sky, heading towards Harley's location. My honor, master, Aten replied. Ignoring Aten's response, Isai accelerated. Harley's distress signal grew more acute, suggesting he was nearing his breaking point. Harley, an upper-level warrior and a gifted dragonkin direwolf, was unlikely to be challenged by ordinary magical beasts in the vicinity. It must be an anomaly, a wandering knight, a ranger, or perhaps a dragon passing through. Isai pondered the possibilities as he flew. Meanwhile, Harley was desperately evading a pitch-black monstrosity. His crimson mane was half-torn, the remaining strands stained with his own blood. His lupin face was marred with wounds, and one eye was blinded. A gruesome gash stretched from his waist to his chest, the most conspicuous and fatal of his injuries. The skin around his abdomen had been brutally ripped open, the wound widening and deepening as it ascended towards his chest. Harley clutched his abdomen, desperately trying to keep his intestines from spilling out, and dared not look back at the creature pursuing him. Harley had been leading a pack of wolf riders in search of a suspected dragonkin monster. In a familiar location, he stumbled upon a standing black shadow. Oddly, he could see everything else in the area clearly, except for the shadow's specific form. Harley immediately recognized the danger and ordered the wolf riders to halt and prepare to retreat. But in a moment of distraction, the shadow vanished from the clearing as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, a wave of terror washed over him, and Harley fled. As time passed, the number of wolf riders dwindled, none of them knowing what had killed their comrades. Eventually, only Harley remained, and the black shadow revealed itself. Brachet, the wolf king, was instantly slain, devoured whole by the black monster. Harley, in a desperate attempt to resist, was viciously clawed by the monster, resulting in his grievous wound. It seems this is the end, Harley thought, clutching his abdomen, desperately trying to keep his intestines from spilling out. But the black monster was closing in. Just as the black monster was about to pounce on Harley, a blast of incandescent dragon breath struck the creature, sending it tumbling back dozens of meters. Master! Harley exclaimed with relief, gazing at Isai. He was saved. Fall back. I will handle this, Isai said, his gaze fixed on the black creature. The monster's form was chaotic, resembling a humanoid sculpture composed of unknown substances. A gaping maw was torn into its abdomen, and its body was covered in irregularly pulsating boils. Even with a true dragon's universal aesthetic sense, Isai could not discern a single redeeming quality in the creature's appearance. Frankly, a snot-covered mud monster would be more pleasing to the eye. It truly offends my senses, Isai muttered, though he did not underestimate the monster. Because there is no information regarding such entities in the legacy of dragons, Isai always harbors a modicum of respect when confronted with the unknown. The manner in which the mighty dragon respects its adversary is by striving to eradicate it completely. An intense wave of scorching flame erupted from Isai's mouth, propelled with tremendous force and searing heat, aimed directly at the ominous black creature. Yet, the creature did not flinch or evade. It allowed the fiery breath to collide against its being. The dark, oozing pustule on its surface swelled and then burst, spilling forth a foul, putrid liquid. A guttural sound emerged from the black creature, an unintelligible murmur. Isai ceased his fiery assault, observing the creature that seemed scarcely affected. With a mere thought, columns of rock erupted from the ground, levitating in the air. Under Isai's command, they transformed into sharp stone spikes, darting towards the black creature at supersonic speed, leaving trails in their wake. However, despite their ability to pierce higher-tier magical beasts, the stone rain struck the bizarre black creature without causing any discernible effect. An expression of mockery flickered across the grotesque visage encased in the putrid mass. Physical attacks proved utterly ineffective, yet the fiery breath had merit. From this brief skirmish, Isai gleaned valuable information. Although he initially unleashed a torrent of magical energy, he had refrained from exerting full force out of concern for Harl, thus failing to ascertain the creature's reactions. Just as Isai prepared to test several spells, the black creature stirred. The pustules erupted, but instead of oozing fluid, they released a thick, enveloping black mist, attempting to shroud Isai within. Amid this chaotic cloud, Isai sensed an overwhelming aura of negative energy, anger, fear, hatred, madness. Moreover, his keen intuition warned him of the perils inherent in this black mist. Although it was saturated with negative energy, it bore a distinctly different essence from typical dark energy. Conventional areas of negative energy, no matter how dense, would not manifest such a fog. They merely birthed various undead entities. And this phenomenon clearly did not belong to that category. Isai cautiously retreated, scrutinizing the black mist that extended roughly 20 meters. The malevolent aura bore a resemblance to that of demons dwelling in the abyss. The abyss, a lower plane rife with demonic entities, is virtually infinite, spawning countless chaotic and evil beings, with numerous worlds having recorded invasions. Even the demon lords commanding entire layers of the abyss wield powers rivaling those of true deities. The peril posed by demons is self-evident, and the black creature before him exhibited partial traits and essence reminiscent of abyssal demons. Was the abyss seeking to invade? But what new breed of demon was this? The varieties of demons are boundless, and their appearances are often unpredictable, as such entities defy conventional understanding. A deep, resonant sound emanated from the black mist, akin to the growl of an abyssal creature. A figure burst forth from the fog. It was the black creature, its lower half merging with the mist while its upper body grew increasingly robust, a massive tooth-filled maw sprouting from its head. The creature's form evoked thoughts of elemental beings from the outer planes. Would a wind elemental baron mistake it for kin? Isai mused, astonished by the transformation. The morphing black creature unleashed a silent roar, lunging towards Isai with a menacing, gaping maw. Its claws elongated, a meter-long black talon viciously reaching for Isai. In the air, Isai's agility surpassed that of the creature, and he adeptly maneuvered to evade the malevolent strike. Simultaneously, he summoned the fire element within, concentrating it around his claws as flames ignited in his grasp. With a similar motion, he swung his fiery claws against the black creature. A resounding impact reverberated. Yet the enormous creature showed little reaction, a twisted grin of mockery appearing upon its grotesque mouth. Infuriated by the derision, Isai retaliated with greater force, channeling solar-like energy from his core, unleashing a full-powered magical breath that surged towards the black creature. This time, sensing a grave threat, the creature enveloped itself in the dense black mist, evading Isai's magical breath. Undeterred by the miss, Isai ceased his futile assaults, recognizing that the creature's decision to dodge indicated the efficacy of his magic. Resolute, he prepared to strike again. Meanwhile, the black creature, having avoided the magical breath, readied its counterattack. An incomprehensible yet peculiar sound emerged, resembling a language but belonging to no known race. Suddenly, the black creature's jaws expanded, akin to a gaping maw from the abyss. Within that obsidian cavern, faces of unknown beings began to materialize, gradually becoming clearer. What in the world was this? Isai was taken aback as the creature's mouth revealed the visages of humanoid forms, grotesquely contorted, as if marinated in sulfuric acid for an eternity. The skin appeared flayed, bloodily hideous, with each face displaying emotions of terror, fury, defiance, and sorrow. The faces morphed into heads, each connected to elongated tentacles, emitting a disturbing cacophony of shrieks as they surged towards Isai from various angles. Disgusting, he thought, unleashing a torrent of magical breath that incinerated the repulsive entities into ash. However, the magical breath failed to corrode or cling to them. Instead, it dissipated. Seizing the opportunity during Isai's attack, the black creature ruptured its chest, unleashing a surge of black energy infused with malevolent essence that surged directly towards Isai. Yet Isai would not concentrate solely on the gruesome heads. He swiftly transformed his magical breath into a concentrated beam, countering the creature's black energy. To his surprise, the concentrated breath seemed to possess a natural dominance over the black energy, penetrating it effortlessly and striking the creature directly. A piercing scream, reminiscent of a human child, erupted as the black creature's form was struck, spewing forth foul, dark ichor that dissipated into gray mist. The creature sprouted numerous tentacles in a desperate bid to withstand the assault, while its upper maw exhaled additional black mist, successfully obstructing the concentrated breath. The black creature vanished from sight, reappearing elsewhere. As Isai halted the concentrated breath, he observed the creature materializing beside him, its mouth curling into a sinister smile, revealing its fangs. He had discerned the creature's vulnerability. The black creature hovered, shrouded in swirling mist, 6 robust tentacles extending from its back, and a multitude of blood-red eyes sprouting from its chest, its entire form grotesquely towering to 7 meters, fixated intently on Isai. Had the true battle begun? Isaac fixed his gaze upon the shape-shifting black monstrosity, poised to continue the battle. Die, insignificant creature. An ominous voice echoed from the creature's maw, followed by a surge of pitch-black lightning unleashed from its mouth. Isaac chose not to withstand the assault. Instead, he flapped his expansive dragon wings, gliding gracefully through the air to evade the creature's onslaught with the finesse of a dancer. After narrowly avoiding a bolt of lightning, Isaac prepared to unleash his breath attack, only to find the black creature looming before him. Recalling his breath, he lifted his dragon claw, its razor-sharp edges harder than steel, and severed one of the creature's tentacles with a single strike. If I cannot strike you directly, I shall rend you to shreds, Isaac declared in the dragon tongue. After slicing off a tentacle, he swiftly pivoted, his tail crashing down like a colossal whip upon the creature's head. The impact was tremendous, sending the black monstrosity crashing to the ground and creating a crater, from which spiderweb-like fissures radiated outward. Subsequently, Isaac concentrated power within his claws, summoning numerous stone pillars that erupted from the earth, impaling the creature and restraining it. Following a brief moment of power accumulation, he released a concentrated breath attack. However, the stone confinement proved inadequate, and the black creature quickly broke free, gathering its magical energy. Magic. Isaac realized he had fallen into a misconception. He had not considered that this black entity was also within the magical web, capable of utilizing magic as long as it could harness its power. Advanced magic imitated blue dragon breath. A cluster of white lightning erupted from the creature's mouth, colliding with Isaac's breath attack. The continent of Jeranim was replete with countless forms of magic, and the breath of a true dragon was, in fact, a type of magic, renowned for its potency. Most true dragons could have their breath imitated, barring a few exceptional species. The explosion of the imitated blue dragon breath was not overwhelmingly powerful, as it was swiftly overwhelmed by Isaac's concentrated breath. Yet, the black creature's objective was not to contend with the breath attack, but rather to seize a moment of respite. As Isaac's concentrated breath broke through the imitated blue dragon breath, it consumed a fraction of time, allowing the creature to regenerate its tentacles and ascend into the air once more, shrouded in dark mist. Isaac withdrew his breath. Although his unique breath had significantly increased in capacity after a brief slumber, it remained insufficient for unrestrained release. The black creature clearly intended to engage in close combat, as proximity would restrict Isaac's ability to unleash his concentrated breath. Even if it were to be struck, the creature could swiftly escape. Seeking close combat? Allow me to demonstrate the raw power of a true dragon. The black creature matched Isaac's speed, making breath attacks difficult to land. Thus, Isaac resolved to test the strength of his physical prowess and see if he could tear the monstrosity apart. Conventional dragon melee attacks typically involved pouncing, biting, and whipping with the tail. However, Isaac opted for a slightly altered approach. Avoiding the 4 extending tentacles, Isaac flapped his wings with vigor, lunging towards the creature. The dragon and monster spiraled through the air, the layers of black mist dispersing. As the black creature retracted its tentacles, it extended its dark claws toward Isaac's head. Yet, Isaac's robust wings afforded him remarkable aerial agility. Adjusting his position in the air, he sidestepped the claw and propelled his hind legs into the creature's abdomen, simultaneously seizing 2 tentacles that sought to ensnare him. With a powerful thrust, he kicked the black creature away while tearing at the tentacles, ripping them from its body. The fluidity of his movements left the creature reeling, having lost 2 appendages before it could react. Isaac discarded the severed tentacles, observing the now diminished creature with an unflinching demeanor. The creature's twisted chest, adorned with numerous eyes, radiated fury, mingled with an inexplicable animosity. Against such an enigmatic and malevolent entity, inflicting wounds was likely futile. To vanquish it through physical means, one would have to shred it into fragments before disposal. The black creature, now devoid of limbs, opened its maw and emitted a low growl before charging at Isaac, its magical energy surging. A barrage of debilitating spells, slowing, greasiness, petrification, weakness, and blinding, were unleashed upon him. The sudden onslaught of negative effects astonished Isaac, causing his state to deteriorate, and he instinctively raised his claw in defense. It was precisely this instinctive reaction that led his resilient claw to collide with something solid. The innate magical resistance of a true dragon proved formidable. After a moment of bewilderment, Isaac regained his composure, only to find that the creature's abdomen had split open, releasing countless needles that pierced his claw and chest. Simultaneously, Isaac was horrified to realize that his life force was being drained away, and his fear swiftly transformed into wrath. Begone! Without hesitation, he unleashed a concentrated breath, obliterating the black needles embedded in his chest and showering the creature with his breath. The creature, having partially regained its state, evaded some of the concentrated breath, only to prepare to conjure grotesque attacks against Isaac. However, driven by rage, Isaac surged forward with even greater speed, executing a powerful tail whip that caught the creature off guard. Just as the black creature regained its balance in the air, Isaac soared forward with his wings unfurled, momentarily unleashing a terrifying velocity as his 4 horns struck deep into the creature's form. The true dragon's horns were among the hardest parts of its anatomy, serving more than just an ornamental purpose. As the horns pierced the black creature's body, Isaac grasped its lower half, concealed within the black mist. With a swift motion, he cleaved the creature in 2 at the waist. After discarding the motionless lower half, he allowed the tentacles to strike against him, seizing control of the black creature. With his broad claws gripping the creature's head, he exerted all his strength to wrench it free, brutally twisting the head from its body. The moment the head was torn away, it fell silent. Was the core still within the body? Isaac pondered, yet he was unwilling to overlook any possibility, methodically dismembering the remaining limbs of the black creature and casting them aside. At last, only the torso, adorned with an array of tiny tentacles, remained. With all limbs eradicated, he declared, "Prepare to meet your end." Isai spoke as he lifted the monstrous body high into the air, a terrifying energy gathering in his chest. A breath of fusion, the most potent he had ever unleashed, erupted forth. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the creature sprouted several tentacles, feebly attempting to shield itself. After a relentless minute of high-powered exhalation, Isai ceased, the prolonged exertion causing his throat to throb painfully. The monster's form lay nearly obliterated, a pitch-black diamond crystal tumbling to the ground. Isai gazed at the diamond crystal that had remarkably withstood his fusion breath. To his astonishment, the previously shredded remains of the creature began to writhe, as if reanimated, slowly inching toward the crystal. Is this its true essence? Isai pondered, suppressing the discomfort in his throat, and unleashed another breath of fusion to obliterate the fragments he had torn from the creature. He halted his exhalation. What a discomforting sensation. It felt as if he had sprinted 2 kilometers only to consume a heap of dry food, his throat scorched with an intense heat. Indeed, he could breathe fire. Casting aside such peculiar thoughts, Isai focused on the diamond crystal. He did not regard it as a prized trophy. Rather, it likely represented a malevolent artifact capable of influencing wills. As he scrutinized the object, an ineffable will, accompanied by whispers, emerged in his mind. Suffering. Insubstantial. The voices echoed within him, yet they did not adversely affect his psyche. How bothersome, he muttered, preparing to distance himself from the entity. Feeling the injuries on his chest, Isai sensed an unsettling change within. A dark aura clashed with his essence, attempting to alter his spirit. What is this? Isai fixed his gaze on the black mist, striving to maintain his composure while searching for relevant insights within the dragon's legacy. However, he found no information therein. Instead, the platinum dragon scale embedded in his body emitted a faint glow, causing the dark aura to vanish without a trace. The platinum dragon god has intervened, Isai remarked, assessing his internal condition. Although he felt no significant issues within, the injuries from the tentacles and the depletion of his energy reserves compelled him to return to the dragon lair for recuperation. Isai retrieved his red spatial crystal, transferring its contents to another crystal before placing the diamond crystal into a box and tossing it into the red spatial crystal. While he suspected the object was not benign, it did not imply it lacked value. He simply remained unaware of its nature. Hours later, Isai returned to the subterranean dragon lair, absorbing the elemental fire energy beside the lava pool. Though severely injured, Harley, the black creature, seemed not to have inflicted any dark aura upon him, and upon Isai's inspection, Harley exhibited no unusual signs. Furthermore, as Isai gazed directly at the diamond crystal, a subtle reaction occurred within his starry dragon bloodline. Tiny sparks of starlight appearing on his scales, imbuing him with a sense of familiarity towards the crystal, gradually conjuring fragmented memories. Lord of Suffering? He mused, pondering whether the focus of their endeavors should shift underground or advance across the plains. Lord of Suffering? Isai rummaged through the dragon's legacy. The title seemed to belong to a deity, yet his exhaustive search yielded no information. After several hours of fruitless inquiry, Isai's frustration mounted. He lay atop a mound of gold and silver, rolling over. Ambushed inexplicably by an unsightly creature, he had triumphed, yet remained ignorant of its identity, and the fallen treasure's utility eluded him. This vexing predicament intensified his agitation, submerging his dragon head in the pile of coins. Only the tips of his 4 dragon horns protruded, the crisp sound of coins clashing against dragon scales slightly elevating his mood. Raising his head, Isai opened his mouth, deftly using his agile tongue to scoop up some coins and a few silver pieces to consume. The warm gold coins surrendered effortlessly to his sharp teeth, akin to pure golden chocolate. He savored the coins before swallowing them. If only the gold were a tad sweeter, it would resemble chocolate even more. The silver coins have a flaky pastry quality. Isai dismissed the earlier events from his mind, focusing instead on the flavor of the coins. Gold was decidedly more delectable. His craving stirred. He rolled a small pile of coins to savor. Although he had not forgotten the black creature, he merely tucked it away in his mind, intending to settle the score once he had grown stronger. The grudge of a true dragon is not easily forgotten. Upon establishing enmity with any creature, a true dragon typically waits until its strength has significantly amplified before confronting the bewildered foe or their descendants, extinguishing their lineage. This span could extend to a century, often lasting until the vengeful dragon's own life draws to a close. After restoring his spirits, Isai closed his weary purple-gold dragon eyes, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at a distance from Isai's territory, the dragon vein goblin tribe, spared from an attack by the werewolf tribe due to Isai's command, observed a colossal dragon vein goblin standing on a cliff, its stature nearly twice that of its kin, eyes glimmering with an intelligence uncommon among goblins. Surveying the undulating mountains in the distance. "How goes the reconnaissance?" it inquired in pure dragon tongue, its emerald scales revealing its lineage from the green dragon vein. "My master, we have confirmed that the one who ordered the extermination of your werewolves is indeed a red dragon. This red dragon possesses keen instincts. Many of our infiltrators have been discovered by a dragon vein werewolf. However, your humble servant seized an opportunity. The recent battle at the blue-scaled giant crocodile was indeed against that red dragon. The outcome was unfavorable for the blue-scaled giant crocodile, and the tear of the moon has fallen into the possession of that red dragon." A robust werewolf knelt respectfully beside the dragon vein goblin. Observing the dragon vein goblin's demeanor, it was evident that its actions were not driven by its own consciousness, but rather by the green dragon controlling it from the shadows. The dragon had evidently mastered the aspects of the dragon's legacy, utilizing them to its advantage. That unruly red whelp. Not only did it slay my kin, but it also snatched the tear of the moon. The green dragon behind the goblin spoke with displeasure. She had long coveted the tear of the moon. However, her juvenile phase had rendered her unable to confront the blue-scaled giant crocodile. Now, having matured, she intended to resolve the matter but found Isai had beaten her to it. "Humph, that blue-scaled giant crocodile is no easy opponent. This red whelp is likely a young dragon. For now, let the tear of the moon remain with you. I shall return for it in due time." The young green dragon deduced from the scant intelligence gathered earlier the size, age, and approximate strength of Isai. Although the green dragon also possessed considerable physical resilience, its breath weapon was rather lackluster, and the poisonous mist it exhaled proved ineffective for direct and impactful assault. However, even with a slight age difference, in a genuine confrontation, the green dragon might not necessarily emerge victorious. Nonetheless, the notoriety of green dragons does not stem from their combat prowess, but rather from their unparalleled cunning strategies and various underhanded tactics. As the most cunning of true dragons, green dragons typically employ deception and manipulation to gain the upper hand in battle. The young green dragon, Gulliant, was no exception. Recently, when her minions reported the potential arrival of other dragon types, Her usual caution led her to embrace a profound principle, to feign weakness. Thus, Gilliant, having no knowledge of her adversaries and with her dispatched minions unreturned, promptly retracted to her prepared fallback territory, a canyon within the Emerald Mountains. In the canyon, Gilliant awaited news from her minions while instructing her dragonkin to monitor the blue-scaled behemoth. However, as none of her previously dispatched scouts returned, Gilliant adjusted her strategy to seek information more discreetly. During this time, Isai was engaged in combat daily, significantly increasing the likelihood of exposure, ultimately leading Gilliant to acquire a wealth of intelligence. The red hatchling should be aware of my existence, yet, due to uncertainty, has wisely refrained from seeking me out. Should he dare approach, he may very well become the first dragon to fall to my claws. Gilliant recalled the intricate traps she had set in her territory, a smile creeping onto her lips. She then gazed at the circling Naga around her, a cruel smile forming. The time is ripe. I must instigate some disruption. I cannot allow you to remain so comfortable. While contemplating her plans to disturb Isai, Gilliant prepared her magic to confront the red dragon. However, as she busily made preparations, an unexpected visitor arrived days later, prompting her to reconsider her course of action. Indeed, Duke Emerald had traced Gilliant's lair using the dragonkin as a lead and dispatched a team of scouts. In the thorn-laden forest, Gilliant regarded the humans before her, narrowing her eyes. Having fully matured into a young dragon, she now measured 16 meters in length, her size scarcely distinguishable from that of an adult green dragon. The growth between the juvenile and adult stages generally does not exceed 2 meters. Having mastered concealment magic, Gilliant had believed herself virtually undetectable. Yet the appearance of these humans was a stark reminder of her fallibility. Reptiles, inform me of your intentions and provide reasons that might spare your lives. With a hint of irritation, Gilliant bared her teeth, wisps of toxic gas escaping her maw. The scouts, fully aware of the green dragon's temperament, had preemptively cast spells to resist toxins. Mighty green dragon, we come bearing the goodwill of the Hammer Duchy, seeking to negotiate a modest transaction with you. The scout calmly knelt before Gilliant, adopting a humble demeanor. Look around, reptiles. The illustrious Gilliant possesses everything, while you are merely a trifling duchy. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Upon hearing the mention of a duchy, Gilliant felt a flicker of surprise, her murderous intent waning as a new plan began to form. Madam Gilliant, the Hammer Duchy is indeed feeble. However, the transaction we propose is not for our benefit, but for yours. The scout paused, awaiting the dragon's response. Intriguing. As far as I am aware, humans are inherently greedy creatures. Nevertheless, you have managed to capture my attention. Gilliant's curiosity was piqued by the scout's words. Before we continue our discourse, I would like to know your name for future reference. Noticing that the green dragon appeared to be in her youth, likely eager for an imposing title, the scout deemed it fitting to flatter her mood. Moreover, many powerful chromatic dragons would often spare a few lives after slaughters to propagate their titles. Very well, remember this. Before you stands the magnificent emerald crown. Gilliant, clearly pleased, divulged the title she had long envisioned. Lady Emerald Crown, your name resounds with grandeur. We wish to collaborate with you in the pursuit of a certain item, one that is exceedingly perilous and may bring you some trouble. The human scout shifted the conversation. Trouble? Gilliant's expression turned disdainful. What item could possibly trouble me? It is the essence of an evil god. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in the scout's eyes. Essence of an evil god. Upon hearing this term, Gilliant's previously stable demeanor experienced a notable shift. The essence of an evil god, as the name suggests, was intrinsically linked to malevolent deities. In the astral realm, numerous true gods wield vast powers, standing as the most formidable immortal entities in the infinite cosmos. Even in the event of an unexpected demise, as long as they have followers, they can never truly perish. They thrive on their believers. If a deity loses all worshippers, they become exceedingly vulnerable and, upon death, cannot be resurrected, as no one remembers them. Evil gods, however, are a unique category of deities often confused with malevolent entities. While evil gods are indeed wicked, they are primarily influenced by the powers they wield. Nevertheless, they adhere to certain fundamental rules, such as refraining from annihilating planar worlds or engaging in senseless mass slaughter. In contrast, evil gods view life as expendable and are inherently deranged, reveling in bloodshed. Thus, while some evil gods possess the ability to absorb the power of faith, they prefer to augment their strength through the consumption of souls and the harvesting of lives. Consequently, in the astral realms, gods do not recognize evil gods, often eliminating them on sight. However, evil gods are still gods. They possess immortality, making them inexhaustible foes. Furthermore, their frequent resurrection only exacerbates their madness. Most evil gods prefer to lurk within abyssal realms, and due to the inherent dangers of such locations, most deities hesitate to confront the threats posed by invaders, opting instead to avoid engaging the evil gods. The same principle applies across various planes. where encounters with evil cults often lead to merciless extermination. Gilliant recalled the records concerning evil gods from the Dragon Legacy and shivered involuntarily. Anything associated with evil gods is troublesome and ominous. With this thought in mind, Gilliant regarded the still kneeling human scout. Well, explain how you propose to cooperate. Since you seek this essence related to evil gods, the purpose for which you intend to utilize it must also be disclosed to me. After all, you are well aware of the peril posed by the malevolent deity. The human scout observed the green dragon and composed his thoughts. The higher-ups forbade him from revealing their intentions regarding the malevolent crystal they sought, and he was not privy to such information. For the true dragons are exceedingly sensitive to falsehoods, particularly the green dragon, who is a master of deceit. Lady of the Emerald Crown, you are correct. The malevolent crystal is indeed perilous. The Duchy of Harmo is cognizant of this fact. However, it is exceedingly challenging for humans to locate even a small crystal within the Emerald Mountains. Thus, we hope you will assist us in the search for this foul object, and upon success, we shall bestow upon you a reward of considerable value. Should this crystal erupt, the most severe outcome could be the emergence of an indestructible abomination. The Duchy of Harmo shares this concern, and we shall handle the malevolent crystal with utmost caution, devoid of ulterior motives. As the scout spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Gilliant. He could not lie, for the green dragon would undoubtedly detect the deception, and the consequences of misleading a true dragon are dire. Neither could he fabricate a story, as the green dragon would still discern the truth. Hence, the scout opted for a smooth response. Ah, your command of language is commendable. Humble human. However, I seek more than this ambiguous answer. Tell me, what exactly do you intend to do with this crystal? How will you manage it? Gilliant inquired, her eyes gradually acquiring a dangerous glint. Having known of human cunning since childhood, she chose to scrutinize them closely, even if this was her first encounter. Moreover, the malevolent crystal sounded exceedingly perilous, and she needed to ascertain its true fate. The scout remained silent for an extended moment. Gilliant regarded him, contemplating whether to adopt a different approach. "O great Emerald Crown, the wisdom of humanity pales in your presence," the scout proclaimed, lowering himself further, kneeling. "I am unaware of what the duchy intends to do with the malevolent crystal, for my station is too humble to access such secrets. However, the Duke has informed me that the duchy is willing to pay any price to acquire this crystal." The scout chose to be succinct, revealing no more. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent vanished from Gilliant's gaze. The human scout had been quite clear, implying that she should set the terms. Easily seizing the initiative, Gilliant mused to herself, "Indeed, I am astute." She had already resolved to enlist these humans in her quest to defeat the Red Dragon. Thus, she would likely not refuse their aid. As for the consequences of the malevolent crystal, she was indifferent, for if calamity were to strike, others would surely come to intervene, and accountability would not fall upon her, the wicked dragon. With this in mind, Gilliant pondered briefly before speaking. "Given your apparent sincerity, I shall assist you in seeking the malevolent crystal. However, I require your help in dealing with a red dragon. Are there red dragons in the Emerald Mountains?" The human scout inquired, taken aback, for if a red dragon were indeed present, their nature would have ensured they were already aware. "Of course. What else would I require your assistance for? The adversary is most likely a juvenile red dragon. It would be best if you dispatched a considerable number of individuals to eliminate it." The human scout listened to Gilliant's words, astonished. "Isn't it forbidden for dragonkind to engage in mutual slaughter?" Gilliant wore a cruel smile. "Should you slay it, what concern is it of mine?" The human scout fell silent, refraining from further comment. Some green dragons view the extermination of other draconic beings as a testament to their intellect. "Very well, we consent. Even if we do not acquire anything from the red dragon, eliminating a significant threat to the duchy is a compelling reason for us to proceed. Do not be hasty in your agreement. The red dragon poses a potential significant hazard to you as well, and I shall require additional compensation for assisting you in eliminating this threat," Gilliant remarked, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. "That is certainly acceptable." The scout recalled the Duke's instructions to acquiesce to the green dragon's demands. "Then it is settled." Gilliant smiled. "Please accept this communicator to facilitate our correspondence." The scout produced a magical intercom crafted from various enchanted items encased within a square of high-quality wood, presenting it to the green dragon. Subsequently, after a brief discussion of specific details, the scout retrieved a contract witnessed by the god of justice. The content of the contract precisely mirrored their discussions. Gilliant, the green dragon, would assist Duke Emerald in the search for the malevolent crystal, while the Duke would aid Gilliant in slaying or driving away the red dragon and provide compensation, the specifics of which would be determined by Gilliant. The entire arrangement was to be concluded within 6 years. With the contract duly signed, the scout expressed gratitude for the assistance of Lady Gilliant of the Emerald Crown. "Indeed, I shall prioritize the search for the malevolent crystal. However, should our efforts yield no results for an extended period, I expect you to address the red dragon. Understood?" Gilliant stated, waving her claw dismissively. "That is a reasonable request. I look forward to our collaborative journey," the scout replied, leading his party away. A few hours later, the human scout returned to the camp. "My lord Duke, your wisdom shines like the stars. You have nearly deduced the essence of the green dragon's words. However, the existence of the red dragon presents a minor variable. Fear not, that variable shall perish in a few years." "Humph, the green dragon is still too young. Anything associated with a malevolent deity can hardly be deemed advantageous." Duke Emerald chuckled, inhaling from his pipe. The Sorella Plain, located in the northeastern region of the continent, is characterized by a juxtaposition of desert and plain. Thanks to its unique geography, it is home to various draconic species, such as blue and brass dragons. Its location is also critical, bordered to the west by the continuous Emerald Mountains, to the east by the sea, to the north by the Duchy of Harmo and the Duchy of Ripe, and to the south by a swampy forest that separates 3 human kingdoms. However, the Sorella Plain's semi-desert landscape means that truly habitable areas are limited. Just a few decades ago, a mutated warg suddenly rose to prominence, defeating an alliance of various monster tribes. Under immense pressure, it became a rare legendary warg, firmly establishing dominance over the plains and commanding a vast number of monsters. This region poses certain dangers for Isai. However, as long as he avoids encountering the legendary warg, he is unlikely to face life-threatening peril. Since Isai must eventually traverse this plain, he resolved to investigate it first. Isai was not far from the Sorella Plain and soon soared away from the Emerald Mountains, arriving at the vast expanse. On the plain, sparse patches of grass swayed in the wind, occasionally revealing bare soil that hinted at the land's barrenness. In the distance, the horizon blurred, merging the sky and earth at the limit of vision, creating a scene both simple and profound. "The scenery is quite pleasant." Isai commented that, flying high above, he could observe many things invisible from the ground. From his aerial vantage point, the desolate yellow plain appeared like a vast palette, unfurling between heaven and earth. The extensive terrain showcased a gentle hue of yellow grass, while sunlight poured through the clouds, casting golden rays that danced and flickered warmly across the golden grassland, exuding a slightly melancholic sheen. The undulations of the plain revealed meandering valleys and hills, forming elegant curves that delineated the contours of the land. If not for the monstrous creatures that roamed here, the scenery would indeed be quite delightful. After flying for a while, Isai glimpsed a cluster of towering hills, bordered by expanses of shrubs. The hills bore sparse vegetation, their withered grass swaying feebly in the wind, while the exposed rocks appeared pale and frail under the sun. However, Isai's arrival seemed to have disturbed a formidable creature dwelling within the hills. A red dragon halted its movements. As Isai prepared to ascend the hills to investigate potential monstrous activity, a warning voice in the tongue of dragons echoed in his ears. Were there other dragons? Why not reveal themselves directly? "Who? Step forth and speak," Isai declared, unleashing his draconic might. Shortly thereafter, a 4-legged brown dragon emerged slowly from the hills. Staring at the approaching dragon, Isai was momentarily taken aback, as the legacy of dragons stirred memories within him. He had not anticipated the presence of a brown dragon in this region. As the brown dragon approached, he spoke, noting that it lacked wings. And although it could communicate in the dragon tongue and other common languages, it was not regarded as a true dragon. Nonetheless, it possessed fragments of draconic heritage, qualifying it as a semi-dragon. This creature was relatively large. An adult brown dragon could reach lengths exceeding 18 meters, significantly larger than a white dragon. Interestingly, brown dragons were known for their fierce temperament. They possessed the intelligence to wield magic, awakening abilities such as sandstorm spells that could conjure fierce dust storms. Alongside several other common spells, these dragons predominantly resided in desert regions, often encountering blue dragons, leading to intense confrontations. Despite their comparable sizes, battles between brown and blue dragons frequently ended in defeat for the former. Isai pondered this information, puzzled by the brown dragon's presence. Weren't they typically found in deserts? What brought it to the plains, especially so close to the Emerald Mountains? Isai scrutinized the brown dragon before him, estimating its length to be around 17 meters, indicating that it was indeed an adult. Its body bore numerous scars, most inflicted by other dragons, including a particularly gruesome, yet healed wound, likely caused by lightning breath. This injury could only have been inflicted by a blue dragon, given that only they possessed such devastating lightning breath, and bronze dragons lived by the sea. Thus, a theory formed in Isai's mind. The brown dragon, living in the desert, had encountered a blue dragon, leading to a conflict that left it severely injured, forcing it to flee. Knowing it could not contend with legendary werewolves, the brown dragon had retreated to these hills. "Red dragon, if you're unscathed, you should leave quickly. You've disturbed my rest." The brown dragon's voice, now softened compared to its initial tone, reached Isai's ears. Isai realized that this was a rare female brown dragon. "What is your name, brown dragon?" he inquired. "You may call me Jeroni. If there's nothing urgent, please depart," the brown dragon replied, revealing that her situation aligned closely with Isai's conjecture. Having lost her territory and arrived here with a tempest of anger, Isai's presence had only served to awaken her ire. Thus, prior to their meeting, Jironi's demeanor had been rather hostile. However, upon seeing Isai, the brilliance of his gem-like red scales and his impressive 4 dragon horns had left her momentarily astonished. In terms of appearance among dragons, Isai was considered remarkably attractive, and as he had yet to fully mature, his physique had not fully manifested like that of a muscular dragon. Thus, to other dragons, Isai appeared as a handsome young drake yet to reach his full potential. Ahem, brown dragon, I am actually in search of a capable ally, as I have one, or rather, several, battles to fight, and I hope you might lend me your assistance, Isai expressed, sensing that Jironi's hostility was not excessively pronounced. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Though the red dragon is the chief of the chromatic dragons, I am still an adult dragon. You should accord me a modicum of respect, Jironi retorted, a hint of irritation evident in her voice. I respect true dragons. You are but a half-dragon, deserving of only half my respect, Isai responded nonchalantly, knowing that Jironi's lack of wings rendered her unrecognized by most dragons, despite her possessing draconic heritage and a true name. Roar. You seek your demise. Clearly, the terms of being a wingless half-dragon struck a nerve with Jironi, as waves of earth elemental energy surged within her, propelling her upwards towards Isai. Oh, it seems I must first teach you a lesson, Isai remarked, confident in his strength, capable of besting an adult white dragon with ease, and recognizing that Jironi's power was not particularly formidable. Even her mightiest physical strength paled in comparison to blue dragons, and she lacked magical abilities. Most critically, she could not fly. Here is a nod to a certain red individual who cannot fly. With the advantages of magic and aerial superiority, Isai saw no reason to anticipate defeat. As he observed, Jironi leaped high, aiming to seize Isai and prevent him from ascending too far. Concurrently, an intangible draconic aura swirled around her, releasing a formidable wave of energy directed at Isai. However, Jironi's intentions were all too evident. The moment she leaped, Isai soared upward, braving the brunt of her draconic might. Although Jironi's presence was not overwhelmingly powerful, she was still an adult dragon, and her aura did exert some influence over Isai, who swiftly broke free from its effects. Ascending effortlessly, Isai evaded Jironi's charge, and his violet golden dragon eyes hardened with resolve. A torrent of draconic might emanated from Isai, cascading over Jironi. While its impact on her was similarly minimal, this marked the commencement of their conflict. After her failed assault, Jironi landed gracefully, quickly regaining her footing and adjusting her stance, lifting her head high as her brown scales radiated a warm, earthy glow. Isai sensed the air around them brimming with restless earth and wind elements. Subsequently, the once tranquil air transformed into a tempest, as swirling sands and fragments of rock were whipped up by the ferocious winds. The adult brown dragon's arcane ability, Sandstorm. Countless grains of sand materialized from thin air, accompanied by rocky debris from the hills, unleashing a monumental sandstorm centered around Jelani, shrouding its figure within the tempest. Naturally, Isai found herself enveloped by the storm. Everything within her line of sight was cast in a hazy, earthy hue. This alteration was not merely visual. The air was permeated with the taste of dust, each breath akin to swallowing fine granules of sand. Ugh, how repulsive, Isai exclaimed, spitting out a mouthful of sand, her brow furrowed. While the raw power of an adult brown dragon is formidable, it does not imply they rely solely on brute strength. Reveling in the role of a reaper of lives amidst the sandstorm is far more to their liking. The sand that appeared from nowhere was no ordinary matter. The winds and sands conjured by magic possessed considerable lethality, and Isai would not choose to absorb damage from above. It seems you truly wish to confront me. With that, Isai folded her wings, landing and sensing Jelani's position, ready to respond. Amidst the swirling sands below, a four-legged dragon shadow darted swiftly past Isai. As Isai merely sought a combatant, she refrained from unleashing her breath weapon, having no inclination to slay a dragon. Although obscured, she discerned Jelani's general location. As flames gathered in her maw, her muscles tensed. Isai pivoted quickly, her crimson tail lashing out like a fiery whip. Jelani, who had begun to reveal herself for a sneak attack, instinctively reacted to the incoming tail. Years of combat experience kicked in, transforming her ambush into a frontal clash as her sturdy claws collided fiercely with Isai's tail. A resounding thud echoed, causing Jelani to retract her claws, while Isai also withdrew her tail, unleashing a searing breath that charred Jelani's scales and scorched her flesh. Ignoring the pain in her claws, Jelani hastily retreated from the fiery onslaught. Among dragons, the strongest areas are their tails and wings, with the latter unsuitable for close combat. Thus, the tail becomes a formidable weapon, with few daring to withstand its strike. Shaking her claws, Jelani felt a mix of pain and numbness from the impact, a testament to the red dragon's prowess. Suppressing her anger, she prepared for a serious bout, perhaps one that would allow her to fight with unrestrained vigor. A hint of anticipation escaped Jelani's lips. Meanwhile, Isai's tail had also suffered considerable recoil. prompting her to cancel the continuous release of breath as she prepared for the next assault. The initial physical collision had yielded no clear advantage for either combatant. However, soon Jelani charged at Isai, employing the classic dragon tactic: pounce, bite, and swing the tail. Yet, Isai would not grant her this opportunity. With wings unfurled, Isai seized the moment, timing her leap perfectly to evade Jelani's charge, soaring above her. Upon landing, she executed a fluid turn and surged toward the recovering Jelani. The moment Jelani turned around, Isai's draconic visage loomed larger in her sight. A tremendous force collided with her chest, spinning her vision into chaos. Instead of following the traditional route of tearing and biting, Isai raised her claws high, fists clenched, and struck down upon Jelani's head. The impact reverberated through the air, fracturing numerous scales and sending Jelani's mind into a state of dizziness, rendering her unable to retaliate effectively. Seizing this golden opportunity, Isai pinned Jelani down and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. Ora ora. Most of her strikes landed upon Jelani's head. Yet, Jelani's formidable physique kicked in, empowering her to break free from the dizziness. Amidst the relentless barrage, she thrashed wildly, her larger size dwarfing Isai's form. In a frantic roll across the dust-laden ground, Jelani's movements thwarted Isai's attempts to continue her assault, forcing Isai to kick Jelani away to create distance. Quickly recovering, Jelani executed a roll to dissipate the force of Isai's kick, then, upon rising and lifting her head, unleashed a cone of acidic breath directly at Isai. Goodness, Isai remarked, conjuring a stone wall that emerged from the ground. Though it held for barely a second, Isai swiftly repositioned herself, flames swirling within her maw. Jelani's combat instincts were evidently superior to Isai's. Her evasive rolls prevented Isai from landing a blow, while also absorbing the force of the kick, culminating in a well-timed breath attack as she emerged from her roll. The fluidity of her movements was something Isai lacked. With the realization that a battle of brute strength would not favor her, Isai recognized the necessity of a different approach. Understanding that she could not withstand a counter against Isai's fiery breath, Jelani promptly ceased her acidic onslaught and retreated into the swirling sands. TSK, becoming addicted, are we? Isai halted her breath, speaking as magical energy surged around her. Just as Jelani anticipated a targeted spell from Isai, her feet suddenly slipped. Haha, just kidding. I don't actually know mid-level magic. Knowing the precise location of Jelani, Isai seized the opportunity when she was distracted, unleashing a sudden slick spell. The slippery magical grease caused Jelani to lose her footing, resulting in a harsh fall onto her dragon face. Subsequently, a searing breath of fire surged towards her. The intense heat ignited the magical grease before it could even reach Jelani, setting her ablaze. Damn it! Jelani exclaimed, her mind racing as the flames approached rapidly, transforming the scorching breath into a furious inferno in her eyes, clawing and snapping. Feeling her limbs slipping beneath her, Jelani steeled her resolve. She could not withstand Isai's breath. But she would not allow herself to be defenseless. With her maw brimming with sharp teeth, she unleashed a jet of acidic liquid aimed at her own limbs. The acid sizzled as it washed away the magical grease, extinguishing the flames licking at her body. A harsh, corrosive sound echoed. Yet Jelani ignored the pain and swiftly evaded Isai's fiery breath. Witnessing Jelani's remarkable maneuver, Isai was taken aback, realizing there was still room for creativity in battle. Meanwhile, the sandstorm began to abate, and the debris in the air fell like raindrops upon Isai's scales, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. As Isai ceased her breath, Jelani had already developed a weakness. Isai rubbed her claws together, eager for a long-awaited brawl, relishing the prospect of engaging in a fight she was certain to win. You despicable red dragon! Jelani shouted in fury, her voice trailing off as Isai closed the distance between them. Here I come, Isai announced, charging forward on all fours. Although Jelani was unsure of Isai's intentions, she welcomed the prospect of close combat and lunged toward her opponent. Boom! The two colossal dragons collided with tremendous force, shaking the freshly settled debris several meters into the air. Their heads clashed, neither willing to yield. From a visual perspective, Isai appeared considerably smaller than Jelani. Yet she managed to hold her ground, resembling a child engaged in an arm wrestling match with an adult. However, as time passed, Isai, who struggled with sustained exertion, began to falter. Without hesitation, she abandoned the contest of strength, adjusting her hind legs, one position forward, the other back. Jelani, deprived of her opponent's resistance, stumbled and nearly fell. Isai seized the moment, grasping Jelani's dragon head with her claws, then unleashing a surge of power to hurl Jelani away using the principle of leveraging strength. Jelani, caught off guard by this unfamiliar tactic, was bewildered, having just gained the upper hand, only to find Isai's force dissipate, causing her to stumble and be flung aside. Yet, the fall was of little consequence. As she rose, Isai spread her dragon wings, flapping vigorously before soaring into the sky, diving straight toward Jelani. Ever fond of direct confrontations, Jelani steadied herself, preparing to brace for Isai's impact. 300 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters. Just as Isai readied her paws for a collision, she suddenly pivoted, her tail whipping toward Jeloni's face. Not good, Jeloni quickly realized, but this time she would not use her meager claws for defense. Instead, she swiftly turned her head, absorbing Isai's tail strike with her body. The sharp scales of her hide were brutally struck away, and though the pain was excruciating, it was hardly severe for a true dragon. Without a moment's pause after absorbing the blow, Jeloni seized Isai, sinking her formidable jaws into Isai's shoulder. The sound of tearing scales filled the air as a bloody wound blossomed upon Isai's shoulder. The brown dragon possessed a notable trait. Her large mouth granted her remarkable biting power. Isai, in pain, observed Jeloni's relentless assault and retaliated with a fiery breath. A torrent of flames accompanied by a terrifying force that sent Jeloni flying once more. Enduring several violent impacts, coupled with Isai's breath, Jeloni felt her strength waning. Yet, she refused to concede defeat to what she deemed a juvenile red dragon. With this determination, she rose again, dragging her heavy head towards Isai. However, her speed had significantly diminished. It was evident she was nearing her limit. Isai, observing Jeloni's tenacity, slightly raised her head, then seized the moment to rear up on her hind legs, her claws pressing against Jeloni's body, straining once more in a battle of strength. Half a minute later, Jeloni, her brown scales charred and blackened, collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. Isai, regarding the unmoving Jeloni, extended her front paw and gave it a gentle shake. Wake up. I offer you two choices. Serve me for 100 years, or endure another beating before serving me for 100 years. Isai reminded Jeloni, who was still reluctant to accept her defeat. Groggy, Jeloni awoke to find Isai, nearly unscathed, and struggled to believe her loss. Respond. Isai's tone darkened, a fiery breath landing beside Jeloni, laden with warning. Although Isai typically treated other true dragons with relative normalcy, she would not tolerate disrespect. I, the brown dragon Jeloni, am willing to serve the red dragon Isai for 100 years, she said begrudgingly, glancing at the scorched earth left by Isai's flames. Though the lifespan of brown dragons was not as lengthy as that of their more prominent kin, a mere 100 years was still within her grasp. Call me Isai. You have yet to swear your oath, Isai instructed, her threat unwavering. Without the gaze of a dragon matriarch, oaths held little value among true dragons. I, the brown dragon Jeloni, willingly pledged to serve the red dragon Isai for 100 years, in the name of Tiamat. As Jeloni spoke, ripples coursed through the air, signaling the potency of her oath, and the gaze of the five-colored dragon matriarch fell upon them. The majority of beings in this world had a tradition of swearing oaths, and in a realm where deities truly existed, any vow made in the name of a god could not be broken without facing divine wrath. However, the subjects of oaths varied among different factions. For instance, metallic dragons typically swore in the name of Bahamut, while evil dragons of the chromatic variety swore in the name of Tiamat. Thus, Isai gained a formidable ally. In pure physical strength, Jeloni surpassed Isai, but that was her only advantage. In terms of breath intensity, speed, and reflexes, Isai far outclassed Jeloni. However, Isai did not intend to bring Jeloni back directly. A brown dragon accustomed to desert life would be conspicuous in the lush green forests. Thus, Isai decided to keep Jeloni still for the time being and await further information. Jeloni showed no objections and fell back into a deep slumber, as most of the injuries of a true dragon could be healed through rest. And the brown dragon was no exception. With a formidable dragon now in his ranks, Isai felt quite pleased. However, he did not forget his ultimate purpose and took to the skies, continuing his journey deeper into the plains. As Isai gazed at the receding figure of the brown dragon, gusts of wind swept through, carrying sand, yet causing no pain. Dragons, known for their diminished sensitivity to pain, found this trait advantageous in battle, as most dragons possessed a warrior's blood coursing through their veins. To be truthful, even defeating an adult dragon, albeit a brown one, without sustaining significant injuries filled Isai with a sense of accomplishment. I am but a young dragon, Isai mused, imagining the astonishment on Jeloni's face if he were to learn of Isai's true age. With thoughts of his future adversaries swirling in his mind, Isai pressed onward. The legendary Wolfman had become the sovereign of this land decades ago, yet exhibited no desire for expansion, neglecting even the nearby Emerald Mountains. Could it be that this legendary Wolfman was benevolent, unwilling to conquer? It seemed more plausible that he was simply fearful. The extraordinary circumstances suggested that the legendary Wolfman must be entangled in some trouble, given his prolonged silence. Isai surmised that the most likely cause was the presence of blue dragons in the surrounding desert. Blue dragons, second only to red dragons among the chromatic varieties, were known for their social tendencies, and a gathering of blue dragons in the desert was certainly plausible. Typically, a blue dragon enclave would consist of several adult blue dragons at its core, accompanied by juvenile and hatchling blue dragons, all under the leadership of a singular, powerful leader. Jeloni had often encountered difficulties due to the abundance of blue dragons in the desert, resulting in repeated failures and eventual expulsion. Thus, it was conceivable that a blue dragon enclave had been a nuisance to the legendary Wolfman for years, as, in the perception of dragons, a decade or two was but a fleeting moment. Of course, this was merely Isai's conjecture, and the true situation would require an opportunity for further investigation. While Isai was deep in thought, he had unknowingly traversed to the interior of the plains. Below him, a band of around 200 horse-riding plains barbarians was in pursuit of a group of brown-skinned orcs. Isai observed this unfolding chase, intrigued. It was his first encounter with a horde of monsters since arriving at the plains, and he squinted to discern the nature of the beings involved. The barbarians, primarily inhabiting the northern regions, were a formidable nomadic tribe. Over time, some had migrated to other areas, and the barbarians within the plains had transformed into a band of marauding tribes, known for their pillaging and destruction. Renowned for their valor, tenacity, and resilience, they were often unrestrained, embodying a wild spirit, filled with zeal for combat and adventure. Their berserk abilities allowed them to become even more formidable during frenzied states, enabling them to inflict greater damage and withstand attacks, though they would be left utterly exhausted afterward. Despite their change in temperament, the plains barbarian strength remained intact. Conversely, the brown-skinned orcs were an ancient race, infamous for their brutality and ferocity, exhibiting strong aggression. Scars were worn as badges of honor, showcasing their valor in battle. They were known for their unity, yet their unwavering loyalty could often lead to manipulation. In terms of strength, the orcs and barbarians were largely comparable. However, Isai noted that the barbarians were well mounted on robust steeds and equipped with superior weaponry, while the orcs appeared downtrodden and poorly armed. Let us descend for a closer look, Isai declared, entering a state of invisibility as he lowered his altitude. As he descended, the words exchanged among the pursuing barbarians became clearer. King Bloodaxe, once the orc overlord, now a hunted beast. The barbarian leader atop his steed cackled menacingly at the distant orc figures. Barav, I should have let you perish in the winter, for my moment of mercy has birthed this wretch. In the distance, a towering orc clad in a robe roared in fury, shouting defiantly, no matter what. I shall be the victor. Kneel, and perhaps I shall spare your life, and petition Lord Savalans for your servitude. The barbarian, named Barav, paid no heed to Kane's insults. Laughing maniacally, bah, I would sooner kneel before a horde of vile dragons than bow before a loathsome creature such as you. Kane dismissed him with disdain, muttering about awakening his prophetic powers. As he surveyed the fallen comrades around him, he spoke softly, if only I had awakened sooner. Just then, as the barbarians grew weary of their game of chase and readied their magical bows to strike the orcs, a wave of draconic power surged through the air, sending ripples of energy that affected all living beings around. The indiscriminate blast of draconic might cause the horses to panic, resulting in chaos, with some barbarian riders being thrown off and trampled in the ensuing turmoil. A magnificent red dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length with a wingspan of 20 meters, descended gracefully, its scales shimmering brilliantly, for sharp horns jutting from its head, and its purple-gold eyes reflecting Kane's figure. Isai had intervened to save the orc group, a decision prompted by the insights gleaned from their previous exchanges. These orcs possessed a wealth of knowledge, and their leader appeared to differ from his kin. Not only was he a mage, but also a prophetic one. It was well known that prophetic abilities held value across all realms, and Isai was no exception to this. Anything associated with prophecy intrigued him, drawing his attention with a unique allure. Yet, in the eyes of the barbarians, Isai, wounded and with tattered scales, appeared as a pitiful dragon. What dragon is this? A wounded one. How peculiar, Barav mused, contemplating the potential of a dragon hunt. As thoughts of glory and transcendent power filled his mind, Barav's desire grew insatiable. If only Lord Savalans were to learn. Ultimately, Barav succumbed to the lust for power, casting a frenzied glance at his fellow barbarians. Warhammer barbarians, slay this obstructive, wounded dragon. Mages, secure the skies. Accompanied by Barav's slightly deranged voice, the barbarians behind him began their preparations. Isai's expression remained devoid of emotion as he focused intently on the orc. The underlying tension was palpable. As for Barav's absurd ambition to slay dragons, Isai found it scarcely worthy of a laugh. Despite his numerous wounds and the blood that stained him, those familiar with draconic beings understood that such injuries were hardly lethal. Barav, as an upper-tier warrior, posed no real threat to Isai, unless there were a specialized dragon-slaying team led by 4 exceptionally powerful mages, capable of subduing him. The steeds of the barbarian cavalry scattered at the onset, driven away by Isai's draconic aura, transforming them into infantry as they charged toward him. Interestingly, among these barbarians were mages who cast spells to shroud the skies, effectively nullifying Isai's ability to retreat into the air. However, against this disorganized mob, Isai felt no need to take flight. Sensing the modest reserve of fiery breath within him, a cruel smile flickered across Isai's face. Beside him, the elderly orc Kane observed Isai with a contemplative gaze. Possessing divination magic, he instinctively invoked a prophecy upon seeing Isai. Although not entirely precise, it did grant him a glimmer of hope. Just as Cain was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a terrifying surge of energy emanating from the nearby red dragon. He turned sharply to witness a visible ripple of energy radiating outward from the dragon. A radiant orb of crimson energy, reminiscent of the sun, moved slowly from the dragon's chest to its head, exuding an aura of destruction from its maw. Isai inhaled deeply before unleashing a torrent of magical breath, incinerating the majority of the foremost barbarian warriors into ashes. He then swung his head, releasing a penetrating stream of breath that swept across vast swathes of the barbarian ranks, cleaving them in two or striking down their heads instantly. In that moment, Barov, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively rolled away, narrowly evading the initial wave of devastation. After Isai ceased his onslaught, the battlefield was strewn with the lifeless bodies of over 200 barbarians, including mages who had never even glimpsed Isai. He sensed that the spell cloaking the skies was beginning to falter. Barov stared in disbelief at the corpses, his mind struggling to comprehend the rapid annihilation. The residual energy from Isai's magical breath was already eroding the last remnants of life in those who still breathed. Isai's draconic silhouette loomed over Barov, casting a shadow as he regained his composure and brandished a massive axe, channeling all his strength for a counterattack. The clash of metal rang out as Isai effortlessly absorbed Barov's full-force assault, his sharp claws meeting the axe head, producing sparks with their collision. Barov understood that striking against a red dragon meant certain death, and thus he activated his berserk state, his physique swelling as white steam erupted from him. The once massive axe now appeared diminutive in his grasp. With a primal roar, Barov unleashed a bestial cry, pushing the axe forward with all his might. Isai, feeling the escalating force, merely regarded the barbarian for a fleeting moment. Engaging in a test of brute strength against a dragon was among the most foolish decisions one could make. Isai's response was straightforward. Despite Barov's enlarged stature, he remained a mere insect before the dragon. With a swift motion, Isai raised his clawed paw and hurled Barov high into the air. Seizing the moment, he spun around and executed a powerful tail swipe, sending Barov crashing into a distant boulder. The impact shattered his innards and bones, ensuring he would not survive. Though Isai allowed him the dignity of a complete corpse, a courtesy not extended to lesser warriors who would have been reduced to mere fragments. Thus, in Cain's incredulous gaze, Isai systematically obliterated the entire barbarian horde. Once the battle was concluded, Isai turned his attention to the orc, his draconic authority still palpable as they faced one another. Isai was destined to approach the plains, and prior to that, he sought a comprehensive understanding of the general situation in that realm, considering the placement of an undercover agent among the legendary wargs as a prudent choice. As for the selection of this agent, Harel and Ghana bore draconic traits and would likely not be accepted. Furthermore, Isai required them to manage the monstrous entities. Gironi would be even less feasible, as no dragon could ever become a vassal to wargs, nor would Gironi ever consent to such a notion. After much contemplation, he concluded that the present group of orcs was the most suitable option. They were unafraid of power, brutish, single-minded, valuing commitments, possessing considerable potential, and showing loyalty to their kin without fear of death. Reflecting on the characteristics of the orc race, Isai recognized that mere oppression would yield no results. He would need to employ special methods to bend the old orc Cain to his will. Mighty Red Dragon, I express my utmost respect for your assistance, Cain proclaimed, observing the silent dragon before him, the unspoken pressure compelling him to speak. Reptile, you know that I desire more than mere respect, Isai replied, fixing his gaze on Cain. He understood that threats of death held no sway over orcs and decided to be forthright. Orcs do not bow to power, however. We shall fulfill your demands in gratitude for your favor towards the blood axe, noble dragon. Cain was indeed fearless, fully aware that the red dragon sought his allegiance. Yet, every decision he made had to consider his comrades, even if they too were undaunted by mortality. No, you will submit, Isai countered, shaking his head in denial of the orc's words. I am not like other red dragons, and that is why I am willing to converse with you. So do not disregard my offer. Consider the worthless beings behind you. As he spoke, sparks began to flicker around them, an implicit threat hanging in the air. Do not acquiesce to this dragon. We fear not death, Cain. The blood axe shall remember our sacrifices. The orc assembly erupted with fervor in response to Isai's menacing demeanor. However, Cain's expression grew increasingly grim as he sensed the dragon's mounting impatience. Silence. Cain commanded the orc crowd, then spoke slowly. The blood axe is long gone, Red Dragon. If I lead the blood axe to submit to you, will you grant us our rightful place? Listening to Cain's words, Isai retracted the fiery breath that had risen in his throat. That will depend on your actions, and you know well that empty promises hold no value for me. Isai had grown weary of the orc horde. His interest lay solely in the prophetic orc leader before him. If they prefer to die rather than submit, Isai does not mind utilizing the dragon vein transformation to compel the orcs into signing a slave contract. I shall undoubtedly be scorned by future generations. Yet this is the sole path for the blood axe. Cain mused silently, kneeling before Isai amidst the perplexed and furious gazes of the orcs. The blood axe belongs to you. The remaining orcs observed their leader's submission, bewildered, yet refrained from any rash actions. For as Cain had stated, they were the last remnants of the blood axe tribe. Eventually, under Isai's scrutinizing gaze, the other members of the blood axe orc tribe also knelt before him. Isai regarded the more than 100 orcs kneeling in submission, scoffing lightly. Well, you are quick to kneel. Rise, insect. Isai addressed Cain impatiently. Yes, master, Cain responded, filled with humiliation as he adjusted his form of address and stood up. I accept the blood axe's surrender, but you must earn my trust over time. Therefore, I assign you your first task. With your blood axe, you shall kneel before that wretched warg and act as a spy. Come to me when I summon you near the Emerald Mountains. Isai understood that orcs despise submission. Thus the most fitting punishment would be to make them serve as two slaves simultaneously. Cain listened to Isai's words, recognizing this as a punishment for his kin, and gritted his teeth in agreement. In the name of Gush, the orc god, Cain of the blood axe shall fulfill this task. Isai smirked, producing a dragon scale and crafting a contract upon it. This was not merely a dragon vein transformation, but a dragonkin contract, entirely composed in the ancient draconic tongue. Thus, only those of true dragon bloodline could decipher and create it from the dragon's legacy. It is worth noting that the dragon legacy of ancestral dragons differs from that of contemporary dragons, while its stability may not rival that of a devil's contract. It was more than sufficient for the orcs facing this high-level mage. As for the contract stipulations, Orc Cain must lead the Blood Axe tribe to serve Isai unconditionally for a century. Though the terms were simple, they left little room for loopholes. And after 100 years, Isai would have no need for this band of orcs. Sign this, or face extinction. Although Cain harbored grievances, for the sake of his kin, he had no choice but to seal this pact. Upon its completion, the Blood Axe tribe, led by Cain, was irrevocably placed under Isai's dominion. Subsequently, Isai inquired about the legendary warg. The legendary warg, Savalans, commanded a multitude of monsters, with the most formidable being a transcendent ogre sorcerer, alongside various other extraordinary creatures. Moreover, Savalans possessed intellect far surpassing that of ordinary wargs. He was aware of the brewing conflict between two distant principalities and had dispatched scouts to facilitate the trade of ores, amassing wealth to arm his subordinates. Additionally, Isai's earlier conjecture proved accurate. Savalans had long been troubled by the blue dragon in the desert, engaging in negotiations that bore no fruit. Although the number of blue dragons in the desert was limited, Savalans would not rashly initiate combat. It was impossible for him to expel them alone, and he risked incurring the wrath of a multitude of adult blue dragons. Thus, negotiations with the blue dragons languished. And with such a looming threat, Savalans dared not expand, fearing his home might be plundered at any moment. Having achieved his objectives, Isai did not linger. As the area had shifted towards the interior plains, and the earlier battle had likely drawn attention, Barav had mentioned that Savalans was indeed the legendary warg. Cain gazed at the receding red dragon, pondering in silence. At that moment, an enraged blood axe orc approached him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions, Chief? Why? Cain paid little heed to this outburst. It is for the sake of the blood axe's progeny. As Isai gradually ascended from the plains, his mission was merely to scout. The placement of pawns had been a spontaneous decision. By the time Isai returned to his territory, night had fallen. Since Halray had sustained grave injuries, most matters in the territory had been entrusted to Aten. One must admit, Aten possessed the qualities of a leader under his guidance. The various monster races cultivated the land and tended to livestock, instilling a faint semblance of civilized society among the once barbaric creatures. Meanwhile, Ghana managed the ogre tribe and some other monsters near the Lake of the Bright Moon, alongside the blue-scaled giant crocodiles. Upon returning to the territory, Aten swiftly approached Isai. Master, you have returned. Isai regarded the kneeling Aten, his mood slightly lifting. What is it? Aten nodded, responding, Indeed, Master. Halray's injuries are severe, but thanks to your potent dragon vein, his condition has stabilized. With my healing magic, he is expected to recover and serve as your sharp claw within 7 days. Isai nodded slightly. Halray was a decent subordinate, and it would not do to lose him so hastily. Noticing Isai's expression brighten, Aten continued, Master. Aten is now wholly devoted to you. However, my time is limited. If the magic cannot be dispelled within a month, I may have to report to the abyss. Aten spoke with a hint of anxiety, for his current actions were tantamount to openly seeking the tears of the moon, requesting a red dragon for its treasures. Even he was astonished at what he was doing. Yes, Aten, I understand the significance of the tears of the moon to you, yet you must demonstrate sufficient worth. Although Isai had long resolved to bestow the tears of the moon upon Aten, the adage holds true. Under pressure, one can unleash their potential. Isai sought to see if this ancestral goblin could surprise him. Yes, master, Aten shall undoubtedly showcase his worth. Though Aten left empty-handed without the tears of the moon, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. He noticed that Isai did not seem irate at his request, which eased his tension. Subsequently, Isai returned to the lava pool. Closing his eyes, his strength and injuries required a brief respite to recuperate. All affairs within the territory proceeded in an orderly fashion. Half a month passed. During this interval, events transpired in the outside world. Firstly, Aten, eager to obtain the tears of the moon to alleviate the looming threat over him, devised numerous strategies to prove his value. Upon discovering that Isai's adversary was a young green dragon, he sought every means to acquire information about it. Remarkably, he succeeded. During an in-depth investigation, Aten captured a few humans and extracted details regarding a collaboration with the green dragon and the evil god's crystal. Elated by this revelation, Aten promptly reported to Isai. Although the latter was somewhat surprised, after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from further comment. The collaboration between green dragons and humans is indeed a rare occurrence. However, the fact that the green dragon is willing to partner with humans to seek out a certain evil deity's crystal, only to later confront its own kind, comes as a surprise to Isai. He deduces that the diamond-shaped crystal is the so-called evil deity's crystal, which explains why the black creature assumes a humanoid form. This entity is, in fact, a transformation of several humans who defected from the Duchy of Harmo. Everything has come together, yet Isai remains composed, as humanity is still unaware that they possess the so-called evil deity's crystal along with their specific intelligence. Consequently, Isai entrusts the tear of the moon to Aten, who, after expressing gratitude, immerses himself in resolving the magical afflictions he bears. Isai's decision to lend the tear of the moon to Aten is not solely due to the immense value of the intelligence Aten provides. Another significant reason is that Isai is on the verge of slumber. Delaying further assistance to Aten would likely result in missed opportunities. So Isai chooses to allow Aten to use the tear of the moon in advance, as it merely involves extracting some energy. Isai's impending growth slumber is imminent, likely to last several years. Upon awakening, it will mark Isai's transition from a young dragon to a juvenile one. 2 months later, having resolved matters, Isai arrives beside the magma pool, lying atop a golden mountain, and falls into a deep sleep, inhaling the elemental fire energy and magical essence, heralding an imminent transformation. Time passes slowly, day by day. In the expansive realm of the continent of Jeranim, events both grand and minor unfold constantly. In Isai's territory, Hallie completely recovers in the second month of Isai's slumber, advancing in strength. Although he has yet to breach the threshold of the extraordinary, he ranks among the strongest of the upper-tier warriors. After lying dormant for nearly half a year, Hallie seeks to prove himself anew and ventures deep within the Emerald Mountains, where he encounters and tames a large pack of Blakey wolves, resulting in a cavalry of over 100 terror wolves. Both mount and rider far surpass the wolf-riding gnolls, as only the substantial terror wolves can be trained. Additionally, having faced death, Hallie's mastery of power deepens, and he aspires to embrace the path of the bloodthirsty warrior, a profession hidden within the bloodline of terror wolves. One of the heads of the two-headed ogre, Ghana, exhibits increasing intelligence and seeks to become an ogre sorcerer with Aten's assistance. However, his journey into the arcane arts begins from scratch, and progress is slow. For a considerable duration, Ghana's primary means of attack remains his brute strength to crush foes. As for Aten, his progress is substantial. Having completed the final step of magical liberation through the tear of the moon, the sword of Damocles that loomed over him vanishes entirely. This signifies that Aten now possesses ample time to pursue the goblin reversion plan and elevate his own status as a mage. The knowledge Aten acquired in the human realm proves immensely beneficial, as order begins to emerge among the monsters in his territory. A small cadre of talented monsters also begins to learn magic from Aten. However, Isai's prohibition on any expansion plans during his slumber leads to an overly tranquil existence for the monsters under his domain, igniting a growing thirst for blood among these creatures accustomed to violence. Consequently, Hallie establishes a dueling arena where all monsters can engage in unrestricted combat. Though the brutal battles claim some monsters' lives in the arena, they also grant others a measure of strength, leading to an ever-expanding scale of the dueling grounds. In summary, Isai's territory begins to take shape, gradually developing the Emerald Mountains. As time flows amidst these events, in the second year of Isai's slumber, humans who formed an alliance with the Green Dragon uncover traces of the black creature and reclaim a portion of the tentacle remnants that Isai had not yet dealt with. Simultaneously, the Duchy of Rope notices the scattered military forces of the Duchy of Harmo and begins to disrupt them incessantly, leading to frequent small-scale skirmishes. The overall situation on the continent appears complex. The largest human empire in the south, the Empire of Caesard, suffers a severe blow when a long-hidden evil deity cult is unearthed, culminating in the release of a demigod-level abomination, which ultimately requires the intervention of the avatar of the god of light to defeat it. Subsequently, the legendary silver dragon, known as Alfred the Silver Meteor, departs from the continent of Gerenum, journeying to the astral plane. In the 4th year of Isai's slumber, the green dragon's followers discover the site of Isai's battle with the black creature and, after communicating with humans, ascertain that the evil deity's crystal resides with Isai, thus preparing for war. The vanguard dispatched by the green dragon is intercepted by Ghana, leading to a fierce confrontation in which Ghana emerges victorious. From the surviving foes, he learns that the green dragon is poised to initiate hostilities. The conflict between the Duchy of Harmo and the Duchy of Rup intensifies, diminishing the number of soldiers available to Duke Emerald, thereby delaying offensive strategies. In the 5th year, the impatient green dragon opts for a preemptive strike, unleashing a multitude of monsters that breach Ghana's defenses. Ghana retreats with the remaining ogres and wounded blue-scaled crocodiles to Hallie's side. Meanwhile, Isai remains oblivious to these developments, as his body undergoes transformation, with the platinum dragon scales on his chest emanating an increasingly vibrant glow. After some time, although Ghana suffers setbacks in defending the Lake of the Moon, he significantly weakens the green dragon's followers, led by the dragon-blooded dog-headed beings, thus buying himself some time. Aware of the formidable enemy approaching, Aten decides to adhere to Isai's directives from before his slumber, dispatching Hallie to the plains in search of the brown dragon Jeloni. Hallie does not disappoint Aten. Jeloni arrives in Isai's territory and repeatedly thwarts the enemy's advances. The stalemate persists, as the forces of Isai and the green dragon's followers are nearly evenly matched, with Isai's followers even appearing slightly stronger due to Jeloni's presence. However, circumstances swiftly shift as the Duchy of Harmo gains the upper hand in its conflict with the Duchy of Rup, redirecting its focus back to the Emerald Mountains. With the arrival of numerous extraordinary warriors and mages to the battlefield, the situation transforms dramatically. Within a month, the monsters engage in dozens of battles, suffering severe casualties. Presently, human armies have arrived near Isai's territory, engaging in fierce combat against the monsters led by Hallie. The offensive is spearheaded by a superlative warrior from the Duchy of Harmo, commanding several high-ranking mages and thousands of regular soldiers. The monsters dispatched by the green dragon also assist the humans, as a massive two-headed naga, measuring dozens of meters in length, ensnares the blue-scaled crocodile. While typical nagas resemble humanoid serpents with dragon-like features, some within this race are born in a purely serpentine form, exhibiting a mindset closer to that of beasts rather than intelligent creatures, ultimately evolving into colossal serpents as they mature. Though most have lost their prophetic abilities and some wisdom, they have gained an overwhelming brute strength. The 30-meter-long azure-scaled behemoth rolled its body, sending the two-headed naga tumbling off, and roared as it gathered ice elements within. A frosty beam erupted from its maw, catching one of the naga's fearsome heads unawares, encasing it in layers of frost, eliciting anguished howls from its mouth. However, the other head of the naga adeptly maneuvered the body to evade the icy onslaught. Subsequently, a glob of green corrosive liquid was expelled from its jaws. Seizing the opportunity while the azure-scaled behemoth was occupied cleansing the acid, the naga contorted its massive form, ensnaring the behemoth's most formidable maw, and the two colossal beasts became entangled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, battles raged on in other areas. Riding the Blockro wolf, Hale wielded his enchanted longsword, deftly avoiding an attack from a mid-tier human warrior. With a surge of crimson energy coalescing on his blade, he executed a swift strike, decapitating the mid-tier warrior. The bloodshed grows imminent, Hale remarked, glancing at the sanguine sheen on his sword, before guiding the Blockro wolf through the tumult of battle. However, the situation for Ghana was markedly different. A transcendent warrior had set its sights on him. Despite Ghana's imposing 5-meter stature, reminiscent of a giant, he found himself at a disadvantage against the exceptional warrior's skillful assaults, failing to land a single blow. In a fit of rage, Ghana swung his colossal hammer down with ferocity, only for the transcendent warrior to evade it effortlessly. Just as the latter drew forth a heavy sword to strike, Ghana wielded a spiked club with his other hand, landing a solid hit on the transcendent warrior. Ugh! The warrior staggered back several meters after absorbing the blow. Within the layers of heavy armor and helmet, a flicker of red light glimmered. Brandishing a 2-meter-long heavy sword, the transcendent warrior unleashed a pure white blade of energy, striking Ghana directly. In mere moments, the warrior closed the distance to Ghana, delivering another fierce slash. Ghana raised his massive hammer to block. Yet the warrior's explosive power combined with Ghana's compromised stance left him struggling to maintain his defense. In that critical moment, Hale appeared behind the transcendent warrior, thrusting his sword forward. The warrior immediately abandoned its assault on Ghana, rolling away to create distance. Hale, astride the Blockro wolf, stood resolutely beside Ghana, surveying the beleaguered monsters around them. It seems many will perish, Hale gravely remarked. If only Jeloni were here, the situation would be drastically improved. Yet, Jeloni had already endured several battles and was resting in the rear. Enemies, slay them, Hale asserted. If we can severely wound that transcendent warrior, it is highly likely they will retreat, and the human army can sustain minimal losses. Each of Ghana's heads emitted differing tones, yet he spoke the truth. If they could repel the transcendent warrior, the enemy would likely withdraw. Moreover, if they could eliminate a transcendent human, their chances of survival would markedly improve. Hale continued, his sword shimmering with blood-red light. He sensed that he was nearing the threshold of becoming a transcendent warrior himself. Once he ascended, he would embody a formidable lineage within the bloodthirsty werewolves, the Blood Warrior. Just as Hale prepared to charge once more, a familiar draconic aura surged from afar. Approaching the battlefield, the protagonist was on the verge of unleashing its true power. Accompanied by waves of dragon might, a crimson figure streaked through the air. On the battlefield, the two-headed Naga was suppressing the azure-scaled behemoth, injecting its venom into the creature's body, rapidly diminishing its vitality. Yet suddenly, a meteor bearing immense draconic power, trailing a long tail of flames, plummeted into the heart of the battlefield, sending dust swirling into the air. Amidst the haze, a colossal dragon silhouette flickered into view. With a deafening roar, a pair of colossal dragon wings unfurled from the dust, revealing the true form of the blazing red dragon. For majestic horns crowned its head, and its brilliant scales blazed with fiery intensity. Measuring 20 meters from snout to tail, this magnificent dragon, engulfed in golden flames, roared at the center of the battlefield like a deity descending from the heavens. The flame-wreathed dragon spread its wings, similarly alight with fire. Within that inferno, a pair of eyes glimmered ominously. The overwhelming draconic presence enveloped the battlefield, igniting flames that consumed over half of the human warriors, turning them to ash. The transcendent warrior braced against the flames, attempting to retreat. As the fiery dragon's gaze fixated upon the transcendent warrior, the warrior's heart faltered, its retreat faltering under the weight of indescribable terror. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a wave of destructive power. In the next instant, a blinding white energy surged forth, its terrifying speed creating ripples in the air before striking the transcendent warrior. In an instant, the warrior was reduced to dust, and the ground itself was torn asunder, the searing breath sweeping across half the battlefield. Hundreds of soldiers were turned to mere remnants, with only a scant few at the fringes escaping the devastation. The harrowing scene of the dragon's breath would forever be etched in their memories. As the flames enveloping the dragon gradually subsided, its true form emerged. Resplendent golden-red scales adorned its body, with a crown-like arrangement of 4 horns and galaxy-like patterns between its violet-golden eyes, radiating threads of magical light. White spines protruded from its back. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that amidst the brilliant gold-red scales were scattered diamond-like silver scales, twinkling like stars against the night sky. Undoubtedly, after this slumber, Isai had transcended the confines of a mere red dragon, and the traits of a hybrid dragon had become strikingly pronounced, recognizable at a glance. No ordinary red dragon in Geloni's continent would possess the robust spines upon its back or the celestial patterns between its eyes. Isai surveyed the jubilant monsters on the battlefield, feeling a certain detachment. He could clearly sense the significant changes within his body following this slumber, changes seemingly stemming from the celestial dragon blood coursing through his veins, mingled with other unknown elements. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that Isai had attained the transcendent level, a feat that typical true dragons could only achieve upon reaching adulthood. And yet he was merely a juvenile dragon. For a juvenile dragon to attain such power, it seemed only legendary dragon breeds could surpass him. Indeed, they are born as legends, Isai mused with a hint of pride. His consciousness had awakened a year prior. However, at that time, Isai's life stage had already reached the extraordinary level, achieving the minimum requirement to serve as the servant of the Fire King. In the remaining time, the semi-sleeping Isai took on the role of the servant of the Fire King. The box his father, the Golden Dragon, had given him contained most of the materials necessary for this special profession, and Isai began to contemplate this unique vocation whenever he had the chance, allowing him to ascend rapidly. Upon fully awakening, Isai did not exhibit the typical weight loss seen in ordinary true dragons after a prolonged slumber. Perhaps it was due to his terrifying energy absorption capabilities, which enabled him to gather the energy required for growth during his sleep. The source of this energy was the magma pool. Interestingly, under Isai's relentless absorption, the fire elemental energy of the pool had begun to weaken. Nevertheless, after entering his juvenile dragon phase, the Ashen Domain had already amassed considerable power, and Isai could effortlessly control the intensity of the burning flames. The strange self-ignition witnessed on the battlefield was a manifestation of Isai's Ashen Domain. Furthermore, Isai had developed the ability to attract fire elemental energy. If he lingered near the magma pool long enough, he could replenish it by guiding the fire elements from the elemental passage back into the pool. Moreover, following this period of slumber, Isai's appearance had undergone some transformations. His original crimson scales had turned to a golden red, exuding a touch of the golden dragon's nobility. Additionally, some silver scales had emerged on Isai's body, their texture distinct from the other gem-like scales, possessing sharp angles and a brilliant diamond-like quality, resembling twinkling stars against the night sky. Isai shook his body, and his length had now approached 20 meters, nearly the size of an adult red dragon, simply standing there. His imposing figure resembled a small mountain, exerting immense pressure on his foes. The ancestral bloodlines of both the golden and red dragons had granted him remarkable flame resistance, and with the enhancements provided by the servant of the Fire King, he could now be considered immune to fire. Below his rank, aside from a few legendary dragon types, he genuinely wondered who could defeat him. Isai closed his eyes, assessing his condition. Master, your silhouette grows ever more majestic. Even the myriad stars pale in comparison to your gaze, and the sun itself dims beneath your presence, praised Hail and Kanna. Reflecting on the stark contrast to Isai's form prior to his slumber. Hail, I sense your strength has increased. After this, please recount to me what transpired during my sleep. Isai responded, appreciating their admiration and listening patiently. Clean up the battlefield, he instructed. Hail nodded and turned to the various celebrating creatures, initiating the cleanup. Isai slowly closed his eyes and connected with Aten through the telepathy granted by the dragon lineage. Aten, the battle is over. Prepare food for me. I am quite hungry. Meanwhile, the Naga, previously entangled with the blue-scaled crocodile, now lay trembling in a blackened coil, staring at Isai, without moving. Although Isai's hunger was not particularly pressing, the act of eating remained essential, simply a matter of craving. Within the territory, Aten was already aware that Isai would request food and had begun cooking. Rest assured, Master. Aten has already commenced preparations, he assured. Upon Isai's awakening, he had sensed it and had rushed to inform Isai of the situation at the front lines. Braving the Ashen Domain, nightfall arrived swiftly, and Isai lay atop a mountain. His rapid growth had made the dragon nest somewhat unaccommodating, even causing damage to the entrance in his hasty emergence, which was currently undergoing repairs and expansion. Now, even a legendary being could not subdue me. Soon, the world shall come to know my name, Isai proclaimed, extending a claw to ignite a flare of flames that illuminated his visage, accentuating the mysterious starry patterns on his forehead. Meanwhile, at a distant human camp, the few remaining soldiers trembled as they reported Isai's appearance, their faces paling with fear. The countenance of the verdant Duke grew increasingly grim, prompting him to convene a meeting with the Green Dragon. Deep within the Emerald Mountains, surrounded by dense forests, tendrils of white toxic mist silently spread. Wergs, Naga, goblins, and lizard folk roamed through this perilous woodland, heightening the treacherous atmosphere. In this treacherous place, a fully armed group of humans hurriedly made their way, among them the verdant Duke. His expression betrayed a hint of panic, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. His hair, tousled by the wind, occasionally obscured his bright, anxious eyes. The verdant Duke could scarcely fathom that the previously smooth course of battle would collapse entirely with the emergence of the Red Dragon. He realized the grave mistake he had made by basing all actions on the assumption that the Red Dragon's overall strength fell within his capacity to manage. Upon the Red Dragon's appearance, nearly 1,000 soldiers were swiftly slain in a devastating onslaught. Contemplating this, the verdant Duke arrived within the Green Dragon's territory and called for her. Moments later, Gryanth appeared, wings unfurled. After casting a soundproofing spell around them, they commenced their meeting. Shall you speak first, or shall I? The verdant Duke inquired, observing the silent Green Dragon. Oh, do not be so flustered, my ally. The matter of vanquishing the Red Dragon was settled long ago, Gryanth replied, unhurriedly. You speak lightly, yet the council forbids slaying among the chromatic dragons. He would not take your life, but I am different. 1,000 lesser warriors, along with one extraordinary being, should not fall without a trace to a single breath attack. The verdant Duke retorted, gradually regaining his composure. Calm yourself, Duke. This does not prove anything. In the presence of a true dragon, humans appear as diminutive insects. Especially before a red dragon, Gryanth remarked coolly. She was not particularly concerned. Although she was initially astonished by Isai's actions, she quickly regained her composure. The rule among true dragons against slaying one another held firm, even if the opponent had undergone some transformation. Hence, her worst outcome would simply be to become a vassal to the red dragon, which did not alarm her unduly. Do not attempt to placate me with such reasoning. Are you truly willing to forsake all your territories to become his vassal? The verdant Duke scoffed, fully aware of the Green Dragon's nature. Although she exhibited a caution absent in other malevolent dragons, she was equally greedy, sensitive about her possessions. Indeed, Gryanth had no desire to become a vassal to a true dragon likely younger than herself. In any case, we must alter our offensive strategy. The Duke of Verdant Green observed the shifting expressions of the Green Dragon, realizing that the adversary had begun to take the matter seriously. Our enemy possesses 2 dragons, he remarked. The brown dragon relies predominantly on brute strength within the forest and is relatively weaker in power. I could request the duchy to dispatch a specialized dragon-slaying team to create some disruption. While it is unlikely we could slay it, we might gain precious time. The Duke recalled the adult brown dragon residing in the territory of Isai. Given the red dragon's vengeful nature, it is probable that it will soon muster its forces for a counterattack. When it is alone, we will have our best opportunity to defeat it. Gulian nodded in agreement. The brown dragon was unable to fly, and once it was restrained, only the red dragon would remain. Although she lacked the sheer strength to match it, she believed that with human assistance, they might stand a chance in battle. A peculiar silence enveloped them. You are well aware of another issue, the Duke stated, fixing his gaze upon the green dragon. The success of our plans hinges upon one condition, that the red dragon's strength is inferior to ours. Gulian interjected, as if you possess a viable escape route. For your own sake, utilize any means necessary. She snorted dismissively. You, too, he retorted. Subsequently, the two engaged in a detailed discussion about laying an ambush along the route of Isay's advance, as well as the specific location and timing to divert the brown dragon. 2 hours later, the Duke sighed. That settles it. I estimate we have 1 or 2 days before action is required. I shall return to summon reinforcements. Do not remain idle. It is time to deploy any hidden cards you have. Begone, she replied. After watching the dragon depart, a flicker of uncertainty glimmered in Gulian's eyes. After deep contemplation, she resolved to proceed cautiously and activated the communication with her kin. A sack, she called. A dragon-blooded wolfman in the dim underground sensed the voice resonating within his mind. Master, your humble servant hears you. The affairs on the surface have spiraled beyond my control. Prepare for an immediate assault. The offensive plan is cancelled, the green dragon's voice echoed in his thoughts. Without hesitation, the wolfman assented and readied himself to execute the command. When I arrive, I intend to have a thorough discussion with that black-scaled creature, Gulian remarked with a cold smile before retreating into her lair. Meanwhile, upon returning to the camp, the Duke of Verdant Green retrieved a long-range communication device to contact a dragon-slaying squad and subsequently requested additional reinforcements from the duchy. However, despite having completed these tasks, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, as the stakes were perilously high. Very well, a secondary escape route will suffice, he muttered, returning to the Duchy of Harmon to withdraw all his savings. If matters exceed expectations, I may have no choice but to call upon him or face financial ruin. As he spoke, he grasped a yellowish stone slab and crushed it. In a distant, dimly lit tavern, a tall ranger sat in a corner, his silhouette elongated by the flickering candlelight. 2 leather gun holsters hung at his waist. Indeed, firearms, particularly revolvers, existed in this world, favored by common folk for their efficacy against beasts. Some individuals traversing the lawless territories would hire alchemists to enchant their bullets or forge more powerful guns from various magical metals, even creating silver bullets specifically for slaying demons. The ranger, clad in a somewhat worn yet tidy brown trench coat adorned with unremarkable magical patterns, wore a wide-brimmed hat that cast a shadow over his face, revealing only his sharp, hawk-like eyes, occasionally glimmering with a cold light. As he paused while handling a wine bottle, it flipped, landing securely on the wooden table, revealing a cracked yellow stone slab in his hand. It seems trouble has found me, as I suspected, he rumbled in a gravelly, boisterous voice, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to exit, a voice drifted towards him. Sir, do remember to pay for your drink. The ranger smiled faintly at this remark. Drinks are for paying customers. Unfortunately for you, you are not one. With that, he pivoted, lifting his coat, and as heavy dust settled, a glimmer of light illuminated his back, obscuring his face. He then drew 2 revolvers shimmering with magical energy, their dark barrels belching flame. Convey my regards to the Lord of the Night, the god of vampires. The sounds of gunfire and vampire howls erupted from within the tavern. Meanwhile, on the side of Isay, after effortlessly dispatching the enemy, the offensive plan was already in motion, though time was required to gather all the monsters for a counterattack. Yet, Isay remained uncertain of the enemy's precise location. Although Harley had captured some humans during the previous skirmish, they possessed no knowledge of the Green Dragon's lair. Fortunately, during the earlier conflict, Isay had captured an individual who would undoubtedly know the location of the Green Dragon's nest and was currently en route for interrogation. Before Isay, a trembling 2-headed naga lay prostrate, its lengthy body resembling a disheveled rope. Cease your pretense of silence. You are a unique magical creature. I know you can speak. Tell me where the Green Dragon's lair is, Isay demanded, tapping the motionless naga. The creature shivered, flicking its tongue and hissing softly. Unlike its snake-like kin, this naga had undergone a mutation, losing its limbs and taking on a serpentine form, though its dragon-like heads remained. Moreover, due to its dual heads, it retained its vocal capabilities and possessed considerable intellect. O great true dragon, if I speak, Lady Gulian will surely kill me, the 2-headed naga pleaded. Casting a pitiful glance at Isay, a dark line of annoyance crossed Isay's forehead. Clearly, the creature's intelligence was a cause for concern. If you refuse to speak, I will kill you myself, Isay warned, grasping one of the naga's heads and lifting it to his level. Wouldn't that mean my certain death? Isay, hearing such a sugary plea, reminded himself that this was his only captive and resisted the urge to punch it. Rest assured, If you tell me the location of the green dragon's lair, I will ensure you are not killed. Really? The two-headed Naga perked up at this. As most monsters revered strength, and the two-headed Naga was no exception. You must first tell me the location of the green dragon's lair and the specifics of its territory. After Isai finished speaking, the two-headed Naga nodded immediately, recalling the past before slowly recounting, my former master, Lady Guriant, was a young green dragon. Her territory easily recognizable in the canyons beyond several mountain peaks. Within her domain, extraordinary magical beasts predominated. I was one of them, alongside a land dragon and a forest bear, all of which were extraordinary creatures. Apart from my kin, I paid little attention to other monsters, only knowing that a dragon vein ogre also belonged to the extraordinary category. Isai was not particularly surprised by the Naga's words. After all, it was quite normal for a green dragon to have a host of powerful magical beasts as vassals, given that they claimed a significant portion of the Emerald Mountains. Well then, you're dismissed. Isai pondered his offensive strategy and released the two-headed Naga. Thank you, master. I will head to the new nest now, the Naga said, quickly changing how it addressed Isai before slipping away. That was swift, Isai remarked, unfurling his dragon wings as he prepared to explore elsewhere. When Aten's voice resonated in his mind. Master, your nest has been renovated. We have also constructed dragon lairs in other locations for Jeloni's comfort. We apologize for the wait. Upon hearing Aten's voice, Isai, who had just taken flight, landed again and retracted his wings. Subsequently, everything within the territory functioned in an orderly manner, with no enemies breaching their defenses. A strange peace enveloped the skies above the Emerald Mountains. 3 days later, summoned by hail, all the monsters had gathered, fully armed. The blue-scaled giant crocodile, covered in numerous wounds, emerged from the river, having been trapped in this confined waterway for far too long, longing for the radiant moonlit lake. His eyes ablaze with combat fervor. The two-headed ogre, Ghana, approached with hundreds of burly ogres, each of his 5-meter-tall strides causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wolfmen, battle lizardmen, and fearsome werewolves stood in a row, their numbers swelling to thousands. The goblins, a lower-tier force, were even more numerous, and would play a crucial role in the ensuing battles. As for the goblins, Aten's plan for their resurgence had yet to yield significant results. Thus, the swiftly born but weak goblins could only serve as cannon fodder, though their sheer numbers were still quite formidable. Jeloni stood atop a mound of piled stones, having not seen Isai's transformed form upon his awakening, as she had been recuperating. She had heard that Isai had undergone a tremendous change, and a flicker of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Soon after, Hale emerged slowly from Isai's lair, stepping before the werewolf battalion. The era of passive defense has concluded, monsters. Our singular master has awakened. Aten's voice echoed from the side, followed by a palpable dragon's might emanating from the lair. Although it was not directed at any particular creature, the eyes of many monsters shimmered with awe. Subsequently, heavy footsteps resonated, and all the monsters knelt in unison, pledging their loyalty and respect to their sole master. Jeloni, feeling the overwhelming dragon's might, could scarcely conceal her astonishment. She lowered herself, bowing her head, a gesture of acknowledging power and reverence among true dragons. Amidst the gazes of all the monsters, a magnificent golden-red true dragon, measuring 20 meters in length, emerged gracefully from the lair, sunlight cascading over its scales, which glimmered brilliantly. Jeloni gazed at the transformed Isai, her eyes wide. Although Isai had been handsome before his slumber, he now eclipsed that past form entirely. Originally, Isai had been akin to a model among dragons, but now he had undergone a complete renaissance. Were it not for his distinctive scale coloration for dragon horns and familiar aura, Jeloni might have struggled to recognize him, especially given his substantial growth in size. As she admired Isai's resplendent scales and the various features that had long captivated her heart, Jeloni's heart began to race, and her gaze became increasingly infatuated. Unbeknownst to Isai, who had unwittingly gained an admirer, he scanned all the monsters after stepping out of the lair and exchanged a knowing glance with Hale. The latter understood and approached all the monsters. Monsters, you are aware that for the past few months, war has raged on, with humans and other monsters continuously assaulting us. I must inform you that the enemy is a green dragon, allied with the humans, Hale declared, his single, fierce eye filled with rage as he surveyed the surrounding creatures. The monsters below were aware of the recent battles, but remained ignorant of their true enemy. Upon hearing of the alliance between the green dragon and the humans, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Those cunning foes dared to wage war against us while our master slumbered, too feeble to confront him directly. Yet despite this, you lot continue to falter. As Hale's scornful words rang out, a multitude of monsters stirred restlessly. However, they were restrained by Hale's usual authority and Isai's presence. Unwilling to act, now that their master had awakened and was prepared to grant them another chance to prove their worth, the clarion call for counterattack was about to sound. Warriors shall fight alongside me to demonstrate that you are not worthless. So tell me, are you spineless, worthless wretches, or monsters that make our enemies tremble? The throng of monsters responded to Hale's words with furious roars. Ogres are not worthless. I shall tear our foes to shreds and devour them. Hale observed the wrathful creatures, a sinister smile of bloodlust creeping across his face. Then prepare yourselves for slaughter, sharpen your claws. Let the heads of our enemies pile high. Let their blood saturate the earth. May they endure every night in terror, turning into nightmares that torment them for eternity. As Hale's impassioned speech reached its zenith, the fervor among the monsters surged, their excited roars echoing through the mountains. At last, Esai spread his vast dragon wings, and the cacophony of the monsters' voices softened slightly. March forth, rang out Esai's resounding and steady voice, reigniting the monsters' fervor. Amidst the chorus of roars, Hale led the entire host toward the green dragon's lair. The Emerald Mountains, named for their towering peaks and expansive verdant forests, loomed ahead. From a lofty vantage point, the leaves shimmer like emeralds under the sun, thus earning their name. However, in recent months, tumultuous warfare has erupted, casting a path of charred black and flowing red blood through the verdant forest, where countless armies of monsters march with an unstoppable force. Sunlight penetrates the dense canopy, but fails to dispel the vast shadow forged by the assemblage of creatures. In the darker depths of the forest, a band of goblin scouts, upon noticing the enemy forces, swiftly retreated into the thickets to relay the information to Guriant. Upon receiving the report, Guriant remained unfazed, retrieving a communication device. My lord, our neighbors have come to seek trouble. The time has come. Hold your ground. Reinforcements from the duchy will arrive shortly. The duke on the other end nodded in acknowledgement. Guriant then stowed the device and surveyed her legion of monsters. My loyal subjects, the enemy approaches, so I must ask, who among you fears death? Guriant's voice rang out as she looked upon the assembled clans of various creatures. Master, your humble servant fears nothing. Before others could respond, a 4-meter-tall green-skinned ogre swung a flail and roared wildly. Is it only Yuga who is unafraid in my vast domain? Before Guriant could finish her sentence, all the monsters in her command responded in unison. Master, we wolves are born to perish on the battlefield. Goblins willingly offer their heads for you. The Nagas are the fiercest of your clans. Guriant's unease diminished as she regarded the fruits of decades of toil and her hidden trump card. The enemy is drawing near. Sharpen your claws and prepare to dance amidst the blood. A chorus of monstrous roars erupted in eager anticipation. Lord Hallie, we are almost there. According to the goblin scouts ahead, we are about to officially enter the green dragon's territory. A burly werewolf reported as he approached Hallie, who was astride a dire wolf. Well done, but instruct the warriors ahead to remain vigilant. Our master has warned that the green dragon is cunning and likely has various traps laid out. Let the goblins take the lead, Hallie instructed, nodding in agreement before dismissing the werewolf. Ah, it's fortunate that Atten isn't here. Had he heard your earlier words, he would undoubtedly have lectured you, chuckled Ghana, who had been listening to their exchange. It matters not. I shall manage the battlefield, while Atten remains in the rear. His opinions hold little weight for me. Hallie scoffed at Atten's teachings. Suit yourself, though you may be the public leader. In true combat, most clans will heed my command. Ghana retorted with a smile. Ogres are naturally attuned to battle. I understand, Hallie replied dismissively. Tell me, what expression do you think the green dragon will wear upon witnessing our master's true power? Ghana inquired, reigniting the conversation. The extent of our master's might is beyond their imagination. Yet, I shall not underestimate them. Hallie reflected on the typical disparities between red and green dragons. I, Ghana, have always valued every battle, including our own, he added in a solemn tone. Engaging you in conversation is truly a waste of time, Hallie remarked, recalling a past skirmish that nearly went awry. Time is indeed meant to be squandered, brother. We all are, he concluded. An hour later, we have arrived, Hallie announced. And the situation ahead unfolded just as he had anticipated. The green dragon had set numerous traps. Yet, for the tens of thousands of goblins, the losses incurred were inconsequential. As the massive horde descended upon an open space, wild creatures residing in the woods began to flee in terror, birds scattering into the distance. With a resounding blast from horns fashioned from the horns of an ox, thousands of goblins surged forth like a green tide, charging towards the crude stone wall. A row of sharpened wooden spikes suddenly erupted from the earth, catching the foremost goblins unaware, resulting in gruesome injuries. However, being mere objects, the spikes were soon circumvented or leaped over by those that followed. Yet, once again, the goblins fell prey to another trap as the ground beneath them collapsed, revealing a pit lined with spikes. This age-old tactic proved remarkably effective, as swathes of goblins plummeted, impaled by the spikes below. Only when the pit was filled with dead bodies did the remaining goblins continue on, stepping over their fallen comrades. Of course, the goblins served merely as bait and cannon fodder. Once all traps had been triggered, the true legion of monsters roared forth from the forest, surrounding the stone wall. Strangely, no monsters stood guard by the wall, allowing the ogres, wielding massive hammers, to smash it to pieces and continue their charge. Yet before they could reach their target, A horde of feral beasts surged from the opposite side, crashing through the unsuspecting goblins and lunging at the ogres with savage ferocity. The green dragon's ploy is repugnant, Hallie remarked, observing the ogres and other monsters grappling with the frenzied beasts. I admit, it has indeed revolted me, Goner agreed, swinging his hammer in frustration. Patience. They are coming, Hallie said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he sensed a formidable presence approaching. Soon, from the shadowy thicket, a vast multitude of creatures surged forth like a tidal wave, a chaotic blend of colossal beasts catching them off guard. Monsters in the rear, ready your weapons and charge, Hallie commanded as he witnessed the vanguard torn to shreds. Thus, the green dragon's kin, still clawing through the remnants of the fallen, roared as they clashed with the Isai clan led by Hallie, and the fierce battle commenced, unleashing an array of warrior techniques from both sides. As each monstrous combatant fearlessly engaged in the fray, the ensuing battle was exceedingly brutal, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying across the battlefield. A handful of mages unleashed a myriad of spells, creating breaches in the horde of monsters. The blue-scaled giant crocodile opened its massive jaws, despite its limitations on land. Its extraordinary beast-like magical prowess remained intact. Countless water spears coalesced from its mouth, sweeping towards the towering forest bear, standing 7 meters tall. The two colossal creatures collided, each powerful strike sending tremors through the ground. Meanwhile, a dragon-like earth dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, surged from the forest, wreaking havoc among Isai's followers. Concealed in the shadows, Jelen waited for this earth dragon. As a true dragon, she possessed an innate superiority over subdragons. With a swift lunge, she brought the creature down, and the two dragons began their fierce combat at the heart of the battlefield. The carnage quickly escalated, with explosions and roars echoing through the Emerald Mountains. In the midst of the chaos, both factions of monsters had long harbored deep-seated grievances against one another, leading to a particularly ruthless clash with casualties soaring to alarming numbers. Just as neither side could gain the upper hand, an overwhelming dragon's might enveloped Isai's followers, leaving them momentarily paralyzed by the immense pressure. However, this aura of dragon power was short-lived, as another violent wave of draconic energy surged forth, confronting the first. Moments later, a green dragon soared high from the dense forest, its emerald scales shimmering, crowned with spiky horns, and measuring 17 meters in length, an almost mature green dragon. Isai, who had been observing from a distance, took flight upon noticing the green dragon's emergence, and thus the two dragons faced each other in the air, with the fierce battle raging below. The green dragon, Gryanthe, was taken aback upon her first glimpse of Isai. Previously, she had only been aware of his general size and vague appearance. But the reality before her was drastically different from what her intelligence had reported. Isai's imposing size, radiant scales, robust physique, and the spines upon his back were all awe-inspiring. Damn it, had I known this red dragon was like this, I wouldn't have heeded those accursed humans, Gryanthe cursed inwardly. Yet, given the circumstances, she could no longer avoid confrontation. Green dragon, Gryanthe, Isai declared first, recognizing that the green dragon was an extraordinary being due to the inherent advantages of the true dragon race. Red dragon, Isai, to be honest, I now understand why those humans are so eager to eliminate you. Gryanthe quickly recalibrated her thoughts, speaking nonchalantly. Isai scoffed at Gryanthe's attempt to redirect the animosity. No need to hastily shift the blame onto the humans. Our reckoning begins with you. With that, Isai ceased the banter and charged at Gryanthe, flapping his expansive wings. What a waste of time, Gryanthe muttered under her breath. Witnessing Isai's terrifying momentum, she swiftly cast several enhancement spells on herself. Feeling invigorated, she collided forcefully with Isai in midair. A visible shockwave rippled through the atmosphere as they clashed. After the initial encounter, Gryanthe shook her head, realizing she had gained no advantage, even after applying numerous enhancement spells. This is quite troublesome, she remarked, glancing at the unaffected Isai before casting another spell. 6 claws composed of vile green mist materialized and lunged towards Isai. Advanced magic, claws of poison. Utilizing the cover of the poisonous fog, Gryanthe approached from another angle, sandwiching Isai between her attacks. Though Isai was pushed back, he was not taken aback. Rather, he awaited Gryanthe's initiative, eager to gauge his current strength. Advanced magic? Isai mused, noting that his magical resistance had significantly improved since his slumber. Activating his fire elemental armor would further bolster his resistance. Although the current situation did not warrant such a move. Reacting swiftly, Isai turned and charged directly at the green dragon, disregarding the claws of poison. Planning to withstand it? Gryanthe sneered, casting an enhanced strength spell on herself before accelerating towards Isai. Isai met Gryanthe's charge head-on, her sharp claws piercing his flesh. In a fluid motion, he spun in the air, and the incoming claws of poison struck Gryanthe's back. Gryanthe let out a subdued cry of pain, her strength waning as Isai broke free from her grasp. He then executed an agile turn, his massive tail swinging violently. Gryanthe, still recovering from the effects of her own magic, found herself blindsided by Isai's tail. With a resounding crack, Gryanthe was sent flying nearly 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. "Damn it," she shouted, touching her swelling cheek. Though true dragons were not averse to injury or bloodshed, this tail strike felt particularly humiliating. Fuming with rage, Gryanthe charged at Isai, unleashing a breath of toxic mist. "Oh, losing your wits, are we?" Isai remarked, countering with a powerful breath of flames that collided with her toxic breath, the two forces canceling each other out. Among the chromatic dragons, the blue dragon's lightning breath was the most destructive, followed by the red dragon, while the green dragon's breath was the least formidable in terms of raw power. Thus, Gryanthe's toxic breath was quickly overwhelmed by Isai's fiery onslaught. However, in the midst of her exhalation, Gryanthe suddenly vanished, allowing Isai's flames to sweep unimpeded through the ranks of her followers. Teleportation magic? Isai quickly deduced, noting that such spells typically required lengthy preparation, indicating that Gryanthe had likely utilized a spell scroll. Then, an aura imbued with frigid frost emanated from above Isai, sending shivers down his spine. Without hesitation, he activated his fire elemental armor, aware that he lacked significant resistance to ice. In the next moment, the battlefield was engulfed in a whirlwind of icy particles, delicate snowflakes cascading from above. A magical array formed from ice crystals materialized overhead. "Cold rain," Gulliante exclaimed with excitement. And in the next moment, ice spikes composed of magical ice crystals cascaded down like raindrops from the frozen magic array. The superior magic, Rain of Cold, possessed tracking capabilities. Subsequently, a multitude of ice crystals struck Isai, who was engulfed in flames. Following this, Gulliante stowed away the now-defunct scroll and unleashed a noxious green mist, inflicting additional damage upon Isai. Gritting his teeth, Isai endured the icy raindrops, although clad in fire elemental armor, which provided considerable elemental resistance. The superior magic proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Over time, the dragon scales on Isai's back began to shatter, blood spilling forth incessantly. In response to Gulliante's noxious breath, Isai retaliated with a fiery breath, maneuvering through the air to evade Gulliante's onslaught while occasionally striking back. The two dragons remained locked in this stalemate, with the violent rain of ice persisting for over a minute before gradually abating. Through the power granted by the Lord of Fire, Isai managed to roughly recover from his injuries using fire elements. At that moment, Gulliante felt a twinge of reluctance to continue fighting. After expending 2 scrolls, he had still not inflicted sufficient damage upon Isai, indicating that the two dragons were not of the same caliber. Isai appeared to be engaging in a half-hearted contest. Observing the flames engulfing Isai, Gulliante speculated whether it was the effect of some magical artifact. "I should not have allied with humans. I must resort to my last resort," Gulliante muttered through gritted teeth, producing a black scale and shattering it. Soon after, a robust 16-meter black dragon emerged from the shadowy forest, charging at Isai while spewing acidic breath. Not far away, a human army marched forth, their objective being Isai's current location. As Isai gazed at the black dragon soaring from the depths of the forest, his eyes narrowed. "Two dragons cannot possibly match me," he roared in Draconic, as he prepared to engage the two approaching black and green dragons. With unwavering composure, Isai unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, suppressing the onslaught from the black and green dragons. Realizing that their breath attacks would yield no advantage, the two dragons veered off in opposite directions, allowing Isai to focus his breath on a singular target. In an instant, the faster green dragon approached Isai, who had remained still until the dragon's claws were about to strike. Seizing the moment, Isai lifted his flaming claws high, channeling all his strength to deliver a blow to the green dragon's head, scales and blood erupting into the air as the dragon staggered. Without pausing, Isai swiftly pivoted, using his tail to sweep against the black dragon that sought to retaliate, interrupting its attack. Isai then charged at the black dragon, raising his head high to deliver a powerful headbutt to its snout. Although the black dragon's head was protected by its curved horns, it quickly regained its composure. Meanwhile, the green dragon also recovered rapidly from its daze, exchanging glances with the black dragon to confirm their shared intent before both dragons launched themselves at Isai. "Bring it on." Isai did not wait idly or employ any other tactic. Instead, he flapped his wings, creating a series of sonic booms as he collided with the green and black dragons. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the 3 dragons grappled, with Isai holding his ground against the 2. After several seconds, the scorched green dragon used its hind legs to push away from Isai, while the black dragon followed suit. As they gained a slight distance, the green dragon examined its singed scales, frowning at the sight. The black dragon, despite its darker scales obscuring visible burns, was in no better condition. Seizing the moment of victory, Isai chose to launch an offensive. Ancient and obscure draconic incantations flowed from his mouth, igniting sparks in the air. Under the influence of the Lord of Fire, Isai wielded fire magic with remarkable ease, despite having limited options previously. Moments later, for fireballs, each approximately 10 meters in diameter and radiating an indescribable heat, materialized beside the blazing dragon, scorching the earth beneath. Ancient dragon language magic? The green dragon exclaimed in astonishment. The disparity between ordinary magic and draconic magic was already vast, and the enhanced version of ancient dragon language magic was utterly terrifying. The fireball spell, originally a mid-tier magic, now bore the essence of superior magic under the augmentations of the ancient dragon language and fire elemental armor. With a mere thought, Isai directed the 4 colossal fireballs toward the black and green dragons. He did not remain idle. The pronounced prelude of his magic indicated that the 2 dragons would undoubtedly seek to evade the impending attack. Thus, Isai opted to position himself alongside the 2 dragons, using both his tail and forelimbs to firmly restrain them. Red dragon, you've lost your mind, the green dragon shouted, realizing its magic had been interrupted as Isai ensnared it with his forelimbs. Despite the fire elemental resistance Isai possessed, the flames still inflicted damage upon him. This near-superior magic assault could surely cripple the red dragon. Perhaps you are correct, Isai retorted, for he was no ordinary red dragon. The combined fire elemental resistance granted by the Lord of Fire and his armor rendered him nearly immune to flames. The black dragon, unwilling to engage in further conversation, struggled fiercely to free itself from Isai's tail. In the sky, from massive fireballs trailed long tails of flame, crashing into the 3 dragons like meteors. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a dazzling white light, akin to the arrival of daylight. Following this, a deafening roar reverberated, reminiscent of a deity's fury echoing through the heavens, resonating within the valley and lingering long after, causing even the sturdiest rocks to tremble under the force. Countless debris was hurled into the air by the immense shockwave, akin to dust in a tempest. As the explosive flames gradually subsided, a massive crater formed at the battlefield's edge. The ground surrounding it cracked from the intense heat, while black smoke mingled with ash and flame ascended into the sky. At the center of the crater, 2 black dragons lay motionless, and above them, a golden-red dragon stood tall, bearing only minor injuries from the explosion. Whether through physical prowess or magic, Isai had decisively overwhelmed the 2 dragons, one of which was a robust black dragon. In the air, Isai gazed down at the green dragon, Gullianti, feigning death on the ground. He raised his claw and tightly grasped its slender neck, ascending slowly. "Wake up, green scales," Isai commanded, shaking Gullianti, whose head slumped weakly. Have you become too accustomed to feigning death?" Isai remarked with a cold smile, sensing the green dragon's life force. Gradually tightening his grip, the sensation of suffocation and pressure compelled Gullianti to open its eyes, struggling against Isai's claw. No more pretending?" Isaac gazed at Guriant, who bore the expression of a survivor, and scoffed. Well, I concede. It's truly unimaginable that even the red dragon could be so twisted." Guriant, feeling the pressure around her neck, sighed inwardly. She had exhausted all her moves and trump cards, yet she had failed to endure until the arrival of human reinforcements. At this juncture, to deny her defeat would be nothing short of foolishness. "Not at all. I am merely rather exceptional." Isaac openly acknowledged his superiority. "However, even if you utter sweet words, our debts must be settled." Isaac's tone shifted, growing cold. "I offer you 2 choices. First, like a lost hound, leave all your treasures behind and vacate the Emerald Mountains. Second, swear fealty to Her Majesty, the Dragon Queen, for 600 years and present half of your collection to me. I might, in my mercy, allow you to keep the remainder of your treasures." As Isaac's authoritative tone echoed, Guriant pondered if there were any alternatives. Aside from sparing her kin, the Dragon Queen Tiamat had imposed a 600-year service limit on various true dragons, primarily to prevent young dragons from being permanently imprisoned. "Is there a third option?" Guriant looked at Isaac, hoping he might relent. Indeed, the third option is for me to thrash you once more. Then take all your possessions for myself and demand 600 years of service." Isaac rebutted, refusing to be swayed by Guriant's plea for sympathy. He was still a young dragon, far from the peak of draconic desires. In other words, Isaac had no intention of being tender-hearted. "No, there's no room for negotiation. If you disagree, I shall strike you." Please, just 600 years then," Guriant exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously at the raised claw of Isaac. Given that green dragons typically lived around 3,000 years, 600 years was a wait she could endure. As for half of her treasures, well, at least she would retain the other half. Seeing Guriant relent, Isaac lowered his claw, then turned to the immobile black dragon. "If you remain silent, I shall step upon your head." The black dragon, lying on the ground and drawing circles, finally reacted, offering a wry smile. "Oh, powerful red dragon, I wish I could. But I have already signed a contract with the drow." Upon hearing this, Isaac raised an eyebrow. The drow, also known as dark elves, were primarily female, worshipping the formidable and malevolent deity, the Spider Queen Lolth, and often resided in the Underdark, an independent subterranean realm. "Drow? You hail from the Underdark?" Isaac queried. aware that black dragons sometimes ventured into the Underdark, where they could be captured by large drow cities and coerced into signing servitude contracts. Indeed, during my youth, while evading human hunters, I was swept into the Underdark by a river's current and ultimately captured by a large drow city, the Black Dragon recounted, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes as she recalled her capture. Isaac, listening intently, realized that beneath the Emerald Mountains lay an Underdark capable of breeding vast drow cities, indicating its considerable scale. The Underdark's terrain, existing solely underground, was categorized by size: small, medium, large, and colossal. The most common was the medium-sized Underdark, featuring an immature ecosystem and various dark creatures. Larger Underdarks generally boasted a complete ecosystem independent of the surface, along with undiscovered species, with the drow being one of its intelligent races, alongside abyssal fish and numerous other races. Isaac snapped back to the present. Given the drow's presence in the Underdark, how could this black dragon assist Guriant on the surface while still bound by contract? Soon, Isaac's gaze turned to Guriant for answers. Ha. Guriant chuckled nervously upon seeing Isaac's ominous expression. Do not jest. Command your kin to cease their resistance and prepare for merging, Isaac stated, releasing Guriant from his grasp. Guriant nodded, descending to the ground alongside Isaac, lowering her head and grounding her wings in submission. Meanwhile, Guriant's retreating followers, witnessing their master's defeat, promptly surrendered and discarded their weapons. What of me? The Black Dragon inquired, regarding Isaac. Did you not sign a contract with the drow? I care not for its contents. You are now my captive and cannot leave. Contracts do not concern me, Isaac replied, firmly asserting that he would not allow the Black Dragon to escape. As the battlefield witnessed the enemy's surrender, Hallie and Kana raised their voices in triumph, celebrating their victory. It was then that human reinforcements finally arrived at a distance. Damn it, useless green dragon, you couldn't hold them off for even 10 minutes. Retreat. The commanding soldier, witnessing the green and black dragons bowing to Isaac, cursed and led the newly arrived soldiers back the way they came. Hours later, Guriant, her face drawn, guided Isaac deep into her lair. Nestled within a forested valley, her lair was remarkably concealed. Isaac surveyed the rampant vines and thorns, as well as the toxic mists lethal to most sentient beings, suppressing the urge to incinerate the surroundings. Guriant, what sort of pact did you forge with those humans? Isaac inquired, considering that he would need to confront humanity soon and deemed it prudent to gather intel on his foes. Those ineffectual humans seek your shard of the evil god and intend to deploy a dragon-slaying team against you, Guriant readily divulged, revealing the intentions of her former allies while concealing her prior thoughts of eliminating Isaac. Subsequently, Isaac gleaned most of the information regarding the Duke of Emerald and the specific strength of his adversaries through Guriant. There were approximately 3 extraordinary beings, 2 warriors and 1 mage, while the remaining foes were inconsequential. As Isaac absorbed Guriant's report, a thought began to form in his mind. However, before he could solidify his idea, Guriant halted, for they had arrived at her treasure chamber. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Gullianti turned her head once more, pitifully inquiring. Isai frowned slightly. If you continue to dawdle like this, I shall consider altering the terms of our contract and demanding more from you. Upon hearing Isai's words, Gullianti closed her mouth, relinquished her struggles, and opened her treasury. Please be gentle with my collection. Before the sorrowful Gullianti could finish her sentence, Isai swiftly stepped inside the treasury. What lay within was a trove far exceeding even Isai's own collection, filled with an abundance of gleaming gold coins, numerous weapons shimmering with magical luster, dazzling magical gems, and various artistic treasures favored by green dragons. Upon seeing these sparkling delights, Isai's previously irritable mood began to brighten, and she eagerly grasped the spatial crystal to begin collecting. Behind Isai, Gullianti felt as though she were enduring a prolonged and horrific torment, helplessly watching as her long-cherished treasures were systematically taken by another dragon, all while she had to remain vigilant to ensure Isai did not take more than she was due. The level of torment was such that it could easily be classified among the top 10 tortures for a dragon who prized wealth above all else. Gullianti was thus honored to become a participant in this exquisite agony. Isai, intent on her purpose, collected the magical gems first, recognizing their unparalleled value. They would gradually allow her to absorb magical energy, and in sufficient quantity, would draw magic to them. Next came the gold coins. While the artistic trinkets favored by the green dragon received no more than a passing glance from Isai, such items were of no sustenance and held little utility. As Isai gathered the majority of the gems, clutching a handful of coins, Gullianti's voice rang out from behind her like a distressed pig. That's half. Stop now. Shouting this, Gullianti leapt onto Isai's back, and the 2 dragons began to roll about amidst the pile of gold coins. Isai, who had been in high spirits, found her good mood evaporating as she observed the frenzied Gullianti. With a swift swipe of her claw, she halted Gullianti's frantic assault. You have sworn an oath to Her Majesty the Dragon Queen. This far exceeds the bounds of half. Return it at once. Guliani shook her slightly dizzy head and exclaimed loudly. Isai, rising slowly from the pile of coins, regarded the furious Gulianti and resolved to impose a fitting punishment upon this unruly dragon. When I spoke of half, I meant half according to my standards. And my half amounts to this much, perhaps even more. With that, Isai pocketed yet another coin. You. Gulianti glared at Isai, her eyes seemingly ablaze. Yet no suitable retort came to mind. Thus, Gulianti, I have endured your tiresome antics far too many times, along with your encroachments upon my territory. Therefore, I demand an apology, or the terms of our arrangement shall be revised. As Isai grasped a handful of shimmering coins, allowing them to cascade through her claws with a melodic clink, Gulianti, flustered and at a loss for words, pondered cursing Isai, but dared not. It's my treasure, and yet I must apologize. With this thought, she glanced at her coins and ultimately sighed. Isai, I apologize for my overreach in challenging your authority and for attempting to define your standards. Listening to Gulianti's apology, Isai was reminded of the apologies she had heard from Talvas during her youth in the dragoness lair, a peculiar sensation welling within her. Is this what legacy feels like? Very well, I accept your apology and generously forgive you. Hearing Isai's triumphant tone, Gulianti could no longer contain herself. Tears welling up in her eyes as she cried out, this is too much for a dragon. Isai, witnessing Gulianti's sorrowful state, felt her own irritation dissipate. Enough of the tears, Isai commanded, yet Gulianti continued to sob unabated. Suit yourself, cry as you wish. With that, Isai exited Gulianti's treasury, for she had other matters to attend to. Emerging from Gulianti's lair, Isai arrived at the battlefield outside the dense forest, where Hallie and Kanna were busy clearing the remnants of war. Hallie, Isai called as she descended before him. Master, your servant is here, ready to heed your command. Hallie replied, bowing as he directed the cleanup efforts. I have a task for you. I need to conclude this farce. Thus, I require your assistance in temporarily managing the territory I have just claimed. Until my return, all monsters shall be under your command. As Isai spoke, the black dragon approached. Isai, I may be able to assist you in management. I have overseen monster slays for an extended period in the Drow City. Isai, slightly annoyed at being interrupted, turned to the black dragon. I have yet to inquire your name. What is it, Black Scale? Call me Ashdans, the black dragon replied, lowering his head. Very well, Hallie. Until I return, Ashdans will assist you in management. Should any issues arise, you may consult him. Isai directed at Hallie. What are you doing? Ashdans began to thank Isai, but suddenly sensed something amiss. What, do you have objections? Upon hearing the incredulous yet irritated tone of Ashdans, Isai inquired. No, I have no objections. Ashdans shook his head, noticing the sparks emanating from Isai's nostrils. Then silence yourself. Once Gulianti emerges, you may oversee her, ensuring she does not interfere with my followers until I return. With that, Isai strode toward the heart of the battlefield, spotting Jeroni lying among the rubble. Jeroni, your contributions during this time have been significant. Do as you wish, but do not hinder my followers in their cleanup. As Isai prepared to take flight, Ashdans approached him. Isai, may I inquire where you are headed? I am merely curious. Gazing at Ashdans, whose eyes were alight with inquiry, Isai replied. I am off to confront those humans who have offended me. With that, Isai unfurled his massive wings, spanning 40 meters, and soared into the sky, heading towards the outskirts of the Emerald Mountains. Meanwhile, Hallie scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Do not think you can command me at will, mongrel, Ashdans growled at Hallie, before plunging into a nearby river, leaving only his head above water. In the human encampment on the opposite side of the Emerald Mountains, Duke Cuisine watched with a grim expression as the recently dispatched team returned, his countenance growing increasingly troubled. He had anticipated the possibility of the Green Dragoness defeat, as well as the chance that this team might not return. However, what he did not anticipate was that the Green Dragon would be vanquished before reinforcements could arrive. What shall we do, Duke? Inquired a high-ranking warrior. If all goes as expected, our allies have already informed that Red Dragon of everything here. Prepare for battle. The Duke of Emerald replied, his expression grim. He had considered retreating directly to the Duchy of Harmo. But that would undoubtedly be a display of incompetence after 5 arduous years of searching that had finally yielded some progress, only to end up with nothing. He was certain that upon returning to the duchy, he would lose his title and everything he possessed. Moreover, they were still far from the duchy, and the likelihood of being pursued by the Red Dragon on the way back was high. Rather than being at the mercy of their enemy then, he preferred to resist fiercely now, perhaps even securing their survival. As the camp hurriedly prepared for defense, a crimson dragon's silhouette appeared in the sky, signaling that Isai was nearly upon them. Damn it. Cease preparations and ready yourselves for battle. We're the scouts. Hurry, we must negotiate with the Red Dragon. The Duke of Emerald fixated on the distant dragon's silhouette, commanding loudly within the camp. He ascended the lookout tower, using magic to send a communication request to Isai. Initially poised to unleash a devastating breath attack, Isai hesitated upon noticing the magical request. He was intrigued to see what these humans intended. Contemplating this, Isai descended, landing heavily and stirring up clouds of dust. Noble red dragon, silence, reptile. Do you have any last words? Isai interrupted the Duke before he could even complete his greeting. Both through the legacy of dragons and his own experiences, Isai understood that humans were cunning and intelligent beings. Therefore, the initiative in this conversation must remain firmly in his grasp. You must have misunderstood something. I am unaware of what the green dragon conveyed to you. However, our sole objective has always been that accursed crystal of the dark god, a perilous artifact, the Duke of Emerald said, gathering his thoughts after being cut off. Human. It seems you are still oblivious to the situation. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your conspiracy to bring about my demise? Isai's expression turned mocking. He had already surmised the truth when Gryanth informed him of the dragon-slaying party. I am not swayed by your flattery. If you possess something of value that could ensure your survival, I advise you to speak quickly. As he spoke, a waft of sulfuric odor emanated from him. If the Duke could not present anything of worth, he would reduce him to ashes with his domain of incineration. Then let me be frank, great true dragon. The Duke gritted his teeth, realizing that Isai was unlike any ordinary red dragon and would not be easily deceived. The duchy had been conducting magical experiments related to dark gods for the war against the Duchy of Reap. Until 5 years prior, a group of traders had escaped to the Emerald Mountains, possessing many valuable items. Isai listened intently. It was clear that the so-called traders numbered more than one, and he had not found anything of value among the black monsters he had previously slain, save for the diamond crystal. The creature you killed was merely one of many. Our aim is focused solely on one individual. However, there is a group of traders who possess something far more precious that they stole from the duchy, the Key of Elements. The Key of Elements, the Duke elaborated, is used to open both large and small elemental planar portals, most of which are designated for specific elemental planes. Elemental planes are, simply put, unique worlds filled with singular elements and various elemental beings, or semi-elemental creatures associated with them. Isai was momentarily taken aback by the Duke's words. Interesting. But what good does it do to reveal this to me? Our mages have detected that the rough location of that group is not in the mountains, but underground, in the shadowy regions. The Key of Elements is not only in their possession, the superior magic protecting it is specific, and any destruction could result in the loss of what lies within. I can become your servant, utilizing my means to dispel the magic and grant you access to the Key of Elements. Furthermore, I could prove quite useful in your endeavors regarding your territory. The Duke of Emerald stated, unabashedly revealing his desperation for survival. Isai pondered the Duke's words. If what he said were entirely true, he could indeed be a valuable asset. However, the Duke's cunning and depth of character were evident. Even if he underwent dragon lineage transformation, there was no guarantee of complete safety. Just as Isai was about to make a decision, a dangerous aura manifested nearby. Unexpected, my friend. Had I known you had fallen so low, I would have killed you long ago, a voice echoed from a distance, exuding an unmistakable powerful presence. Isai swiftly turned to see a cloaked figure standing nearby, radiating an ominous aura coupled with unrestrained intent to kill. A legendary ranger. Upon sensing the exposed presence nearby, Isai abandoned negotiations with the Duke, soaring into the air, his golden-purple dragon eyes fixed intently on the legendary ranger. Indeed, dragon, you retreat swiftly. But let us see what strength you possess, the legendary ranger remarked, drawing 2 identical revolvers from his waist. Aiming at Isai, he cast a fleeting glance toward the Duke's position, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. In the air, Isai felt a surge of danger as the ranger locked onto him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a breath of magical energy. However, the ranger vanished without a trace, reappearing to the side, pulling the trigger as 2 bullets, trailing long energy tails, struck Isai with a sonic boom. His scales were pierced instantly, and upon entering his body, the bullets detonated, creating gaping wounds several centimeters wide. Such devastating injuries would be fatal to most creatures, but fortunately, the dragon's massive size provided some advantage. However, Isai's expression was far from relaxed. A single strike had breached his defenses, indicating that this ranger was no ordinary foe, even among legends. Isai scrutinized the ranger, suspecting that the dual pistols he wielded were likely legendary weapons, which accounted for their formidable penetrating power. In contrast, his own size rendered him nearly a target. Yet, Isai was not overly surprised by the ranger's pistols. Through his studies of dragon lore, he had learned that this continent was replete with standardized weapons, with firearms and magic often complementing one another. Gazing at the legendary ranger, Isai recognized that his ability to fly remained his greatest advantage. Consequently, he flapped his dragon wings, swirling in the air, flames churning in his mouth. Subsequently, a wide arc of scorching breath was unleashed from Isai's mouth, searing the earth below. The manner of flight was rather intriguing, complemented by your hues, golden red, a hybrid of dragons. The legendary ranger performed a roll, evading the extensive flames with an unorthodox, almost impossible agility. Indeed, Isai's erratic yet graceful flight path was a testament to his golden dragon lineage. Isai, uninterested in conversation, swiftly cast a spell upon noticing the ranger's evasive maneuver. In a flurry of cryptic draconic incantations, the area of embers was released, centered around Isai. A conflagration ignited within a 100-meter radius, its intensity escalating the closer it drew to him. Ah, the familiar flames of the red dragon's domain, mused the ranger. Undeterred by the oppressive heat, as he aimed directly at Isai's dragon wing and fired 4 shots in rapid succession. 4 bullets, trailing luminous streaks, surged toward Isai from 4 distinct angles. With Isai's heightened dynamic vision, the bullets appeared to curve toward him, evoking the term gunplay in his mind. However, Isai's ancient draconic magic was ready, for massive fireballs materialized around him. With a thought, he hurled the fireballs, intercepting the bullets and resulting in a violent explosion that rippled through the air, creating visible waves that caused distant leaves to tremble. As the flames cleared, the legendary ranger's cloak shimmered with magical radiance, his form becoming blurred and elusive. Recognizing it as a mirroring illusion, Isai scanned his surroundings. Yet the ranger was nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, the feeling of being threatened lingered in Isai's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and unleashed a searing white breath of convergence. Meanwhile, the ranger, now mysteriously suspended in midair, unleashed a barrage of bullets from his finely crafted revolvers. The luminous breath of convergence melted 7 bullets into ash, and the ranger appeared momentarily surprised by Isai's swift reaction. He deftly maneuvered in the air to evade the breath. Simultaneously, with a crisp sound, the chamber of bullets sprang open, and 12 empty casings fell to the ground. Then, 12 elemental bullets composed purely of ice magic materialized, refilling the chamber. Frigid impact. The ranger intoned softly, and Isai keenly caught the incantation. With a cold smirk, he ceased his breath and rapidly approached the ranger, his massive dragon claw poised to strike. The ranger, aware that a hit from Isai could spell disaster, showed no fear as he watched the claw, heavy with wind pressure, approach at high speed. His cloak billowed in the air, eyes sharp as an eagle. Despite the perilous situation, there was no hint of panic, only an unutterable calmness. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, piercing the heavy air. The bullets, akin to silver lightning, carried an icy chill that froze moisture in the air. These 4 bullets seemed alive, deftly dodging Isai's claw and targeting his heart. The heart of a true dragon is typically fortified with reverse-growing scales, one of the hardest parts of a dragon's body, along with the throat. Without exceptional penetrating weaponry, it would be impossible to breach this protective scale. Yet, Isai sensed an imminent threat. He could feel that these 4 bullets possessed unique effects. Recalling the ranger's earlier mutterings, Isai did not hesitate to activate his fire element armor and elemental transformation. Following this transformation, Isai's area of embers intensified, becoming a blazing fire dragon, an astonishing manifestation of elemental fire. The temperature soared close to 100 degrees. The 4 ice bullets, however, remained unimpeded, striking Isai's forelimb, positioned before his heart. Immediately, Isai felt an uncontrollable wave of cold invade his body, eroding his elemental form like a creeping plague. He had no time to address it, for his claw had missed its target. The ranger had evaded the strike by twisting in midair and was preparing to fire again. Without pausing, Isai, moving with an incongruous speed for his size, swiftly twirled around, sending his fiery red tail crashing into the legendary ranger. Boom! A large crater formed upon impact, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Sensing the ranger's injury, Isai focused on dispelling the encroaching cold within him and narrowed his molten gaze on the crater below. Fully elementalized and clad in fire element armor was energy-intensive, and Isai needed a swift conclusion. The time it took from Isai's initial breath to his elemental transformation had barely spanned a few seconds. Without waiting to confirm the ranger's condition, Isai opened his mouth and unleashed a breath of magical energy upon the ranger. To Isai's astonishment, what had once been an unstoppable force now met an unseen resistance. Halted just a meter from the ranger by an enigmatic power. Through the thick smoke, Isai glimpsed a green gemstone hovering before the ranger, a verdant shield absorbing his magical breath, though it was rapidly dimming. The ranger regarded Isai with a newfound awareness. This red dragon was unlike any he had encountered before. Its fiery abilities extraordinarily peculiar. Sensing the fierce expenditure of fire element energy, the somewhat disheveled ranger swiftly regained his footing and vanished from sight, leaves swirling in his wake. Isai ceased his breath and glared around, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. Cunning creature, why should your business concern me, mere ranger? He bellowed, surveying the area. Apologies, Red Dragon. My mission is to fend off the monstrous and humanoid tribes that threaten our civilization, came the ranger's voice, slightly breathless from his exertions. Huh, as if that makes you virtuous. Your appearance and combat style resemble that of a thief, Isai retorted, yet this time the ranger offered no reply. Feeling the rapid depletion of fire element energy within him, Isai expelled a stream of fiery breath and infused it with magical energy. Instantly, the flames took on a life of their own, transforming into fire elementals. Eliminate the ranger. In the dazzling radiance, a 5-meter-tall fire elemental creature, fortified by fire elemental armor, descended to the ground in search of the ranger's traces. Concealed in the shadows, the ranger, waiting for the energy of Isai to deplete, sighed inwardly upon noticing a fire elemental approaching him directly. With a swift motion, he raised his weapon and fired. A bullet imbued with frigid energy striking down the fire elemental, simultaneously revealing the ranger's position. "I found you," Isai roared, charging toward the ranger. In the blink of an eye, a colossal dragon, ablaze with terrifying flames, stood before the ranger, its gaping maw radiating an aura of annihilation. Isai's intent was clear. If his breath attack could not find its mark, he would engage in close combat. Few beings could best a true dragon in melee, especially one as formidable as Isai. The ranger had anticipated Isai's assault, leaping nimbly to evade the dragon's bite, and then pulling the trigger. 7 bullets, exuding a chilling aura, struck Isai's form. However, bolstered by the fire elemental armor and elemental transformation, Isai disregarded the damage and immediately retaliated with a blast of arcane breath. Although the ranger endeavored to evade, he could not completely escape, suffering a glancing blow as a white energy clung to him, gnawing at his very essence. "Disintegration?" the ranger muttered, unfurling a bundle of scrolls before vanishing from sight. Isai landed firmly, casting his gaze toward the distant watchtower, where a barely perceptible magical aura shimmered conspicuously in his sight. Another breath of magical energy erupted forth, and the ranger reappeared beneath the watchtower. Upon seeing the searing breath approach him, the ranger's initial shock was quickly replaced by a glint of determination. A green shield materialized, holding for half a second before dissipating as the ranger leapt high. Dual pistols raised. Waves of terrifying magical power coalesced at the barrels of the exquisitely crafted revolvers. With a resounding boom, a massive energy projectile shot forth, aimed squarely at Isai's head. In a final moment of instinctual danger, Isai turned his head, allowing the strike to impact his back instead. This blow was unlike the previous ones, creating 2 enormous craters in his back, and even in his elemental form, the injury was formidable. The ranger landed, his demeanor unyielding, fixated on Isai, awaiting his next move. Isai, cautious, utilized the remaining fire elemental energy to marginally mend his wounds, but as his fiery aura diminished, he remained on guard. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows beneath the watchtower. Isai narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar sensation reminiscent of his battle with the black monstrosity. The Duke of Emerald stepped forth, enveloped in flames, half of his head transformed into writhing black tendrils. "What is this ruckus? Do you have any idea you might have injured me?" the Duke remarked, his voice deep and raspy. The ranger, upon witnessing the Duke's appearance, was struck with disbelief. His eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a hint of white, a mixture of astonishment and indignation crossing his features. The Duke, donning an enigmatic smile, glanced between Isai and the ranger. "Old friends, why the shock? People do change. It's a pity that my perfect disguise has failed. I hope the others are faring better." As he spoke, dark tendrils sprouted from the Duke's body, advancing toward the ranger. Hearing this, the ranger's emotions spiraled out of control. He swung his pistols, shattering the Duke's skull, followed by a barrage of gunfire that reduced the Duke's corpse to fragments. Breathing heavily, the ranger's expression fell, as if the entire world had crumbled around him. Isai observed the ranger's emotional collapse, his brow furrowing in concern, sensing he had become entangled in a matter of great consequence, a torrent of questions flooding his mind. "Ranger, would you mind explaining what is happening here?" In response to Isai's inquiry, the ranger turned his head. "There's really no point in keeping it to myself," he said with a complex expression. To put it simply, the ranger and the Duke of Emerald are old acquaintances, although they have never harbored fondness for one another. Even contemplating each other's demise during their most contentious moments, they were once compelled to join forces to eradicate a malevolent cult in the Duchy of Hammer, forging an unexpected bond and changing their perceptions of one another. Their long-distance communication ties were established then. Later, the ranger ascended to legendary status and began a reckless pursuit of various evil beings, while the Duke further ingratiated himself with the King of Hammer, becoming a trusted confidant. This time, having heard the Duke claim that Isai possessed an evil god crystal threatening the entire Duchy of Hammer, the ranger reluctantly came. "What I know ends here, evidently. He has long since become a pawn of the evil cult, and we have clearly been deceived. Given the circumstances, I see no reason to continue this conflict." With that, the ranger holstered his pistols. However, Isai was unwilling to let this interloper escape unscathed, having sought his life without provocation. Forgiveness was not an option for any true dragon, even a metallic one. Thus, Isai responded with a blast of arcane breath. Feeling Isai's unmasked intent to kill, the ranger sighed in resignation. "How foolish of me." With that, the ranger vanished without a trace. Isai, unable to sense the ranger's presence nearby, felt a surge of wrath. Ceasing his futile breath attack, Isai scanned his surroundings, deducing that the ranger must have utilized some form of long-distance teleportation spell beyond his ability to detect. A legendary ranger? I'll remember this. Isai seethed, recognizing that achieving such a status was no simple feat, especially given the ranger's distinctive attire. He would have ample means to track him down in the future. For now, Isai resolved to pursue his original objective, seeking someone to unleash his fury upon. Flames of vengeance soared as Isai ignited the scorched domain, soaring toward the human camp, clearly intent on wreaking havoc. Half a month later, within the heart of the Emerald Mountains, Isai felt a profound displeasure after his enigmatic encounter with the legendary ranger, who had engaged him in an inexplicable battle before vanishing without a trace. Thus, the human encampment that had just been prepared there fell victim to calamity. However, as these human soldiers were all trained professional warriors, each possessed the strength to cleave through colossal stones. Moreover, there was a significant contingent of spellcasters, and the Duchy of Harmo held this batch of soldiers in high regard, dispatching only the most elite among them. Having been informed early on of the dragon's existence, they had also prepared various magics specifically designed to counter dragons. It could be said that this contingent of human soldiers, if equipped with adequate preparation and a sufficiently skilled commander, could have easily subdued Giriant. Unfortunately, after awakening from slumber, Isai experienced a qualitative leap in power. And among his over 2,000 elite soldiers, there was not a single decisive leader, as Duke Celine had already been slain by a ranger. Consequently, Isai's victory was effortless, encountering only minor hindrances. Ultimately, over half of the soldiers were incinerated on the spot by the furious Isai, with only a few fortunate souls managing to seize horses amidst the chaos and flee. The remaining half surrendered, subsequently escorted back to the territory by the summoned Ghana. The following day saw Isai leading his monstrous entourage in a grand migration. After all, the central part of the Emerald Mountains was far more bountiful than the area Isai had previously occupied, characterized by towering peaks and rugged terrain. Indeed, after subduing Giriant and vanquishing the humans, there was nothing left in the Emerald Mountains to pose a threat to him. Of course, there was one of Isai's favored terrains, the lava lakes. In many regions of the continent, as one digs deeper, the likelihood of encountering magma increases, and Isai was fortunate to discover 2 lava lakes not far beneath the surface. His new lair was established atop a cliff in the central part of the Emerald Mountains, while the majority of his loyal subjects settled in a natural clearing at the cliff's base. Furthermore, adjacent to Isai's position lay the valley inhabited by Giriant, with the luminous moonlight lake of the blue-scaled giant crocodile situated a short distance away. After temporarily recruiting the black dragon Ashdans to his cause, Isai assigned it to a large river further back. However, under Isai's stern warning, Ashdans dared only to transform a small portion of the water into marshland. A mature black dragon wielding its full power to alter the environment could render most of the mountain range devoid of any clean water. Isai's original territory was not abandoned, as it leaned towards the plains. Therefore, he assigned Gironi to remain there, accompanied by several hundred gnolls and a faction of kobolds. Time passed, and after enduring a prolonged migration of half a month and subsequent arrangements, Isai gathered all his subjects together, preparing to announce several matters. For a long time, Isai had been disinterested in managing his subordinates. However, as their numbers swelled, unified management became necessary. Is everyone here? Isai stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the dense throng of monstrous beings, inquiring of Giriant at his side. Yes, they are all present, Giriant replied nonchalantly, her interest in gathering subjects noticeably lacking. Even before Isai's arrival, when numerous monsters and beasts roamed the Emerald Mountains, she had shown little inclination to seek them out. Of course, Giriant might have been preoccupied with the Shadow Realm, diverting her focus from the task of gathering subjects. Isai withdrew his gaze, observing the tightly clustered masses of monsters below, where his kin stood relatively organized, comprising gnolls, assorted beasts, werewolves, and ogres, nearly accounting for 70% of the total. 4,697 monsters. A precise figure materialized in Isai's mind. All true dragons possess the innate ability to discern the value of their treasures and collectibles, and determining the exact count of their subjects was no challenge at all. The battle against Giriant's subjects had been quite brutal, with nearly 2,000 monsters perishing on various battlegrounds. Those still standing here were the elite of the elite, shrouded in blood and the scent of death, leading any observer to regard them as fearsome minions of the dread dragon. Isai surveyed the monsters that regarded him with rapt attention, unfurling his 40-meter-wide dragon wings, each scale intricately crafted, resembling the most exquisite works of art in nature, shimmering with an otherworldly luster beneath the sun. As his wings fully spread, sunlight pierced through the thin clouds at an almost divine angle, illuminating his crimson gold scales, which appeared to have been kissed by flames, imbued with a profound and fervent blood-red hue. Previously, you may have held various clan titles within your tribes. However, from this day forth, you shall share a common title, the Bloodwing clan. Isai proclaimed loudly, his figure atop the cliff growing ever more imposing and grand. Beneath the radiant crimson sunlight cast by his wings, the diverse array of monsters bowed respectfully, indelibly marking this new clan name in their memories. Isai then shifted his gaze to Hallie, Ghana, and Aten. Hallie, you shall henceforth be responsible for managing the warriors, overseeing their training and combat during times of war. I am entrusting a vast army of monsters to your care. The towering werewolf leader Hallie knelt respectfully, nodding. Thank you, my lord. Hallie will ensure that the Bloodwing subordinates are trained to be the strongest. Next, Isai's attention turned to Ghana and Aten. Ghana, you shall manage the ogres and beasts. Aten, you will oversee the rear and the general planning of our territory. After assigning specific domains to his core subjects, Isai's gaze fell upon Guriant and Ashdans. Guriant, you remain the lord of the valley. I will leave some of your previous subjects with you. Just devise strategies for me. Isai remarked, noting that after a previous thrashing and the acquisition of treasures, Guriant had become considerably more compliant in his presence, at least most of the time. It is my honor. Guriant replied, lowering her head. Ashdans, you will stay in the place I designated for you. I will lift the binding contract that confines you. Isai then addressed the black dragon Ashdans behind him. Thank you, my lord. Ashdans bowed his head, as the drow elves had bound him with a permanent guardian contract. Though the treatment was fair, Ashdans, who cherished freedom by nature, yearned to leave the monotonous shadow realm. Thus, Isai categorized his subjects into several major groups to facilitate future management. However, a few days later, Isai secretly summoned Hallie to the interior of his lair. My lord, you summoned me for a specific task? Hallie inquired, kneeling before Isai, who stood with his back turned, giving a slight nod. You guessed correctly, Hallie. I have a task for you, one that will be quite easy for you. The voice of Isai echoed, imbued with a hint of frost. There was a matter he sought to confirm from the minions of Guriant. The next day, as Isai was engaged in the practice of ancient draconic magic atop his vast, treasure-laden mountain, attempting to master the superior spell of Infernal, a figure approached from outside the dragon's lair. Isai, you have a visitor, Guriant's voice resonated from beyond. Not daring to intrude upon the sanctum, for Isai had barred entry. Boom. The sudden interruption shattered Isai's concentration, causing the incantation to destabilize and erupt before him. Fortunately, his high resistance to fire elements shielded him from harm, though ire coursed through him. What is it, Guriant? If there are guests, you ought to attend to them. He retorted impatiently, knowing well that one of Guriant's duties was to manage those creatures who recognized Isai's name and willingly approached him, a growing number of which had arrived recently. This group is rather unique. They are envoys from the Duchy of Harmo, Guriant's calm voice informed him. Envoys from the Duchy of Harmo? Do they still dare to seek my audience? Isai mused, momentarily quelled in his anger. Had it not been for the might of the Duchy of Harmo, Guriant would not have been able to strike with such ferocity, resulting in Isai's unwarranted loss of 2,000 minions that rightfully belonged to him. I suspect they are likely seeking peace. What say you? Shall I go? Guriant's voice resonated once more. Yet Isai hesitated, lost in thought. Though merely a duchy, Harmo's forces posed a significant threat. He could not afford to underestimate them, especially since their prior ignorance of his fire elemental armor and elemental transformation had given him an edge. Regardless, with the envoys now present, Isai resolved to investigate the matter himself. There's no need for you to go. Take me there. I wish to see what schemes they have in store, Isai declared, stepping out of the lair to face Guriant. Shortly thereafter, the envoys from the Duchy of Harmo awaited beneath Isai's lair, their presence observed by the brown dragon, Gironi. Soon, two enormous dragon silhouettes soared from the cliffside lair, and Isai descended, his immense form stirring clouds of dust. Having mastered the art of dispelling fog, Isai cleared the air, and Guriant followed suit. The envoys gazed in awe at the resplendent true dragon before them, so distinct from a typical red dragon. Your Excellency, the Wing of Flame. I bring greetings from the King of the Duchy of Harmo. A middle-aged envoy spoke with utmost reverence. Wing of Flame? Is that how you refer to me? How pedestrian. Isai scoffed, recalling the individuals he had previously let escape. He now understood why most chromatic dragons tended to propagate their own titles. Please pardon the Duke of Verdant's transgressions. Rest assured, the King of Harmo bears no intent to attack you. The envoy's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained composure. How amusing. You're deflecting blame, are you? If this is merely a futile discussion, you might as well prepare for your own grave, Isai remarked dismissively, fully aware that the Duke's requests required higher approval. And such a significant assault on a red dragon could not simply arise from a whim. A palpable aura of malice surged forth as Isai awaited the envoy's next words. Having already slain numerous individuals from the Duchy of Harmo, he felt no remorse for adding a few more to the tally. The Duchy shall not shirk responsibility. We are willing to appease your wrath. The envoy, sensing the unmasked hostility, spoke nervously, producing a silver box adorned with exquisite and enigmatic magical engravings. Upon opening the box, a collection of flawlessly cut hexagonal rubies lay within. 100 superior magical rubies, entirely unblemished. This is our apology from the duchy, and we hope you will accept it. Isai regarded the shimmering rubies, his mood brightening slightly. Not only were they top-tier magical gems, but they were also his favored red rubies. With a mere thought, the silver box levitated into his grasp, and he delicately picked up one ruby, savoring its overwhelming magical potency and exquisite quality, almost succumbing to the temptation to devour it whole. This trove of rubies held considerable value, likely amounting to over 100,000 gold coins, a substantial expenditure for the duchy. Resisting the urge to consume the ruby, Isai secured the box. These are quite commendable. The envoy, sensing the retreat of Isai's murderous intent, breathed a sigh of relief. He recognized that this red dragon was not one to shy away from confronting the Duchy of Harmo, especially with so many true dragons in attendance. In truth, Isai had not merely decimated the ordinary soldiers of the duchy. These elite warriors were intended for combat against the Duchy of Rupp, dispatched to assist the Duke of Verdant after a prior victory. In the majority of human conflicts, the various professions of warriors remained the pivotal force determining the course of war. Currently, this power was nearly absent from the hands of the Duchy of Harmo. Half of these soldiers lay dead, while the other half had been captured. Isai's actions had drawn the attention of many, including kingdoms further north. Thus, the Duchy of Harmo was perceived as a soft target by both the Duchy of Rupp and more distant kingdoms, facing immense external pressure. Additionally, Isai loomed as a neighboring threat. Consequently, the paramount concern for the Duchy of Harmo was to stabilize relations with the Red Dragon before enduring the external pressures, allowing them a moment to breathe. Your Excellency, the esteemed Red Dragon, the Duchy of Harmo means you no offense. However, the soldiers you have captured are of little use to a true dragon such as yourself, who commands countless formidable minions. Therefore, we hope to negotiate the return of these human warriors, alleviating your burdens while allowing them to reunite with their families, the envoy cautiously inquired, observing Isai's demeanor. Isai, grasping the envoy's words, surmised the underlying circumstances. The Duchy of Harmo was in desperate need of manpower, and naturally, they wished to redeem as many of their captured soldiers as possible. After all, the essence of human conflict revolved not around wealth, but rather around human resources. The ransom, however, was to be determined by Isai, which explained the envoy's profoundly humble posture, fearful of his demands. Is that so? Allow me to ponder. I have captured over 1,000 human soldiers, each representing a significant reservoir of labor. Moreover, my minions harbor a deep-seated hatred for those who have slain their kin, so releasing them would surely incite their discontent. Therefore, an increase in the ransom is warranted, Isai asserted, weaving in matters he hardly cared for. At the very least, 60,000 gold coins. Upon hearing these words, the envoy nearly lost his footing. Brother Long, are you serious? Training 1,000 professionals indeed requires considerable time, effort, and expense. However, 600,000 gold coins could secure the services of some legendary figures or even procure several pieces of legendary equipment. 600,000 is excessive. You are aware that we are currently at war with the Principality of Rupp, and the war expenditures have led to a deficit in our treasury. That is your concern. 600,000 gold coins, not a single coin less. After much haggling, Isai ultimately reduced the amount by 200,000, setting the ransom for the captives at 400,000 gold coins. Your Majesty, this transaction is beyond my authority. I must return to consult with the king. With Isai's consent, the envoy from the Principality of Harmo departed. Watching the envoy's retreating figure, Isai's purple-gold dragon eyes gradually turned cold. He gazed distantly at the vanishing silhouette. The purpose of the Harmo envoy was simply twofold: to ease relations with the Red Dragon and to negotiate the ransom for the captives. Presently, the Principality of Harmo was missing nearly half its military strength, making it appear weak and vulnerable in the eyes of Rupp and other factions. It can be said that the situation for the Principality of Harmo is dire, surrounded by adversaries. Thus, they sought to first mend relations with the Red Dragon. As Isai posed the most significant threat, the Principality of Rupp had just suffered a defeat and needed time to recuperate, while other powers were merely delayed by distance. Only Isai remained the most unstable factor, with the potential to obliterate the entire principality. After all, the act of sacking a city is typically not one that ordinary humans would undertake, as it incurs substantial losses. However, dragons are evidently not bound by such considerations. Hence, the Principality of Harmo was willing to pay such a hefty price to win Isai's favor. Moreover, Isai indeed contemplated a visit to the Principality of Harmo in due course. The notion of exchanging ransom for soldiers, allowing Isai to set the price, was a strategy employed by the king of Harmo, who recognized that mere gemstones would not suffice and thus sought a pretext for Isai to make demands. Thus, while it was ostensibly about two matters, the real objective was to mend relations with Isai, with the ransom merely a supplementary request. Isai's agreement was not solely motivated by financial gain. Rather, it stemmed from his current inability to conquer an entire principality, compounded by the presence of a shadowy domain beneath him, wherein the dark elves were observing his actions. In essence, Isai was not inclined to engage in conflict at this time. However, had the envoy not visited, while Isai might not act overtly, the underlying tensions would remain. Therefore, the king of Hamo demonstrated considerable foresight. Unfortunately, the old envoy seemed not to grasp Isai's intentions fully. Once Isai acquired sufficient power, the fate of the country would remain unchanged. This diplomatic overture merely postponed the inevitable, unless further concessions were made to appease Isai. The matter of ransom for the captives would not be reneged upon, as, like the envoy stated, maintaining those individuals was unnecessary. Just yesterday, Hallie had expressed frustration over how to manage the humans, who were reluctant to mine. Subsequently, Isai entrusted the matter of the captives to Guriant, promising her a reward of gold coins, and then returned to his lair to continue honing his magical abilities. Time passed quietly, and soon night fell. Just as Isai began to find his rhythm and stabilize his explosive fire spell, the voice of Aten resonated within his mind. Master, Aten brings you good news. Isai's concentration faltered, causing the half-formed explosive fire spell to detonate, flames swirling around his frustrated and furious visage. Spit it out, Isai demanded, his displeasure evident through the telepathic link of the dragon lineage. Master, a team of scouts has discovered a group of bipedal drakes in a barren canyon. Hearing Aten's voice tinged with urgency, Isai's mood brightened slightly as images of bipedal drakes surfaced in his mind. Bipedal drakes possess draconic blood, qualifying them as true dragonkin, or rather, subdragons, and among all subdragons, they resemble true dragons the most closely. They serve as powerful guardians of dragonkind and are neutral in alignment. Both chromatic and metallic dragons desire a loyal draconic clan as their vassals. Moreover, the bipedal drakes of the Geronim continent differ from their smaller counterparts found elsewhere, typically measuring around 4 to 5 meters. Those in Geronim are larger and more robust, averaging 8 meters, with exceptional individuals reaching up to 10 meters. Generally, bipedal drakes operate in groups, and their combined strength can easily overpower certain true dragons, such as the white dragon, whose adult size hovers around 16 meters. A group of bipedal drakes could likely overwhelm a solitary adult white dragon in ambush. Their breath weapon resembles that of a black dragon, exhaling a corrosive acid, though its potency is moderate. However, for Isai, these details were secondary. The primary concern was that his territory lacked a cadre of exceptional flying vassals, and the magical creatures under his command were difficult to discipline. Bipedal drakes possess a certain level of intelligence, and after transformation through the dragon lineage, they would likely learn the draconic tongue, thereby resolving both issues simultaneously. Thus, Isai promptly rose, unfurling his dragon wings to soar from his lair. Guriant, Ashdance, come here. Isai called out, and moments later, a black dragon and a green dragon arrived at his side. What is happening, Isai? Guriant inquired, having just awakened. I'm cutting to the chase. My vassals have located a group of bipedal drakes, and I intend to go meet them. You both will accompany me. Isai glanced at Guriant and offered a brief explanation. There was no other reason than to ensure that with 2 true dragons by his side, the bipedal drake leader would likely submit willingly. Shortly, the 3 dragons set off, and the location provided by Aten was not far, still within the bounds of the Emerald Mountain Range. With their combined speed, they reached the vicinity of the canyon in no time. This is it, Isai proclaimed, pausing in midair, his wings fanning as he surveyed the desolate canyon below, which contrasted sharply with the surrounding verdant landscape. I have not visited this place before, Guriant remarked. Assessing the canyon, Isai paid her little mind, releasing waves of draconic might that enveloped the canyon. Communication among true dragons is often conducted through displays of draconic power, a method equally effective with subdragons. Soon, approximately 30 bipedal drakes soared from a hidden crevice in the canyon, approaching Isai. The individual strength of each bipedal drake was no less than that of other subdragons, and this group constituted a formidable force. Clearly taken aback by the presence of 3 true dragons, the bipedal drakes hesitated momentarily before one, the largest among them, measuring nearly 13 meters, approached Isai. Greetings. Powerful true dragon, the leader of the bipedal drakes spoke in pure draconic, his tone imbued with respect. Isai found himself momentarily taken aback. The bipedal drakes were indeed subdragons, capable of understanding the draconic tongue. However, most of them cannot speak. The bipedal dragon before him not only possesses a larger physique than its kin, but also has the ability to articulate in the language of dragons, indicating a significantly higher lineage of draconic blood within. How intriguing. The dragon, no wonder you can lead. I shall be direct. The Emerald Mountains are now my domain, and I have set my sights on the strength of your kind. Thus, I demand your allegiance. Isai spoke calmly as he regarded the bipedal dragon leader. The bipedal dragon wished to avoid conflict, stating that they had lived a normal life for a long time, even during the reign of the green dragons in the distance. They had not sought him out. The leader of the bipedal dragons lowered his stance, aware of the inherent dominance that true dragons exert over lesser dragons. Even if he was no weakling, in a real confrontation, he would not hold the advantage. Ah, the green dragon you mentioned has already bowed to me, and she is right here. Her absence in seeking you does not imply that I will not. Or perhaps, do you wish to witness my might and methods? Isai chuckled at the leader's words, pulling out the concealed Goliath. Subsequently, the three dragons fixed their gaze upon the bipedal dragon leader, applying pressure. Feeling the mounting draconic aura, the bipedal dragon leader glanced at Isai's extraordinary form and bowed his head. The bipedal dragon is willing to become your vassal. Recently, lessons have diminished, and I have decided to hold 4 sessions daily for the next 3 days. I hope all the chromatic dragons, metallic dragons, shimmering dragons, submetallic dragons, gem dragons, and legendary dragons will show their support. Isai is capable of anything. With the submission of the bipedal dragon leader, the dragons behind him also bowed their heads in unison. Well then, what is your name, dragon? Isai inquired, feeling quite pleased. Master, I have no name. It is common for bipedal dragons not to speak the dragon tongue. Hence having no name is normal. Isai stroked his chin, pondering upon the sharp spines above. There is a large group of bipedal dragons in the territory of Mother Dragon, and their leader possesses a name. It is unbecoming for mine to go nameless. Then I shall bestow upon you a name. From this moment forth, you shall be called Haisa. Isai contemplated briefly, taking inspiration from the name of the legendary bipedal dragon Caesar in Mother Dragon's lands. Thank you for the bestowed name, master. Haisa replied with utmost reverence. Afterward, Isai instructed the dragons to descend. He had a task to undertake. Upon awakening, Isai not only experienced a qualitative leap in power, but also recalled certain ancient inventions long forgotten by contemporary true dragons. The transformation of dragon veins typically involves dragon scales, while more advanced forms utilize dragon teeth. Ancient true dragons had an additional method that employed a significant amount of dragon blood combined with dragon teeth for life transformation. This type of transformation results in the transformed being experiencing stronger control, with their overall consciousness aligning more closely with their master. However, it also provides a more substantial augmentation, representing a comprehensive upgrade of the dragon vein transformation. What Isai intended to perform was this life transformation. Do not resist, it will be painful, endure. With that, Isai produced a naturally shed dragon tooth, pressing it against Heisa's forehead, while incantations of ancient dragon language flowed from his lips. A surge of magical energy erupted from Isai, as a torrent of blood flowed forth from his body into Heisa's 7 orifices. Minutes later, fatigued, Isai released his grip and ceased the incantation, observing Haisa enveloped in layers of blood-red mist, undergoing the excruciating transformation in silence. This transformation brought immense enhancement, yet the suffering endured was equally substantial. Akin to a purging of bloodlines, where the weak are obliterated, leaving only the powerful, a torment that is difficult for ordinary beings to withstand. After a full 2 hours, the blood-red mist surrounding Haisa gradually dissipated. However, Heisa's condition showed no signs of improvement. The latter stages of this transformation proved increasingly agonizing. An additional hour passed, and Heisa's breath stabilized, gradually rising, his crimson dragon eyes opening to gaze upon Isai. Thank you for the bestowed grace, master. Haisa shall undoubtedly become your most formidable claw. The bipedal dragon leader, having completed the transformation, appeared entirely transformed, his once gray-white scales shed, replaced by layers of blood-red scales. His head, previously devoid of horns, sprouted 2 long dragon horns, and his visage became more akin to a true dragon, while the poisonous spikes on his tail morphed into a cluster of crimson thorns, retaining their toxicity. Moreover, Heisa's size surged by 2 meters, reaching an overall length of 15 meters. Were it not for his bipedal form, many might mistake him for a red dragon. Haisa examined his newfound form, overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of power. Meanwhile, Goliath and Ashdans, positioned behind Isai, were utterly astounded. They had witnessed bipedal dragons endowed with draconic lineage before, yet none had undergone such a drastic transformation in such a brief span. Even the lava dragons, possessing a higher draconic lineage, did not exhibit such a fearsome form and appearance. Contemplating this, the 2 dragons cast another glance at Isai. What manner of creature is this? Isai, however, felt no particular sensation. His sole awareness was one of fatigue. To accomplish this transformation, he had sacrificed a significant portion of his magical energy and blood, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, and Heisa's transformation surprised Isai pleasantly. After a brief respite, Isai took to the skies once more, returning to his territory. After arranging Haisa on a nearby mountain, Isai returned to his lair, feeling utterly exhausted, and with little inclination to practice magic. He lay down upon a pile of gold coins that now seemed considerably smaller relative to his current size and fell into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, in the depths of the shadowy realm below, the most notable feature of this dark domain was its pervasive gloom. Sunlight could not penetrate the heavy rock layers, rendering it a realm of eternal night. Yet, this did not imply a complete absence of illumination. Bioluminescent moss, mushrooms, fungi, and certain creatures' own luminescent organs sprinkled points of light throughout this dark world. Most of the creatures inhabiting this realm possessed dark vision, requiring only the faintest glimmer to perceive their surroundings. This shadowy domain boasted a self-sustaining ecosystem, with several vast city-states standing in various regions. These city-states were constructed by the formidable indigenous inhabitants, the Drow elves. Unlike the surface-dwelling, peace-loving elven races, these dark-skinned elves were powerful, aggressive, and exceedingly cunning, ruling with a brutal hand. Moreover, their deity was no benevolent figure, but rather the malevolent spider queen, Lolth, a dark goddess and the queen of the abyss, who was not even included in the elven pantheon. The Drow society that worshipped Lolth was a quintessential matriarchy, where property, titles, and inheritance were passed down from mother to daughter. Childbearing was viewed as a symbol of female power, a capability forever denied to males. Thus, female Drow typically aspired to bear as many children as possible. Drow society was governed by several noble families through a rigid hierarchical system. These noble families constituted a ruling council, with the highest-ranking matriarch of the foremost family serving as the chairperson. Each family is governed by a supreme female priestess known as the matron, who oversees her subordinates, the priestesses. In the society of the Drow, males generally hold a lowly status, offering little additional value aside from procreation. However, those with talent may still command a degree of respect. The most promising paths for them are to become either wizards or masters of combat. It can be said that within the Underdark, the Drow are the most populous of the intelligent races. Amidst the bustling Drow in this city-state, a blue-robed Drow stands out, riding a steed of darkness. Upon arriving at the temple within the city, the blue-robed Drow dismounts and ties the reins aside. After passing through layers of guards, the blue-robed Drow approaches a Drow clad in opulent black attire, removing her hood to reveal silvery hair and dark skin, bowing respectfully. Matron, the whereabouts of the black dragon have been discovered, she announces, her melodious voice capturing the attention of the matron, who halts her prayers and gradually turns her gaze. Anya, continue, the matron replies coolly, observing Anya with a measured demeanor. With the search for the prophet wizard and the identification of numerous slaves, the black dragon halted its journey to the surface to assist the green dragon, only to be captured by a red dragon. Yet, to call it a capture would be misleading. The cowardly black dragon willingly submitted in fear for its life. After all, these dragons, proud and disdainful, would rather yield to another dragon than to us. Anya concludes her report succinctly, acutely aware of the matron's temperament, wisely refraining from further commentary during her wrath. Useless black dragon. The green dragon is equally inept. Two cannot even contend against a single red dragon. While we may lack influence over the surface world, that red dragon will not relent easily. Prepare for war. I intend to teach that foolish black dragon the consequences of betrayal, the matron declares with a chilling resolve. Since clearing obstacles to become the leader of all families, she has long coveted the surface world, having previously consented to the green dragon's request for aid for this very reason. Having never seen sunlight since birth, they are exceptionally averse to it. Yet, they possess means to counter sunlight, such as summoning dark barriers that can block infrared and ordinary light. Within the Underdark, the Drow face no significant enemies. To progress further, they must either delve deeper underground or advance to the surface. However, the deeper realms of the surface harbor greater threats, such as sealed demons, curses and ancient ruins, lurking deep dragons, and twisted monsters buried in history, even those capable of controlling minds. Thus, exploring deeper proves unwise. Her gaze is set upon the surface. In the Underdark, a shadowy figure flits through the darkness, faintly glowing red eyes shimmering in the gloom. A werewolf peeks from a cave, observing a distant castle illuminated by a glimmer of light, his eyes shifting with interest. Most creatures in the Underdark rely on dark vision for navigation. Hence most monsters retain their sight, though some cannot endure sunlight. However, it is evident from the details that this werewolf does not belong to the Underdark. After committing the distant castle to memory, he turns to depart. This werewolf is, in fact, one of the Bloodwing clan of Isai, dispatched to conduct preliminary exploration of the Underdark. Following the official takeover of the Emerald Mountains, Isai wasted no time in exploring the Underdark, assessing its potential for conquest. Yet, the current intelligence remains insufficient. Isai's strength is not yet adequate for sweeping dominance. Meanwhile, Isai's dragon reclines atop a mountain of gold, idly passing time. After mastering the fireball spell, Isai's interest in magic has waned, primarily because the fireball represents one of the more challenging spells of the higher fire magic tier. This spell demands a high affinity for the elements, and the formation of the massive fireball is inherently unstable. A moment's inattention could lead to failure and self-detonation. However, the devastating backlash that would severely injure a human mage hardly affects Isai, as his extraordinary fire elemental resistance allows him to withstand most fire spells with ease. Thus, Isai has rapidly learned the fireball spell, unperturbed by the potential for backlash. Each failure serves merely as a lesson in experience. Exploration of the Underdark should remain surface level for now. He will check on the orcs across the plains later. Lying atop the mountain of gold, Isai's mind wanders through various thoughts. Just as he prepares to take a nap, an unfamiliar draconic presence sweeps by from afar. Isai jolts upright, sensing the aura. Not particularly strong, likely an adult dragon. Who could it be? He ponders, feeling no sense of threat from the presence, merely a simple greeting. Leisurely exiting his lair, Isai is about to rise when a green figure swiftly darts across the sky. Sounds of battle echo from the horizon, prompting Isai to flap his wings and ascend. The fleeting green figure can only belong to Gloriath. Yet, it seems odd that she would engage in battle without recognizing that the draconic presence bore no malice. With this curiosity in mind, Isai soars into the clouds, his keen eyesight catching sight of two dragons locked in combat in the distance. One is undoubtedly Gloriath, while the other radiates a silvery brilliance, a silver dragon. Wait, a silver dragon? Isai contemplates, realizing a blind spot. Silver dragons, ranking just below gold dragons among the 5 metallic types, are known for their formidable strength yet aversion to conflict, often disguising themselves as elves or humans within mortal realms. Their territories overlap with those of red dragons, leading to inevitable clashes between the lawful good silver and the chaotic evil red. Typically, such encounters devolve into chaotic brawls, as most metallic dragons possess substantial draconic abilities. However, exceptions exist. Observing the silver dragon's fierce onslaught against Gloriath, who appears to be at a disadvantage, Isai wonders if this silver dragon possesses an unusually combative nature. Isai, come rescue the dragon. Gloriath calls out, spotting Isai's still form. Oh no, the silver dragon, glancing at the concealed red dragon nearby, feels a pang of dread. In a one-on-one scenario, he could defeat 2 green dragons without difficulty. However, facing the dominant red dragon, especially with 2 dragons attacking, proves overwhelming. Realizing the urgency, Isai accelerates, reaching Gloriath's side, contemplating the situation thoughtfully. Insufferable silver dragon, how bold you are. Gulliani smirked, flexing his claws in the air. The silver dragon remained silent. They were not accustomed to idle chatter. That was the domain of the brass dragons. Yet, he felt a twinge of fear, for this red dragon before him was not the creature he had heard about from his parents. Just as Gullianti let out an excited roar, preparing to team up with Isai for a mixed match, his body was abruptly snatched back by Isai. What are you doing? Gullianti asked, gazing at Isai in confusion. And what are you doing? Isai furrowed his brow. He had no desire to incite an inexplicable enmity with a metallic dragon, for they were fiercely protective of their kin. Of course, we should start with a good thrashing, Gulliani smoothly continued. Isai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Typically, this fellow was quite cerebral, yet in the presence of metallic dragons, all he could think about was fighting. Suddenly, Isai recalled that green dragons had a penchant for corrupting virtuous beings. That would not do at all. He shuddered at the thought of what the elder dragons on Metallic Dragon all might do upon discovering their offspring had fallen prey to a green dragon's corruption. With that in mind, Isai cast a wary glance at Gullianti, who was always getting him into trouble. He pushed Gullianti away, much to the latter's bewilderment, and flew toward the silver dragon. The silver dragon looked at the approaching red dragon, taking in his powerful physique and gulping nervously. Greetings, he stammered, his anxiety causing his words to stumble. Isai chuckled lightly at the silver dragon's flustered greeting. What is your name? Looking at this young dragon who had only recently come of age, Isai inquired further. Call me Bobo, Red Dragon, the silver dragon replied. Isai was taken aback. Bobo? What a peculiar name. It hardly seemed like a true name. He scrutinized the silver dragon's clear eyes and dismissed the notion that it was merely a pseudonym. I am Isai. Now, Bobo, please enlighten me as to your purpose for visiting the territory of a chromatic dragon. Although Bobo had presented himself as rather foolish, Isai was determined to ascertain the reason for his presence. He would not hesitate to take action should there be any ill intent. Cough. I am a silver dragon from Metallic Dragon Isle, Bobo began, stepping back slightly to share his tale. Unlike typical silver dragons, he possessed a natural aversion to maintaining elfin or humanoid forms and was rather combative. It was precisely this nature that allowed Bobo to bond well with the bronze dragons, often engaging in friendly competitions. Upon reaching his youth, Bobo departed from Metallic Dragon Isle to explore the mainland. His motivation succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase: the world is vast, and I yearn to see it. During the transition from youth to adulthood, Bobo traversed the continent, experiencing the lifestyles of various metallic dragon species and even encountering a few exotic dragons. Despite the tumultuous events that transpired while observing these exotic dragons, one particularly involving a confrontation with a purple dragon, Bobo relished every moment. Upon reaching adulthood, Bobo sought something different. He wished to witness the 5-colored dragons and initially paid a visit to the comparatively orderly blue dragon, which proved to be a promising start. Subsequently, Believing that the five-colored dragons were not as malevolent as rumored, Bobo resolved to journey to the central continent to seek out the renowned Ashen Queen. However, while passing through the Emerald Mountains, Bobo sensed the presence of another dragon and greeted it, only for glee to appear first. Just as Bobo was delightedly preparing to engage in conversation, this was the scene that Isai now observed. Isai listened quietly as Bobo recounted his past, making no move to interrupt. Thus, that is how it came to be. I had intended to further explore the red dragons, but here I am, Bobo concluded, shaking his head. I had heard that silver dragons typically dwell among humans. I did not anticipate encountering such an anomaly like you, Isai remarked, suddenly recalling that he had not heard news of Scarlina, the Ashen Queen, for quite some time. Yet, this silver dragon likely knew little, so perhaps it would be more worthwhile to inquire about Celavis instead. Bobo, since you hail from Metallic Dragon Isle, do you have any news of Celavis? Isai asked, thinking of his golden dragon father. You mean the Radiant King? He recently ventured from Metallic Dragon Isle to eradicate a demonic cult. He should still be on the isle, Bobo replied. Isai's brow furrowed at this information. He sensed a rise in troubling events across the continent in recent years. First, the descent of the Dark God cult. Then the eradication of the demonic cult. Was the Abyss set to invade next? With that thought, Isai quickly banished it from his mind. The notion of an abyssal incursion was no jest. Many realms had been devastated by the abyssal demons, and he would do well to avoid tempting fate. Glee, you should return now, Isai called back to him, as his presence here was of little utility. After a brief exchange between the two dragons, Isai lost interest. After all, he was merely dealing with a rather peculiar silver dragon who bore no ill will toward him. Then you may depart. Do remember to convey my regards to the Ashen Queen should you meet her. Isai waved dismissively, preparing to take his leave. Do you know her? Bobo asked, eyeing Isai's resplendent scales. Of course, why else would I ask you to pass on my regards? Isai had initially contemplated warning the silver dragon that Scarlina was not particularly welcoming to metallic dragons, but reconsidered and chose to remain silent. Oh, I see, Bobo mused, glancing at Isai's alluring appearance, recalling the unusual rumors surrounding the Ashen Queen's companion, and unconsciously drawing incorrect conclusions. He had not anticipated that the red dragon would harbor such interests. Indeed, just as his mother had said, they were quite peculiar. As half of Isai's body vanished into the clouds, he caught wind of Bobo's words and realized something amiss, promptly re-emerging from the mist. Weren't you supposed to be leaving? Meanwhile, Bobo, lost in his thoughts, failed to notice Isai's increasingly dark expression. I just recalled something exceedingly important. What is it? According to my draconic heritage, the first order of business upon encountering a metallic dragon is not conversation, but rather, a thorough thrashing. With that, Isai suddenly lunged at the bewildered Bobo, seizing his horns. Despite their size difference being minimal, Bobo, caught off guard, was subjected to a flurry of punches raining down upon his face. Oh, what madness has possessed you? Instinctively, Bobo sought to extricate himself from danger through magical assistance. But all manner of disruptive spells cast upon Isai yielded no effect whatsoever. A few minutes later, a battered and bruised Bobo, looking quite disheveled, retreated to a safe distance, regarding Isai with a wary expression. This red dragon is utterly unreasonable, suddenly attacking me without provocation. Mother was absolutely right. Chaotic and malevolent dragons defy all logic. Bobo reflected on Isai's extraordinary magical resistance displayed during their recent confrontation. Who told you to imagine my relationship with Scarlina? We merely know each other, Isai retorted fiercely. The absurdity of Bobo's misunderstanding, should it circulate, was something Isai could hardly bear to contemplate, especially when facing his golden dragon father in the future. Then you, Bobo began, noticing the four horns adorning Isai's head in the distance between the Emerald Mountains and the Ashen Queen. Are you her son? Bobo inquired cautiously. Oh, you guessed it, Isai affirmed without hesitation. Come on, you're a dragon. We are not humans, and there are no reproductive barriers. Isn't it quite normal for a mother dragon to dote on her offspring? Bobo touched his face, feeling aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Isai's previously recovered countenance darkened once more, becoming even more ominous than Ashton's, as he lunged at Bobo and began to pummel him mercilessly. Wah, don't hit my face. After a full 10 minutes, Isai finally released Bobo, who fled in a panic, flapping his wings protectively over his head. Isai glared at the retreating silver dragon. Two streams of heated breath mixed with sparks escaping his nostrils. Only a true dragon could escape such a beating, had it been any other race. Isai's strike would have been fatal. Although true dragons do exhibit intense desires during mating seasons, he had yet to reach that stage. And such a ludicrous misunderstanding was utterly unacceptable. Mother was precisely right. It is more suitable to give a good thrashing when dealing with metallic dragons, Isai fumed, disappearing into the clouds to return to his lair. Meanwhile, Bobo was healing the wounds on his dragon face with restorative magic, while cursing Isai's unreasonable behavior. Clearly a volatile red dragon, yet he insists on putting on a fade of righteousness. And to top it off, he beat me up. That detestable Isai. I will certainly find a few dragons to take revenge on him. With thoughts quite unlike the typical demeanor of a silver dragon, Bobo unwittingly flew into the territory of the Duchy of Hammer. The mages of Hammer had already noticed the approaching silver dragon and promptly signaled for it to descend. Humans? Let's go take a look. Having nearly recovered from his injuries, Bobo observed the humans below and began his descent through the mist. Noble silver dragon, the Duchy of Hammer is grateful for your arrival. Upon landing, the King of Hammer approached Bobo, bowing respectfully. There is no need for such formalities, human, Bobo replied, glancing at the diminutive creature before him. The King of Hammer looked at the silver dragon, his joy difficult to contain. While the lawful good silver dragon might not assist them against the pressure from other nations, historically, silver and red dragons had been foes and would strive to expel one another. If the silver dragon before him learned of their plight, it was highly likely he would offer assistance. Noble silver dragon, to be frank, the Duchy of Hammer is being ravaged by an evil red dragon, and countless innocent civilians have perished at its hands, the king lamented. Red dragon? Bobo paused, recalling Isai. Indeed, this red dragon is exceptionally powerful, commanding 2 evil dragons as minions. If the flame wings launch another assault, we may not withstand it. We hope you can lend us your aid, the king continued, observing Bobo's expression, relieved to see him deep in thought. With a silver dragon present, at least the red dragon would no longer apply pressure. Flame wings, is he Isai? Bobo inquired. You know him. It appears you are familiar adversaries, the king thought gleefully, contemplating the possibility of this silver dragon directly aiding them in expelling the red dragon. Yes, that vile dragon's true name is Isai, Bobo exclaimed, somewhat astonished, feeling a flicker of relief. So, will you extend your assistance to the Duchy of Hammer? The king asked, observing the silver dragon's unusual demeanor. Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought. I shall not assist you in dealing with that monster. I have other matters to attend to. Seek someone else, goodbye. With that, Bobo took off into the air, leaving the Duchy of Hammer behind. The bewildered king trembled as he employed an identification spell upon the departing silver dragon, a chaotic array of colors swirling before him. How could a silver dragon possibly be chaotic good? In the Underdark, a realm whose very name evokes darkness, frequent acts of violence give rise to countless corpses, making it an ideal breeding ground for the undead. A month passed, and during this time, Isai visited the plains to inspect the orcs he had previously recruited, who had managed to secure a higher position under the legendary Wurg. However, Isai's primary focus remained on the Underdark. As long as the Wurgs did not disturb him, Isai would not concern himself with their affairs. In other words, the orcs' infiltration efforts might endure for quite some time. Exploration of the Underdark yielded initial progress. The Wurg leader chosen by Hale had claimed a small territory within the Underdark, monitoring the drow to prevent any significant actions and reporting promptly. Today marked Isai's first personal expedition to the Underdark, prompted not by mere curiosity, but by the discovery of a unique area. Is this the place? Isai queried, gazing at the small cave before him, emanating waves of gray negative energy, addressing the Wurg beside him. Indeed, my master. We have confirmed that this cave contains a considerable space filled with numerous undead, the Wurg reported, having suffered significant losses in manpower while exploring this cave teeming with various undead. Isai scrutinized the cave, realizing that his current size would prevent him from entering. However, he possessed the invaluable legacy of dragons, the ability to shrink in size. He could reduce himself to a diminutive form. Yet, given the circumstances, it was unnecessary to shrink excessively. Isai merely reduced himself to the size he was at birth and paused. This feels quite peculiar. Isai turned his head slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of confinement in his shrunken state. Not only did he feel restricted, but his appearance had also reverted to that of a juvenile dragon, clumsy and endearingly awkward. Could the shrinking spell truly have such an effect? He dismissed the wolfmen and employed a mirror spell to observe his visage from all angles. His scales glimmered a deeper crimson, resembling the luster of rubies, with 4 undeveloped dragon horns adorning his head. Indeed, he appeared unchanged, allowing him to masquerade effectively as a harmless creature. With a mischievous grin, Isai ventured into the cavern teeming with negative energy. On the other side of the cave lay a vast expanse, a veritable cradle of death and despair, where every breath was thick with suffocating gray negativity. Within the space, dim lights flickered erratically, emanating from unknown fissures in the distance, or perhaps from the cold, eerie glow of the undead. Isai felt the oppressive negativity around him, an uncomfortable sensation. Undead creatures inherently harbor animosity towards life. The more potent the life force, the stronger their yearning to devour souls. Here, various forms of negative energy eroded life to varying degrees, with the weakest beings suffering the most. However, as a true dragon, he possessed a natural resistance to such negative forces, which were not particularly potent in this location. Upon entering this realm, Isai dispelled the shrinking spell, as maintaining it required a drain on his magical energy, a sensation he found unappealing. Restoring his original size alleviated the feeling of constraint that had plagued him. Now, As he surveyed his surroundings, several mindless little skeletons approached, brandishing their bony appendages in a futile attempt to attack him. Observing these simple-minded beings, Isai picked one up, holding it before his eyes. The little gray and white skeleton dangled helplessly by one leg, its arms flailing weakly. As Isai watched the struggling skeleton, he casually removed one of its arms and attached it back. Remarkably, once reattached, the bones fused to some degree, enabling the arm to move once more. Continuing its futile assault, it struck Isai as reminiscent of assembling a model. Losing interest, he released the skeleton, which fell to the stone floor and shattered into several pieces. Spreading his dragon wings, Isai ignored the skeletal fragments around him and took flight, sending a gust of air that sent the skeletons tumbling, leaving them in disarray. After ascending, Isai cast a glance back. The dismembered limbs were mere superficial injuries to these undead beings, as only attacks targeting souls could inflict true harm. Even so, crushing their skulls would yield similar results. As he soared through this gathering of the undead, the violet gold of his dragon eyes emitted a soft glow. Unlike the typical necromantic regions filled with deathly energy, this area was strewn with various ruins, their surfaces marred by time, crumbling and fissured, as if a gentle touch would reduce them to dust. Some walls had collapsed, leaving behind uneven piles of rubble, yet hints of a once glorious civilization remained. Isai furrowed his brow as he spotted a mid-tier skeletal knight, which, upon noticing him, promptly turned and fled without hesitation. This mid-tier undead was still a skeleton. Isai observed the retreating figure, reflecting on the myriad types of undead. Skeletons were the most common and weakest variety, often unable to best an unarmed human, their slow movements and singular attack methods relegating them to the lowest echelon of the undead. However, even within this realm, the emergence of a mid-tier skeleton was a rarity, something seldom seen in ordinary necromantic zones. This line of thought reminded Isai of an alternate possibility regarding the destruction of planar worlds mentioned in the Dragoness Legacy, the undead calamity. Typically triggered by a mad lich, a vast influx of negative energy would erode the land, rendering it barren. Undead would proliferate everywhere, emerging at any moment. The devastation wrought by the undead was as grim as that inflicted by demons, while demonically destroyed realms would be consumed and assimilated by the abyss. Transforming into layers within its depths, those annihilated by the undead would be abandoned, becoming a forsaken wasteland. As the land succumbed to the overwhelming negative energy, it would gradually die, losing its capacity to nurture life. With no life remaining, the abyssal forces would not extend their grasp, and the deities would turn a blind eye. In such a scenario, the skies would be shrouded in a pall of dead gray energy, the earth would become desolate, and rivers would vanish, leaving behind a world populated solely by the undead and malevolent winds. Upon recalling the undead apocalypses depicted in the Dragoness Legacy, Isai shook his head. Such circumstances could only manifest in mid-tier planes or lower, where formidable forces were scarce, and divine oversight was infrequent, allowing for the possibility of undead domination. In contrast, the super-large plane he inhabited had no such risk of being overrun by the undead. While Isai was lost in thought, a potent aura of undeath nearby drew his attention. Surprised by the formidable energy radiating from a distance, he realized it must belong to an upper-tier undead, a being of considerable strength. He flew toward the source, the area being relatively compact, and soon he could sense the aura more acutely. Although undead are typically weak and foolish, their sheer numbers and low cost often led to the occasional emergence of more powerful entities. If he could harness this energy, it would provide an excellent source of expendable forces. The quickest way to control the undead was to locate the strongest being within this realm and enslave it, thus gaining command over a multitude of lesser undead. Isai entertained this thought. As he prepared for war against the drow, a substantial number of expendable troops would be essential. Moreover, lacking purification magic, he could not afford to ignore this domain of undead. As Isai drew closer, his own powerful life energy attracted several competent undead, who, despite their fiery souls betraying their desire, did not approach. With each step he took, the aura of death intensified. Suddenly, as if sensing his arrival, a ghostly green light erupted from a decorated cavern, emanating a familiar essence. Upon recognizing this aura, Isai was struck with astonishment. Subsequently, an inexplicable fury surged within. Under its frigid gaze, a ghastly white skeletal dragon emerged from the cavern, its vacant eyes flickering with a hint of green soul fire, tinged with anticipation. Yet, upon the seemingly immaculate bones, there seemed to linger an invisible, elusive force of decay. This was not mere putrefaction or mold, but a profound and essential corruption that stemmed from the very existence of the skeletal dragon, a decay that transcended the material realm, rooted deep within the soul. Upon beholding this skeletal dragon, Isai had no intention of accepting it. His form vanished into the ether. In the next instant, with unrestrained aggression, he lashed his tail against the dragon's skull, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. The bewildered skeletal dragon was sent spiraling away by Isai's strike. flipping several times through the air before gradually regaining its balance, its bony wings, devoid of flesh, flapping as it hovered aloft. The soul fire within its eyes glimmered, and the fractures upon its skull began to mend. Then, its ghastly green gaze fixated upon Isai. "Look at you, paralyzed." Isai roared in fury, unleashing a concentrated breath of energy. Isai's anger was not unfounded. Any true dragon harbored a profound loathing for two entities, titans or giants, and the various undead dragons. The reason was simple. While different true dragons might possess diverse personalities and allegiances, their hatred for undead dragons was universally shared. These beings, caught in a state of undead existence, were seen as a tremendous affront to dragonkind. To simply slay or dismember was often met with indifference, as it merely indicated the slain dragon's weakness. However, to be transformed into the undead was an entirely different matter. Due to the unique nature of true dragons, it was almost impossible for them to naturally become undead after death. Thus, most undead dragons were artificially created, breaching the taboo of desecrating the dead, especially that of a true dragon. Once any undead dragon was discovered, both its creator and the creature itself would face the eternal wrath and pursuit of all true dragons. Nevertheless, Isai could sense that this skeletal dragon had arisen naturally for some reason. Yet, even so, its demise was inevitable. A destructive breath of energy erupted from Isai's mouth, carrying with it an aura of annihilation as it swiftly hurtled towards the skeletal dragon. Sensing the destructive force within the breath, the dragon, possessing considerable intelligence, recognized that it could not withstand it and immediately attempted to evade. However, with the clear wind-up of the concentrated breath attack, Isai was prepared for a follow-up maneuver. As he exhaled, flames ignited around him. A colossal fireball, nearly 10 meters in diameter, blazed forth, shining like the most radiant star in the night sky. The flames transitioned from a brilliant yellow at the center to a deep crimson at the edges, radiating an endless wave of heat and light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. High magic, ancient dragon tongue explosion. Isai unleashed the explosion spell with wrath, striking the skeletal dragon. With a deafening roar, the immense fireball descended like a falling star, careening towards the skeletal dragon with unstoppable force. The air around seemed to ignite instantaneously, producing waves of searing heat that spread wildly, melting everything in its path. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, a powerful shockwave radiating from the skeletal dragon's center, sweeping across the land and stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The skeletal dragon, benefiting from the resilience of its draconic form, managed to endure this onslaught. Yet, it remained merely a skeletal dragon. After withstanding the explosion spell, half of its body was shattered, and its wings, struck directly, were reduced to ashes by the terrifying heat. The soul fire in its eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, as if a mere breeze could extinguish it. With the fire elemental armor activated, Isai spread his blazing wings, trailing waves of intense heat as he charged towards the skeletal dragon. "Halt! I know of a treasure," the skeletal dragon cried out. Sensing the lethal intent of Isai's approach, Isai abruptly stopped, extending his fiery dragon claws to seize the dragon's spine, lifting it before him. "I know how to torment the undead. If you wish to avoid a death filled with agony, speak swiftly," Isai hissed menacingly, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. In ordinary circumstances, the creation of an undead dragon was impossible. Thus, the treasure the skeletal dragon spoke of was likely a means for it to resurrect as an undead being. "I will tell you if." The skeletal dragon's words were cut short as Isai, growing impatient, ignited an even more ferocious flame upon its claw, directly searing its soul. "However, I could simply eradicate you and seek it myself," Isai retorted angrily, and regardless of the skeletal dragon's subsequent pleas for mercy, the crimson flames invaded its pupils, incinerating the green soul fire within its skull. With the soul fire extinguished, the skeletal dragon's claws slumped against Isai, its entire form collapsing into a heap of dry bones on the ground. Isai gazed at the dragon's skull in his grasp, setting it down as he glanced towards the cavern from whence it emerged, still permeated with the essence of death. "Let me see what could possibly warp into a skeletal dragon," Isai declared, entering the cavern. Within, there was nothing remarkable, save for a black box. Sensing the necromantic energy emanating from the black box, Isai's expression turned grave as he uttered 4 words: "Lich's phylactery." When a mage reaches the end of their life without transcending the limits of mortality, becoming an almost immortal demigod, they may seek to extend their existence through a forsaking of humanity. This involves delving into necromancy, transforming themselves into a lich, an entity rejected by society. Undead beings possess endless time, and those who become liches retain their former accomplishments and wisdom. However, upon becoming undead, their studies in necromancy often advance significantly. Most mages transform into liches solely for the sake of eternal life, retaining their original will and often preferring to shun the world, residing in their towers while entrusting all matters to their subordinates. This is one reason for the rarity of liches. Yet, This immortality is not without cost. Over the prolonged years, a lich's mind is gradually eroded. Eventually, they lose their original reason, transforming entirely into an undead being. Those liches who spread necromantic calamities are invariably the deranged remnants of this fate. Such liches are all fearful of death. They encase their souls within their phylacteries for protection, ensuring that even if their bodies are destroyed, their souls can resurrect within the phylactery. This phylactery can take any form and be concealed in any corner. Thus, it is generally arduous for a lich to eradicate its existence entirely, unless it can prophesy the precise location of its phylactery at a considerable cost. The black box before Isai exudes an overwhelming aura of negative energy and faint traces of a soul, unmistakably indicating it as a lich's phylactery. More accurately, it is a fractured phylactery from which a chilling essence of the undead seeps forth. Isai, sensing the feeble soul within the lich's phylactery, was plunged into contemplation. Under ordinary circumstances, a skeletal dragon could scarcely arise naturally. However, there exists an exception. A region teeming with excessively concentrated souls and abundant negative energy might allow a complete dragon skeleton to transform into a skeletal dragon, even more rudimentary than a mere corpse dragon. As Isai observed the ailing soul within the lich's phylactery, an idea began to take shape. He extended his mental energy into the phylactery, and a slumbering soul materialized before him. Isai gazed upon the tattered soul, and with a flicker of mental energy, he roused it from its slumber. The ethereal blue soul quivered, and a vague voice emerged, uttering a single, succinct word: hungry. Hungry? Isai paused, then glanced at the increasingly feeble soul. Departing the cavern, he casually crushed a lower-tier undead, extracting its soul fragments from the shattered skull. The soul within the phylactery had become excessively weak due to prolonged neglect. If a complete soul were to be introduced, it would likely be consumed. Thus, Isai could only offer it a few soul fragments to devour. As he fed the fragments into the gaping wounds of the phylactery, the ethereal blue soul absorbed them eagerly, as if it had found a rare elixir. Hungry. Still hungry. Isai felt a twinge of irritation at the information relayed from within the phylactery and departed the cavern once more, capturing several mid-tier skeletons, shattering them, and providing additional soul fragments. With each fragment consumed, the previously tattered soul began to mend. Though its form had diminished compared to before, its near-death state had vanished. Hungry. If you utter that word again, I shall summon a high-tier skeleton to devour you. Isai scowled, his magical energy coalescing in preparation. No, please. I was wrong. Perceiving Isai's unrestrained murderous intent, the soul within the phylactery hastily conveyed a clear message that echoed in Isai's mind. With a cold huff, Isai approached, using his clawed toe to lift the phylactery for inspection. Mighty Red Dragon, I express my gratitude for your intervention. I am willing to serve you as your loyal servant. Isai remained impassive as he listened to the pledge of fealty emanating from within the phylactery. Repugnant undead, why should I grant you the gift of life? Speak. Isai refrained from directly acknowledging the lich's loyalty and inquired further. Master, though my corporeal form has long since turned to ash, I was once a legendary mage. And in becoming a lich, my wisdom and the knowledge of all the magic I once wielded have been preserved. Even in my current weakened state, with the right materials, I can craft potent magical scrolls. I could be of great service to you. Furthermore, the location of my phylactery contains notes detailing the high-level magic of Fire Ring. The soul within the phylactery pleaded, clearly unwilling to perish, for otherwise, it would not have transformed into a lich. After absorbing this information, Isai did not respond immediately. Instead, he carefully assessed the strength of this soul. Though the combat prowess of a high-tier undead could be disregarded, as it mentioned, the knowledge possessed by a former legendary mage held significant value. After all, while the legacy of dragons encompassed a vast array of knowledge, it lacked depth, and much of it required Isai to learn independently. Fascinating. Setting aside the dilapidated phylactery, Isai tucked away a dusty tome of magic, not rushing to respond to the lich. The knowledge held by a former legendary mage indeed bore considerable allure. However, a significant dilemma loomed before Isai. Regardless of how a lich might masquerade, it could not alter the fact that it was an undead. He could not be certain it would not betray him upon acquiring power. Thus, Isai produced a scale and inscribed a contract upon it. While the contract was extensive, its essence was straightforward. The signatory would become a slave to Talva's Aldergate Million Isai. Indeed, Isai's true name occupied a substantial portion of the contract, yet it was not the complete true name. He placed the dragon scale contract before the phylactery. The reason he refrained from inquiring about the lich's name was due to concerns over potential deception. Even with lie detection magic, it might prove insufficient. Who could ascertain whether this erstwhile legendary mage possessed countermeasures? At this juncture, the lich had no choice but to release a fragment of its soul and inscribe its name upon the contract. Subsequently, the dragon scale vanished, and the contract was established. Alas, if only this were a devil's contract, I would feel far more assured, Isai remarked as he seized the phylactery and exited the cavern. Master, My current condition is far from optimal. In my previous encounter, I was besieged by a throng of drow elves, and my phylactery sustained damage, causing my soul to continually dissipate. In this state, I am of little assistance to you. The voice of the lich resonated from within the phylactery, revealing its intent to have Isai repair it. However, repairing the phylactery was not feasible. Isai lacked the requisite necromantic materials. Still, he had another approach. Descending from the air, Isai casually selected a skeleton and tossed it before him. Consume its soul. This body shall be yours. The lich's soul within the phylactery fell silent for a moment, but ultimately obeyed Isai's command, emerging from the phylactery to devour the skeleton's soul before occupying its body. The strength of the undead primarily derives from the soul, as long as the soul possesses sufficient potency. Its body can be nourished and gradually attain a strength commensurate with that of the soul. Furthermore, as a former legendary lich, it had the means to transfer its essence into another vessel. Isai observed the unsteady skeleton rising to its feet, while the phylactery in his grasp shattered entirely. It had already been on the verge of ruin, and the departure of the soul rendered it incapable of sustaining its integrity. Master, the newly reborn lich knelt before Isai, its soul fire flickering within its eyes as it spoke. Tell me how a once legendary lich such as yourself has fallen to this state. Isai was in no hurry to depart, intrigued to learn about the lich's past. Master, my name is Tai, and I was once a powerful drow elf. This lich had once been a formidable legendary mage and one of the rare male drow elf mages. Thus, even within the matriarchal society of the drow, Tai held a respectable position. However, the internecine struggles among the various families of the drow were exceedingly brutal and savage, and Tai's family was suffering defeat after defeat. In search of a means of escape, he began to delve into the arcane art of necromancy, aspiring to transform himself into a lich. Yet, the unfolding of events ultimately surpassed his expectations. Tai was gravely injured by a monstrous spider and, in his near-death state, activated the incomplete lich transformation, causing his soul to enter the shattered soul vessel. Unfortunately, as the ritual remained unfinished, Tai's soul suffered severe backlash, triggering a self-defense mechanism, and he fell into a deep slumber within the vessel, awaiting the restoration of his essence. As a result of the vessel's incompleteness, Tai's soul gradually withered away over an extended period, his slumber morphing into a chronic death until the arrival of Isai. As it stands, Tai's soul bore injuries. Certain emotions had become nebulous, rendering him somewhat listless, which perhaps elucidated the words he uttered upon awakening. This realm of the undead belongs to you now. Take time to recover, and ensure that you maintain control here. Under no circumstances are you to leave this place without my command, Isai instructed after hearing about Tai's past. Yes, master, yet my current strength is minimal. I require some assistance, Tai replied, nodding vacantly. The governance of the necropolis was essential, and Tai was the most suitable choice. Although he possessed considerable knowledge, he needed to address the immediate concerns of this territory. Contemplating this, Isai contacted Haley, requesting a team of wargs-bearing supplies to assist Tai in reclaiming this domain. Although the negative energy would continuously erode the wargs, their stay would not be prolonged. Despite the abundance of undead, once the truly menacing ones were subdued, dealing with the lesser undead would become considerably easier. These tireless spirits could also aid Tai in swiftly establishing his stronghold. Once everything was in order, Isai's gaze returned to the still somewhat dazed Tai. Tai, shortly a group of creatures will enter through the entrance. They will assist you in managing some of the higher undead here. When I return next, you must have this area firmly under your control. Otherwise, I shall need to reassess your value to me. Isai narrowed his eyes and, having said this, seized Tai, soaring to the entrance of the necropolis before setting him down. Master, are your enemies the drow? Tai inquired just as Isai was about to depart. Isai nodded in acknowledgement. What? You cannot possibly feel any allegiance to your former kin and wish to thwart my invasion? Tai shook his head. No, master. The infighting among the drow is excessively bloody and cruel. I harbor no sense of belonging. I merely hope that when you assault Blackmoon City, I may be permitted to slay the city lord myself. A flicker of human-like hatred emerged in Tai's hollow gaze. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. I had assumed you had perished centuries ago, Isai remarked, having initially thought Tai had been dead for a long time. And the circumstances of the drow had undergone considerable change, thus refraining from inquiring about their intelligence. However, it appeared that Tai's death had not been too far in the past. Master, I have confirmed that it has only been a little over 70 years since my last visit here. The internal strife among the drow had concluded before my demise, and a mere 70 years would not have brought about any significant changes among them. The soul fire within Tai flickered with a ghostly blue light, a glimmer of magical essence flashing through his skeletal hand. Please, continue. Isai was in dire need of intelligence regarding the drow. The more information, the better. Indeed, master. As you know, the various dark realms are interconnected. The intricate tunnels beneath can lead to anywhere. The drow faction I belong to controlled 3 dark territories. During my lifetime, this place was newly discovered and developed. 70 years should suffice for some changes. If the Drow castle here has not been renamed, it must undoubtedly be Black Moon City, established no more than a century ago. The other two dark territories each possess a medium-sized city. The large dark territory you are currently in houses the Drow city of Black Moon, which is overseen by a legendary priest. I would advise against an attack at this time. Furthermore, that legendary priest possesses a legendary spell, Dark Execution, of tremendous potency, and it was this very spell that led to my demise. Tai spoke with reverence, but as the last sentence escaped his lips, he immediately regretted it. An intangible draconic pressure weighing upon him, compelling him to maintain a kneeling posture. Isai regarded Tai with a cold gaze, remaining silent. I apologize, master. I should not have questioned your strength. A legendary priest is hardly a formidable foe before a true dragon. Isai looked down at Tai, his eyes slightly lowered. He was acutely aware of his own power. Merely a legendary priest was inconsequential. Master the undead, and I shall return next time. With that, the unseen pressure dissipated, and Isai traversed the cave, departing the necropolis. Navigating the dimly lit tunnels, Isai resurfaced. The entrance to the dark realm lay near Goliant's lair. Upon emerging, Isai immediately summoned Goliant. What is it, Isai? Goliant descended from the sky, landing beside Isai with a flap of his wings. What do you know of those drow? Isai recalled Ashton's, whose pact prevented him from divulging information about the drow. Thus he could only inquire with Goliant. I have little interaction with them and do not know much. I have seen their city once. It is quite impressive, likely accommodating 40 to 50,000, which is considerable among the drow. There is at least one legendary priest within. However, I estimate that the dark-skinned elf would be no match for you. Goliant pondered momentarily before responding. After verifying the intelligence, Isai nodded. Tai was correct. The drow cities would not have undergone significant changes. However, a medium-sized drow castle could house a legendary figure, and the larger cities behind it would likely have multiple legendary champions. Goliant, prepare for war. The end of Black Moon City is nigh. You shall lead the charge, but remember not to reveal yourself too soon. Isai asserted, knowing that seizing the drow cities would be beneficial for any purpose and would provide access to a vast subterranean realm. It seems you can hardly contain yourself, rest assured. Matters of war shall be entrusted to me. Gullianti revealed a cruel smile as she spoke. Meanwhile, Isai glanced at Gullianti before taking flight back to the dragon's lair, where he began to delve into the higher-level magic he had acquired from Tai, Rain of Fire. In the eerie and dimly lit realm, a modest-sized word tribe feasted ravenously on crimson flesh. In this lightless underground, the various monsters exhibited greater savagery than their surface counterparts, and to survive in such an environment, elderly wargs, stripped of their strength and value, were driven out of their territories to make way for the younger generation. However, this did not imply that the juvenile wargs were exempt from effort. They too could subsist on a vegetarian diet. Despite the fact that most plants in the underground were highly toxic, there remained a portion of berries that were safe to consume. Thus, the majority of young wargs, under supervision, would venture into previously cleared areas to gather berries, contributing to their clan. As a young warg was plucking a berry, it suddenly slipped and fell hard. Upon rising, it looked at the berry it had just picked, now squashed into pulp, the green juice staining its paw. With a whimper, the young warg glanced back at the others who were mocking it, and in a fit of anger, it lunged forward, baring its teeth and attacking, using its hands and mouth. After all, wargs are monsters, and even minor altercations can ignite a bloody brawl. Observing the frolicsome antics of the younglings from a distance were two adult wargs, who, despite their duty to protect the cubs, felt a twinge of disappointment for their inability to partake in the refreshing taste of other monsters' blood. Instead, they watched the little ones play, passing the time. Just as they were engrossed in the spectacle, the aura of a professional emerged from behind one of the wargs. Sensing danger, the warg spun around, only to have a dagger infused with shadow energy thrust into its throat. With a choked gasp, the warg emitted no sound before succumbing, blood staining its fur. Another warg met a similar fate, falling without even registering the presence of its unknown assailant. The frolicking young wargs froze, their bodies rigid as they beheld the scene. Several shadowy figures materialized at the corpses of the adult wargs, and behind them, numerous wargs, bound by heavy chains, knelt on the ground. Filthy creatures, come forth. Intoned a dark figure, its skin black and hair white, unmistakably a drow elf. Meanwhile, in another part of the wilderness, a solitary warg that had escaped displayed a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes as it sprinted towards a specific destination. After a considerable time, this warg emerged onto the surface, navigating through throngs of various monsters until it reached a heavily guarded cave, kneeling respectfully before a colossal dragon-blood werewolf. Hallie, the drow elves have encroached upon the warning zone. Well done, you may depart. Hallie's crimson eyes scrutinized the warg for a moment before turning away. Subsequently, Hallie ventured deeper into the cave, the power of dragon blood surging within him. Master, the time is nigh. The drow elves are nearing our underground encampment. Hallie shall fulfill the task. Upon receiving the command, Hallie concluded the communication and retrieved a sharp iron axe, reeking of blood, from his arsenal. What flavor does drow blood possess? Half a month ago, Isai had issued a decree for the entire Bloodwing clan to assemble and prepare for war. Monsters of various kinds, scattered across the Emerald Mountains, soon gathered under the training of Aten to ready themselves against the drow elves. After seizing the Emerald Mountains, Isai did not indulge in idleness. Under his orders, various monsters that roamed the other parts of the mountains became members of the Bloodwing clan. Among them, the most formidable were the trolls, seemingly dull-witted, yet possessing extraordinary vitality and regenerative capabilities. Sever a troll in two, and the next day, one would find two trolls. Though this may be jest, it exemplifies the might of this savage race. Taking into account the diverse array of creatures, the total strength of the Bloodwing clan had swelled to a rather terrifying number. Furthermore, control over the necromancer's gathering place in the underworld had been established. Tai, adept in various necromantic spells, immediately took on the role of a skeleton mage upon gaining corporeal form, utilizing the unique soul imprint of the undead to amass a horde of various undead, numbering over tens of thousands, albeit most were fragile skeletons. Nevertheless, the advantage of the undead lies in their sheer numbers and simple formation conditions. Death begets skeletons if left unchecked. Some necromancers can even summon vast legions of undead on the battlefield, creating unforeseen assaults. With Isai employing the communication capabilities of Dragonblood kin, preparations for war commenced in earnest throughout the territory. Within the werewolf domain, several wargs carried massive barrels of wine to the feeding grounds of the Blarg wolves. Wooden doors swung open as blood and flesh were poured into the barrels, and the ravenous Blarg wolves surged forward, devouring the offering. These Blarg wolves were colossal and fierce, but their appetites matched their size, and despite Aten's relentless efforts to rear livestock, the meat supply remained insufficient. Ultimately, however, the outcome proved favorable. The werewolves riding the Blarg wolves posed a significant threat to enemy forces, capable of tearing through formations with a single charge. On the opposite end of the territory, bear goblins emerged from sturdy stone barricades, hauling heavy sacks of food under the watchful eyes of the wargs. Below ground, waves of goblins wielding pickaxes delved deeper into the earth. The vast expanse of the dark region required them to excavate connecting pathways, facilitating the passage of various races' armies. After all, a single passage was insufficient, and efficiency remained low. In a spacious clearing, an array of monsters wandered, preparing for the impending war. Above, a blood-red figure soared through the sky, followed closely by dozens of wyverns flapping their wings, accompanied by a host of griffins. While flying monsters were not numerous, under Isai's command, Hysa had discovered a flock of griffins, the formidable hybrid of lion and eagle, measuring over 3 meters in height, with an expansive wingspan exceeding 7 meters, commands a notable presence among the aerial beasts. Yet, it is swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the predators. Soon, the Bloodwing clan assembles beneath the cliff, including the towering bipedal dragons, ready to commence the war at the mere sound of a command. Above the precipice, a golden-red dragon silhouette emerges, surveying the throng of creatures below. Meanwhile, a multitude of goblins fervently excavates underground, each strike of the pickaxe shattering the resilient rock. Aware of the enemy's precise location, they exercise caution in their tunneling. Not every corner of the shadowy territory is suitable for habitation, particularly in the vast, dark expanses where desolate wilderness stretches endlessly. These areas serve as ideal way stations. As the pickaxe of a workman strikes the tunnel's edge, debris cascades down, revealing a cavernous void before them. The overseeing werewolf foreman observes this with evident delight. The author acknowledges that these recent chapters may feel somewhat lacking in substance, though capable of weaving mundane narratives. The current chapters have proven challenging to compose. After contemplation, the decision was made to pursue a more direct approach to the main storyline rather than meandering through insignificant foreshadowing. High above the dark realm, rocks are adorned with luminescent fungi, casting a cool, ethereal glow that illuminates the expansive subterranean space. Various underground flora emit a soft luminescence. Amidst this vegetation, a moderately sized watchtower stands resolutely in the gloom, with the silhouettes of dark elves intermittently visible atop the walls. At the watchtower's observation window, several ebony-skinned dark elf soldiers maintain vigilance, their black eyes scanning the surroundings with a hint of wariness. Time for the shift change, a familiar voice calls from behind. The dark elf soldiers gradually turn, stretching their weary limbs. When will this cursed day come to an end? One complains, rubbing their sore neck. The matron has inexplicably drawn the ire of a dragon, and it seems that either the dragon must be driven away or they themselves must be expelled for this torment to cease. As the incoming soldiers take up their weapons, one remarks, mentioning dragons reminds me of that arrogant Ashton's. As the soldiers prepare to return to their rest, the image of Ashton's fills their minds, provoking indignation. If I possessed such power, I would be even more audacious. Enough with the complaints, let us return. The relieved soldiers approach the observation window, exchanging greetings with their comrades. The vast dark region housing Black Moon City connects to numerous other wilderness areas, all of which are resource-poor and sparsely populated by monsters, lacking any developmental value. However, to preempt potential threats, several watchtowers and war fortifications have been constructed at these wilderness junctions. Following the matron's orders, the defense personnel at the watchtowers have been doubled, supplemented by numerous monster slaves. Yet, months have passed without any sign of action from the matron, who remains solely focused on military preparations, much to the discontent of the station's soldiers. However, they dare not voice their grievances, for the matron's rule is notoriously brutal. Harboring resentment could easily lead to a transformation into a grotesque spider elf. The mere thought of the repugnant spider elf sends a shiver down the spine of the dark elf soldier, who remains intent on vigilance. Suddenly, the distant sound of tumbling stones piques his interest. What on earth is that? As he shifts his gaze, he is met by a multitude of blood-red eyes opening upon the stone wall, all fixated on him. Subsequently, a swarm of goblins cascades from the wall, while the nearby tunnel erupts with a tide of monstrous foes. Enemies approaching. Sound the alarm and prepare for battle. Without a moment's hesitation, the dark elf soldier shouts as he draws his bow, releasing arrows with precision that strikes the heads of the goblins rushing toward the wall. Though the number of goblins scaling the stone wall is merely a vanguard, their sheer quantity overwhelms the soldiers, rendering their archery ineffective. As he continues to shoot down goblins, an ominous presence swiftly approaches from the distance. Years of training have attuned the dark elf soldier to the imminent threat of death, prompting him to discard his bow and roll away. Mere seconds before he tumbles, 6 griffins emerge from the wilderness, crashing down upon the watchtower and shattering the observation window, sending rock fragments tumbling to the ground. The griffins do not cease their assault after breaching the wall. Instead, they soar deeper into the watchtower, engaging the recently arrived dark elf soldiers in combat. Those stationed within the watchtower seize their weapons and peer through the enormous breach created by the griffins, their dark vision revealing an unforgettable sight. Ogres clad in heavy armor wielding massive hammers, werewolf cavalry with blood-red eyes mounted on dire wolves, and war lizards poised for battle. The robust city gates, a source of pride for the dark elves' skilled architects, crumble under the relentless blows of the ogres, who soon breach the gates, allowing the monstrous horde to surge forth and decimate the nearly defenseless dark elf soldiers. In the dim sky above, a green dragon swiftly glides past, rapidly approaching the watchtower's entrance. With a sweep of its claw, the war barrier shatters into splinters, buried beneath the debris. The dark elf soldier gazes at the green dragon alighting upon the watchtower. Without hesitation, he retrieves an emergency communication scroll. Outpost 2 has been breached. The enemy consists of a green dragon and a horde of monsters. As this message is dispatched, the green dragon senses the magical aura emanating from the watchtower, clearing the rubble to reveal the dark elf soldier. Faced with the immense green dragon looming above, an overwhelming wave of terror envelopes the dark elf soldier, the dragon's oppressive presence stifling his breath. Soon, a colossal claw obscures his vision, marking the end of his life. He managed to send my message at the last moment, muses Gulliant, her brow furrowing as she observes the chaos wreaked upon the dark elves. It should be manageable. After a brief pause, Gulliant awaits the monsters to conclude their rampage. Ma'am, your actions may displease the master, warns Hysa, who has just arrived with a flock of bipedal dragons. Having learned of Gulliant's recent behavior, Hysa, mind your tone. While the enemies are dark elves, they have yet to witness the true power of a dragon in full force. My presence alone instills dread among them. Gulliant replies, gazing at the red dragon Hysa with a calm demeanor. Hysa remains silent, having undergone significant transformation following his unique metamorphosis, which has deepened his bond with Isai and subtly influenced his thought processes. Thus, it was believed that Isai would not take kindly to Guriant's recent actions. However, soon, Hysa conveyed this matter to Isai through the dragon vein communication, to which the latter merely responded indifferently, stating that he would handle it himself. A few minutes later, Guriant, gazing at the taciturn Isai, dared not utter a single word. Isai, before Guriant could begin to plead his case, Isai's draconic authority descended upon him, compelling the latter into silence. The intangible power of the dragon transformed into a palpable pressure that weighed upon Guriant, whose violet gold dragon eyes reflected a glimmer of ire directed at him. Guriant averted his gaze from Isai, lowering his head and tail in a clear display of submission. I have no interest in your penchant for slaughtering drow, yet, defying my orders may compel me to reconsider the nature of our relationship. After a long pause, Isai spoke with indifference. His fury stemmed not from mere disdain, but from the uncertainty surrounding Guriant's allegiance, whether he was truly submissive or merely a pawn seeking expulsion. Given the enemy's uncertainty, Guriant's aggression could be construed as a surprise attack. However, Guriant had not only breached Isai's directive to remain concealed, but had also recklessly exposed his own information, a situation that displeased Isai greatly. I was wrong, Isai. I shall heed your commands henceforth, Guriant replied, shifting his posture to a lower stance. You were wrong. You certainly did not exhibit such humility when conspiring with humans to end my life. Guriant, Isai responded coldly. You know? Guriant's head jerked up in horror as he stared at Isai. Of course. Did you truly believe your insignificant schemes could elude my perception? Isai found Guriant's arrogance laughable. Even if the Green Dragon's plans came to fruition, he could still lodge a complaint upon reaching Tiamat's divine realm. The scrutiny of Tiamat is no trifling matter, especially as the Dragon Queen harbors a preference for red dragons. Furthermore, during the negotiations with humans, her other vassals were present, a fact easily verified by Harel. Upon confirmation, Guriant prostrated himself before Isai, his eyes wide with terror. Fear not, Guriant. I will not slay you. However, you must understand that beneath my wings, every one of your actions is laid bare. As Isai drew closer, waves of intense heat emanated from him. The regal dragon's head loomed near Guriant, the scorching gust striking the latter's face. Despite your status as a true dragon, you remain my servant. Remember that. Guriant's gaze flickered away, unable to meet Isai's eyes. Isai seized the spiked crown atop Guriant's head, forcing him to maintain eye contact. I care not what you do within your territory, should you dare to influence my will. Let it be known that I have no need for a subordinate who defies me. A wave of murderous intent accompanied Isai's words, and Guriant dared not hesitate, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Gradually, Isai withdrew his lethal intent and draconic pressure, allowing the surrounding flames to dissipate. He cast Guriant aside, ensuring that the latter's restless thoughts were thoroughly quelled. Henceforth, Guriant would act with Isai's will in mind. If I were not a green dragon, would you kill me? Guriant, still shaken, slowly rose and inquired, gazing at Isai's retreating figure. Not at all, but I have no tolerance for the inept, Isai replied before disregarding Guriant entirely, taking flight with a powerful flap of his wings. Within Black Moon City, countless drow elves scurried about, fully prepared for war as they made their final arrangements. In a certain sense, the drow were a nation of soldiers, with civilians trained to join the ranks, bolstered by a vast number of monstrous slaves. This was one of the reasons for the drow's substantial urban presence in the Underdark. At the heart of Black Moon City stood a colossal temple where the city's ruler, revered as the mistress, priestess Akray, was fervently kneeling before the statue of Ross, murmuring incantations. Soon, a series of knocks echoed from outside the temple. Minutes later, Akray concluded her prayers, rose from the ground, and opened her eyes. Enter. A moment later, a fully armed drow soldier pushed open the temple doors, trembling at the sight of their unpredictable mistress before promptly saluting. Your Majesty, the second outpost has been destroyed. The enemy's forces are quite diverse, but the last transmission from the outpost indicates the assailant was a green dragon. Before the mistress could inquire further, the soldier hurriedly continued, a green dragon? It seems the dragon from the surface has failed. What a waste. Akray spoke with a detached tone, piecing together information from the green dragon's report. The green dragon is merely a decoy. Our true enemy is a red dragon. Prepare to activate the flame breath defensive magic. Assemble the mages and await the red dragon's appearance according to Plan 1. Each mistress is the strongest among the drow's bloody struggles. Akray quickly devised a combat strategy against the red dragon and issued her orders. Yes, the drow soldier sighed in relief, responding before saluting once more and exiting. I trust you will not expose me prematurely. As the soldier approached the door, Akray's voice resonated from behind. The implication was clear. In a war of such magnitude, the side that keeps its high-end combatants concealed the longest would gain a natural advantage. Ensure the mission is accomplished, the drow soldier declared, hastily fleeing the temple. The consequences of failure were evident. The mistress ruled Black Moon City not through mercy, but through fear. Should she be disappointed, one could expect transformation into a grotesque spider elf. Within the temple, Akray entered a spacious chamber adorned with intricate magical runes. Approaching the center of the array, she recited incantations, causing the floor's sigils to emanate a sinister, vibrant purple glow. Return. As the array dissipated, a downward entrance emerged from the floor, from which a chorus of venomous, low voices echoed. Akray approached the entrance, surveying the pairs of eerie green eyes within, her expression one of satisfaction. Come forth, prepare for battle. Within the entrance resided a vast throng of spider-like elves, engaged in a tumultuous jostle, their eyes brimming with malice and hatred. These arachnid beings bore the upper bodies of drow elves, while their lower halves morphed into that of spiders, with 8 ebony legs clattering against the stone floor. The drow elves worshipped the spider queen Lolth, whose visage mirrored this half-human, half-spider form, and she reveled in the transformation of her devotees, even if it brought them immense suffering. Consequently, she bestowed upon her priests the divine power to convert drow elves into these spider-like entities. In the sanguinary struggles of drow society, many priests resorted to this method to eliminate rivals or those who had offended them. The spider-like elves imprisoned beneath the Black Moon City were largely the vanquished competitors of Akreeli, including her relatives and kin. Once transformed, These beings became entirely subject to the will of their converter, their simmering hatred rendered impotent. Though the transformation stripped them of most magical abilities, their strength surged, making them formidable combatants. As the final magical barrier was deactivated by Acreely, the spider-like elves surged forth, scrambling out, and, under her command, scuttled toward the exterior of the Black Moon City. Outside the city walls, a dark horde of monsters raced towards them, a formidable wave numbering in the thousands. Regardless of their composition, the sight was nothing short of breathtaking. The vanguard of this monstrous throng consisted entirely of various undead, their eyes ablaze with the desire for living souls, yearning to feast upon succulent spirits. The defenders atop the walls were well prepared, loosing arrows in a seamless motion. Needing no aim, even blind shots found their mark amidst this onslaught. Arrows rained down, striking the skulls of the undead. The force of these projectiles was tremendous, piercing through skulls to strike at the very essence of the undead, causing waves of skeletal forms to collapse. However, the sheer number of the undead, undeterred by death, rendered such losses trivial in the face of tens of thousands. Nevertheless, strategies had emerged to counter such a tactic. A multitude of drow mages ascended the walls, casting incantations that unleashed an invisible shockwave, enveloping the battlefield. All lower-tier skeletons fell in unison, their soul flames extinguished by this soul-targeting wave. The Soul Shock, a mid-tier spell designed to eradicate lesser undead, left mid-tier entities unscathed. After the reverberation of the shockwave, thousands of skeletons lay prostrate, a staggering spectacle, while the remaining undead posed little threat. Yet, all drow elves understood that these skeletons were merely the vanguard. Their gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. In the nearby forest, a sea of crimson eyes blinked open, followed by a surge of various monstrous forms charging towards the walls. "Hurry, prepare for defense," shouted the drow soldiers as the monstrous legion erupted into view. Waves of arrows cascaded into the massive tide of creatures, yielding minimal impact. Meanwhile, in the woods behind, a cadre of mages led by Atten began their incantations, conjuring fireballs, lightning, and corrosive acid that rained down upon the walls, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as the mages hastily erected protective barriers. In that fleeting moment, ogres advanced toward the gates, swinging immense, specially crafted siege hammers against the fortifications. Smaller creatures like gnolls and kobolds hastily erected ladders to scale the walls, one after another. The drow soldiers relentlessly loosed their arrows, each shot finding its mark with precision. Yet, as long as these relentless beasts exhibited signs of life, their siege continued unabated. The defending drow were not without cunning. Barrels of flaming oil were hoisted and ignited before being cast down upon the assailants. Additionally, heavy stones were hurled down, creating substantial obstacles for the advancing creatures. Amidst the chaos, Hallie and Ghana exchanged glances, recognizing that the ordinary monsters would suffer greatly without additional support. The walls were not the entirety of Black Moon City. They had to intervene. Riding atop the formidable Blockry wolf, Hallie emerged from the throng of creatures, while Ghana crouched, arms crossed. Then, Hallie leapt onto Ghana's hands, which propelled him skyward. With the combined weight of Hallie and the Blockry wolf, they rivaled that of a standard ogre. Nonetheless, the might of the two-headed ogre enabled Ghana to launch Hallie over 10 meters high onto the wall. The drow soldiers, engrossed in their defense, momentarily froze as Hallie soared overhead. "Greetings," he snarled, brandishing a colossal battle axe that cleaved a bewildered drow soldier in two. "Reinforcements to the walls. They are coming." As alarms blared, Hallie, now partially within the realm of the extraordinary, weaved through the besieged drow soldiers. Despite his towering height of nearly 4 meters atop the wolf, he moved with a swiftness that left no drow soldier able to keep pace. After severing the head of a drow elf, Hallie eyed the reinforcements of higher-ranking warriors arriving on the walls, a cold smirk gracing his face. Thanks to the potent dragon lineage bestowed by Isai, Hallie found himself nearly unmatched among his peers. The massive axe, steeped in a foul aura, glimmered with a vivid crimson light. A blood-red blade of wind erupted from Hallie's strike, forcing back the elite warriors. Just as they adjusted their stances to counterattack, the blood-hued wolf shadow lunged at them. "Mass blinding," Hallie shouted, delivering a fierce blow that cleaved half of a high-ranking drow warrior-esque form. Furthermore, with Hallie eliminating a portion of the wall's defenders, numerous monsters began to swarm up the ladders, excitedly brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the mages on the walls. At the gates, Ghana seized the siege hammer, which, in the hands of a standard ogre, required 2 hands to wield but felt like a mere toy in his grasp. "A pack of fools. Have they feasted so much that their flesh has grown on the backs of gnolls?" With that, Ghana stomped down with such force that the ground buckled beneath him, his muscles swelling as he unleashed an unimaginable strength, bringing the siege hammer crashing down upon the gates with tremendous force. The sound echoed, resonating like a war drum. With a thunderous rumble, a visible ripple swept rapidly across the city gate. Ghana retracted the battering ram, revealing a web-like fissure slowly cracking across the spot it had struck. Subsequently, Ghana adjusted his stance and delivered another mighty blow with the colossal hammer upon the gate. Boom, 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 accompanied by a sound reminiscent of titans trampling the earth. The massive city gate, reinforced with protective magic and composed of special materials, began to tremble precariously. A tide of monstrous beings scrambled up the siege ladders. Behind them, the Dark Elves unleashed a barrage of devastating spells, igniting the ranks of the monstrous army with bursts of flames that carried remnants of blood and limbs. The burning oil rained down upon the heads of the battle lizards, igniting into fierce flames, and acrid smoke began to fill the air. The city walls were on the brink of collapse. Quickly, mages fall back, warriors advance. The Dark Elf commander observed the deteriorating situation of the walls and glanced at the carnage wrought by Hallie, directing her forces. However, before her command could fully escape her lips, a long sword pierced through her throat from behind. The city was not merely on the verge of falling. A hulking werewolf warrior drew the sword from her body and, in the face of the commander's terror-stricken gaze, severed her head. Holding the dripping head of the Dark Elf commander aloft, the werewolf stood triumphantly at the highest point, roaring, "You have already fallen." As his words echoed, the morale of the Dark Elf soldiers crumbled, and they fled in disarray, save for a few rational commanders who covered the mage's retreat. Their army had assembled, and the true, bloody battlefield lay within the city. Crash! Debris flew as Ghana breached a gap in the city gate, the remaining structure riddled with cracks and teetering precariously. Kill! Taste the flavor of the Dark Elves. With a roar, Ghana, leading a horde of ogres, violently burst through the battered gate, sending large chunks of stone flying several meters away. Clad in plate armor, the ogres surged through the entrance, racing towards the nearby town. Soon after, over 10,000 Dark Elf soldiers, accompanied by 20,000 monstrous slaves, poured in from all directions. Their strategy was simple. The defending Dark Elves would wear down a portion of the monsters while holding their ground, and when the enemy breached the walls, they would encircle them, commencing true combat. The ogres, driven by an insatiable thirst for slaughter, reveled in the chaos before them, eager to kill. Hallie ascended to the top of the wall, where the banners of the Dark Elves fluttered in the wind. His crimson eyes glimmered with a flicker of emotion as he seized a banner, tearing it down and standing triumphantly at the highest point. A woo. The distinctive howl of a wolf, imbued with a special aura, resonated throughout the shadowy realm. Even in the far reaches, Isai could hear this haunting cry. With this howl, Hallie's power surged, breaking through to a higher plane of existence, reaching the extraordinary. This howl also marked the commencement of a full-scale assault by the Breaky Wolf cavalry, who closely followed the ogres, launching their first charge against the advancing Dark Elf army. Do not let the wolf cavalry steal the spotlight. Move. Kill. Ghana, undeterred, bellowed, thumping his chest, rallying a multitude of ogres to follow closely behind the wolf cavalry. With each thunderous step, the earth trembled beneath their colossal forms, exerting an oppressive force akin to that of titans, leaving the Dark Elf forces utterly demoralized. Charge! The commander, her expression grim, realized there was no retreat left. With a command, the monstrous slaves, adorned with various collars, initiated the assault, followed closely by the Dark Elves. The distance of 100 meters vanished in an instant. As the Bloodwing clan clashed with the Dark Elf's monstrous slaves, various creatures crumbled upon contact. A Breaky Wolf leapt high, toppling several battle lizards, before continuing its charge, while fearsome werewolves swung their great blades, each strike capable of cleaving multiple enemies in two. As rows of wolf cavalry charged forward, they swung their weapons relentlessly, the combined strength of werewolves and their mounts rendering their assaults nearly impossible to withstand. A single line of wolf cavalry even seemed to push back the 2,000 monstrous slaves. Moreover, the wolf cavalry tore through the enemy lines, while the advancing ogres, swinging iron hammers and spiked clubs, reduced countless monstrous slaves to mere pulp, limbs and blood scattering chaotically across the battlefield. This formidable duo of werewolves and ogres, despite being outnumbered, clashed fiercely with the monstrous slaves, continuously gaining the upper hand. Behind them, a myriad of monstrous beings surged through the city gates, their inherent lust for bloodshed invigorated, their combat prowess soaring anew. The death toll on the battlefield escalated sharply, as spells of lightning and flame intertwined at the heart of the conflict, erupting in blooms of blood and carnage. Just after slaying a werewolf, a Dark Elf soldier had no time to bask in her triumph before a 4-meter-tall ogre raised its immense hammer high and brought it crashing down, obliterating the fragile Dark Elf soldier into the earth, blood erupting. Blood and bits of flesh splattered across the ogre's face, and savoring the scent of blood, it extended its tongue to lick the remnants clean. Roar! The ogre roared with excitement, raising its massive hammer high before crashing down upon the throng of Drow Elf monster slaves, crushing several beneath its weight. Such scenes were commonplace on the battlefield, where some Drow Elves, driven to madness, unwittingly struck down their own monstrous servants in a frenzy, only to be overwhelmed and slain by a horde of goblins. Realizing too late that they had mistakenly slaughtered their protectors, Amidst the chaos of battle, the distant roar of dragons echoed as a fiery red dragon emerged from the wilderness, accompanied by a cadre of enormous bipedal wyverns sweeping across the battleground. The drow mages, having endured numerous skirmishes, were positioned at the rear, replenishing their magical energies and unable to cast spells to obscure the skies. This allowed the wyverns to soar above, unleashing torrents of corrosive acid upon the drow soldiers below. The greenish acid, steaming as it fell, quickly rendered the unsuspecting drow into grotesque forms, their bodies grotesquely mangled as they succumbed to the battlefield's horrors. At the moment the foremost fiery wyvern appeared, Akriya, observing from the temple, nearly intervened but soon discerned that it was merely a mutated wyvern, not a true red dragon. Nevertheless, its size far surpassed that of its kin, and as it opened its maw, a torrent of flames erupted forth, engulfing a swath of drow soldiers in an inferno. The creature's fiery breath had evolved, now imbued with a hint of magic, its breath akin to that of young red dragons. As the morale of the drow army waned, Akriya, who had been closely monitoring the situation, clenched her teeth and unleashed her arachnid elves onto the battlefield. Originally intended to combat the beasts, the time had come. The wyvern's rampage could not be allowed to continue unchecked. These arachnid elves, numbering nearly 100, were predominantly of high rank, with a few being truly extraordinary. As the enemy's elite forces emerged, Izzy, observing from the rear, released all his beasts and issued a command: attack the temple. In the midst of war, few dared to assault a temple, for the destruction of such a sacred site could invoke the ire of the divine, an act viewed as deeply disrespectful. However, Izzy understood this well, yet he was acutely aware that the Spider Queen, Rose, was no benevolent deity. Her punishments for her followers were severe, and the temple was under threat. Regardless of whether it fell, the drow priests would be compelled to defend it, lest they face certain death and eternal torment of their souls. With this in mind, Izzy soared high, a terrifying aura of magical energy coalescing in his palms. Gulliandi, the time has come for you to redeem yourself. Go forth, wait for the priestess to appear, and then eliminate her, he instructed the motionless Gulliandi beside him, who wasted no time in darting towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, ancient and cryptic draconic incantations flowed from Izzy's lips, and the swirling fire elements began to converge around him. A magical circle materialized at the zenith of the shadowy domain, and flames roiled forth. Greater magic, rain of fire. Empowered by draconic incantations and the blessing of the Fire King, this advanced spell exuded the essence of transcendent magic, as countless meteoric flames illuminated the dark skies, hurtling directly towards the temple. Damn it! Akriya, witnessing the fiery rain barreling toward the temple, could no longer contain her frustration, her regal demeanor evaporating. She emerged from the temple's confines, conjuring a black divine shield that enveloped the entire structure. The divine shield held firm against the rain of fire, albeit at the cost of some of Akriya's divine energy. Stepping outside the temple's protective bounds, she caught sight of a green dragon approaching from afar, her expression grave. High divine magic, mass inspiration. A golden halo radiated outward, enveloping all the drow soldiers, rekindling their waning strength and healing their wounds as they continued to engage the monstrous horde. As Gulliandi reached the battlefield, he beheld the divine magic and swiftly approached Akriya's side, unleashing a cloud of sickly green toxic mist. The black divine shield absorbed the attack entirely, and Akriya, recognizing Gulliandi, wore a grim expression. I did not expect you to be so inept. With a flick of her wrist, a black portal opened, and two enormous spiders, each nearly 10 meters in size, crawled forth, their crimson eyes fixed on Gulliandi. Then, a magical scroll ignited into flames in midair, causing the airborne Gulliandi to falter and descend to the ground. Block the skies? Do you think I care, black-skinned insect? Gulliandi, hesitant to act against Izzy, redirected her ire toward the legendary priestess before her. However, the two colossal spiders positioned themselves before Akriya, engaging Gulliandi in combat. Have fun with the dark arachnids, green dragon, Akriya remarked, knowing these monstrous creations of ancient dark alchemy were her trump cards, capable of stalling Gulliandi while she faced her true adversary. In the wilderness, a brilliant sun arose in the pitch-black shadowy realm, casting a faint illumination over the battlefield, causing the naturally light-averse drow elves to suffer from the blinding radiance. They had prepared numerous magical items to combat such intense heat and brightness. Upon closer inspection, the so-called sun was the silhouette of a dragon, soaring with its expansive wings towards the drow elf's temple. Izzy had become a blazing sun within the obsidian depths, inspiring fear in all dark creatures who dared not meet his gaze. Light was the ultimate weapon against the dark elves. Burning gaze, searing heart. With his fire elemental armor fully deployed, Izzy soared through the skies, his formidable resistance enabling him to navigate this realm. Is your skyward blockade ineffective? Akriya, having invoked a divine shield resistant to light, fixated her gaze upon the radiant dragon, pondering, what in the world are you? While she roared in fury, she secretly prepared her own divine spell. A lowly insect does not deserve to know my name. Izzy retorted with a torrent of terrifying fiery breath. As he was never one to engage in dialogue with his foes. Despite being a legendary priestess, Akriya's ire was ignited by Izzy's dismissive attitude. However, facing the searing breath imbued with a destructive aura, she dared not underestimate the threat. She hastily conjured a black divine shield, aiming to withstand Izzy's fiery assault as she had the rain of fire. Yet, upon impact, the once pitch-black shield rapidly dimmed, threatening to shatter within mere moments. The breath of an ordinary red dragon could not possess such overwhelming power. Surprised, Akel immediately cancelled the prepared attack spell, feeling a surge of magic as his figure vanished from the spot. Noticing Akel's presence fade, Isai halted his breath, and vibrant crimson magic, intertwined with fire elements, surged around him, forming 3 colossal magical arrays. Explosive flame technique echoed the voice in the ancient tongue as 3 massive fireballs, ablaze with fury, manifested in the sky. Witnessing the seamless connection of these fireballs, Akel nearly uttered an expletive. Was this truly the explosive flame technique? The size and destructive power of the fireballs generated from this technique were proportional. Isai's version had long surpassed ordinary transcendent magic, and with all 3 unleashed simultaneously, Akel, as a legendary priest, would face certain death if he attempted to withstand it. With no choice, Akel brandished his staff, activating a special magic within, a trump card he had hoped to reserve for later. Anti-magic field. As an invisible force field radiated outward, the magical web in this space instantly became ineffective, immobilizing the once volatile magic. Isai, suspended in midair, was caught off guard. The recently formed explosive flame technique required magical propulsion, but the anti-magic field rendered him incapable of casting spells. The fire element armor that enveloped him dissipated in an instant. Consequently, the colossal fireball spiraled out of control, flailing about like headless flies before detonating. Boom. The 3 ferocious fireballs erupted like ancient beasts awakened from slumber, unleashing a cataclysmic force as they exploded in the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar and a tumultuous shockwave, flames cascading outward in a slow, breathtaking display. Akel gazed at the vast explosion of sparks above, a flicker of joy momentarily brightening his expression. Although the red dragon possessed formidable fire resistance, it did not equate to immunity from flames. Moreover, the explosive flame technique's lethality extended beyond mere fire. The energy and shockwaves produced by the explosion also posed a significant threat, capable of inflicting grievous wounds even upon a red dragon. However, as the fiery display subsided, Akel's anticipation turned to dismay. The golden red dragon soared unharmed through the air, its eyes glinting with derision. Ignoring Akel's astonished demeanor, Isai's gaze fixated on the staff in his grasp. The anti-magic field was a one-time transcendent spell, capable of nullifying the magical web over a vast area in an instant. For most mages, losing their magical web during casting equated to failure, followed by backlash. While this spell lacked direct offensive power, its practicality endeared it to many. However, its activation process was intricate, often embedded in legendary weapons awaiting activation. The advanced legendary spell, Anti-Magic Domain, possessed the potential to turn the tide of battle. Had it not been for his nearly immune resistance, he might have sustained serious injury. Isai assessed that, regardless of the circumstances, the staff held by the drow priest belonged to him. With that thought, Isai unfurled his dragon wings and approached Akel, massive claws poised to strike. Upon witnessing Isai's unscathed form, Akel's shock was fleeting, quickly deducing that Isai's fire element resistance was nearly immune. Without hesitation, he swung his staff, summoning a massive black blade beside him. The Blade of Death, a signature spell of the drow elves, renowned for its formidable cutting ability. Isai effortlessly shattered it, maintaining his relentless momentum. However, having expended considerable effort to discern Isai's intentions, Akel would not rely solely on a minor blade of death. 3 enchanted piercing arrows, imbued with transcendent magic, shot forth from Akel's sleeve, hurtling toward Isai with incredible speed. Sensing a substantial threat, Isai halted abruptly, flames swirling within him as he unleashed a searing dragon breath. The 3 enchanted arrows met the scorching breath, their magical auras gradually dimming. Subsequently, Isai ceased his exhalation, and the arrows, now devoid of enchantment, struck his head, their tips shattering and scattering unidentified red crystal fragments. Isai surveyed the ground, marked by deep gouges from his breath, realizing that his fiery exhalation served not only to dissipate the enchanted arrows, but also aimed to strike Akel. Yet, Akel had vanished without a trace, his presence entirely concealed. Not through invisibility, but via teleportation, was he escaping? Isai mused, recognizing that teleportation magic was not uncommon for someone of Akel's stature, ruling an entire city. Acquiring such magic was hardly a challenge. I wonder how long you can hide, he thought as he glanced at the retreating drow soldiers nearby. However, Isai would not allow Akel the luxury of remaining concealed. Activating the Domain of Embers, a blazing inferno ignited within a 100-meter radius centered around Isai. As he strode through the flames, Isai searched for any traces of magical or divine essence in his surroundings. Meanwhile, in the nearby ruins, a battered cackle consumed a vial of divine-infused potion, feeling the replenishment of divine energy within him, yet anxiety lingered. Not for any other reason. After several rounds of confrontation, cackle had been thoroughly overwhelmed, repeatedly teetering on the brink of death. The combination of the anti-magic field and the desperate teleportation had merely afforded him a fleeting chance to breathe. I have no choice but to use it, he murmured, glancing at his staff as the temperature steadily rose. As Isai searched for cackle, he sensed a violent surge of divine magic within the domain of embers, and, without a second thought, unleashed a dragon breath. Unexpectedly, a dark shield materialized, firmly blocking the breath. Subsequently, cataclysmic waves of divine magic erupted from the ruins. 9 dark magical arrays appeared in the air, emanating a dense aura of darkness as divine energy surged within. Sensing the imminent threat, Isai focused intently, channeling the limited fire elements within him, combining the fire element armor with elemental transformation. Before Isai could take further action, from within the 9 dark magical arrays, black spikes formed from divine energy erupted, piercing through the air with astonishing speed in 9 different directions, striking toward Isai with breathtaking velocity. The speed was so swift that Isai could only raise his hand to block. Moments later, the colossal spikes, imbued with dark divine energy, pierced through his scales and into his flesh, firmly pinning Isai in place. Though the spikes did not penetrate deeply into his body, the true peril had yet to manifest, and Isai did not immediately attempt to break free. Amidst the blazing ruins, a figure gradually materialized in the air, a divine magic array manifesting out of thin air, swirling around cackle. Cackle's pupils turned pitch black, her mouth opening without a sound, and after a long pause, a deep voice, devoid of femininity, resonated from all directions. Legendary divine technique, dark execution. As the sound fell, a magic circle centered around Acker released a surge of destructive black light, erupting like a sword cutting through stormy waves, surging towards the tightly bound Isai with unstoppable force. Sensing a long-absent threat, Isai smiled, radiant light ascending from his chest, while a blazing breath of magical energy erupted from his mouth, colliding head-on with the black beam. Upon impact, a brilliant explosion illuminated the surroundings, akin to stars bursting in the cosmos, each spark embodying terrifying power capable of obliterating all. The 2 formidable energies clashed, neither yielding, their aftershocks stirring the surrounding ruins and dust into the air. Isai exerted all his strength, exhilarated, as it was the first time his magical breath encountered such an evenly matched situation, igniting a rare fervor for battle within him, his breath growing ever more potent. Meanwhile, Acker, feeling the rapid depletion of divine power within, gritted her teeth and held on against Isai's peculiar dragon breath. This confrontation lasted 3 seconds, during which Isai's magical breath gradually overpowered the black beam, tilting the scales of victory in his favor. Acker, in a state of desperation, found that no matter how she summoned her divine power, she could not suppress the magical breath even by a fraction. Indeed, the depletion of her divine energy rendered the black beam significantly weaker. 5 seconds later, with no divine power left, the black spire along with the beam vanished. At this moment, Isai's magical breath found no further opposition and shot directly towards Acker. However, due to her complete exhaustion of divine energy, Acker fell from the sky, narrowly avoiding direct impact from Isai's magical breath, but losing an arm in the process. With a heavy thud, Acker crashed to the ground, prompting Isai to seize his exhilarating breath. Observing Acker, who lay amidst the ruins slowly being consumed by the remnants of the magical breath, Isai retracted the elemental and fire elemental armor and approached her. Dark-skinned elf, do you have any last words? Isai inquired, lifting Acker's slender neck with 2 dragon claws. Bringing her face to his voice gravely resonating. It was not out of benevolence. Rather, the thrill of their clash had inspired Isai to allow Acker a final utterance. Suspended in the air, Acker gazed into the vast, golden eyes of Isai, adorned with shimmering silver scales, while also feeling the agonizing sensation of being gradually obliterated. What kind of dragon are you? She questioned, disregarding the pain in her neck. You may consider me a celestial dragon, Isai replied, baring his fangs in a smile. Acker, momentarily taken aback, observed the profound and mysterious patterns on Isai's forehead, recalling fragmented accounts from an ancient tome, shaking her head in disbelief. Just as Isai anticipated a profound reflection from her, Acker, shedding her noble demeanor, exclaimed, "You should have said that earlier. Had I known, what was I thinking provoking you?" Finding Acker's breakdown tedious, Isai flexed his claws, silencing her. Casting aside the lifeless Acker, he picked up her long staff, inspecting it. This staff, crafted from black magical wood, was adorned with radiant magical engravings and topped with a high-quality magic gemstone, one that Isai favored, a ruby. Quite exquisite, Isai remarked, delving into his mental energy to erase the original owner's imprint, replacing it with his own. A tenuous bond formed, marking Isai as the rightful master of the staff. This staff was not merely a wand. Its primary function was to channel divine magic, capable of casting spells of superior rank or below, and it could also serve as a melee weapon. However, Isai was not enamored with its casting ability, but rather the enchantments contained within. Besides a nullification field, the staff held two spells, the superior magic whip of flames and the advanced magic greater healing. Isai pondered why Acker had not utilized these spells. The whip of flames would have been ineffective against herself, and the greater healing could only mend the living. Being struck by Isai meant certain death, rendering it useless. What a pity that such artifacts are reserved for legendary divine spells, Isai lamented, toying with the staff before tucking it away. I shall name you the Staff of Acker. With a malicious intent towards Acker, upon naming it, Isai unleashed a breath of magical energy, reducing Acker's corpse to ash. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Drow soldiers were retreating in disarray. Although the mages had successfully sealed the skies, the descending dragons remained formidable, overpowering even the arachnid-bred elves. The transcendent Hallie and Kanna joined forces against the arachnid elves, who, reveling in slaughter, also ascended to transcendence. Amidst the roars of monsters and the wails of Drow soldiers, this battle drew to a close. Yet, it was not over. Gryanthe continued to grapple with two dark magical spiders spawned from dark alchemy. These alchemical beasts, forged with monetary resources, possessed formidable combat capabilities, functioning as biological machines, while Gryanthe's toxic breath proved only marginally effective against them. However, benefiting from the inherent strength of dragonkind, Gryanthe ultimately severed the heads of both dark spiders after sustaining minor injuries. With their leader lost, the morale of the Drow elves, already diminished, shattered entirely. With no avenue for escape, they surrendered along with their soldiers. Hallie, having beheaded the last arachnid elf, looked at the disarmed Drow elves, scratching his head and asking Isai if he would accept their capitulation. Eliminate them all, Isai replied, for the Drow were notoriously treacherous, requiring excessive effort to subdue. Moreover, their faith would pose considerable complications, thus Isai had no intention of leaving any survivors. Ignoring the cries of despair on the battlefield, Isai spread his dragon wings and soared into the ravaged city, where the most prominent temple came into view. Observing the temple, Isai noted some survivors within, but deemed them insignificant. While destroying the temple would attract attention, entering to slay would not offend the deities. In fact, killing without demolishing the temple would be seen as an act of reverence. Thus, Isai paid little heed to these individuals. Hours later, as the final batch of Drow elves faced execution, the monsters surged into the city to scour the battlefield. The Drow city held numerous treasures. Although their locations were challenging to uncover, they were not impossible to find. Some Drow elves, seeking a chance at survival, chose to disclose their hiding places and guide the way. To ensure that other Drow would also be inclined to lead, Hallie informed them that the guides had been exiled, securing their lives. As for the facts, it is indeed true that exile occurred, albeit not to the wilderness. By the time all post-war tasks were completed, it coincided with Isai's formal assumption of control over this resource-rich, dark expanse. However, Isai remained oblivious to a crucial matter he had long since promised to address. Within the necropolis, Ty gazed out over the vast realm of the undead, the flames of soulfire blazing in his eyes, eagerly anticipating Isai's summons to exact vengeance upon Acker. What is the situation of the war now? It ought to be nearing its conclusion. Poor Ty was unaware that he would never have the opportunity to avenge himself with his own hands. In the shadowy territory at the ruins of Black Moon City, following a brief yet intensely brutal conflict, the dominion of this expansive dark realm shifted from the Drow elves to Isai. The once mighty Drow were reduced to a mere handful of survivors wandering the wasteland, praying to remain undiscovered by the Bloodwing clan. Yet, Isai dismissed these remnants as inconsequential. He sought a specific group of individuals, or rather, a singular treasure, namely the elemental key he had learned about from the Duke of Verdant. Regardless of which elemental plane this key led to, the value of these realms was immense. Even the water elemental plane warranted exploration. However, searching for a party of humans who had ventured into this territory 5 years prior, in such a vast expanse, was no less than searching for a needle in a haystack. In his lair, Isai tapped his chin, contemplating his next course of action. This contingent of Drow occupied 3 dark regions, with their hold on the Grand Dark Territory being the briefest, housing merely one legendary priest. Yet, if a sub-city could boast a legendary priest, what might a fully developed main city entail? Isai pondered the 2 dark monstrosities he had encountered, sensing their pure monstrosity bore the essence of the Spider Queen Rose, likely infused with divine magic during their creation, endowing them with combat prowess far exceeding that of typical alchemical creatures, sufficient to contend with Goliath. Of course, a significant factor lay in the alchemical creature's formidable resistance to toxins. Goliath's poisonous breath and toxic domain would prove relatively ineffective against them. Had Ashton's or even Hysar been present, the battle would have likely unfolded differently. Speaking of Ashtons, upon learning of Black Moon City's fall and Acker's demise at Isai's hands, their pact dissolved. The avaricious Acker had not distributed Ashton's contract among the other Drow city-states. Following the dissolution, Ashtons formally bowed to Isai, pledging his service for 3 centuries. Do not inquire why not 6 centuries. For Isai, a century or so would be sufficient for him to evolve to a level beyond the recognition of black dragons, rendering the duration nearly irrelevant. Moreover, upon hearing of Acker's slaying by Isai, Tai felt a pang of disappointment, yet refrained from voicing his sentiments. To compensate Tai, as if Isai instructed him to convert as many corpses from Black Moon City into undead as possible for his studies. With a plethora of cadavers at his disposal, Tai no longer needed to maintain a skeletal appearance. He was in the process of crafting a new vessel for himself, alongside the reconstruction of his magical laboratory, expediting his return to true lichdom. Meanwhile, the treasure collection from Black Moon City continued, and at Isai's express command, he awaited the completion of all treasure gathering before transporting it en masse to his lair. As for the remaining weapons and scrap metal, they were distributed in due course. Isai's gaze also drifted to the plains, seizing an opportunity to inform Atten of the situation with the orcs and urging him to arrange a meeting. After all, 5 years had elapsed. Surely, that band of orcs must have gleaned some information by now. Days passed, and half a month slipped away. Within this fortnight, every corner of Black Moon City had been thoroughly scoured, stripped bare. All treasures and magical gems were dispatched to Isai's lair, while the remaining weapons, including a few magical ones, were generously distributed by Isai, not due to any disdain for magical weaponry. Though Black Moon City was merely a settlement established for less than a few hundred years, the Drow's martial culture ensured that nearly every household possessed a fair share of coin and arms. The cumulative total amounted to a staggering sum, so substantial that Isai found his original space somewhat lacking, necessitating an expansion. At last, Isai reveled in the sensation of being buried amidst gold coins and magical gems, occasionally indulging in a taste. My lord, a situation has arisen. I request the support of the wyverns. Just as Isai was leisurely perusing the dragon's legacy within his lair, the voice of Hallie echoed from within his mind. What predicament has emerged? Isai inquired, acknowledging the wyverns as a formidable contingent of followers, surely capable of handling the matter. However, if Hallie sought to summon them, it would be prudent to ascertain whether the need was genuine or born of incompetence. A reconnaissance team has discovered a camp in the wilderness, populated by numerous drow survivors and a significant number of alchemical creatures, Hallie's voice relayed, prompting Isai to furrow his brow at the mention of alchemical beings. Something is amiss. Isai's thoughts raced. The presence of a camp in the wilderness was easily understood as a refuge constructed by the surviving drow. However, the scale of alchemical creatures was not something one could fabricate casually. The process of creating such beings was intricate and labor-intensive. While they possessed formidable combat capabilities, their production was not feasible in the short term. Ultimately, Isai resolved to investigate personally. You may return, I will handle this myself. Upon hearing Isai's words, Hallie shivered. Please, my lord, spare me. Hallie will undoubtedly subdue those alchemical creatures at any cost. Isai paused for a moment, then realized Hallie was eager to maintain his standing in Isai's eyes. This lad is quite astute, Isai mused. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. However, you may enlist Kanna. Thank you immensely. Concluding the conversation, Isai emerged from the sea of gold coins, a cascade of coins tumbling down as he rose, clinking melodiously against his scales. Exiting his lair, Isai spread his wings and took flight toward the tunnel leading to the dark realm. Jeloni peered from a distance, watching Isai's silhouette vanish into the sky, blinking in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the wilderness of the dark realm, Hallie sat within a temporary encampment, awaiting Kanna's arrival. I was in the midst of a meal, and you summoned me here, you useless fearsome wolf. The ground trembled as Kanna, clad in heavy armor, approached Hallie, accompanied by a band of ogres. Leave some room for the drow. Those fellows should suit your palate. Hallie's half-closed eyes opened wide, taking in Kanna's robust form, and he scoffed coldly. Upon hearing the mention of the drow, Kanna reminisced about the drow he had occasionally feasted upon on the battlefield, chuckling softly. Ogres possess a penchant for consuming sentient beings. They relish a variety of meats, and humanoid races, due to their frequent maintenance, are particularly favored by these creatures. That's more like it. Now then, where's the enemy? Hale rose, summoning the mixed army of fearsome werewolves and gnolls he had brought with him, mounting his brachial wolf. He pressed forward, aware that the enemy had alchemical monsters, and the scouts had sensed a dark aura. This is precisely why I need your assistance, Hale stated as he set out first. Pathetic weakness breeds excuses. If you're inept, practice more, Ganner retorted, stuffing his robust arms into the gaps of his armor and scratching his belly as he followed Hale. After half an hour, Hale led Ganner to a pile of rubble. There it is. Prepare for battle, Hale whispered, gesturing towards a nearby camp. Understood, Ganner replied nonchalantly. On my count, 3 charge. Before Hale could finish, The impatient Ganner dashed forward with his ogres in tow. What the hell was I thinking, falling for his tricks the first time? Hale cursed, brandishing his massive axe as he charged after Ganner. Most of the dark elves had become hypersensitive after weeks of fleeing. Even the slightest disturbance would capture their attention. However, perhaps due to having slain a horde of monsters, these dark elves lay in a deep slumber under the protection of alchemical beasts, leaving only one or two to stand guard. This vigilance proved woefully inadequate. It was not until Ganner and his menacing ogres came crashing in that they reacted, hastily rousing their kin to confront the threat. With the ground trembling beneath them, various forms of alchemical monsters emerged from the camp, rushing towards the ogres. Upon seeing the oncoming beasts, Ganner skidded to a halt, his immense momentum causing him to slide several meters and kick up clouds of dark soil. In that instant, he raised his massive hammer, energy swirling around it as he prepared to unleash a newfound skill, Earth Shatter, a formidable area attack learned upon reaching extraordinary prowess. With a mighty swing, Ganner brought the hammer crashing down. In an instant, a visible shockwave erupted, tearing the earth apart, hurling large chunks of stone and dirt into the air. The charging alchemical monsters were abruptly halted, their footing disrupted by the tremors. In the ensuing chaos, a horde of fearsome werewolf cavalry leapt high from behind Ganner, seizing the opportunity to engage the dazed alchemical creatures. The remaining ogres lumbered forward, joining the fray against the monsters. Behind the alchemical beasts, nearly 100 dark elves watched in terror as the fearless werewolves and ogres battled. Useless lot. Don't forget you possess combat abilities too. Get in there. An ex-commander barked at the paralyzed dark elves. They quickly regained their composure and readied themselves to assist the alchemical creatures when a blood-red figure appeared behind the commander. A crimson claw pierced through his chest, lifting him slowly off the ground. Hale rose, casting aside the lifeless form of the dark elven commander, surveying the remnants of his scattered forces. Without the alchemical beasts, what are you? Hale questioned, hefting his massive axe, his brachial wolf growing restless beneath him. Alchemical creatures do not belong to you, old wolf. A voice called from behind Hale, startling him. He had not sensed the approach of the figure, and he swiftly turned, swinging his axe. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out as Hale's strike met resistance. A creature, approximately 3 meters tall and clad in black armor, blocked Hale's attack with one hand. That presence feels familiar, it spoke. Hale was taken aback. The being was a half-alchemical creature, explaining its formidable defense. Regaining composure, Hale retreated, his battle axe surging with a potent, sanguine energy, ready to strike again. But the black creature lunged forward, its claws glinting ominously as they aimed for Hale's eyes. Feeling an acute sense of danger, Hale unleashed his strength, raising his axe to block the impending strike. The sound of metal tearing filled the air as the massive axe was violently rent apart. Hale's grip felt the overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Without hesitation, he discarded the now useless axe, evading the creature's initial assault. The thwarted creature, undeterred, lunged at Hale's neck with its gleaming claws. A strike that could decapitate him if it connected. Aware of his own limitations, Hale leapt back onto his brachial wolf, narrowly avoiding the attack. The wolf, displaying remarkable intelligence, retreated alongside Hale after his leap. Hale glanced at Ganner, who was engaged with the alchemical monsters, realizing that his own abilities fell short. Defeating the black creature would require the intervention of a more powerful ally. Yet, he resolved, I shall not concede so easily. As he spoke, a surge of bloodlust coursed through him, his fur thickening and his form expanding, his body bending into a feral stance. This transformation, known as half-beastification, significantly enhanced his strength and instincts, rendering him unable to wield weapons. His crimson eyes glinted as he dropped to all fours, leaving behind a trail of blood-red afterimages. The black creature hesitated, clearly unprepared for Hale's newfound capability. Seizing the moment, the half-beastified Hale pounced onto its back, raising his blood-red claws, gathering all his force into a single strike. With a ferocious thrust, he pierced through the creature's skeletal armor, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Feeling the sting of pain, the black creature erupted with rage, thrashing violently, slamming against the walls and causing stones to rain down. However, Hale ignored the onslaught, maintaining his grip on the wound he had inflicted, and sank his formidable jaws into the creature's neck. Hale's greatest strength did not lie in his arms or legs, but in the power of his bite. However, the necessity of drawing near to the foe rendered it nearly ineffective. When it finally bit down, an overwhelming sensation of obstruction ensued. Despite its formidable capacity to rend steel, it could penetrate only a mere fraction. The previously assailed black creature became increasingly frenzied, losing all semblance of reason. With a powerful leap, it slammed its back against the ground, then seized Harley by the neck, yanking him forcefully from its back. Yet, Harley was undeterred, raising his hand to block the claws aimed at his heart. The sharp, obsidian talons pierced the flesh of his hand, but could not advance towards his chest. Thus, the two monsters remained locked in a stalemate. After a protracted moment, the black creature slowly opened its gaping maw, a foul stench emanating from within. However, Harley instantly discerned it as a precursor to the expulsion of acidic fluid. In the next instant, a repulsive black liquid erupted towards Harley's head. He instinctively tilted away to evade it, yet could not escape entirely, resulting in half his face being splattered with the corrosive acid. Immediately, a sound akin to boiling water echoed as his hair and flesh eroded away in mere breaths, revealing a glimpse of bone beneath his visage. The searing pain caused Harley to tremble violently, while the stalemate began to shift. The arm he had raised to shield himself gradually succumbed to an overwhelming force, the bloodied claws inching closer to his heart. Yet, as the saying goes, even when striking a dog, one must regard its master. A wave of formidable draconic power surged from a distance, swiftly approaching. Sensing the familiar presence, the watching high elf's heart halted, while the ensnared Ghana's expression brightened. The targeted draconic might momentarily stymie the black creature's movements, diminishing its strength by half. In the distance, a colossal dragon of golden-red hue approached at an astonishing speed, its terrifying presence palpable. Within mere breaths, the dragon, enveloped in an aura of dread, arrived on the battlefield, its violet golden eyes sweeping across the scene. At first glance, Isai spotted the black creature engage with Harley. Recognizing the familiar essence, Isai recollected the abominable monsters he had vanquished on the surface, crystallized by the malevolent god. This creature bore a similar aura and humanoid form, appearing to be the very individuals he sought. The once mad black beast, upon sighting Isai, ceased its frenzy. Clarity returned to its gaze as its mind raced. It was evident to even the dimmest intellect that Isai was the master of these creatures, and the black beast's sole chance of survival lay in